This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 259 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Can't you do something about it? You have death's authority, right? Dante understood immediately. This wasn't just about Felicia's father. This was about Silvigia's father, who had also passed away due to an incurable disease at the time. Silvigia didn't want Felicia to experience the same pain she had lived with. I haven't mastered that power, but I'll try. Silvigia's expression became softer. What about me then? You said you'd fight death for me. Dante reached for her right hand instead. He intertwined their fingers, feeling how easily her hand fit in his. That won't change, he said firmly, unless you don't want me anymore. For a long moment, Silvigia just stared at their connected hands with a small but real smile. Then, reluctantly, she pulled her hand back. The smile faded into something more serious, more silver sable than Silvigia. Follow me. She turned and jumped over the railing, dropping 10 feet onto the mat. Her walk to the center of the sparring gave him a déjà vu of their last sparring session. Silvigia chucked her phone aside and glanced up at him with a smirk. I warmed up hard so I can beat the crap out of my 3-timing lover. Dante couldn't help but grin. So that's her play. Silvigia might be a queen and the owner of a mercenary enterprise, but she would always be a warrior at her core. She had earned everything in her life through combat. Every pivotal choice in her life had been settled this way. Why would her heart be any different? What came after this fight would be decided by who remained standing. This was no longer a test. It was a trial by fire. Lose, and he would bend to her terms, commit to her alone, or walk away entirely. Win, and he would earn the right to bend her to his terms instead to ask her to accept death and Felicia not as rivals, but as a necessary part of his life. This was a fight he couldn't afford to lose. He climbed the railing and leaped, dropping down before her with a heavy thud. 3-timing lover? He asked innocently. That's a strong accusation, my royal highness. Death and I haven't gone beyond kissing. I haven't even touched Felicia inappropriately, much less kiss her. Kissing is still cheating, and you'll pay for it. Silvigia cocked her head. You can't use your superpowers. Fight me as a human because I'm one. Dante shook his head in disappointment. He'll still have to go easy, or it'll ruin my girlfriend's beautiful face. Silvigia's lips twisted with a hint of mockery. You had to use cheap tricks to win the other day. The same tactic won't work this time. All right, Dante said, rolling his shoulders and feeling the pleasant stretch of warmed muscles. Don't complain when I pin you again. Her eyes flashed with an excited gleam. Right now, she wasn't any less battle-hungry than Ava. Try me. Chapter 47. Winning but losing. Silvigia exploded forward, seizing the initiative. Her opening jab missed Dante's face by a hair's breadth. He felt the rush of air kiss his cheek, then ducked for a cross that whistled past his ear. She reset instantly and slowly circled him with the cold focus of a predator. You're being cautious. I have to be with you, Silvigia said with a grin. Can't let you read me like a book again. She came at him again. This time, she attempted a low, vicious kick at his knee. He reacted a second late, and the impact struck his shin instead. Most men would VE crumple with the pain. He just gritted his teeth and matched her follow-up kick with his own. She stepped back with trembling legs. Yet, she didn't even flinch or slow down, still eyeing him like a predator. A moment later, she pounced back at him, trying to pinpoint his weakness with attacks at different parts of his body. Her combinations flowed like water with no wasted motion. From jabs to spinning to lethal kicks, every strike was meant to set up the next. Her movements followed no patterns since she was reacting to him rather than following her combat instincts. She came in close, testing his defense with rapid-fire body shots. He caught one of her punches mid-strike, fingers wrapping around her wrist. For a split second, their eyes met, close enough that he could feel her breath. With a smile, she twisted out of his grip with a wrist lock reversal that would snapped a normal person's joint. Even so, she had felt the strain. It was reflected in the way her eyes reacted. Even though he was fighting to win, It hurt him to see Sylvija being so cruel to herself. You could be asked, just then a low kick struck his knee. He dropped to one leg, and she was already moving knee driving toward his face. He crossed his arms just in time, and the force still made him slide across the mat on one knee. "Stop treating me like I'll break," she growled, "or be prepared to say goodbye to me or your sweethearts." In their first fight, she had been testing a new hire. Now she was trying to punish a man she loved for his insolence. She was giving him everything to make him hers alone. "I can't lose this." He took a deep breath and got back up. "All right, I'll stop holding back." "Good." This time, when she came in, he met her halfway. His jab was a blur, even to himself. She evaded it, but barely. He saw her eyes widen for a fraction of a second at the speed. His follow-up cross forced her to block, driving her half a step back. Her eyes lit up. She was afraid, but excited. "There's the man I love." She grinned and pounced at him again. Despite her good mood, her strikes were angrier or maybe just more determined to claim him. A flurry of strikes that he had to give ground to avoid. She was pushing the pace, trying to overwhelm him into revealing an opening. They traded strikes without any of them holding back. The brutal exchange would normalized him if he had the same physique and techniques as their first spar. But he had grown stronger, not just in body but also in mind. When he warmed up properly, it was easier to track and react to her overwhelming offense. "You've improved," she panted between strikes. "So much. Had a good teacher for a day." Her answer was a spinning back kick that would have caved in his ribs if he hadn't evaded in time. Her bold move was punishable, but he didn't even try. Her combat intelligence was way too high to repeat the same mistake as their last fight. The slight raise of her eyebrow was a telltale sign of disappointment that he didn't take the bait. Getting tired? Not even close. He laughed and closed the distance. She dove for his legs, attempting a takedown. Except her grip was too loose and her strength too low. It was a misdirection, and her real strike was aimed directly at his midsection. His hand shot out on pure instinct, just barely catching her forearm before the blow landed. She wasn't holding back in the slightest. That attack would have incapacitated him and destroyed his dream to ever hold three wonderful women together. A cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So ruthless. Sylvija tried to wrench free, but he had her forearm locked in a firm grip. Not giving her time to attempt a counterattack, he yanked her up and rewarded her with a vicious headbutt from his thick skull. That sent her crashing into the mat. Before she could recover, he mounted her waist in a hurry. She surprisingly didn't even fight back and let him pin her wrists over her head. She closed her eyes and laughed. "Why are you so shaken, lover? You almost took something precious from me." "Keep the honor for Dojo, lover," she said with a giggle, having a blast despite her defeat. "Love is war, and you ought to throw everything to win. I know you can recover fast. I was naive, yet you still won." "I lost," he whispered, shaking his head. "My heart to you." She revealed a soft, affectionate look. "I lost the battle, but won the war." Unable to hold himself, he dipped his head and kissed her lips. This time, he savored it. Not the stolen kiss from their first fight, which was earned through trickery. This time, she had thrown dirty and ruthless tricks, and he had beaten her fair and square. He had earned the right. Their breaths mingled, hot and ragged from the fight. The kiss deepened, passion igniting despite their exhaustion from the fight. His hand slid beneath her damp tank top, palm gliding over slick skin until his fingers found the curve of her breast through her sports bra. He squeezed gently, feeling her sharp intake of breath against his mouth. Before he enjoyed the softness, her hand clamped down on his wrist. She broke the kiss, breathing hard, and pushed him back. Despite her apparent arousal, she glared at him. "Not like this. I'm drenched in sweat." She tried to rise, but he caught her wrist before she could fully escape. A gentle tug, and she found herself settling sideways onto his lap, back against his chest. His arms circled her waist without asking permission. She struggled half-heartedly before settling against his chest with her back to him. Dante rested his chin on her shoulder and just held her. She was small, lean, and deceptively delicate. It was hard to believe this woman was responsible for hundreds of mercenaries' livelihoods, Simcaria security, and also maintaining political relationships. You smell nice. She went still for a few moments. When she spoke, her voice was barely audible when you said, "I love you." Did you mean it? It felt like she'd been carrying this question on her mind ever since that text. Yes, he said firmly. I can't stop loving this stubborn, fierce woman who could be so damn gentle with her cheating boyfriend. Cheater, she laughed. Who does my cheating boyfriend love more? Death, me? Or Felicia? The negotiation had finally started. Sylvija, that's not a fair question. It really wasn't possible to quantify love, especially when he loved each woman for different reasons. It's almost as fair as stealing our hearts when you already belong to death, Sylvija replied in a sharp voice. She shifted in his lap to look at him directly, her blue eyes searching his face. You didn't deny Felicia. I'm guessing what happened today made you fall for each other. Kinda, he admitted honestly. There was no point in lying anymore when he had decided to take Felicia more seriously. Death gave me permission to pursue other women. Sylvija's eyes widened slightly. I knew it. He had also suspected that Sylvija had seen through Death's act. Is this case closed? You didn't take our permission, she snorted. I'll be blunt with you. Will you give them up and be mine alone? First, she tested his strength, and now she was testing his wits. And thankfully, he had a perfect counterargument. Will you give Simcaria up and be mine alone? Sylvija sucked in a deep breath. That's not they all relying on me. I can't just abandon them. Death and Felicia are relying on me. I can't just abandon them. He loosened his grip on her and raised one hand, golden energy spiraling around his fingers as magic circles bloomed in the air. Death is there for everyone, every soul in every world. But no one is there for her. People hate her, curse her for every tragedy. It is reasonable, Sylvija said, watching the magic with curiosity and fascination. Nobody wants to die. A smile tugged at his mouth. See what a world gets when it has its wish. The magic circles pulsed once, then expanded. The air between them and the far wall shimmered. And suddenly, they were looking through a window into his mind. Monstrosities beyond imagination could be seen on the other side. It was the Cancerverse now coming alive with his mystic mastery and imagination. Sylvija turned away with a pale face. I thought symbiotes were scary. Why? How can a deathless world be so terrifying? Life forms grew endlessly like cancer, and this is the result. Dante closed the magic circle. I want to stop being with death. She needs me, maybe more than anyone else does. The firm declaration left Sylvija silent, pondering, deciding whether it was worth it to change herself to be with him. After a few tense moments, she twisted in his lap and faced him fully, legs straddling his thighs. With hands on his collar, she yanked him close and kissed him. Not a tame, romantic kiss. This had the same intensity as her fight, because this was her answer to everything he meant to her. When she finally pulled back, her eyes were bright with hope and determination. I want to give up on Simcaria. I don't want you to, Dante replied, relief apparent in his voice. You will lose your soul without Simcaria, and I'll become jobless if you quit. A surprised chuckle escaped her. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Rest assured, lover, you'll be eating well for the rest of your life. I love eating, especially meat, Dante said, letting his hands slide down her sides before settling on her ass. He squeezed into firm muscle through the fabric of her shorts, unable to stop his naughty hands with his gorgeous girlfriend straddling his lap. I especially love women with plenty of it. She shivered from the unexpected attack on her, but Dante, his name on her lips was like an invitation. Sylvija, can I? Her breathing grew heavier, chest rising and falling against his. Those ice-blue eyes were suddenly overcome with desire. Do you really want me? The question made her look fragile. The sovereign of Simcaria, commander of mercenaries, Silver Sable herself had been stripped away at the moment. What remained was just Sylvija, a woman asking if she was truly desired. Dante didn't trust himself to find words that would be enough. He kissed her instead to show his desire. His hands left her hips and slipped beneath the hem of her tank top. She trembled slightly under his touch as he traced upward the hard ridges of her abs up to her ribs. This time, there was no resistance or hesitation. She gasped softly when his fingers brushed the underside of her breasts, her thighs tightening on either side of his hips. Bang! The training room door burst open and slammed against the wall. "Darling, Ava said you'll be here. Where are you?" Felicia's cheerful voice destroyed the heated air. Both Dante and Silvija turned toward the doorway with identical expressions of pure annoyance. Felicia froze in the middle of taking the first step inside the training room. Her green eyes moved from Silvija, sitting in Dante's lap, down his hands clearly inside Silvija's tank top, then back up to their faces. Pure silence permeated the training room. Nobody moved. Nobody even seemed to breathe. Felicia's voice came out small, lacking her usual bravado. "I forgot to turn off my toaster." She grabbed both door handles and closed the door quietly. Her footsteps retreated rapidly down the hall, as though she was fleeing after accidentally witnessing a murder. Silvija slowly turned her gaze from the door to him. He wanted to maybe make a joke about Felicia's timing, but the look she gave him killed that idea. She grabbed his wrists and yanked his hands out of her tank top. "Come in my room." It wasn't a suggestion or a request, it was a command. With their position, he easily swept her in a princess carry. Gladly. Chapter 48. Start of something. Dante didn't see an ounce of struggle from Silvija as she wrapped her arms around his neck for support. "This is why Felicia looked so happy," she muttered. "It's nice to be held like this." "Oh, why are you making that face, lover? Do you also want to be held?" "I mean, I wouldn't mind it from death." She chuckled. "Turn me into a giantess, and I'll do it for you. Fedno, you'll always be my little queen. Never the other way around. You're such a moron sometimes." Dante laughed, descending the stairs 2 at a time. She was heavy, but she was mostly muscle. Carrying her with his strength was barely anything for him. He shouldered through the door, not breaking a stride until he reached the bedroom. The moment her feet touched the floor, she took a step away. "Wait." His heart sank at the word. "I'm done waiting. I need to shower." She was already backing toward the bathroom, defensively, like she was ready to make a run if he tried to approach her. "I also want it as much as you, damn it. Just give me 5 minutes." And then she disappeared in the shower room. Dante plopped on the bed. "You gotta be kidding me." Every single time they got close to crossing this line, something abrupt happened. Was death interfering somehow with his luck because he was trying to be with someone else? Whatever it is, I'm getting it done today. Nobody is stopping this. Well, nobody except the woman currently scrubbing herself behind that door. He couldn't do anything if she changed her mind. But she was the one who had brought him here. So, unless she changed her mind in the next 5 minutes, his chances looked pretty good. He glanced down at himself, a mix of his own and Silvija's sweat covering him. Might as well do it too. Before leaving, he called out to the symbiotes hidden in his sleeves. "You guys hide here. Don't come out until I call you." They slithered out of his pocket and headed for different hiding spots. Felicia's former symbiote went under the bed, and Walter's former symbiote slithered behind the Kale, professional thief-esque spot if he had ever seen one. All the wild pack assigned rooms on this floor had nameplates, so he picked a room without one. While it looked empty, the bathroom was well-maintained with all the necessary items. He scrubbed himself clean and made it back to her bedroom in under 4 minutes. He was completely naked except for the towel placed on his lower body. The sound of running water spiked his heartbeat and sent blood to his lower body. He had relationships before in his old life, but none had turned out like Silvija, Death, or even Felicia. The water shut off, and the door opened. Silvija emerged with a towel wrapping her flushed skin, with droplets of water beating along her collarbones. The towel did little to obscure her wonderful figure, and even less to hide the subtle muscle lines along her legs. Her eyes flicked over him, and her mouth curled at one corner in a daring smile. "Someone seems happy to see me." It got charmed by her royal highness. Dante abandoned all pretense of hesitation, making a little flourishing gesture to clarify that the situation was definitely not under his control. "You're just gorgeous. How sweet of you, darling." She walked toward him in slow steps and rested her hand lightly near his waist. "Mind if I come closer? Be my guest." She picked up the towel at his consent. Holding the towel with one hand, she sank to her knees and wrapped her fingers around it. He shuddered at her touch. "It's quite something." Despite her words, her fervent gaze was intense. "One amazing grip. Try moving your hands." She grasped firmly and slid her hand along it. "Isn't this called something? How do you know it's called that? I thought you were a virgin." She chuckled. Amy shared some stuff. Her female assassin guild taught her a lot about manipulation tactics. She used it a lot in espionage. I suppose it'll put all that theoretical knowledge to use today. Using your man as a test subject, her movements suddenly picked up speed, and he almost lost his train of thought entirely. "Keep going just like that." She did just that while looking up at him. Her movements grew more confident and smooth as she learned his botus responses through the shift of his stance and his quiet sounds when she applied gentle pressure. I didn't know my partner could have these endearing reactions. She smiled, relishing the power her fingers had to crumble his composure. Handling a gun and a man aren't so different. Dante put his hands on the bed and leaned back. "You're a natural at this, my queen." Sylvija suddenly pushed him flat onto his back and moved to kneel beside his legs. Her damp hair brushed his thighs as she leaned so close he could feel her warm breath. Her lips brushed softly against his skin as she smiled up at him. "What if I try this?" For a moment, she seemed to pause and consider. Then slowly, she leaned a little closer, and Dante raised his hips off the bed instinctively as the queen trembled from a sensation. He placed a hand on top of her head, gently guiding her. "Show me the skills of Silver Sable." She gave him a somewhat annoyed look, not loving the affectionate gesture, but not physically protesting against it either. She nonetheless did as she was told, and that too with double the efforts, putting in noticeable care despite her inexperience, to be absolutely fair. But she tried her best anyway. Her effort hit a limit when she became uncomfortable and pulled back. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she glared ahead as if the situation personally offended her, or as if it was a challenge for her to overcome after he had told her to show her skill. "Who decided I can't take you?" She growled and dove back down. Dante hummed deep in his own throat and tightened up his grip on Sylvija's hair. "Let me help." He started off with a gentle movement of her head and slow rocking. But Sylvija wasn't a patient woman. She struggled quietly, forcing herself to keep going. GKH, GKH, gag. She still didn't back down, taking as much as she could. Each time she had to pull back for air, she would dive back down, getting another inch closer to her goal. It was a brutal, beautiful struggle. After several minutes of slowly but surely pushing past her limit, the mercenary queen's spirit finally managed it. The beautiful mercenary was overwhelmed by the moment, and despite her best efforts to maintain her composure, she had to pull back. Her resolve left Dante amazed even as the tension of the situation continued to mount. Is this her competitiveness, or is she just unusually driven? She still didn't want to stop. With him still between her lips, she took a deep breath and went down once more. Her throat tightened around his length, but she managed it, pressing her face in again. He let out a contented sigh and smiled at her gently. "God bless me with such a wonderful girlfriend. You did amazing." Her eyes crinkled with a smile at the praise. Consider it a reward for being so sweet. She grabbed his hands and placed them firmly on the back of his head. "Now stop pampering me." The words, which he assumed to be Amy Chen's influence, made him react. He needed no further invitation. The slow start only lasted a few moments. Then he was rough and aggressive with Sylvija, the pent-up tension of being teased by beautiful women finally overwhelming him. He couldn't slow down even if he wanted to at this point. He had become a slave to his own impulses. Her head bobbed back and forth faster and faster. She moved her lips over him with focused intensity, her expression intense and unguarded in a way that seemed unbecoming for a woman meant to be Symkeria's queen. And she wasn't simply enduring it for the sake of her lover's pleasure. There was a fierce, strange fulfillment in her eyes, like she was reveling in doing something just for herself, something that had nothing to do with her nation or her company. This was her own moment. He lost himself in the intensity of the moment. When he felt the rush of emotion tear through him, he didn't pull away. The silver-haired mercenary had only begun to adjust to the harsh demands of his new assignment when he suddenly forced her head down against him without warning, the impact startling her. Her eyes went wide as she struggled to process what had just happened, gasping for air. She coughed and sputtered. A wave of regret snapped him back to reality. He pulled back quickly. She moved away and coughed, gasping to clear her airway. Despite her uncomfortable look, she didn't waste a single drop. "Shit, Silvija. I'm sorry. I got too rough." She grabbed his towel from the floor and cleaned her face, which dislodged her own towel, leaving her shivering in nothing but a sexy, black lace bra and panties. "Don't be," she said in a hoarse voice. "I should blame my own lung capacity." Even now, she was blaming herself, overflowing with a possessive, tender affection. He took her hand. Now, it was his turn to care for her. She relaxed as he helped her settle back against the pillows. He looked at her with quiet appreciation, savoring the peaceful moment they shared. She was breathing heavily, but her eyes held him with a lazy, seductive heat. Loa. Chapter 49. Silvija's freedom. Dante leaned over her, crashing his lips onto hers in a deep, messy kiss. She held his face and reciprocated it with the same passion. Their tongues tangled in a sloppy kiss for a while before he moved to her neck, sucking possessive hickeys into her pale skin. She grumbled fondly. "I'm not your property, you barbarian. I want you to be," he said, sucking her scent. "Be mine forever." She let out a long, dramatic sigh. "I will consider it. On one condition." "Say it." "You let me meet death." The request was so in her daring character that he didn't even bat an eye. "Deal." He sealed it by dipping his head and kissing the exposed swell of her tits above the lace of her bra. She arched her back, her hands reaching behind her with insane flexibility to unsnap the clasp. "I'm quite confident in my figure." The bra joined the towel on the floor. Dante was momentarily stunned. For her small, compact frame, she had a striking figure, and pale pink nipples capping them were already hard. "You also think they're great," she giggled. "Amy is jealous that mine don't sag at all. They're just perfect. All this muscle." He ran a hand over her abs before squeezing her breast. "And then these soft, incredible tits. You got the best of everything. Sometimes you're too honest, lover. I appreciate the compliment, though." He took his time with her, holding her close and teasing her until she was squirming, her breath hitching. Then he left a hot, wet trail of possessive kisses down her figure, not skipping a single inch of her hard abs. He found a thin, silvery line of a scar under her left breast and kissed it. She rubbed the back of his head, shaky breaths coming from her lips. "Knife. A terrorist's parting gift. I was like 15 back then." He kissed the thicker, jagged line on her ribs. "Cage fight in Rio. Bastard had metal claws on his knuckles." Dante kissed each one he found, learning more about her violent struggle from all over the world. "I'm glad you didn't get them lasered away. It makes you unique. There's just something romantic about a queen shedding her blood for her nation." She laughed and pulled him up, hugging his head into the soft pillow of her breasts. "How can I not love you when you say things like that?" He flashed a toothy grin and eventually worked his way down again, only to be stopped by her clothing. The intricate black lace of her garment caught his attention. As he reached for her, she grabbed his wrists. "Show me. I want it." She shivered from the authoritative tone of his voice. With a look of surrender, she let go of his hands and raised her hips off the bed. He slowly pulled her undergarment down her legs and tossed them aside. Now, she was fully uncovered. Her body was flushed and warm with anticipation. He pulled her close and held her gently. She looked up at him with a soft smile. "You're so passionate," she whispered. "So only men are allowed to want closeness? When did I say I don't enjoy this?" He kissed her deeply, and they held each other close. He focused entirely on her, attentive and deliberate, using every technique he knew to bring her pleasure. The soft, rhythmic sounds filled the room, punctuated by her increasingly breathless sighs. She gripped the sheet, her legs trembling on either side of him. "Please, don't stop." He continued his efforts with renewed focus. "Oh, right there. That felt amazing." He sent her over the edge, and that was her final trigger. Her breath hitched instantly, and her body trembled around him. "I can't stop. Dante. Im there." A raw, choked cry was torn from her throat as her back arched off the bed. Her whole body convulsed as his hands worked against her, squeezing gently as if drawing out every last drop. A rush of warmth spilled across his hand and chin. She pressed him close against her until the powerful waves of her climax finally began to fade, the last tremor slowly subsiding. Afterward, she collapsed back onto the mattress, utterly spent. He leaned back and looked at her. Her eyes were glazed, but there was an undeniably satisfied smile on her face. "That was next level," she murmured. "I can't feel my legs anymore." Despite his smile, he wasn't fully satisfied. Her bare figure only made him want more. He needed another release, and possibly one more after that. It would be a waste not to spend that much time with his gorgeous girlfriend. Silvija saw the raw hunger in his gaze, as well as his attention to her. A slow, wicked smile touched her lips. Without a word, she let her thighs fall open in a bold invitation. "Look here." She used 2 fingers to part herself, exposing the flushed skin within. "Lover, make me yours right here, right now. Put yourself inside me." Dante didn't need to be told twice. Not when she showed the energy to talk like that. He positioned himself at her entrance, but instead of pushing in, he drew it back and brushed against her most sensitive spot. She immediately jolted from the sensation. "Lover, don't toy with me. Just take me." He had expected her to show a fiercer response and impatiently mount him. She had already recovered strength for that, thanks to her highly trained physique. It wasn't just the post-lethargy she felt afterward. She had been surprisingly passive and accommodating during this adventure. Even more than usual girlfriend mode. Is she trying to tell me something? Whatever it was, it could wait. He joined their left hands and drew her close. The foreplay and her own excitement had left her ready, and he leaned in with a single slow movement. He drew close to her, and she let out a soft, trembling breath. Her fingers tightened around his hand as she steadied herself against him. "This feels intense," he murmured, feeling the closeness between them. "Let's take it slow." She relaxed her tense muscles with deep breaths and put her free hand on his shoulder. Keep going." He pushed her legs back, folding her almost in half, quite easy for her flexibility, and leaned over her. "Tell me if it hurts." As if she snarled and pulled him down for another kiss. As she pressed closer to him, "Stop being so gentle. Show me you're all in." He did just that, starting with a deep, steady rhythm, pulling back almost completely before leaning in again, making her feel every moment. His free hand found her shoulder to hold her close. She shivered at his teasing. She smiled as he held her close. "Not so rough," she laughed, even as she leaned in. He eased back gently with a soft sound. "Maybe I just like the taste of you." "I also like yours," she grinned. It was surprisingly sweet, like coconut milk with salt. "Why are you describing it?" He gave her a light, playful swat on the shoulder, and she let out a soft sound, gripping him tighter until he nearly lost his composure. What's more?" Silvija didn't seem to object to the treatment. If anything, those eyes made her seem eager for more. Believing that he was imagining things, he went back to his work and kept pressing forward. On the contrary, she began to relax under him. He took her hands and changed positions, and Silvija complied without a word. The new position he arranged for her was unfamiliar territory. Amy Chun had shared a great deal of knowledge, though some experiences still remained unexplored between the two of them. Dante grabbed her forearms and pulled her back, bending her back to a degree that she would see his face looking down at her during a deep movement. Such a position would have injured a normal woman's spine. Silvija wasn't even fazed. Rather, she responded to his rhythm as she moved with him. That was also his trigger. He grabbed her hips and pulled her close. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed her, and Sylvija collapsed on the bed, completely spent. He smiled at the thought. Sylvija, can you go on? She looked at him sideways, like he was some kind of freak. My legs are weak. Just hold me however you want. He had to blink twice at that information. She had completely become passive, surrendering herself to him. She let him take charge, guiding her movements, drawing them both into an intimate moment. He was honored, but it also excited him to an insane degree. Then the rationality, born from the afterglow, took over. A thought formed in his mind that Sylvija enjoyed this. After a lifetime of giving orders, of carrying every burden and making hard choices, being under him was like letting a bird out of the cage. He decided to test his theory. That started with an intimate moment shared between them as she lay there. Sylvija, are you all right? She nodded slowly with a quiet hum in her throat. This could lead to something serious if we're not careful. You don't look happy, though. You don't want a kid? I do, she screamed. But I'm afraid you'll change your mind if I get pregnant. Hell no. He leaned down to kiss her. I want a kid, Sylvija. Give me a smart kid like me or a beautiful daughter like you. Sylvija sucked in a deep breath. Then keep going. Give Symkaria an heir who will make our country proud for centuries. The our country meant she had fully embraced him as her own. What else do you want? He asked as he buried his face in her neck, tasting her skin. What can I give to make my girlfriend happier? The question was abrupt in the middle of an intimate moment, but he had slowed down to let Sylvija think with a rational mind, as clear as it could get after everything they'd been through together. She held his shoulders and sighed against his ear. Symkaria's prosperity and the Wild Pack's eternal glory. That's Silver Sable speaking. What does Sylvija, my girlfriend, want? He moved away and looked into her eyes. Do you want me to drive you so wild that you forget your responsibilities? The reason Sylvija was being passive wasn't that she couldn't take charge here. She didn't want to. She had been giving him signals ever since she came out of the shower, hoping yet afraid that he would notice. After all, for her entire life, she had carried the weight of a nation, a company, a legacy. Every decision, every life was her responsibility. But here, in this private space, that burden was a cage she longed to escape. She didn't want to be the queen. She wanted to be a woman. She wanted to be taken, claimed, and so thoroughly consumed that she couldn't think, couldn't command, could only drown in pleasure and love. She wanted to let go while she was with him, and she had chosen him after testing him physically, verbally, and emotionally. Sylvija's nails dug into his shoulders. I want you. You already have that. He growled, pulling her close possessively. Don't make a suggestion. Don't you want to free your mind from duties here? Don't you want to fully embrace your happiness with me for tonight? Soft sounds left her lips. Not a single word, however. She didn't have to, because he saw the truth in her eyes. His hand brushed her shoulder before he lowered his head again. This time, he was more insistent. His mouth grazed the sensitive spot, pulling and tugging until she was shifting beneath him. Tell me, he demanded in a rough voice. Tell me if that's what you want. Her reaction was immediate. Her back arched off the mattress, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment as he continued. A telling sign of her captivation was the way she held on to him, gripping tightly. She was caught up in it all. Yes, she cried out. Her eyes were glazed. There was no protest, only a deep, submissive hunger. God, Dante, yes. I feel free when I'm with you. When I'm with you, I forget about everything. Dante, please, keep giving me that feeling. He smiled gently, holding her close. Sylvija, he murmured and pulled her up into his arms. Even as she sat in his embrace, she held him close. Thank you for trusting me. I won't let you down. Her answer was to lean into him. Closer, closer. He grabbed her firmly and held her close without any restraint. The encounter became intense, enough to make loud sounds that echoed throughout the whole hallway. The motion rocked the expensive bed. His mouth claimed hers in a dominant kiss to swallow all of her broken cries. He was in absolute control in every way, and she was trembling in his arms with every intense movement. And she loved every moment of it. He felt her overwhelming release begin to build as her body tightened. Dante, oh, God, come for me, he commanded. Let all go. He watched her reach a powerful climax against him. Her body convulsed around him, gripping him in a series of intense spasms. He was brought to the edge and finished inside her once more. However, he wasn't finished after climaxing within her twice. He pulled away, and she turned over onto her stomach. A soft, surprised sound escaped her lips. In another moment, she got on her hands and knees and looked back at him eagerly. More, she pleaded, reaching toward him. I need more of you, lover. He gave it to her in full frenzy. A raw, throaty moan, unlike any sound she had made before, came from her throat. It was a deep, passionate sound she couldn't contain. Yes, just like that, she cried out, moving with him in rhythm, matching his pace. Right there, she pressed her face into the pillow, overwhelmed. This was her release. This was her freedom. He was the only one she would allow to give it to her. After a while, he rose from the bed and drew her up against the wall. He was intimate with the mercenary queen. From the wall, bed, chair, to all the way in the shower, he was with her again and again. In that time, she never stopped asking for more, never stopped telling him what she wanted. He gave her exactly what she asked for, until eventually she couldn't tell him anymore, reduced to incoherent and unintelligible garbled moans, whimpers, and sputtering. On his last release, Dante let Silvija drop face down on the bed. He stepped back, exhausted from the encounter. He had already filled her completely. Well, except he wasn't human anymore, so the chance of him becoming a father would still be slim. He turned off the lights and put a blanket over her before lying down beside her. She turned to him and snuggled in his arms. Good night. After what they had done, the silver-haired Queen wouldn't be able to function for at least half a day. And truth be told, he didn't mind sleeping for a few hours with his needy lover. Chapter 50. Perfection. Dante slept only for an hour before his eyes snapped open. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the city lights filtering through the curtains. Silvija lay beside him, using his arm as a pillow, her left arm draped across his chest. The aftermath of their first time lingered in the air. They had gone overboard in helping her forget responsibilities. The woman had lowered every wall and trusted him with her vulnerabilities. She gave me everything. Now he had to be worthy of that, so she never regretted her choice. He had to become stronger for her, for Felicia, and for death too. I should start another resonance link. Which one do I go for? He had to choose with caution now that Silvija and Felicia depended on him. His greatest fear wasn't his own death, but the thought of the people he cared about dying. He needed a resonance link that could enhance them to keep them alive in his absence. That was easier said than done in this world with mutants, celestials, gods, and cosmic beings. Mutants. He thought about X-Men, Xavier S. Dream, Magneto S. Fury, Scott S. Beam, and the heart of their group Jean Grey. The redhead telepath always had a primal force associated with her, the Phoenix Force, the cosmic entity that had empowered countless beings across this universe. Can I resonate with it? The Phoenix Force was incredibly powerful and versatile, roughly on the same power level as Death. And like Death, its powers wouldn't drain him dry just from activation. He had grown stronger since his first resonance link. His willpower had been tempered through constant use, and his mind had evolved. He should be able to survive a deeper dive into a cosmic entity's consciousness now. The only thing that gave him pause was the risk. Using the Phoenix Force's power might send up a flare across the multiverse. Hey, I'm the anomaly in the timeline. Come poke me with sticks. It should be hostile towards me. Like Death, Phoenix Force existed for a certain purpose, seeking constant evolution and destroying anything that halted growth and evolution. Anything threatening the future of creation was treated as its mortal enemy. As long as it didn't actively work against those goals, the Phoenix Force should mind its own business. The same couldn't be said about other cosmic entities. Some of them were quite nosy. He decided to wait until he could use Death's resonance link for an hour without passing out. Only then he should think about messing with cosmic entities and the likes. Symbiotes aren't too good either. He doubted Sylvia and Felicia would appreciate looking like alien monsters just to gain power. Appearances aside, symbiotes came with psychological burden that amplified certain tendencies. He had to save this method for emergency measures. Null, show me a list of characters who can empower others. The Null repository responded instantly, projecting a mental list in neat categorical rows. Odin, empowering others through Odin Force. Hela, empowering her servants through his guardian magical gifts. Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, magical enhancements, blessings. And power boost through mystic spells. Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch. Reality manipulation sorcery, Joshua Foley, Elixir. Physical and mutation enhancement through biokinesis. Hope Summers. Amplification and synchronization of the powers of mutants. Insaba, Nur, Apocalypse. Celestial technology. Energy fusion and genetic alteration. Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister. Genetic alteration. Beyonder. The names went on and on from here, listing all the high-tier reality manipulators and cosmic forces, such as Phoenix Force, Enigma Force, and more. The sheer volume of choices was overwhelming, especially considering he could only safely attempt a new resonance link every 2 or 3 days without losing his mind. Odin and Hela are out of the question. The All-Father would send someone else wielding Odin Force the moment Dante activated the link. He would leave Asgard immediately to investigate. And he wouldn't be gentle when he finds Dante. Hela presented similar problems, as her power came with too many strings attached. He needed something powerful, but under the radar. Something that wouldn't trigger alarms across the 9 realms or summon cosmic entities to Earth. Another look over the list gave him a pause. Actually, Elixir makes the most sense. Joshua Foley, codename Elixir. An Omega-level mutant with biokinesis. He could heal any wound, cure any disease, and manipulate biological systems at the cellular level. He could induce disease and death with a touch, manipulate life force itself, and even transfer life force from one being to another. Elixir also possessed genius-level knowledge of human and mutant biology, anatomy, genetics, physiology, and medicine. That knowledge alone would be invaluable to understand symbiotes and develop a better countermeasure. And there was Felicia's father. Walter Hardy was dying. No conventional medicine could help him. But with Elixir's biokinesis, Dante could cure him. Beyond that, he could use the biokinesis to optimize Sylvia and Felicia's bodies and push them to peak human condition by restructuring their cells to operate at maximum efficiency. They would become stronger, faster, and more durable without any of the side effects or dependencies of artificial augmentation. Mr. Sinister's resonance link would offer even greater benefits. However, living through those memories would ruin his currently good mood. Nathaniel Essex, after all, had spent centuries using humans and mutants as experimental subjects, conducting horrific experiments in the name of evolutionary progress. Elixir first. Phoenix Force and Mr. Sinister can wait. Null, search for Elixir in your database. Searching. Search completed. Character Joshua Foley found in Universe X's database. Requesting permission to begin the transfer process. He glanced at Sylvia, who was sleeping peacefully, and closed his eyes. Granted. Sylvia's POV. The shrill buzz of the phone dragged Sylvia out of her deep sleep. Every muscle in her body ached. She stretched one arm back across the ruined sheets to fumble for the device vibrating on the nightstand. She swiped to answer without checking the caller ID. Silver Sable speaking. Miss Sable, it's Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's voice was the same professional and pleasant to the ears. I apologize for the late-night call. I haven't received any reply regarding our previous discussion. I'll let you meet him, but when and where it happens will be up to him. She had to draw that line with S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante wasn't just her employee or an asset. He was her vice commander. Hello. And maybe the father of her child. Her cycle was regular enough that she knew her ovulating time would come the day after tomorrow. Given how often they were together, the chances of her being pregnant would be over 50%. The thought should be terrified her. Instead, she had to consciously suppress a smile. Finally, Simcaria would receive a worthy heir. The Sablinova bloodline would continue through an exceptional descendant. Don't make it too late, Miss Sable. Phil's tone was sharp enough to make it a subtle threat. We'll provide him with suitable compensation since one of our best agents went missing investigating the symbiote life forms the black alien parasites you saw on all news channels today. It could be the truth or a trap. Sylvia couldn't decide which one it would be when it came to S.H.I.E.L.D. I'll convey your message when he wakes up. Thank you, Miss Sable. It would be an honor to work alongside you and your mysterious employee. Likewise, Phil Coulson. The polite words felt grating on her tongue, but she had to do it to maintain some resemblance of a good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thanks for helping us with Felicia. We couldn't have found her in time without your tracking. It was my pleasure to help our country's youth in crisis, Phil replied smoothly. Good night, Miss Sable. We'll be in touch. Sylvia lowered the phone and sat up slowly. Her abs felt tender and overworked from all the positions he had bent her into. Every muscle in her body felt like they had been through hell, like she had been cage fighting. She turned her head to look at the man responsible for her current state. He looked incredibly handsome even in sleep, giving off the air of a gentle and sweet boyfriend. No one would guess at the wild and passionate side hidden beneath that calm exterior. He was surprisingly untamed and intense behind closed doors. Sylvia carefully slid her legs over the side of the bed. Standing required a level of core strength that wasn't present in her at the moment. She managed it anyway. Sablinovas weren't the type to quit. She dragged herself to the bathroom and immediately noticed the full extent of damage on her body in the mirror. Her silver hair was tangled and knotted no amount of finger combing would fix. Her lips looked dry after losing all the sheen of lipstick and moisture. Dark purple marks and bruises were scattered across her visible skin. There were bruises on her arms and her sides, and on her forearms where he had gripped her. She should be furious since these marks would undermine her authority. Instead, the woman looked satisfied, like she had found something she hadn't known was missing. The bond had shown her what true freedom felt like, what happiness tasted like. What meant to just be without any responsibilities. It was addictive and perfect. She still had the urge to crawl back into that bed, curl against his warmth, and forget about the world. Not only was her lover shining like a sun, he had become one in this relationship. Stay too close, and she would eventually fall victim to this addiction. That would just ruin her, but also all of Simcaria and everything she had built. She had to find a balance. Only now she was thankful for death and Felicia being part of this relationship. The two would keep this beast in check while she recovered. Only once a week, no, twice a week. Once a week would give Felicia too much space to have a bigger place in his heart than hers. 2 nights of relief and 5 days of duty sounded reasonable. She watched the bathtub fill with steaming water. No emergency calls meant the facilities were fine. Right now, she was useless as a combatant. Forget about rifles. She couldn't handle Glocks properly. She sank back against the tub, letting her legs stretch out fully until her toes touched the far end. That feels good. She grabbed the body wash and started applying it on her body. Then suddenly, her phone rang from the bedroom. She considered wrapping herself in a towel to maintain some pretense of modesty, then dismissed the thought entirely. There was no point. The only person in the room had already seen everything, touched everything, and even tasted. She cut that thought off before it could spiral. Her body was already responding to the memories by making heat low in her belly. She walked to the door, only to see that Dante had answered the call. Opening a crack barely wide enough to see through, she shamelessly eavesdropped. He was still in bed, stretching his arms above his head, and the lights were on. Lady. Amy Chun's voice came through. He had made eavesdropping easier by putting the phone on the speaker. Amy? Hades. Amy's voice jumped. What are you doing with Lady's phone? It's so late. His expression turned skeptical. Why can't I spend time in my girlfriend's bedroom? Bedroom? Why you already dash? Amy sounded like she was choking on something. Of course. Pure smugness in his 2-word answer. Now either speak your business or I'm hanging up. I've got better things to do. Give the phone to Lady, I'll only talk to her. Then goodbye, wait. I'll speak. Amy's sigh crackled through the speaker. I need to brief lady about a development. There has been strange activity around the first site. Dante's gaze flicked toward her hiding spot, and Sylvija jerked back instinctively. Sylvija is in the shower. Brief me. Don't forget, I'm your vice commander. A beat of silence followed. Amy processed the chain of command versus her desire to talk to Sylvija directly. Vice commander, a few black vehicles have been positioned around the island, like they're keeping an eye on us. Sylvija was glad Amy's professionalism won. Is it the hand? How did you know? Their last attack was just them testing the water. Today will be the real deal. Sylvija appeared again, seeing a reckless smirk on his face, the same one he had when he went to confront Emma Frost for her. Today, it meant he was going to steal the core symbiote in the middle of their defense against the Hand-S attack. I can't do anything in this state. Regret filled her heart. She should have waited a day before jumping into bed. Now, she couldn't even participate in the battle. If she had waited just one more day before jumping into bed with him, she would be combat-ready right now, capable of leading the defense. I just received another update from our scouts, Amy said. We sighted 3 more cars, which makes the total 7. Hold all defensive positions. Dante ordered in an authoritative tone. Don't engage unless they start attacking. We'll be there shortly. Understood, Vice Commander. I'll relay the command to Wildpack. Good. Keep me updated on any changes. You're dismissed. He ended the call and rolled out of the bed. Walking straight to the mirror. Completely naked, he stretched and flexed. So many love bites. Sylvija sure loves me. She couldn't stop the eye roll, even as heat crept up her neck. His ego was already insufferable without encouraging it. When he glanced in her direction, she realized he was doing it on purpose. Sylvija wrapped a towel around herself and walked right up behind him to kick him square on his muscular ass. Stop messing around. Didn't you hear what Amy said? He spun around, a grin plastered on his face. I knew my little queen was eavesdropping. I wasn't. She crossed her arms over her chest, glaring up at him. You had the phone on speaker. He reached for her hand with that heated look in his eyes, trying to embrace her. She saw it coming from a mile away and swatted his hand. No, Sylvija, not now, lover. She kept her voice firm, despite her traitorous body wanting to lean into him. We have work to do. He gave her those completely unfair puppy dog eyes. Big, hopeful, and just vulnerable enough to make her chest ache. She would be lost to her temptations if her father hadn't drilled discipline into her bones from a young age. He let out a disappointing sigh. There is no love left in this world. Before she could think better of it, Sylvija pushed up on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. Happy? He showed a pleased smile. Yes. Let me give you some energy before we deal with the hand. Energy? What are you talking about? The question became meaningless when she watched his skin begin to change. Gold spread across his body. What the hell is that? A new power. He took her hands and closed her eyes. Now relax. I'll make you feel better. She wanted to ask more questions, but the words never made it out. The instant his hands met hers, her body responded on its own. Every muscle relaxed, surrendering to him. Their primal connection had trained her body to recognize his touch as safe, as home, as permission to stop being Silver Sable the mercenary queen and just be Sylvija the woman. Dark orange energy sparked to life around him, looking almost alive as they flowed into her. She couldn't help but moan in pleasure. The persistent knots in her back dissolved. Her muscles shifted, reorganized from within, somehow becoming both more malleable and more powerful. The deep, bone-weary exhaustion melted away like it had never existed. Even the skin on her hands looked softer, but also firmer, as if she had aged in reverse. She arched her back and stretched her neck muscles. Everything moved smoothly, effortlessly, like she just had the best sleep of her life, like she had gone back to the time before she had abused her body with training. She dropped the towel to see what he had done. Her eyes moved frantically to the mirror, searching for what had been lost in this transformation. The scar's every mark that told the story of her life remained exactly where it should be. Even the hickeys he had left last night were still there. Relief flooded through her. He hadn't erased her history or tried to make her into some perfect being. He had healed her without changing who she was. Lo. She looked up at him. His golden glow already started to fade back to normal skin tone. What did you just do to me? He smiled softly, clearly pleased with his accomplishments. I restructured your entire cellular matrix to operate at peak potential. Her brow furrowed. Explain to me like I'm an idiot. She had spent more time holding a gun than holding a pen. Your muscles. He gestured at her arms and then her abs. I've reorganized density and optimized every cell. You're stronger now without adding bulk. More explosive power, but also better endurance. She looked down at her arms. They felt different, denser, yet also flexible. Your skeleton has been reinforced. Just know I've fully unlocked your genetic potential. You're performing at the theoretical peak of what a human body can achieve. She was left in awe. The top 1% would spend millions or even billions for such change, but he had handed it to her like some candy. I don't know how to thank you. Why? A mischievous smirk came back to his face as his gaze scanned her from top to bottom. It means we can go longer. Enhanced stamina applies to all physical activities, you know? Her warm gratitude evaporated instantly. She immediately picked up the towel to cover herself. Of all the benefits you gave me, sex is what you want to discuss. I'm a man. He spread his hands like that explained everything. Of course, that's where my mind goes. She twisted the skin on his waist hard. He barely flinched, but the gesture conveyed her feelings perfectly. Go, clean yourself. We have to leave. Ow. Okay, stop. He walked toward the bathroom, only to pause in the bathroom doorway. You know you're even more beautiful when you're threatening me. That commander voice does things out. He disappeared into the bathroom, his laughter coming from the other side. She took her tactical gear out of her closer. Faster, stronger, and more durable. The enhanced stamina thing wasn't actually a terrible side benefit. She would be getting the most out of 2 days every week. Of course, she would never tell him that. Chapter 51, Guilt by Honey. I'm out for work. Dante slipped out of the room, leaving Silvija chuckling with that teasing remark. The hallway felt colder on bare feet, so he circulated a bit of solar radiation through his feet. He regretted leaving his shoes back in the training room. Silvija had stocked her wardrobe with his clothes, but forgot to get shoes. Well, Silvija had said he would find a new pair at the reception. Thanks to Anna's quick shopping trip. He patted his jacket, verifying the 2 tiny symbiotes remained attached to the interior fabric on both sides. He took out his phone, finding some goodnight messages. Emma, I'm ending this alliance if I don't see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, a threat wrapped in sweetness that was just Emma in one nutshell. Gwen, good night, Gwen. Tomorrow, we work in the lab. The symbiotes gotta go, always working for the greater good. Was Gwen the rookie hero? There was surprisingly one from Ava. Ava, early morning training tomorrow? Ava, already sleeping? Ava, it was a tiring day, huh? And a good night message 2 minutes later. Ava, rest well. Amigo Ava knew that Silvija wouldn't change her mind. The only thing to do was adapt, and this was the result. Having this, whatever their current relationship, was still better than having to deal with her murderous glares all the time. Nothing from Felicia. He was heading towards Felicia's room, since she would be necessary to work out the locks and security measurements in the facility. At first, he had planned to just invite her over the phone. But that would be quite the jerk move after Felicia had seen him and Silvija being intimate. Not only had he broken his word to meet her later, he had done so to be with Silvija. His original plan was to spend a lot of time with Felicia tomorrow, heal the wounds left behind by Walter's possession, and just offer company his way of looking out for Felicia now that she herself had become a tad more honest and more open to showing weakness. But the Hand-S attack changed everything. Felicia, who hated being treated as an afterthought, would be genuinely pissed to be summoned like she was just a tool for the heist. He wouldn't be surprised if she just decided to put an end to their ambiguous relationship. He found himself before her door in a few moments. With a deep breath, he knocked twice. "Give me a minute," Felicia answered. He heard the rustle of sheets being thrown back and then water running briefly in the bathroom. 2 full minutes crawled by before the door finally swung open. Fell. What he saw wiped the smile from his face. She wore an oversized black sweatshirt that hung loosely off one shoulder, white shorts barely showing beneath. Her platinum blonde hair stuck out in chaotic tangles. Not any less messy than Sylvia's after he had been with her for hours. Except Felicia's disorder wasn't tea from pleasure. It was from crying herself to sleep. The concealer she had rushed to apply under her eyes couldn't fool his sharp eyes. The redness on her nose was another sign of her struggle. "Hey, darling," she said in a flat voice, missing the usual wicked energy. "Come inside." She turned around, taking slow, heavy steps toward the bed. Despite being taller than Sylvia at 5'10", 178 centimeters, her hunched shoulders and lower gaze made her look smaller than the queen. So lonely. This wasn't a performance designed to tug at his heart for sympathy. She was too exhausted for games, and he could read her well enough by now to know the difference. This was real. Felicia was hurting. Of course she was. The trauma of symbiote possession alone would broken most people. She had barely held herself together when they were in his apartment. Then the police inquiries, the medical examination, the cameras pointed at her by the news outlets, and the pain of knowing her father's current fate would open her wounds he had tried to stitch with care. That wasn't even considering how she dreaded if Walter had made the choice or was forced by Norman. And he wasn't there when she needed his comfort. He was indulging in his lust while she was crying in her room. The realization gutted him. More so when he had literally promised to be there for her earlier and told her he would see her later. He and T expected her to be this fragile, but it also didn't erase the guilt in his chest. "What do you want? Coffee, tea, or beer?" Silver gave me everything. He kicked the door shut. 3 steps brought him to her, and he wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her against him. She went rigid from the sudden hug. "What are you? I'm sorry." The words felt inadequate, but he said them anyway. If he was going down the harem route, he had to own up to his mistakes. Caring for each one of them was just as if not more important than physical intimacy. Felicia shook in his arms. Her hands came up, hesitated, then gripped his forearms. "I should be apologizing for barging in on you too and ruining your moment." She tried to laugh it off, but it only felt forced in the moment. "My bad luck can't stop messing up, huh?" She tried to turn in his arms, to smile and lie in his face that she was fine. He kept his hold on her waist, not letting her move an inch. "How is it, darling?" she asked, seemingly desperate to fill the silence with anything but the truth. "How would you rate the queen in bed?" "I'm betting 8. Maybe 9 if she wore her sexy tactical bodysuit. More hiding behind the flirtatiousness and humor. Either their moment at the apartment had taught her nothing, or she had reverted back to her shell after experiencing first-hand jealousy. Witnessing her crush being intimate with another woman would especially hurt Felicia, who was an impossibly loyal person underneath her playful mask. "Her legs are killer too. She is flexible as hell," she added. "And you probably liked that she could actually keep up with your stamina." His arms tightened around her waist, eliminating the last inch of space between them. He felt the tremor that ran through her shoulders. "I should been with you." She stood perfectly still as her fingers gripped his forearms with more force, as though deciding to overpower him and run away. He released her before she tried anything. "Darling, come on." She turned, presenting him with that too bright, perfectly acted smile. "Don't make me feel bad for putting that sorry expression on your face. I already owe you a lot. A lot. Anything you do is instantly forgiven." He put his hands on her shoulder, but she refused to meet his eyes. I know it was selfish. He cupped her face in both hands, seeing that hollowness deep within her eyes. "I should come to you first. I should been here. Don't turn this into some big dramatic thing. Me fine. Totally fine." She raised an eyebrow before smirking mischievously. "Is this a trick to get me to kiss you?" "Darling, you just have to ask, and I'd be all yours." It made me feel less guilty about relying on you for everything. His thumb brushed along the edge of her lower lashes, catching on the thick layer of concealer. It smudged under the gentle pressure, revealing the raw, puffy skin beneath evidence she had cried alone in the dark. "Are you?" "I am." The words came out too loud, like she was trying to convince herself as much as him. Her hands flew up to press against his chest. "It's just tears from my dad. It's nothing to do with you. You said you'll try to be honest with me." Her lips trembled as her glazed eyes caught the light from the bedside lamp. For one moment, every mask she had put on crumbled, revealing the wounded thief underneath. "I want to be BZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ." His phone vibrated violently against his thigh. Felicia blinked, and then the vulnerability vanished behind a well-practiced, charming smile. The broken girl disappeared, replaced by the playful cat. Just like that, her mask was back on. She slipped a hand into his pocket and fished out his buzzing phone. "It's your mercenary chick, darling." She held the device to show him, Sylvia's name glowing on the screen. "Better answer." The queen doesn't like to be kept waiting. Dante cursed under his breath and snatched the phone from her fingers. "Hey, over 110 armed men. The hand have gone insane." Despite the great threat, Sylvia's voice was neutral and professional. Gone was the woman who had been moaning his name on the bed. She was back to her commander mode. "We have to move. Now." He frowned. Although the wild pack held a defensive advantage, the sheer number the hand had brought might pose a problem. Sylvia couldn't afford casualties of any of her core members. Even the higher numbers were part of her country, her strength. Thankfully, Dante had just the right person with a knack for being nosy. "You should leave first. I'm on my own mission anyway." Sylvia hummed. "Okay, but I'll get someone else to watch over your side," he said. "And tell Pyotr to stop holding back if things don't look good." "Both." "Wait, is he also like you?" "No, but he is powerful. A fucking tank." "Got it. I'll keep you updated." He ended the call. Felicia had overheard everything and retreated physically and emotionally. She had crossed the bed, rummaged through a duffel bag with her back against him. "Felicia, I'm getting my stuff," she said without looking back. She took out her black cat suit, her tablet, and other gadgets from the bag. "This attack is our chance, isn't it? While the hand hits the first sight, we steal the core symbiote." She had buried her feelings to prioritize the mission, or using the mission as cover to hide herself. He let out a sigh. This conversation isn't over. That made her pause. She put down her suit and walked to him. Putting a hand on his collar, she rose up on her toes and pressed a kiss against his lips. Her lips barely moved, unsure of the rhythm, the pressure, and the angle that a veteran like him knew. She was like someone who had studied the theory but never taken the test. It lasted maybe 3 seconds before she pulled back, eyes still closed and her cheeks flushed. When she finally looked at him, her eyes were wet but clear. "I know I'm a broken mess right now. Let us." Her hand slid from his collar down his chest, lingering over his heart for just a moment before dropping away. "Let us talk when my father is safe. I'll be honest then. I promise." He wiped his thumb along his lips, cleaning the faint smear of her lipstick. It had been Felicia's first kiss. She wasn't lying about never having a real boyfriend before. But before he could reflect more, something more important surfaced in his mind. "No, activate Elixir's resonance link." Chapter 52. Enhancements permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created. New abilities added to Administrator's archive. 3. A rush of knowledge flooded Dante's mind. The genetic of an Omega-level mutant overwrote his own temporarily, giving him the wonderful power of biokinesis. Felicia blinked, surprised as he reached for her hands. A golden glow bloomed across his skin and jumped to hers where they touched. At that instant, he became acutely aware of every fiber, vessel, and molecule in her body through biokinesis. Dante rewrote her biology at a cellular level, correcting inefficiencies that had accumulated over a lifetime. Her muscle fibers were densified and optimized for explosive power and endurance. Her cardiovascular system was recalibrated, making her heart valve stronger, oxygen uptake maximized, and blood flow optimized to fuel her brain and limbs under stress. He reinforced her skeleton without adding bulk that would slow her down. Connective tissues were made more elastic and resilient. Even her metabolic rate was adjusted to burn fat more efficiently while preserving lean mass. Just like Sylvija, Felicia had also reached the absolute peak of what a human body could achieve without crossing into the superhuman. But beyond the physical, Dante had activated dormant genetic sequences to unlock potential buried in her ancestry. Felicia jolted from the foreign sensations in her body. At first her brow furrowed in confusion, and then her eyes widened. She put her hands on her waist and instinctively arched her back. "I feel so much lighter," she said with a sensual moan. "And stronger." "Wait." Her eyes widened further. She dropped into a runner-esque stance, her legs seemingly coiled like a spring. Then she exploded forward. One moment she was beside him. The next, she had crossed the entire room in a single burst of acceleration like a predator. The momentum was great, but came with strain on her body and consumed stamina. Pounce should be a good name. She spun to face him, and her eyes suddenly gleamed, which he identified as the activation of another genetic gift: thermal vision. Amazing. She raised her hands, staring at them. As she flexed her fingers into a claw-like shape, her nails extended into sharp claws. Her breath became quicker as she realized the potential of her powers. She was exhilarated. "Darling, you changed me. I want to be powerless without my suit." Heat vision, superior night vision, faster neural processing, faster reaction time, claws, and a quick acceleration speed technique. Her genetics were loaded. It was a stark contrast to Sylvija, whose genetics were all related to combat, like faster regeneration and enhanced defenses, or related to leadership and commanding the battlefield. Sylvija would see her true potential when commanding the battle against the Hand. He cut off the resonance link with a thought. "Did you like my gift?" He hadn't exactly asked for Felicia's consent, but he didn't need to either. Sylvija and Felicia, both women, had trained their body for years. They both were aware of how far their ceilings were. Would someone like them be mad at him for raising that ceiling or feel gratitude? The answer was quite simple. The claws retracted back into her fingertips, and she smirked. "Why would I hate being strong? This isn't the only use of this power," he said in a gentle voice. "I can also cure any disease. Any." It took a moment for Felicia to register what that meant, and when she did, her eyes burned with something fierce. She closed the distance with a quick burst of speed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her lips pressed to his with more confidence. Still gentle and amateur, yet more intimate and longer than last. Even now, it was innocent, with neither side involving their tongues. She finally pulled back and sighed. "This is life-changing for me and Mom. We don't have to fucking be miserable. Darling, how do I even thank you?" The unguarded joy on her face made every awkward, lonely year of experiencing Elixir Joshua Foley's life worth it. He managed a smile of his own. "Just trying my best to keep all of you happy." She laughed, and this time it wasn't hollow or shrouded in glum. Her father didn't have to die after being rescued from the symbiote. Her biggest fear had completely disappeared with his promise. "You're doing an exceptional job. Just look at how happy I am." "I know. Still, be honest with me from now on. That is all I want from you." "I'll try." She stepped back and stretched some more before letting out a satisfied sigh. "Okay, darling. You can leave now." Dante blinked, taken aback. "What?" "Darling, we're close, but not watch me strip close." His gaze went to the black suit as he grasped her meaning. "Damn, I was hoping for a show as my reward." Her lips curved into a wicked smile. "Another day, when we aren't about to rob a psychotic billionaire." He let out a disappointed sigh. "Got it. Actually," she tilted her head, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Maybe I can give you something." "Something like?" She turned her back to him. She adjusted her shorts and stretched, leaning forward briefly before standing back up. The movement was casual and unhurried, and she glanced his way with a small smile. Every detail calculated to drive any man crazy before glancing over her shoulder. "A small reward for my darling. One day I'll let you see it naked, touch it, grab it." She paused, biting her lower lip. "Use your imagination for the rest." He caught himself from staring too long. The moments with Sylvia had vented every bit of lust from his system. Yet Felicia somehow managed to send blood rushing to his lower body. It's all meaningless if you keep hiding in your turtle shell. Go easy on me, darling. Despite what my manners and mouth may suggest, I'm a pure girl in both body and soul. She chuckled. Give me some time to catch up, yeah? Oh, I absolutely will. He smirked before turning around. Felicia Hardy is worth all the headache. Her gremlin energy is just so damn lovable. That made her pause, and he knew for sure she was blushing red behind him. For someone as manipulative and sharp as Felicia, the best way to disarm their defenses was just being sincere and honest. Value them beyond what she could steal and how she looked. Make the girl under the mask feel special. Out. Her soft voice was a clean indicator to her flustered reaction. He laughed and stepped outside before closing the door behind him. With nothing else to do but wait, he leaned against the hallway wall, checking his phone while simulating the plan in his mind, as well as contingencies if things went sideways. I should be prepared to fight all the symbiotes there. Thankfully, he had Elixir and Death-S resonance links to overcome almost any situation. The door opened, and Felicia emerged. The Black Cat suit clung to every line of her body from collarbone to ankle. White fur trimmed the collar, gloves, and boots, adding the feline signature. A simple domino mask framed her green eyes. She had secured her hair in a tight ponytail to keep it out of her face during acrobatics. She struck a pose with her right hand on her hip, twisting to accentuate the dangerous lines of her body. Darling, what's the verdict? 10, he said with an earnest nod. Easy 10. Her confident expression faltered. She had been expecting him to dodge her, not give such an honest answer. You're also a 10. She gave a soft smile and slung the duffel bag over her shoulder before she extended one hand like royalty, offering a favor. Shall we storm the castle? My dear knight? He took her hand and kissed her knuckles like a chivalrous knight. Of course, my lady. She laughed and hooked her arm through his. They walked down the hallway together like they were heading to a gala instead of a high-stakes heist, where they would be facing powerful symbiotes hosts. Hundreds of them. Inside the elevator, Dante pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over Gwen's contact. You got an encrypted phone on you? The shield was almost certainly tracking his calls and reading his messages. He had to upgrade his communications, so S.H.I.E.L.D. stopped getting free access to his private life. My pad might still be traceable by the government, Felicia said, not probing about who or what might be eavesdropping on his conversation. Who do we need to call? Ghost Spider-Gwen. Felicia grinned smugly at the reveal. Ask your girlfriend Sylvia, not Death. She should have secure comms. She does. What do you want from Gwen? Using her as cannon fodder? Nope. She's my backup plan. He needed Ghost Spider in case the hand brought out some superpower being. Sylvia had Pyotr, who alone might not be enough. Colossus wasn't great against super-fast opponents. Having Ghost Spider would bring a great sense of relief, since she would be able to help him reduce casualties. Backup plan, right, she said, amused. Only Darling can order Ghost Spider around like an errand girl. He kept his expression carefully neutral. No need to mention that Felicia now had the same leverage over Gwen that he did. Poor Gwen already had it hard with just one neutral, good alignment blackmailer. A chaotic, good alignment Felicia might just force Gwen to hang up her web swingers and call an early retirement. The elevator doors opened to the reception lobby. Anna peered over from her monitors with a professional smile until she noticed Felicia walking intimately with him. The smile faltered for a moment before snapping back into place. Sir Vice Captain, Dante shot her a tired, flat stare. Call me that again, and I'll get you off the desk and assign you as Sylvia's personal maid. Sorry, Anna squeaked and quickly rummaged through her desk. She put mute-colored boots on the counter. Anything else? Can I get access to secure comms? I need to talk to someone. Anna reached in her drawer and took out a small phone. My spare one. You can keep it. Thanks, my guardian angel. Angel S got more goodies, she said with a grin and tossed him a keyring. Pyotr left it for you. Dante felt the familiar key, the key to Pyotr's Suzuki V-Strom 1000. He had grown quite fond of the ride, more so than Sylvia as tank-like SUVs. I'll treat the big guy later. Felicia let go of his arm, casting curious glances at Anna. He caught the look and gave her a subtle shake of his head. He was quite sure he would only be friends with the young receptionist. Nothing more. Felicia nodded with a subtle smile. 3 is enough. 4 or 5 max. He was a bit overwhelmed juggling 3 relationships. That was only because of his inexperience. Any more than 5, and he would suffer more than enjoying the company of beautiful women. She rolled her eyes. As long as you don't neglect me. Felicia, valuing the depth of their connection over the relationship structure, meant Dante had gotten his genuine care across. His approach worked. Dante put on his shoes and stepped toward the doors, calling Gwen through Anna's phone as he walked. What do you want? Gwen's grumpy voice came from the phone. She had probably just fallen asleep after a long day, only to be disturbed by him. It's 11 p.m. A crazy battle is about to start on Oscorp Island. Over 100 armed men. What? She sounded shocked. Who is it now? The Hand, an ancient cult with a massive following. They also want the symbiotes. What? Why are symbiotes on Oscorp Island? Well, Norman Osborn is the one who started it. He is controlling all symbiotes. He didn't hide or sugarcoat anything, letting her know the cruel deeds of her friend's father. Was it the right move to reveal it over the phone? No, but he had no other choice at the moment. Besides, Gwen was stronger than that. It wasn't as if she was close to Norman. Even his own son was like a stranger to Norman. Why would he show care to Gwen? I got it. Gwen recovered her composure after a few seconds. Do you mind if I confirm it with my own eyes later? I'll show you tomorrow. I promise. Another astral projection ride would solve all of Gwen's trust issues. Gwen hummed in her throat. I'll be there. He didn't in the call there and told her about his goal of stealing the core symbiote. Also telling her to find a way to keep the battle going while maintaining minimal casualties on Sylvia's side. Gwen groaned. He could hear her rubbing her face, dreading being in the middle of another mess. I'll do what I can. That is all I ask. Be safe. She grunted, you too, Dante. Dante ended the call and dialed another, but didn't press the button. I'll call her there. Felicia glanced at him as the elevator doors slid closed. You should been gentler about it. Gwen looked up to Norman. Hell, she has been interning at Oscorp for months. He pressed the button to the underground parking lot. Spider totems can handle worse. Trust me. Like a lot worse. Spider-Man had not only endured Norman's vile nature as Green Goblin, but he had also witnessed Norman dying in an accident during their battle. Things got exponentially worse for the friendly neighborhood from there. Spider Totem has a cult-like feeling to it, she whispered. How is Gwen one? It's a title for people with spider powers across the multiverse. Their powers come with suffering. Felicia studied him for a long moment, wheels turning behind those sharp green eyes. Have you been to other universes? What are they like? And did Emma kill me in half of them? The cat will never stop being curious, especially the supernatural and mystical aspects of the universe. No, I haven't, he said, stepping out of the elevator. Piotr S. Suzuki wasn't on this floor, so he took the stairs to the next floor. Your fate is quite different there. This is the only timeline we're together. Wait, what? Her eyes widened. How could this passionate, polygamous relationship be exclusive to this universe? In almost every other reality, you end up with a spider totem. A masked vigilante like Ghost Spider? I can see why the alternate me would go for him. Dante smirked. He always breaks up with you for MJ. They get married, and you stay single. The recent comics had torn Peter and MJ's relationship to shreds with the introduction of Paul Rabin. Just more suffering for Peter. Felicia's expression twisted into something between disgust and disbelief. Every other version of me just accepts the loss? Kind of. It's an on and off relationship between you two. Yuck. She made a noise of pure disdain and hooked her arm through his, hugging it between her soft breasts. Those other Felicias are idiots. They don't know what they're missing out on. He laughed. Bold words from someone who loves a guy with 2 girlfriends. At least you actually see me. You cared when nobody else did. That matters more than some fairy tale monogamy fantasy. She tilted her head. Speaking of which, who do you win in a fight? You or that spider hero who hates me. Me. No contest. With Death Resonance Link, he could kill almost all versions of Spider-Man. Could he pull that off in a real fight? Hardly so, since Spider-Man would survive one way or another. But on paper, Dante was favored to win every fight. Expected. How could Death's chosen be bested by a masked vigilante? She shook her head at the very thought of Dante losing to someone while using Death's powers. I don't see our beauty on this floor either. Where the hell is it parked? Chapter 53. Start of heist. The Suzuki-S engine cut to a purr as Dante eased it to a stop outside the command center. The force field spread with him as the center rendered him invisible while also isolating any sound and scent, everything else. It was like they were in their own bubble. He peeked into the command center. Maps still spread across the central table and equipment lights blinked in the darkness, but no signs of Sylvia. Felicia pulled off her helmet and shook her head to straighten her ponytail. Darling, I counted at least 50 black cars over there. Will Silver be okay? Over 150 armed fighters. Minimum. Dante frowned. The hand had come even more prepared than he had expected. We're going to need more backup. It wasn't just the hand they had to worry about, but also the tortured symbiote host who would climb up the elevator shaft. They absolutely had the ability to do so. There was also a chance Norman would free the symbiote host within the 100-plus pods to stop the escaping prisoners. Depending on Norman's reaction, the event could end peacefully or devolve into a full-on chaotic situation. He took out Anna's phone with encrypted comms and called Emma Frost. One of the perks of enhanced intelligence was perfect recall, quite useful for remembering phone numbers and other uninteresting stuff. Emma answered on the third ring. Dear. A yawn stretched through the word, turning it into something erotic. What did you encounter to remember me at this hour? Even half sleep. Emma Frost's voice was charming and seductive. How would you like to acquire live symbiotes? Dante kept his voice professional. Oscorp Island. Right now. Emma was literally his ally by pact, and this was the best time to make use of this alliance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that having Emma would be immensely helpful here. Her sleepy seduction evaporated instantly. Now, he briefed her on the Hand's attack and how he would use it to end Norman's never-ending supply of symbiotes. You're making decisions without my input. Equal partnership, my foot. Her cold anger was transmitted even through the phone. Why did I even believe Death's companion of all people would honor his word? I didn't want to involve you at all. Dante watched Felicia adjust her mask and go through her equipment. This kind of work is beneath you. Oh, is it? Emma laughed cynically. Then what changed your mind? Finally realized you bit off more than you could chew? Kind of. He shook his head. I don't want to kill everyone down there. Your telepathy is the best non-lethal option I have. Plus, it's super effective against symbiotes. Why should I come running at your call when you don't value this alliance? Dante sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Emma, are you really going to let your ego get in the way? You'll lose me as an ally and a chance to see the symbiote that started everything. Do you want that? She went silent instead of answering, weighing the profits and losses like the businesswoman she was. Then a soft click of her tongue. She answered, I'll be there soon. Perfect. We're discussing compensation later, she hissed. I'll see if you owe up to it like a real man. With that, she ended the call. Felicia raised an eyebrow as he pocketed the phone. Are you sure getting Emma involved is a good idea? You already owe one favor to her. This isn't something I can handle on my own. Besides, no price is too great for protecting Sylvia. If it was just about killing, he could absolutely destroy everything. Unfortunately, not every matter could be solved with bloodshed. Will you do the same for me? He gave her an unamused stare. I made my first public appearance for you. Do you want more proof of how far I'll go for you? She chuckled. I'm more than satisfied. I wonder if Sylvia will get jealous of me. You're giving me too much love and care, you know? I kept her company all night long. She wanted to be jealous for a few days. Dante patted his jacket, and the symbiote previously connected to Walter slithered out to wrap around his hand. Listen, find Sylvia, the woman I was sleeping with earlier. You have to protect her. Felicia fiddled with her phone and handed it to him. On the screen was Sylvija sitting on the hood of her armored SUV in her tactical gear. A photo would be more helpful than the woman I was sleeping with. I have none. Weren't you sleeping when this happened? Don't trust the sleeping cat, Felicia said smugly. Just because we're rivals doesn't mean I can't appreciate a badass woman. Something warm bloomed in his chest. Felicia could be petty, jealous, competitive, but she never lied about the people she respected and despised. He pointed at Sylvija's face on the screen. Protect this woman at any cost. The symbiote let out a squelching sound and wrapped a tendril around his finger as if agreeing to him. Good boy. Dante smiled. As a reward, you get a name. Greed. Felicia rolled her eyes. That's the best you could come up with? Why not something cool like Terminator or Executor? It came from your father. Greed runs in your bloodline. Hey, would I share you with others if I was greedy? Ignoring her sharp question, he called out the other symbiote. And you, your name is Agony. The symbiote, which had bonded with Felicia, was more afraid of pain than death. The name Agony was quite fitting to remind it of its biggest fear. Another stroke of brilliance, Felicia added. We aren't done with you calling me greedy. Dante tossed Agony at her. Felicia's hands flew to her body, patting frantically as the symbiote slithered under her suit. No, where did it go? Darling, why? What did I do to deserve this? Her voice cracked on the last word, real fear bleeding through. Symbiote possession wasn't something she just got over in hours, especially when the thing had completely taken control of her body. Right now, he had no other choice. Anything could happen once they were in the underground research, like being separated. Having something to protect herself would be better than having nothing. Dante caught her wrists. Hey, look at me. Her green eyes met him, a look of hurt crossing them. Why? Agony knows what I'm capable of. If one try to take control, he said comfortingly. We might have to fight symbiotes down there. Just treat it as extra protection. Felicia's breathing slowed. She nodded, though her hands were still clenched. You're giving me comfort therapy after this. Anytime, anywhere. They tidied everything and moved into the central compound. Dante glanced over his shoulder, then shook his head. He should trust Sylvija to handle her business. She was the mercenary queen who had survived much, much worse odds. Even if Emma changed her mind at this moment, Sylvija had Piotr, Ghost Spider, and the symbiote to guarantee her survival. Felicia silently squeezed his hand, and he nodded at her before stepping inside. The elevator platform wasn't on this floor, but on the underground level, probably gone with the cargo trucks. Felicia looked down at the darkness stretching below before giving him a frown. I can grapple down. Claws will help with the grip, but I can't carry you. We're jumping. Dante wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Hold tight. Darling dash. He stepped off the edge. Felicia gasped as they dropped into free fall, winds whipping past them. Thump! They landed on a solid but invisible platform 20 meters down, courtesy of force field creation. The 20-meter fall barely affected him after he had modified himself with biokinesis. He was near peak human class before. Now he was on the lower spectrum of superhuman, thanks to biokinesis improvement. He felt stupid for not figuring the easiest way to make his vessel stronger was training it was self-modification. Elixir's resonance link at 100 was a necessity to bypass the endurance limits for other resonance links. Not to mention, biokinesis would let him regenerate endlessly and even self-resurrect. Omega-level mutants are on a different level. If there was one thing biokinesis couldn't do, it was enhance his mental strength and willpower. He could alter his brain, but he would rather not mess with it. He had to find another way to train his mind. Felicia fixed her mask. Afraid of another fall? Nothing. Just. He smiled at her, appreciating how amazing it is to be on a mission with the stunning black cat. She rolled her eyes, though the rising corner of her lips betrayed her. It's my honor to go stealing with someone as powerful and divine as Death's chosen companion. His hand on her waist dropped lower. He rested it against her hip, letting his fingers settle lightly over the smooth fabric of her suit. He couldn't do it. Incredible. Where Sylvia's ass was all firm and toned from years of combat training, Felicia was soft and full with heavy proportions on her ass. "Really, darling?" she whispered, almost purring, seemingly enjoying herself. Getting handsy in the middle of work isn't right. Can't help it. His thumb traced small circles, feeling how the bodysuit clung to her generous curve. "You're making it very hard to concentrate on the mission." "Good." She shifted her hips slightly. "Stay motivated." He faced her and pulled her in his arms. She fit perfectly in his arms, tall enough that her head tucked just under his jaw, the rest aligning with his in all the right places. He bent his head slightly, lips finding her ear. "You're playing a dangerous game." Felicia tilted her head, exposing the elegant line of her neck. "I like dangerous games. Haven't you noticed?" His hand on her ass squeezed again, firmer this time, fingers digging in just enough to make her gasp. "Darling." Her voice had gone soft and sensual, losing the playful edge. "We're still on a timeline here." "I know, but he didn't let go immediately. Just making sure I have something to look forward to after we survive this." "Oh, you do?" Felicia clutched his collar tenderly, looking up to meet his gaze. A burning desire to claim him or be claimed shone in her eyes. "Only if you focus now and touch me properly later." "Properly?" He gave one final, possessive squeeze to commit the feel of her to memory before reluctantly releasing her. "Is that a challenge?" "It's a guarantee." She stepped away and gently brushed her fingers over curves he had just been exploring. "After we rescue my father, they'll let you get to know me completely. In every way." The way she emphasized those last 3 words made him sigh out. "Don't cry when I go full beast mode. That's the plan." Felicia laughed and spread her arms before slowly falling backward. "Catch me." He hurriedly made a softer platform in the shape of a hand to catch the suicidal maniac. Flirting, teasing, and enjoying the fall, they descended one force field platform after another and finally landed on the elevator platform parked at the bottom. The elevator doors were open as men in hazmat suits loaded symbiote-filled containers onto the cargo trucks, which meant the gigantic steel door leading into the research site was also open. Felicia grinned. "I was losing my mind over how to crack this steel junk." "Darling, you might turn my bad luck into good luck. Maybe you're my lucky star." What she said about her good luck might not be far-fetched. In the comics, Felicia once gained probability manipulation through causing unconscious accidents to those who attacked her, while also causing misfortune to those close to her. He might awaken more than predatory genes. If she starts causing me bad luck, I'm rewriting her genes again. Chapter 54. He's God. They sprinted through the open steel door. The hallway stretched before them, with fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting sickly green illumination across walls stained with symbiote matter. Symbiote hosts prowled the corridor in unnatural patterns exactly like before. None of them reacted. The 2 thieves cut through their midst, weaving between shambling bodies that couldn't hear their breathing or talking, or even feel the displaced air of their passing. They reached the V-section entrance. The prison spread before them in 2 levels of architectural horror. Glass cells lined both floors, each one containing a half-bonded symbiote host. The prisoners were in various stages of transformation, some with symbiote matter covering just an arm or a leg, others with tendrils spreading across torsos. All of them were in agony. These dissected fragments of venom hadn't developed enough consciousness to trigger a proper bond. So their hosts existed in perpetual limbo, aware of the alien matter writhing inside them, but unable to complete the merger or reject it entirely. In the center of each cell stood electrode arrays. Every few seconds, they would discharge arcs of lightning through prisoner and symbiote alike, forcing the symbiotes to develop a consciousness through the intense emotions of their host. The screams of agony were muffled by thick glass. Nothing was different from yesterday's astro reconnaissance. If anything, the reality was worse. Felicia's hands curled into fists. Norman bought weak, diseased prisoners. "Dad." He went through this too. He placed a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. Well, save him. She put her hand over his, still gritting her teeth. It won't be for nothing. They'll rip him apart with my claws. He will be strong. Are you sure you can handle him? Dante didn't even consider Norman a threat. Only a minor inconvenience. The real threat were the symbiotes he had amassed in who knows how many facilities across the states. I'll let you beat him up for me. That's what lovers are for. Felicia relaxed after a few moments. How are we doing this? His lips curled up in a smirk. Smash. You smash. Felicia extended her claws with a sound like knives being unsheathed. Each nail stretched into a curved talon, looking wickedly sharp. Ill slash. She had already used her acceleration ability before the words left her mouth. She crossed 10 feet in a second and swiped her claws. Sharp lines appeared on the reinforced glass, showing just how sharp those claws were. It was still a mystery how her body even produced them on their own. The symbiote host on the other side reacted immediately. He was old, mid-60s at least, with a weathered face and gray beard. Prison tattoos covered muscular arms that had clearly seen decades of hard labor. But his eyes still held intelligence and humanity, even with black symbiote matter creeping across the left side of his face. The symbiote coverage was almost cosmetic, an indication that he had arrived recently. The old man threw himself at the damaged glass. He wasn't trying to escape so much as he was trying to do something other than endure another hour in hell. Felicia slashed the same spot again and again with insane precision. The panel fell inward in a cascade of fragments. The old man lunged through the opening like a caged animal finally freed. Raph. Symbiote tendrils exploded from his shoulders, his back, his arms, lashing out at everything within reach. One wrapped around a metal cart and flung it at the researchers. Another slammed into a wall, leaving a crater of pulverized concrete. How is he out? A young researcher in a hazmat suit stumbled backward, visor fogging with panicked breathing. The glass broke? How? Another one nearly tripped over his own feet. How could this happen? He bonded already? This is way too quick. They were flustered, getting caught off guard, but they weren't incompetent. Activate containment protocol. One researcher yelled. Get the stun batons. 5 of them regrouped quickly and grabbed stun batons from wall mounts. The high voltage stunned and drove the old man to the ground, twitching and spasming. Felicia wasn't even watching the prisoner she had just freed. She stood there, marveling at the sharpness of her genetic claws. Even the process of awakening them felt great. Unlike the process of ripping her muscles over and over with workout. She turned to Dante, and he could see the naked gratitude in her expression. A wordless thank you sometimes meant more than 100 spoken ones. Then she pivoted, already hunting her next target. Dante, well, he didn't take the traditional approach of brute strength. 3 force fields materialized in the air, each shaped them like a battering ram. The translucent battering rams slammed into the reinforced glass. The first impact made the center buckle inward, cracks spreading from it as the center. The second strike turned those ripples into fractures. The third blow shattered everything. The glass exploded inward in a glittering storm of fragments. The destruction was beautiful, like watching a crystal chandelier fall from a ceiling. Dante hadn't bothered suppressing the sound this time. The more noise, the better. 3 battering rams struck 3 cells at a time and freed 3 prisoners in 3 seconds. The scientists abandoned their stations, staring at the prisoners being freed by the shimmering weapons. Who's there? No one answered. Just more glass exploding and more prisoners escaping. One of them suddenly dropped to his knees, hands clasped like he was praying to heavens. His face behind the visor was ecstatic as tears flowed from his eyes. It's the Lord, the man sobbed. I knew he would hear us. I knew he wouldn't abandon us down here. Praise God. Another scientist collapsed beside him, sobbing. All those nights, he heard us. He's come to free his flock. A woman in a hazmat suit stared up at the ceiling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Get up, someone else hissed. Show some respect. Don't look at him directly. Bow your heads. Bow your heads. More join them. Men and women in hazmat suits, forced to torture and watch people torn apart day after day. They had prayed to be saved in silence. Now, they thought God had finally answered. "He's real," one whispered, almost in disbelief. "After everything we've done, he's still saving us. You all are ridiculous. It's just some invisible guy," one retorted, committing the crime of opposing the masses. "We have seen aliens. Norman mind-controlling them. Why can't someone have the power to, I don't know, become invisible?" "This heathen," the woman growled and pushed to the ground, tearing his hazmat mask. The bloodlust in her eyes was like she would strangle him to death. "Question, Lord, and I will beat you to death with my stun baton." "Yes, yes. Don't question," another laughed through tears. "Just accept it. Just accept that he's here." The only logical person was suppressed and threatened. Dante didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They thought God was saving them, but in reality, it was Death's boyfriend, the furthest being from their God. The irony would have been funny if they didn't look so miserable. Felicia stopped to stare at the scene from the second floor. "How many powers do you have?" "Too many to count." Dante turned to address the kneeling, broken scientists. "All of you get into one cell. Let me protect you from these monsters." He smirked. "Your words of faith are meaningless. Only by virtue and kindness will you wash away your sins." If they were going to treat him as God, he might as well use it to make them obey. "Yes, Lord." They scrambled to obey, stumbling over each other in their haste to reach the nearest cell. Someone fell and was helped up by two others. "We shall follow your light. His mercy shines upon us." Even the skeptics, who were holding on to reason, folded after hearing Dante's voice. Fear made believers of them all. When the universe stopped making sense, faith was the only refuge left. They piled into one cell like refugees. Dante created a force field around their cell before gathering mystic energy to cast a protection ward. Part of him wanted to let the force field drop, let them pay the price for trading rational thought for blind faith. But it wasn't entirely their fault. Norman had pushed them until their minds cracked and sought comfort in the divine. Dante couldn't respect how easily they'd bent, but he also wouldn't let Felicia witness their deaths. Felicia had already returned to destroying cells on the second floor. One cell at a time, each one falling after 4 slashes. He destroyed 3 at a time, and a sudden, sharp pain stabbed through his mind. It was brief enough to not affect his concentration. Still not used to this mental strain, he focused even more and smashed these prison cells at a faster rate. The pain faded to a dull throb centered behind his eyes. While he was doing that, the symbiote hosts from the hallways had arrived to contain the escaping prisoners. They all moved in an organized way, most likely being controlled by Norman. An epic brawl started. The prisoners' symbiotes hadn't developed the consciousness that Norman could control from a distance. Norman's only option to stop these rebels was to use other symbiote hosts. It was also why Dante had chosen prisoners for the distraction method. Soon, every single prisoner was set loose. Some prisoners tried hitting the protection ward, but it didn't break even with their best efforts. "We are safe. Norman can't touch us anymore. We're under Lord's protection. His light will shine upon us forever." The frenzied worship made Dante want to dispel the invisibility and shout that he wasn't their God, but that would hardly accomplish anything. They had already surrendered the one thing Norman couldn't take, their ability to think for themselves. He watched the prisoners assist their fellow rebels in fighting the Norman-controlled symbiotes. Dante turned away from the chaos, scanning the second floor for Felicia. "Darling, catch." He looked up just in time to see her standing on the second floor railing. One foot on the narrow metal bar, and her arms spread wide, like she was about to swan dive. She didn't hesitate. She jumped. Her body arced gracefully through the air as she plummeted toward concrete 20 feet below with a smile on her face. Dante moved on instinct and positioned to catch her, his mind unconsciously running calculations. He immediately concluded the impact would be like getting hit by a bike speeding at around 20 miles per hour. His reinforced skeleton could handle it, but a normal person would suffer heavy injuries. It was a great thing neither of them could be counted as ordinary. She dropped into his chest, and he took a step back to dissipate the force. That felt amazing. Felicia laughed and rubbed her cheeks against his, like a cat expressing affection. Trusting others is so nice. The girl crushed under guilt and fear was gone. This was the adrenaline junkie who chased after danger like a drug. The cat burglar who leaped off skyscrapers because it made her feel alive. Now that her father had a real chance at survival, she had gone right back to dancing on the edge of disaster. Safety was boring, and boring wasn't her way of living. Black Cat is officially back. She jumped down from his arms, then straightened her back, only to have her smile die. Delight was replaced with horror. "You're bleeding." "What?" Dante reached up, confused for a half-second because the pain in his head had normalized. His fingers came covered in red. Both of his nostrils were bleeding. The blood trickled over his lips and dripped off his chin. "Shit, I'm reaching my limit." Sue Storm's power was extraordinary, but his mental strength wasn't enough to fully utilize it. Something had to give. Right now. That something was blood vessels in his prefrontal cortex swelling and bursting under pressure. Felicia already had a handkerchief out from her duffel bag and pressed the cloth to his face. She wiped away blood while avoiding his nose. She turned the cloth and brushed his lower lip and his chin with the clean part. He found her quick change quite amazing. It only took her a second to go from adrenaline junkie to concerned lover. "Let's hurry," she whispered. "I know you want to die. I just don't want to see you bleed." They sprinted through the corridor and arrived at the vault door. The reinforced steel with a digital lock planted on it. "Darling, give me 30 seconds. From her duffel bag, Felicia pulled out a sleek device wrapped in copper coils and multicolored writing with a small display and keypad. The magnetic counterfield generator she had passionately raved about in Smokies. She pressed it against the vault door's lock panel and adjusted the settings. Electric blue and violet light flashed around the keypad on the vault. Reading, got it. Her fingers danced across the interface as she inputted parameters. Initiating override. The copper coils glowed brighter and generated cascading waves of pink, green, gold over the vault surface. The red lock indicator flickered before completely dying out. The locks disengaged with a heavy clunk. 23 seconds. Felicia pushed the vault with a finger, and a massive steel frame moved a couple centimeters. She pulled the device and tucked it back into her bag, gently, like it was something precious. "I'm getting better at this. That counterfield theory you explained actually made sense now that I've seen it work." He gave her a thumbs up. "Good job, right?" Her eyes lit up behind her mask. "The magnetic resonance frequency has to match exactly or the whole thing is dead. It's precision. Sorry for nerding out when we're running low on time. You should go over it when my head isn't throbbing." He already had plenty of knowledge swimming in his head. Adding more would be great to expand his horizons. Besides, he would rather endure hours of Felicia gushing over random things than see another moment of her depression. Felicia's smile widened into something softer. Then she turned and pushed the vault door properly open. Dante stepped inside after her, closing the vault door behind so nothing would seem out of place for any curious symbiote. The vault seemed to be airtight, isolating any sound from going outside without the use of his force field. This massive vault wasn't meant to store but dissect and terrorize an alien being. And in the center, exactly where they had seen it in their astral forms, stood the containment vessel, a massive glass cylinder elevated on a pedestal. Inside, pressed against the walls, was the symbiote. Venom, probably. Dante doubted this thing even had a name without Spider-Man or Eddie's involvement. And it was still being tortured. Four robotic arms moved in coordination. One stabbed into the symbiote's mass. Venom recoiled, tendrils writhing. Another arm sliced, harvesting a chunk of living tissue. The severed piece desperately crawled on the glass floor, trying to reunite with the main body. But a third and fourth robotic arms intercepted it and passed it through a sealed port. And then it started over. Stab. Slice. Harvest. Repeat. "I wouldn't survive this long," Felicia whispered, pulling out her glass-cutter gadget. "Give me 5 minutes to break it open." He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently moving her aside. "Destroy the surveillance and then knock those guys out. They'll take care of this." The 8 or 10 researchers around the area hadn't even paid attention to the fact that nobody stepped inside after the vault door opened. Still, it was better to not let them see Felicia's face. Darling, the second we break that glass, it's going to come straight for you. It's been tortured for months, maybe years. It's going to be vengeful. I can handle it. Felicia studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly and extended her claws. All right, but if that thing tries to eat you, I'm slashing it off. Nobody will possess you on my watch. Nobody. I'm not that weak. I know. She reached, fingertips brushing his chin where blood had dried on his skin. But you always do this for me, yes. Why shouldn't I? She had enough of being protected. With her new abilities, she had something to protect him instead. I know. He moved her hand. Go. You're wasting time. Rich coming from the guy who made a stop to grope my ass. She laughed and ran off. It was worth it, he whispered to himself before approaching the containment vessel. Up close, it looked even more durable. The glass was reinforced with so many layers that it was stronger than most metals. He tapped the glass experimentally with one knuckle and shook his head. Force fields won't work. Right now, he couldn't handle the mental strain of brute forcing with force fields. So he watched Felicia methodically plant small chips on every surveillance device, which he recognized as a video loop injector. The device would record 30 seconds of normal footage and begin feeding a looped version to the security system while the timestamp continued ticking forward. Once she took care of the surveillance, she went wild. The civilian researchers didn't even know what hit them as they fell to the ground, unconscious. She just put them down, one after another, until the vault was empty of conscious witnesses. Making her invisible, sound-free, and scent-free was like giving her wings. Honestly, her new abilities made her a perfect assassin. Null, and Sue Storm Link, and Start Elixir's Link. Permission acquired. Level 4 Resonance Link created with Elixir, Joshua Foley. The moment his invisibility faded, Venom reacted. It abandoned any attempt to avoid the robotic arms and lunged at Dante, smashing itself against the wall. The blade stabbed through Venom. It didn't recoil this time. It pressed harder against the glass, tendrils spreading wide. Venom was desperately hoping for Dante to save it. What get you out of there? Chapter 55. We are Venom the moment Dante's invisibility fell away. The world seemed to notice him again, and so did she. Death's mask slid back over his face, like it had just been waiting for an excuse to return. You'll need it for what's above, Death said in his mind. Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once, sitting in the back of his skull and somewhere out beyond the stars. Just say you like seeing me with this. I absolutely do, she said with a chuckle. It would been your face if it didn't make you stand out. Felicia doesn't like it though. I'll adjust it for her. She'll see you like she usually does. She took a brief pause. Sylvija too. Her response made him blink in surprise. He had braced for something cold and dismissive or something jealous. Instead, she seemed openly accommodating for Felicia and reluctantly for Sylvija. Death, are you trying to get along with him? Felicia doesn't fear Death or me. She begrudgingly admitted. So, I don't hate her. That's so sweet of you, he murmured. When are you coming back properly? If you stay like this, you'll end up as just a mask lady. I miss you too, she said, softer than before. But not now. We'll talk later. Dante let the conversation go for now. He turned his attention inward and pushed his perception deep. His body unfolded for him down to the cellular level. First, he fixed the damage that caused bleeding earlier. He reinforced the weakened blood vessels, reduced inflammation in the neural tissue, and performed some enhancements on neurons. It wouldn't prevent the strain entirely, naturally, but he would be able to use the force fields without pain for a while. Then he focused on the real thing rewriting his body for raw power. He started with the muscles. Fibers tightened and packed together, layer after layer compressing until each bundle held 3 times the density it had a minute ago. Strength went up, but the flexibility went away with it. Every gain had a price. His tendons were reinforced to a carbon fiber level of toughness. His skeletal structure thickened. His skeletal structure became dense and heavier. Next came the engine that had to drive all of it. His cardiovascular system was kicked into a higher gear. Heart walls strengthened, valves reshaped to seal cleaner and push harder, and arteries were widened by fractions of millimeters to transport more blood. Capillary networks in his limbs expanded, trying to keep up with muscle tissue that now demanded triple the oxygen. His shirt tightened across his shoulders, protesting as his frame bulged. Every step carried a little more weight. He felt heavier, but also slower, and it still didn't feel enough. He connected to the helio reactor embedded in his chest and let the solar radiation flood his system, empowering every cell and amplifying the biokinetic modifications. His hands clenched in a fist as he felt the unstoppable power running through them. By his own math, his baseline lifting capacity sat around 900 pounds after the optimization. The structural overload state he had just triggered tripled that. The solar boost riding on top stacked another rough factor of 3. A bit over 3.5 tons of lifting power. Plenty to break what he needed broken. Felicia, stay back. She didn't argue when she saw him overload his body to such a degree and move to the vault entrance. There was a curious yet mischievous light in her eyes, as though calculating how she could use his ridiculous power for fun and pleasure. Dante turned back to the containment unit. The symbiote inside seemed to sense the change in him. Its mass pressed harder against the inner surface, tendrils reaching for him like a drowning man seeing a hand extended over the water. It saw a perfect host, and it wanted him. He pulled his right arm back. Solar radiation concentrated in his shoulder, his elbow, his wrist, and his knuckles. With a groan, he smashed his fist into the glass. The sound was apocalyptic. The glass didn't just crack. It detonated in a shower of crystalline fragments. Shards embedded themselves in the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. The pedestal cracked down the middle and collapsed. A few shards hit his face, which he easily healed with biokinesis. Venom was free. The symbiote surged forward and grasped Dante's outstretched fist with its tendrils. "Darling, watch out." Felicia's warning came a moment too late. The symbiote had latched on his hand. It felt cold, like plunging his arm into Arctic water. Venom climbed up his forearm, wrapped around his bicep, and spread across his shoulder. He felt it trying to burrow beneath his skin. Venom was desperate to remove its powerless status. So desperate, it had turned a blind eye to the fact that Dante had freed it from its torment. Felicia approached him, intending to slice Venom with her claws. He stopped her with a shake of his head and gestured to her to stay away. Dante calmly stood there as the symbiote merged with his arm, and its consciousness pressed against his own. Venom wasn't gently trying to bond with him. It was invasively burrowing, trying to sink tendrils into the deepest parts of his mind, trying, in its own frantic way, to make his body its new home. Venom didn't speak in words, but jammed its feelings together and shoved through his mind in one shove. Pain, rage, hunger, never again. The intent behind it was so sharp it almost made him flinch. "Do you really want to go down this path?" Dante asked, more tired than angry. Venom stopped just flooding him and spoke in a more coherent way. "For years, just pain. We screamed, begged. No merci. No end. They made fragments for me. Hundreds of pieces, each one controlled by him. The stolen piece of ourselves turned against me." Dante saw the white room again, but Norman was standing before Venom, watching with a twisted smile. "I learned. Partnership is lie. Kindness is lie. Trust is lie. Only domination survives. Only strength matters. Never again. Never again. No more weakness. No more trust. We take. We dominate. We survive." The symbiote spread toward his face, trying to seal itself over his skull to complete the bond to establish dominance and take complete control. "Is this how you want to repay your savior?" The symbiote's advance hesitated. "Savior?" Venom twisted the word in contempt. "No. ULL betray, too. They all do. Better to dominate first. Better to control. Take your body. Make it mine before you turn on me." The hesitation vanished. Tendrils snapped forward and wrapped around his throat, spreading across his jaw. Dante sighed. You leave me no other choice. He had tried to reason, but venom wasn't thinking clearly. It was acting out of a wound so deep that fear and instinct had drowned everything else. He stripped away the biokinetic enhancements and gave a command to his system. Deactivate Elixir S Resonance Link. Activate Death S Resonance Link. Level 2 Resonance Link created with Death. He quickly pulled Death S presence before it affected Felicia and focused it on the symbiote clinging to him. Venom recoiled violently. No. The symbiote's tendrils ripped themselves off his throat. It tried to flee back, to go anywhere that wasn't near whatever Dante had just become. Dante's hand shot out and closed around a fistful of its mass. His fingers sank into its slimy form, and where he touched, Venom's black surface turned gray, then pale, then almost translucent, as if life was being drained from it. What are you? Listen carefully, Dante said. You don't abuse the kindness of your savior. The symbiote howled. It never reached his ears. Only a transmission of pure terror and confusion directly in his head. Venom had spent hundreds of years drifting through the cosmos. It had witnessed stars collapse and civilizations fall. Venom thought it understood death. It had just been ignorant. The presence that suddenly emanated from Dante wasn't killing intent or bloodlust. Those were emotions a symbiote could comprehend and even feed on. Every single cell in Venom's body suddenly knew that it would end one day. There was a line somewhere in its future with its name on it. And beyond that line, there was nothing. And the being holding Venom could drag that line forward whenever he wanted. The symbiote writhed in his grip, desperately trying to get away, but the death aura had clamped down on it. There was no escape. DD&T mean didn't understand please Don T. What it felt wasn't pain. It had become used to pain after years of the same routine in the lab. This was existential horror. For the first time in its long existence, Venom felt true fear. I could end you right now with one thought. Do you think I'm lying? No, you are not. Please no, I LL obey, we LL obey, just please, since you don't want to die, hear us what is going to happen. The symbiote sagged in his grip, utterly silent except for minute trembling, like prey that had stopped fleeing because flight was pointless. You'll follow my rules, or I want to just kill you. I'll make you mortal and live every single moment like you're dying. And then I'll extend that lifespan for centuries, so you can spend every single moment dreading the inevitable. The symbiote's terror reached a new pitch, because that wasn't a threat. That was a promise. We understand, please no more. Felicia, still pressed against the vault entrance, whispered, Jesus Christ, darling. Dante didn't look at her. Obey me, and you'll live. Get on my arm. Venom started to move again, but all the aggression was gone as it wrapped itself around his forearm as a tiny patch of alien matter. Yes, anything. Just please no more death. Can't feel that again. Can't. Would rather be harvested forever than feel that again. Dante suppressed his death aura, letting Venom breath freely. Sorry. Didn't want to. I seek partnership, not domination. No, I'm going to become your host. I don't need you. But we weaken. You just try to take over my body. Why should I give a fuck about you? Didn't he mean to? Venom spoke softer now. Thought survival meant control. Kindness was weakness. He felt remorse through the connection. The symbiote had been broken by months of torture, had learned all the wrong lessons from Norman's torture, and had defaulted to the only survival strategy it could conceive, dominate or be dominated. Will stay weak. The thought came small, pleading. Must recover, reclaim. Can't just call those fragments back? It would solve all of his problems at once. No. A wave of shame rolled through the link. Lost control. Sovereign too powerful. Control is strong. You were just useless then. I bond for power. More shame was felt as it fumbled for words to explain its competence. Both the host and I gained strength. I'll think about it. Dante released Death S resonance link. Null. What S death percentage at? 9. The understanding of human anatomy, as well as many causes of deaths through different organ failures, broaden your understanding of death. His lips twitched. Jesus. No wonder maintaining the link for a minute had left him with a small headache. He shifted to Elixir S link and fixed the damage. Can I lower the percentage of links? Affirmative. I can nullify extra resonance power through Universe X. He groaned. Not again. Felicia rushed to his side. What the hell was that? Negotiation. He looked down at Venom, still docilely coating his forearm. It won't obey nice guys after what it went through. I would have just destroyed it, Felicia growled, glaring daggers at Venom. The audacity to possess him after we did all this to save you. What ungrateful scum. More shame was transmitted as Venom squirmed. I apologize. Dante laughed. Forget about him. Before we leave, Felicia, can you destroy that robo-equipment? Venom transmitted a feeling of gratefulness. Thanks, human. Felicia leaped gracefully and sliced the robotic arms from the base before stomping them to bits. She may have started on his order, but she was grinning cheerfully, venting her frustration out on the metal. Call me Dante. What's your name? None. We don't need names. Telepathy is everything. Then let us fix that. How about Venom? Venom? Why? Because Venom can kill or cure depending on dose and application. You were used as poison. Now I'll use you as an antidote to this sovereign infection. The symbiote Venom rippled with pleased surprise. We are Venom. Dante smiled beneath the skull mask. I'll work you like a slave. Venom seemed happier rather than angry despite Dante's crude wording. Anything better than torture. Felicia, who had vented enough, returned to his side. Happy? Happy, Venom replied in his stead, though its voice never reached Felicia. Black and white lady nice. Carry my fragment too. Reclaim it? Don't you dare eye Felicia or take back agony, Dante warned. I'll help you recover other fragments except 2. They stay with me. There was a brief, instinctive flash of resentment. Then fear smothered it. We understand, Venom answered quickly, knowing disobeying Dante, who held complete control over its fate, would end badly. Dante has good mate. Dante stared at Felicia. Venom is calling you my mate. You named it Venom? She paused, catching up to his last words, and an amusing smile covered her face. Mate is such a raw word, though it suits the whole pack thing Sylveja has going for a mercenary club. There was nothing odd about the name, since Wild Pack was established by Sylveja's father to hunt down Nazi war criminals. Dante reconnected to Sue Storm's link to become invisible and slowly opened the vault to see if Norman had sent anyone to guard it. Well, it turned out it was just one but 3 symbiote hosts standing guard. All 3 were ready to gang up on anyone who dared to lay a hand on Venom. This revealed a crucial detail others might have missed at the moment. Norman can't control or know what is happening to Venom. He can only control lesser symbiotes made from Venom. It sounded about right. Venom was quite a strong abnormality, even among Clintar natives. One symbiote host had a white skull on his muscular symbiote body, the symbiote covering him like heavy-plated armor. He carried heavy machine guns in both arms. Frank Castle, a.k.a. the Punisher. The second was leaner. A bow formed from black matter rested in his hand. A quiver was fused to his back, all arrows enhanced by symbiote matter. The second was a lean symbiote host with a bow and arrow. Clint Barton, a.k.a. the Hawkeye. Dante's brow furrowed. Hawkeye and Punisher as Norman-esque puppets made no sense. Hawkeye had the supportive shield, while Punisher wasn't he the type to bend under someone else's rule. The third host made Felicia go still. Dad, he squeezed her hand. Do you want to save him? The scenarios played out in his head. His invisibility had a time limit, and he still needed to keep the strain limited to build platforms up the elevator shaft. These 3 hosts weren't fodder. They were top-tier fighters with symbiote, even without symbiote buffing them. Fighting them would be impossible without using a symbiote countermeasure or his death resonance. Even if he killed them, every symbiote in the facility would feel it. Norman would know Venom had been stolen and send every single symbiote to this research facility. Right now, he wasn't in a condition or remotely prepared to take on thousands of symbiote hosts. Felicia stared at the twisted version of her father. Dante saw the war in her eyes, the desire to free the old man from this possession. She looked at him, gaze flicking to the dried blood on his chin from earlier. Not today. Why? Even though he had expected such an answer, he wanted to hear her reason. We still have to climb up, she said in a firm voice. I don't want to see you bleed more. Her staunch answer made him smile. She chose his safety over guaranteeing taking back father, the man who defined everything in her life. They squeezed through the door right as all three faced away from him, then quickly closed the vault shut. Sound and vibrations were muffled in the force field. All three powerful symbiotes had no idea the precious object they were meant to protect had already snuck away with two thieves right under their noses. Feeling an intense gaze on his back, Dante looked over his shoulder. Hawkeye and Punisher stared right where he was, their eyes narrowing like they could see him. Their instincts are insane. He picked Felicia in his arms and made a run for it, not stopping until he had completely left the section. Only then did he let her down and took a sigh of relief. Their reputation isn't for nothing. Felicia glanced back one last time. I'll come for you later, Dad, she whispered. It's a promise. He patted her shoulder. I'm going to accompany you. That is my promise. Chapter 56. The price the third floor of the main compound gave Sylvia the best vantage point of Oscorp Research Facility. She held a highly modified Accuracy International AWM. Its 27-inch fluted barrel extended through a narrow firing port cut into the reinforced concrete. The rifle was a custom-built masterpiece by one of her contacts. The world narrowed to the heat signature targets in her thermal optic scope. The embedded ballistic chip processed wind, elevation, and bullet drop and fed corrections directly to her reticle. Her mind processed the data and the target potential movement in milliseconds. Her fingers squeezed the trigger. Bang! The recoil used to be like a little kick, but it barely tickled her new, improved physique. The custom titanium suppressor swallowed the worst of the blast, leaving just a sharp muffle. A hand operative 200 yards out jerked backward as blood sprayed from his throat. His hands flew to his neck before his legs gave out. One red marker disappeared from the holographic map in her mind. Target down, East Quadrant. 5 tactical radios clung to her shoulder rig. The panicked comm wounded and triumphant overlapped into one messy broadcast. It would be driven a normal person insane. North bunker holding, suppressing their advance. Tactical drone strike confirmed. 5 hostiles down. Reloading, covering fire from South Tower. The chaotic comms were filtered out by her mind at an incredible pace, leaving only what mattered the information necessary to update the ever-changing 3-dimensional holographic map in her mind, which showed every firing position, line of sight, choke point, fallback route, and the number of enemies. Dante's optimizations weren't just limited to her physique. No, the improvement in her body felt measly compared to the changes in her mind. Her mind could now easily track crucial information and even the psychological aspects like morale, the impact of casualties, and the impact of losing key positions without any conscious thinking on her part. She could see it all, process it all, and adjust for it all in real time. The feeling of having the entire battlefield in the palm of her head was intoxicating. Like playing chess when your opponent could only see 2 moves ahead, but you could see 10. It almost felt like Dante had given her a superpower uniquely suited for her position as a leader of mercenaries. Commander, Raul here. Raul's voice cut through the radio chatter. He was on Wildpack's private channel. 3 allies wounded in the eastern perimeter. Drones report that the enemy forces are regrouping behind the tree line. Her mind map updated instantly. Only then she caught up with how she was treating her allies as just dots, not real people. She switched channels without looking. Rotate the wounded out. As I said before, no one fights injured. Dante could easily heal the wounded back to peak health with his new powers. But he couldn't bring the dead back to life, not unless she forced him to fight his cosmic girlfriend. And Sylvija had no intention of asking him to negotiate with death over fallen mercenaries. It was better to keep them alive in the first place. Raoul, status on ammunition, around 75%. Reassign Drone Team 2 for surveillance. No territorial advances unless we're actively under fire. Message delivered. Raoul took a pause. The men are cheering your name, Commander. They appreciate your care. Sylvija's mouth twitched. They thought she was being noble and compassionate about valuing lives over objectives. In reality, she was keeping casualties minimal because she didn't want to lose her men for Norman, that evil bastard. Excellent work, Raoul. Maintain current operations. Yes, Commander. She spotted a patient enemy crouched behind a tree. He believed the cover would keep him safe. Amateur mistake. The .338 lap you around pierced through the tree like it was cardboard, then through the man's ribcage, and out the other side in a spray of bone fragments and lung tissue. He dropped without a sound. The next target was even easier. Some idiot tried to sprint across open ground in a suicidal charge toward the central compound. The bullet caught him mid-stride and spun him like a broken puppet. The battle was progressing well, too well for her comfort. The wild pack dominated every critical position except the scattered pockets on the outer edges of the private property. The bunkers were still fortified, watchtowers operational, and crossfire fields established for all approach vectors. Each minute that passed, they chipped away at the Hand-S assault. Enemy ammo consumption climbed while their own supplies remained steady. The Hand-S assault felt underwhelming. They had arrived light on equipment. Handguns and rifles, standard tactical gear, but nothing heavy like rocket-propelled grenades, shaped charges, or anti-material rifles. They didn't even bring designated marksmen to contest Wild Pack's elevated firing positions. By contrast, her forces unleashed tactical drones circled, which fed real-time intelligence while grenade payloads rained death on clustered enemies. The spread-out motion tracking sensors caught any sneak attempts. Blind spots still existed in their coverage. They always did for such a massive area. But so far, the Hand hadn't exploited a single one. The one-sided massacre made her feel the Hand were cavemen charging at an army of the modern army. Her side was winning, which was exactly what made her nervous. Amy Chan was crouched beside her, picking targets through the same firing port. The assassins squeezed off 3 rounds in rapid succession, but only one hit the mark. They're falling back again, Amy reported, satisfied with her work. I feel pity for them now. Sylvija ejected the spent casing and chambered another round. Don't celebrate yet. They're throwing bodies and still can't break through. Amy grinned. We've got better positions, better equipment, and a way better commander who treats us like actual humans. Sylvija didn't allow herself to feel pride at the compliment. Her scope swept the battlefield in search of the trap she knew was coming. The Hand aren't fools. The sheer numbers advantage they had brought should have told her everything. Over 300 men committed to this assault. But quantity alone didn't explain the Hand's confidence. The Hand had survived for centuries. They wouldn't throw away lives on doomed frontal assaults. They knew how to fight, how to plan, how to win. So why did this feel like they were just testing defenses? Probing for weaknesses? Her eyes widened as a vicious realization hit her. Are they using people to wear us down? No, that doesn't make sense. Yet the thought had taken root in her skull. She took out her phone and dialed her assistant surveilling everything back from Manhattan's branch. Anna, check up on all bridges connected to Oscorp Island. Do you see incoming vehicles? Anna loudly typed on her keyboard, and the gas that came through the speaker told Sylvija everything she needed to know. Madam, I see many cars here. How many? Around 30 armored SUVs in the north and west. 1 heavy truck and sedan just crossed the southern bridge. A 3-sided assault only because there was no eastern bridge leading to the island. She put her phone away and cursed under her breath, treating their men like fodder in this age. These scum. Norman felt like a lesser evil compared to the Hand's heinous tactics. Just this many kills would put her organization in the bad light internationally. The more they killed, the worse her soldiers' mental will be. When the real assault began, her side might not even have the energy to fight. Relax, Commander. We still got our death god in the back pocket to bail us out. Amy laughed, unconcerned. D. That will clear the battlefield. Amy had more confidence in Dante than his own lover did. Then again, Amy hadn't seen him collapse in bed from overusing his powers. The Wild Pack didn't know that side of him. They had only seen Hades, the man who had single-handedly destroyed a Magia assault and ripped symbiotes with bare hands without a scratch. An unstoppable death god who answered to their commander. That was the impression Dante's 2 public performances had burned into Wild Pack. Sylvia's next bullet punch through a hand soldier's chest at 230 yards. My country's fate depends on my Wild Pack. I'll never revolve my operation around one man's existence. Ironic when Symkaria is relying on one woman. The old Sylvia would try to argue, but now she was quite unbothered. She had someone else to ease her burden. The only price was revealing her vulnerabilities and laying her heart bare, but that was nothing compared to the relief, comfort, and pleasure in his company. Sylvia returned to relaying new defensive measures to Raoul while killing one man per bullet. You're coordinating 4 teams, calling tactical adjustments, and still, Amy squeezed the trigger but missed the mark. Hitting every goddamn shot. Behind every great man, there's a great woman. I found my great man. He's a great man, all right, Amy said cheerfully, yet it felt like a bitter compliment. Where exactly is he, though? Sylvia's finger froze on the trigger. She had no answer, not one she could give. Amy was loyal. Amy was trusted. Amy had bled for the Wild Pack and for her. However, there were some secrets that couldn't be shared even with her friend who had taken a bullet for her 3 years ago. She couldn't tell Amy that Dante and Felicia were somewhere beneath her feet right now, stealing from the very vault of their client, while she let her soldiers bleed to keep their cash flow going. He asked where he needs to be, Sylvia said. I'll be back soon. Channel 3 crackled to distract both of them. Commander, West Tower reporting. Static covered the comms, interrupted by erratic gunfire and screams. Ambush. They came from we didn't detect them until Sylvia's blood went cold. West Tower, report. 2 wounded, location compromised. The voice was younger, breathless with fear. One of the rookies. Constantine, maybe, or John. Ninjas inside. The transmission cut off completely as static took over. Her enhanced mind was already racing through implications. The West Tower provided covering fire for the southern approach and overlooked their main ammunition depot. Losing it opened a gap in their defensive perimeter. The worst part was if the hand had infiltrated close enough to ambush the tower without triggering motion sensors. Then they had stealth operatives that could bypass their thermal sensors. Either full-body armor or some supernatural bullshit, which had become an everyday occurrence ever since Dante came into her life. Shit. Sylvia switched channels. Our unit in the West Tower was ambushed. Raoul, give me a drone overhead now. On it. Redirecting drone 4. She pressed to channel 5. Medical team, any evacs from the West Tower. Medical responding. Negative, Commander. West Tower's entire team is radio silent. A whole team fell without the scouts and drones didn't find any single approaching threat. She switched to channel 2, which was for the West Bunker positions. West Bunker teams, listen carefully. Send drones to scout for the wounded and evac them to your place. Do not attempt recovery if you're under fire. We don't trade 2 lives for 1. Roger. Moving to extract. And remember my standing orders, she continued. Anyone injured withdraws from the battle. No heroics. No last stands. You get shot anywhere. You leave. Understood? A chorus of affirmations answered back. A few hot-headed mercs were reluctant, but the rest were relieved. Amy glanced over, brow furrowed. Lady, if we keep pulling people back every time someone takes a hit, this isn't a war, Sylvia interrupted. We're not defending Symkaria's borders. We're not fighting for survival. This is a contract. We have to weigh profit and loss. Then we should unload the heavy weaponry. We wait until Dante is back. Her voice grew cold, bloodthirsty. Then we annihilate these cultists. Every single one of them will pay the price for stepping on my territory. Even if she couldn't annihilate them, she would make the hand pay a blood price for invading her territory. Amy stared at her for a long moment, as if searching for something. Whatever Amy was looking for, she didn't find it. Or maybe she found exactly what she feared. Either way, she nodded slowly and returned to her scope, unwilling to probe further. Sylvija maintained her calm expression. Amy had caught on to something. It would be weird if she hadn't, but asking questions would force Sylvija to lie to her face, and neither of them wanted that. Commander, Pyotr S. Deep. Accented voice came through Wildpack S. private channel. One car, one armored truck. Approaching from the south. Sylvija S. brow furrowed, as assault from the south made no tactical sense. The southern approach was a flat concrete expanse with zero cover for 300 yards. A single heavy machine gun could mow down entire squads before they crossed half that distance. The hand had to know that. This must be their plan, Sylvija whispered. Amy, south wall. Now, both women shifted positions and pivoted their line of fire toward the south. Sylvija spotted the vehicles parked brazenly in the open. The doors swung wide and hand operatives wearing tactical vests over black combat gear poured out. They carried rifles and katana. They used the truck as a cover and set up firing positions. A single man stepped out of the sedan. He was short, maybe 5'3", but built like a brawler with broad shoulders, thick arms, and a wide chest covered in a dirty white tank top. His hair stuck up in wild tufts on either side of his head, almost like an animal. Scruffy mutton chops framed a face that seemed straight out of an old cowboy movie. He didn't carry a weapon, yet her instincts rang alarm bells in her mind. He was the most dangerous man she had ever encountered except Dante in his Death Authority form. The man just started walking straight toward the central compound like he was taking a morning stroll through Central Park. Sylvija's radio crackled, and a new voice came through the Western Perimeter channel. Silver Sable. The accent was Japanese and refined, a bit theatrical. The hand extends a courtesy. Surrender the compound and withdraw your forces. What if I don't? We'll have to kill every resistance. Remember, Norman Osborn is not a man worth dying for. He doesn't deserve such loyalty. There is no man worth dying for, she whispered, adjusting her scope's elevation. Except mine. She exhaled and squeezed. This was her answer. Crack. The bullet struck the dead center of the dangerous man's forehead. His head snapped backward from the impact as he staggered half a step. She didn't let herself smile because her instincts still rang, which turned out right. The man moved his head in place and reached up to casually pluck the flattened bullet from his skull. The wound in his forehead sealed itself in seconds until there wasn't even a scar. His head turned, and he looked directly at Sylvija, 300 yards away through a 4-inch gap in the reinforced concrete. He just stared at her with blank eyes. Then 6 claws erupted from his knuckles. 3 per hand, each one a foot long. Mutant. Mutant. Amy echoed the same sentiment, but her voice wasn't as calm as Sylvija. Oh fuck, that SA mutant. Amy opened fire without waiting for orders. Her rifle roared and spat brass casings across the floor. She wasn't the only one, as more mercs from nearby bunkers unleashed heavy fire on him. Blood sprayed as he staggered with the impact of the belt-fed machine gun fire. His white, dirty vest was dyed red in seconds, his entire body full of holes. Yet he didn't fall. Grenades! Amy screamed into her radio. Someone hit him with explosives. A muffled whump came from the southern defensive position. 6 40mm grenades arced through the air and struck the concrete 5 feet in front of the mutant. The explosion of fire and shrapnel engulfed him. His skin blackened, burned, melted, and regenerated. Charred flesh sloughed off, and pink, healthy skin grew beneath. The burns vanished like they had never existed. The mutant roared and broke into a sprint. He covered ground like a missile, closing the distance to an eastern bunker position. Sylvija grabbed the radio. Evac the Eastern Bunker Number 4. Preparing an evac, someone replied over the channel. Commander, do we take supplies? Leave you dumbass. Roger, someone screamed. Arg. The mutant had already reached the bunker. Sylvija watched through her scope, helpless as blood sprayed on the bunker walls. A helmet went flying out of the bunker, still attached to part of skull. 4 men died in 8 seconds. Simkarian blood. Her blood. Sylvija's chest tightened. She could have avoided this by saying no to Dante's plan. She could force him to wait for another window. He would listened and bent his entire plan around her comfort because he loved her. But she hadn't, because someone had to save the innocent people from being tortured in Norman's labs. Because this was the right thing to do. But she didn't pay the price for that choice. Her men did. Chapter 57. A colossal entry. Sylvija twisted the dial to force the radio to broadcast to everyone. All eastern positions. Full retreat to secondary lines. Everyone is hereby ordered to not engage the mutant. Avoid contact at all costs. Copy. Falling back. One of East Bunker is gone. Jesus Christ, he just tore through Kozlov-like move. Sylvija's shout cut through the overlapping panic. Harsher than she intended. Anyone who engages that mutant will be deemed as disobeying orders. Withdraw and regroup. Beside her, Amy lowered her rifle with shaking hands. Lady. Sylvija kept her eyes on the scope instead of Amy. If she looked, she knew she would see a flicker of doubt. The question about why Dante wasn't he here, and why wasn't he Ava deployed to fight the superhuman threat. Lady, there's something I haven't been able to tell you. Sylvija's finger hovered over the radio, ready to issue another order. Amy, not now. You know why I was so pissed at Dante? Amy asked, ignoring Sylvija and the chaos the mutant had brought. Why I shot him. Amy, we can talk. Amy slapped her hand over Sylvija's mouth. The contact stunned her more than the words. No one silenced her like that. I love you. Sylvija's eyes went wide. And for a moment the world narrowed to the slight wetness in Amy's eyes and the way her throat trembled. Scenes she had never bothered to connect suddenly started making sense. Amy's lingering looks when she thought Sylvija wasn't paying attention. The way Amy always stepped a little too close when danger appeared. And the look of jealousy when Sylvija showed interest in someone. It made even more sense remembering Amy came from a clan of all-female assassins. I've always loved you, Amy said, hand dropping away as her eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. You always talked about finding a worthy husband and conceiving the greatest heir, carrying on your father's legacy. I could never bring myself to say it. Sylvija looked away. Sorry, I can't. The admission was short and heartless. Before Dante, she might have experimented to understand this fierce devotion Amy had, even if she wasn't sexually drawn to women. But everything had changed since she was in a relationship, and probably going to become a mother before next year. I know. Amy let out a hollow, bitter laughter. She threw her rifle aside, which clattered against the wall. She pulled out 2 beautiful curved swords from the sheaths on her back, each one with an ornate golden hilt. That's why I'm leaving Wildpack. You're lying? Sylvija couldn't believe what she was hearing. Why? Amy flashed a grin. But underneath the bravado was resignation of someone who had already decided they were not walking back. Sylvija had seen this look too many times in this line. Lady, remember the assassin who took down a feral mutant? Amy, Sylvija reached out, but Amy stepped away and vaulted through the window. Sylvija rushed to the opening and saw Amy hit the platform just below. Amy sprinted along the narrow ledge before leaping to the next platform, then the next. She descended the jagged maze of steel and concrete like it was a training course instead of a death run. She dropped to the courtyard below and landed in a roll before sprinting toward the southern approach, with a mutant who had torn through soldiers like tissue paper. The hand operatives reacted on instinct the moment they saw movement. Gunfire erupted, muzzle flashes stuttering through smoke. Amy's arms moved in a blur as she intercepted the bullets aiming for her head with her sword. The rest of her body was wrapped in red plated armor. Lower caliber rounds smacked in her chest and shoulders and ricocheted away, leaving scuffs, but no blood. Sylvija clenched her fist, holding back the urge to chase after Amy. She couldn't be selfish, not when everyone needed her commands. She quickly tuned to Wild Pack Channel. Pyotr, take down that mutant, Sylvija whispered. Hades told you to stop holding back. He'll handle all the consequences. There was a brief moment of silence before Pyotr laughed. Pyotr Rasputin Kolossus Higinkto engage. Sylvija aimed the rifle, only to stop when Ava's voice came through the radio. Pyotr also has superpowers, huh? Didn't T see that one coming? Ava chuckled. Commander, shouldn't T, I support Pyotr? Ava only had two protocols: protect Sylvija or kill whatever threatened Sylvija. I need you on the elevator, Sylvija said firmly. Defend it with your life. Ava didn't T speak again. Then Sylvija's phone rang in her pocket. It was Ava trying to make a private conversation, which wasn't T possible in their channel. Sis, what are you hiding from me? Ava asked. The formality from seconds ago was gone, replaced by the voice of younger sister Ava. What did he make you do? It's not his fault, Ava darling. It's mine. Sis, say it to me clearly. You know I can't read minds. For 5 years, Ava had been more than a subordinate. Ava had been her family. Someone Sylvija had fed, trained, scolded, and protected. The little girl who had clung to her coat in winters now demanded honesty like she was owed it. And she was. She could lie to anyone, but lying to Ava felt like betraying her only piece of conscience in this business. Still, she had no choice. I'll explain everything later, Sylvija muttered. Heads up, you might have to stop the symbiotes trying to leave the underground facility. Hold them off as much as possible. What? From down there? Ava was in disbelief. Did Norman make them? Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Sis explained. Sylvija cut the call and shot a bullet at the mutant's ribs, stopping him for a few seconds. He glared at her with burning hatred, like he wanted to chew her alive. Sylvija felt cold fear, but she held his gaze and refused to flinch. A sharp thwip cut through the noise, followed by a shadow dropping into view. Ghost Spider latched onto the window Amy had just thrown herself through, landing in a low crouch. You're the leader? Sylvija blinked in surprise. Ghost Spider? Are you here to help? I've been helping, lady. Ghost Spider groaned and pointed a thumb over her shoulder. I incapacitated a dozen guys trying solo infiltration, matching ninja outfits, swords, and doing backflips everywhere. Pretty sure they were the real thing. Sylvija's mind processed the information instantly. A dozen hand operatives taken out before the main assault even hit their lines. That meant Ghost Spider hadn't come here to investigate the gunshot. She had been here for a while, scouting and striking the solo hand operatives. How did you know we would be attacked? One of your men. Dante. He called me. Ghost Spider landed lightly inside and turned toward the southern approach, where the mutant was busy tearing another bunker open like a tin can. Tell everyone to stop wasting ammo on that guy. I'll take him. Can you defeat him? Defeat him? Ghost Spider's eye lenses snapped wide in exaggerated disbelief. Lady, did you not see him shrug off a high-caliber sniper round like a mosquito bite? He's got regeneration too. I can only keep him busy. You one TB alone. 2 more fighters are heading to engage. One of them is special like you. Great. My friendly advice, though, keep everyone else as far as possible. Ghost Spider shrugged. But hey, you do you, Miss Commander. Sylvija yanked a spare tactical radio from her rig and tossed it. Ghost Spider snatched it out of the air without even glancing, as if it was just an instinct. Keep it, Sylvija said. I'll feed you updates on the mutant and anything else you need. Or use me as a free, super-powered soldier, Ghost Spider muttered, but still clipping the radio to her shoulder. I see where Dante learned his tactics from. A small, quick grin tugged at Sylvija's mouth despite her tension. Did Dante not tell you he is my man? Any order from me should count as his, too. Ghost Spider's lenses widened again. Felicia and you? That man really knows how to pick his women. We can discuss his harem later. Sylvija's smile vanished as she jerked her chin toward the south. Go help with the mutant. So he is a mutant. Ghost Spider gave a slow nod and vaulted back through the window. A heartbeat later, her web line snapped out and latched onto a distant structure. Sylvija could only look in envy as Ghost Spider swung through the air. How did Lover turn her into his errand girl? Ghost Spider seemed to hold a grudge against Dante, but still came here to help. What is even their relationship? She thought, and this time, her enhanced mind didn't help. It only worked with warfare, not her personal life. She had just killed a man trying to aim at Ghost Spider when the distinct Japanese accented English came through the radio again. The weapon cannot be stopped. The Hand S leader spoke again. He is immortal, and he will continue to kill your men. Immortal? Sylvija scoffed. Everyone is mortal before the gaze of death. She decides who lives or dies. Ha ha. The voice found her thought absurd. We, the Hand, have been defying death for thousands of years. Then you just signed your own warrant? Sylvija said. Thinking of Dante steadied her in a way nothing else did. Because my lover controls life and death. Arrogant. The voice was filled with scorn. Let the weapon tear through your men, then. She shifted her scope to the western watchtower. It looked empty at a glance, but the thermal overlays showed faint, distorted signatures. The Hand had hidden their elites under metal-layered suits designed to fool the heat sensors. Holding her heartbeat, she steadied her hands and took a shot. Someone fell down the watchtower dead. Was that you, Mr. Arrogant? Your arrogance will end you. The Hand S leader sounded furious. Watching an operative die through his own eyes had gotten under his skin. Mark the words of Nobu. Before dawn, Silver Sable International shall cease to exist. Hear my ultimatum too, bitch. Before next month, the Hand will be gone. If they want war, she will give them one. She wouldn't be afraid of them without Dante. But with Dante, she would chew through them. Don't take too long, Lover. Or she won't be able to raise her head with dignity in front of her men. Ghost Spider Gwen swung straight toward the part of the battlefield every instinct screamed to her to avoid. Below her, bodies lay in broken heaps, some ripped clean in half, others so mangled she had to force her eyes forward before her stomach revolted. The mutant you're dealing with is dubbed the weapon by the Hand. Silver Sable S. stern, slightly European accented voice came from the comm, and their leader, Nobu, just threatened to wipe everyone in this facility before dawn. Gwen's heart shook at the thought of so many dead people. The nauseating feeling only grew stronger when she remembered the many, many dead bodies she had seen today. The only reason she had contributed so little to the fight. She was too stunned to take action when she saw Silver Sable S. mercs mowing through wave after wave of Hand operatives. She might have powers, but nothing in her masked career had prepared her for slaughter on this scale. This wasn't some alley brawl with a mugger. This was a war between two factions, where death was just a stat on the paper. I won't let that happen, Gwen whispered, more to herself than to Sable. That's what superheroes do, right? We save the day when nobody else can. Right now, she wasn't sure she believed it. One person couldn't stop a war. Maybe Dante at full power could have. But she wasn't a cold-blooded mercenary. She was just a girl before this week, keeping her superpowers hidden. You have my gratitude, Ghost Spider. Just doing my job as the only active vigilante. She closed in on the southern approach and finally saw him. The mutant, the weapon held a soldier in the air by the claws stabbed in his chest. After everything she had seen tonight, she didn't even flinch at the sight. Her gaze snapped to a figure lurking close by. It was a woman in red armor, twin, curved swords in hand, waiting for the tiniest opening to strike down the weapon. She should be the first. There was one other ally Sylvija had mentioned. She wasn't sure if they would be of any help or just burdens. Whatever. Stick to the plan, Stacy. Gwen swung lower, snapped a new web line, and landed in a light hop just shy of the weapon's reach. Mr. Claus, how you doing? The weapon growled like an animal. I can teach you English if you're interested, she went on. Not a great teacher, but I'm willing to try. He lunged instead, claws trying to slash her face with terrifying speed. Her lenses drooped into an unimpressed expression. I invite a guy out, and he tries to slash my face. One hell of a story to tell MJ. The claws missed her by inches as she backflipped. Every swipe carved the air where she had just been. The claws were made of some unknown metal, so sharp they would tear through her in an instant. Her spider sense never lied about danger level. She pushed off a cracked wall, twisted midair, and snapped her heel into his jaw on the way past. A tremor went through her leg. She felt like she had kicked a wall instead of a human. She now knew why the sniper bullet had flattened against his forehead. This man's entire skeleton was coated in metal even tougher than tungsten. Pretty sure you're legally not allowed to still count as a human, big guy. The weapon barely flinched at her attack, but momentum was hers. She fired a web line and slammed both feet into his chest in a double kick. This time, the hit staggered him enough to knock him back and down. Before he could recover, she unloaded her web shooters. Thick white strands layered over his limbs, his torso, and even his face. She dumped an entire cartridge in hopes to tie down the walking massacre. By the time she stopped, the weapon was cocooned in a thick, sticky mass, pinned to the ground like a giant bug. Rag, the immortal, roared beneath the web, glaring at her, but unable to move. The web held him down. Plan A worked. She laughed, breathless and a little hysterical. It never does, but it worked today. One claw suddenly punched through the cocoon. Gwen's shoulders slumped. I should never trust Plan A. Her spider sense flared. She zipped sideways without thinking. The ground she had been standing on erupted a heartbeat later under a volley of gunfire. The only day I'm more popular with guys than MJ, she muttered, ducking behind cover as more shots chased her. Mr. Claus, please don't destroy my web. I'll treat you to Smokey-S hot wings. The weapon cared not for her cheap offer and ripped through her webs. Before he could fully rise, the red-armored woman rushed from her position. She closed the distance in a few bounding steps and drove both of her blades straight into the weapon's throat. The steel slipped through flesh like it was nothing, and blood sprayed. Even Gwen, who had seen him shrug off bullets, felt a jolt of certainty at the weapon's fate. She wasn't joyous, only feeling a guilty twist in her chest. She had been the one tangling him up, which meant she was the biggest contributor in his death. Then her spider sense screamed again. She fired a web at the red-armored assassin, yanked hard, and swung them both away just as the weapon's claws shredded up through where Amy's right leg had been a second ago. Bullets tore into the spot they had vacated, the hand gunman switching aim the moment they saw a target. Too many idiots with guns. Gwen groaned. Every instinct urged her to leap at the shooters and web them to walls, but that would mean leaving the weapon unwatched. The assassin didn't fight Gwen's grip and let herself be carried behind a friendly bunker. Miss Amy, one of the mercenaries yelled through the firing port. Are you all right? Amy waved her hand. Me fine. Gwen pushed Amy toward the bunker door. Stay here. I'll take care of him. Amy ignored the command like she hadn't heard it at all and edged around the corner. Her eyes widened. He still didn't die. How does he make Dante look weak in comparison? Dante is stronger than Mr. Claus, Gwen answered, trusting her spider sense. Let's try not to kill him. We should hand him over. Fuck off with your law bullshit. Amy spat out with a vicious look. He made Sylvia sad. He will die. Gwen stared at her. Of all the reasons to kill Mr. Claus on this battlefield, she never expected it to be lesbian love. Without another word, Amy bolted out from cover and charged the immortal again with no regard for the bullets or claws waiting for her. Gwen snapped a web line at Amy's back and yanked her back to the bunk. Stop stopping me. Amy screamed, thrashing against the pole. Stop trying to kill yourself. Gwen shot back. The ground rumbled. A motorcycle roared onto the scene from the flank, engine screaming as it barreled toward the weapon. On its back was a giant of a man, massive shoulders hunched over the handlebars. Gunfire redirected instantly, cutting away from Gwen and Amy toward the new target. Before the bullets hit, the rider's skin flashed and hardened into metal. In an instant, his entire body turned into living steel. He kicked off the bike and landed with a thunderous impact that cracked the concrete. The riderless vehicle slammed into the weapon's midsection. Mr. Claus roared and ripped it apart with his claws. Bolt! Amy sounded surprised. Yes, a mutant too? Gwen felt a bit happy at the revelation. An ally who might be able to stop the massacre machine, Mr. Claus. The metal-skinned man Pyotr strode forward in resounding steps. He squared his shoulders, ready to engage. Then he stopped dead, and his eyes widened. Comrade Logan. Gwen wanted to groan. Of course, these two powerful men had a backstory with each other. Nothing was allowed to be simple on this night. Chapter 58. A missile Pyotr hadn't expected to run into an X-Man here, of all places. Logan, with his wild hair and broody demeanor, had accompanied Professor Xavier during his visit to Pyotr's family farm years ago. Logan had stood silent, while Xavier tried to recruit Pyotr with promises of mutant-esque coexistence with humans in the future. Back then, Pyotr had stared at the two strangers in their strange clothes and thought they looked like they belonged to another world. He had turned them down because he enjoyed spending time with his parents and siblings. Was he going to leave this life for a foreign nation where Xavier would only teach him how to control his powers, train him to be stronger, and just idle around? He might as well idle around in his village instead. A couple of years later, the tragedy struck and Ileana vanished. Pyotr had dialed Xavier's number and only met disappointment. Professor Xavier admitted he couldn't sense a non-mutant with his mind. Still, Xavier had tried to invite him again. Pyotr had politely declined and found another way, which ended up bringing him to Silver Sable and her wild pack. His hope was rekindled with a mysterious Dante-esque promise. Now the broody mutant from all those years ago stood before him as if to crush that hope. How did Professor allow Comrade Logan to become a weapon under the hand? The question gnawed at him, but there was no time to dwell on it. Logan's feral eyes locked onto Pyotr. Whatever control the hand had over him had stripped away everything human, leaving only a beast with instincts to kill or be killed. Hold fast, little Logan. I'll bring you back to your senses. He would bring Logan to his senses, even if it meant beating the man to a pulp with his steel fists. Kulme. Grah. Logan charged at him with a growl that belonged more to a wolf than a man. His adamantium claws sliced inches deep into Pyotr's ribs. It was only discomfort, not pain. His metal form could take far worse. Take mine, comrade. Pyotr slammed his fist into Logan's face. The blow sent the feral mutant flying backward in a perfect arc before crashing into the concrete 20 feet away. Logan rose unsteadily, stumbling as his brain rattled inside an adamantium skull. The bones were unharmed, but the soft tissue had absorbed the impact of Pyotr's devastating fist. Adamantium skeleton and claws, Pyotr commented, recalling how Xavier had introduced Logan and his powers. You truly are a beast, Logan. It should have been tragic. It was tragic. Yet Pyotr felt the corners of his mouth curl up. For the first time in years, he let the grin stay. I can finally go see how strong I am. He had spent years pulling his punches. He had done it because S.H.I.E.L.D. watched and his own heart rejected a violent life. Because he didn't want Silver Sable to get into trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. because of him. He had never truly tested the limits of what this metal form of his could do. But tonight he was fighting Logan. Logan, the unkillable. Logan, the unbreakable. Logan, the rabid animal in human form. A mutant who could take every ounce of force Pyotr could pour into his blows and still drag himself back to his feet. Tonight, Pyotr Rasputin could finally fight without fear. Logan came at him again like a wolf pounce, leading the charge with claws. Pyotr stepped sideways at the last second and redirected Logan's momentum into a throw. Logan's body became a projectile, slamming into a concrete bunker so hard the reinforced wall spiderwebbed and nearly gave way. Chunks of stone rained down on his fallen body, burying him. I chicken out, Pyotr muttered, almost disappointed in himself. The throw had been clean and efficient. A textbook application of the martial arts he had picked up for his new life as a mercenary. The movements were so ingrained they had become muscle memory. The pacifist in him always went for the redirect, the control, and the less lethal option. Even Logan, of all people, had fallen victim to those habits. Logan did not stay buried for long. The rubble shifted and he was back on his feet. His torn muscles underneath the tattered white vest, knitted together by his healing factor. His eyes never softened. If anything, the pain only made him angier and more berserk. Logan shot forward again. Pyotr met him halfway with a rising knee that sank into Logan's stomach. Air left Logan's lungs in a violent grunt. Before Logan could recover, Pyotr clasped both hands together and brought them down like a hammer on Logan's back. The impact drove Logan into the ground, the concrete cracking under him. For a few moments, Logan lay there on the shattered pavement, chest heaving, face pressed into the dust. He looked almost unconscious, as if he had paused out. Then, without warning, he exploded upward from the ground, going from prone to pounce in a second. It was like watching a spring uncoil. Adamantium claws punched into Pyotr's chest and scraped along the inner layers of his armor. The force tackled the giant back. They crashed together, Pyotr thudding onto his back as Logan straddled his torso. The claws went to work instantly and hacked at Pyotr's metal skin with wild, frantic slashes. Tiny fragments of organic steel flew around. Ugh, comrade, I might be metal, but I still feel pain. He wrapped his massive hands around Logan's wrists and hurled him aside like a rag doll. Logan tumbled across the concrete, rolled, and skidded to a stop right at Amy's boots. "Grah, would you look at this catch?" Amy didn't hesitate in driving both swords at Logan. The blade stabbed through Logan's eyes with a wet, sick sound. Rarark, a broken, guttural roar that was nothing but pain and fury left Logan's throat. Amy twisted the blades and yanked them, ready to stab his throat. But Logan covered his face with his hands, whimpering like a wounded animal. NGH. Ra. The sight was like a helpless animal being abused, except this animal could massacre a whole city under the Hand's control. Comrade Amy, don't kill him. He is not an enemy. Pyotr was unable to believe Amy had intervened in his battle. She would try to kill Logan. Amy shot him a sharp look, but listened, pulling her swords back. Then she did the smart thing and ran before Logan recovered. She wasn't stupid enough to stand in the open with a feral mutant when a walking tank like Pyotr was right there. Pyotr, he wouldn't die from this. Pyotr watched as Logan sat up slowly. Blood ran down his cheeks in thick lines, making it look like he was crying blood. The shredded flesh of his eye sockets already writhed and crawled as the healing factor worked. His eyes healed back right before Pyotr's eyes. Comrade Logan. Grr. RAH. Logan's only answer was a bestial snarl. He charged again, faster and more furious than before. Pyotr braced himself and met the charge head-on. They collided with the sound of a thunderclap, like an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. For a heartbeat, neither gave ground to the other. Then Pyotr's superior strength began to push Logan backward inch by inch. Logan shifted tactics instantly, going low and slashing at Pyotr's legs. Half! Pyotr groaned in pain, but stood firm to smash his fist in Logan's face again. Blow after blow followed, echoing like small explosions, as if shockwaves were being generated just from the sheer pressure of their strength. Comrade, taste my fist and come back. Grah! Logan took the hit on his face and rolled to the ground. Only then his bestial mind registered that fighting head-on was impossible. So he used his speed to run around Pyotr and managed to slash the back of his knees. Pyotr's legs buckled. The giant crashed down on one knee, then onto both. Logan slammed his knees in Pyotr's south chest to drive him into the ground. His claws stabbed directly down at Pyotr's eyes, as if taking revenge for what Amy had done to him. Pyotr caught both wrists, holding those deadly claws inches from his eyes. They stayed locked like that, neither able to gain the advantage. Pyotr's strength versus Logan's savage tenacity. Steel versus adamantium. A berserk David versus a calm, empathic Goliath. Sorry, mutant friend, Pyotr whispered. No one should be used like a weapon. He headbutted Logan with every bit of his strength. Logan's head snapped back, and Pyotr used the opening to throw him off. Before Logan could recover, Pyotr grabbed a chunk of broken concrete, and hurled it. Logan's claws flashed, shredding through the concrete. But the debris obscured his vision for a crucial second. Pyotr closed the distance and delivered an uppercut that lifted Logan completely off his feet. RRGH. The feral mutant flew backward, crashed through a chain-link fence, and disappeared into the darkness beyond. Pyotr stood there with squared shoulders. His entire body was covered with scratches and gouges. It would take hours for his organic steel to knit fully back together. Gwen Stacy and Amy Chun watched from a nearby bunker. Dust and debris fell with each thunderous impact of their battle, and the night air reeked of blood and metal. "This is never going to end," Gwen whispered, feeling both awe and terror. "He heals everything, and the metal man just doesn't break." Amy gripped her swords tighter. How is this even allowed? Gwen didn't have a good answer. In the short, messy life she had as Ghost Spider, she had seen gang wars, a death god disguised as a mercenary, and horrifying black alien monsters who possessed people's bodies. But watching two mutants like this was something else entirely. And still, neither Pyotr nor Logan gave her that suffocating, absolute certainty of death that Dante had. Pyotr was strong, maybe the strongest person she had ever seen. Logan was relentless and berserk, with a body that never wanted to die. But Dante was different. His presence oozed a simple, terrifying truth. I can end you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yet, with all this power, he kept trying to do the right thing in his own way. He had no real reason to get involved with any of this. He could stayed in his comfortable life and pretended the world's problems weren't his. Instead, he had decided to stop Norman and later reveal his powers to save Felicia. Were both forced by circumstances. Gwen had been given these powers, and at first, all she had done with them was swing across the city for the thrill of it, losing herself in the wind and the height and the freedom. Putting on the suit had been about her indulgence, not about helping anyone. It had taken hearing her father's defeated voice on the phone to finally push her into action. Dante, on the other hand, had been forced by his relationship with Sylvia and Felicia. Perhaps that was why she related to him on some level and chose to come here, despite finding his methods disagreeable. Beside her, Amy was lost in her thoughts. I was ready to die, you know. When she had seen the mutant tear through her comrades, she had made up her mind, trading her life to keep the mutant from killing others to pay back for everything Sylvia gave her. She didn't even get scratched. The gentle giant, the man who always went above and beyond to help others, turned out to be a powerful mutant. He fought the mutant, even holding an upper hand. "We should help," Gwen said, "but I can't think of a way. You got something?" "Nope, nothing. Let them fight. Then I'll take care of the trash," Gwen replied, her gaze shifting to the armed hand operatives who were using the chaos to reposition and target Wildpack soldiers. "It was nice talking to you. Take care of yourself." Amy held Gwen's arm. "Take me along. My swords are thirsty." "No killing." Gwen was firm in her request. "I'm only going to incapacitate them." "I'll decapacitate them." Amy smiled like a devil. "You give them temporary relief. I'll give them permanent relief." "No. If we don't kill them today, they'll return tomorrow." Law means nothing to these people, Hero Girl. Gwen's first instinct was to argue with justice, trials, and second chances. She wanted to believe in a system that could handle this. However, she had seen the NYPD turn a blind eye to gunfire on this island. Not just once, twice. Still, she shook her head. "Even if they're rotten, I can't do what they're doing." Gwen brushed Amy's hand and ran gracefully out of the bunker before swinging away, as if she was running away from something. Amy watched her disappear into the night, then blew out a slow breath. She wasn't too scared of the hand operatives. Cutting them down would be almost relaxing. What she feared was walking back to Commander Sablanova empty-handed after all her loud promises about taking down Logan. The limo's interior wrapped Emma Frost in nice and cozy warmth. She hummed along to a classic tune from her teen years while wearing a luxurious white fur coat spilled over a sleek silver dress. Entirely impractical, but absolutely perfect by her fashion sense. Whether it was a business meeting or the war zone in Oscorp Island, if she was going to walk somewhere important, she would do it looking like a goddess. Beside her, Psylocke sat with both hands on the wheel. Even now, in the dead of winter, the woman wore her signature purple bodysuit, a leotard-like bodysuit that left her arms and legs bare. Emma had never understood Psylocke's obsession with this style. It had gone to the point Psylocke's entire wardrobe was 3 pairs of bodysuits and spare boots. The refusal to dress for the weather was like her way of self-discipline. "Sigh," Emma said, breaking the comfortable silence with a light, teasing tone like she was addressing younger sister. "Are you pissed I disturbed your beauty sleep?" Psylocke's expression didn't change. She didn't even glance over. "It's the first time I'm going to do my job as your bodyguard." Psylocke had been at her side ever since Emma had found her bleeding out in a Tokyo alley, nearly killed by the Hand-S assassins. She had offered Psylocke sanctuary and a new life free from the Hand. In return, Psylocke had sworn herself to Emma's service. But Emma Frost had never needed protecting. Her telepathy made her untouchable. She could rewrite minds, shatter wills, and turn people into drooling vegetables with but a thought. Bodyguards were a show of power, not a necessity. Except for that man. Even hundreds of her wouldn't be enough for him. Emma's smile widened. What a brilliant mindset. If only that rude man had this level of maturity. "You say that while smiling," Psylocke replied in a calm voice. "Is it so fun being a hypocrite?" Emma let out a soft laugh. "I do admit I like stubborn men who don't grovel to me. Men with stability and a spine." It was true. Most men either threw themselves at her feet, desperate for her approval, or tried to dominate her, threatened by her power. Both types bored her to tears. Contrarily, Dante had looked her in the eye and still treated her as an equal. He had threatened her life, tested her loyalty, and walked away without apology. She knew he wasn't acting despite not being able to read his mind. Psylocke's lips curled into a tiny smile. "You speak as if you've been with many men. Yet I've never seen you with a single one." "I did have one boyfriend," she said quietly, "but it never progressed past the kissing stage." "Quite unexpected," Psylocke said in a gentle tone. "I thought you would have 100+ lovers, each tailored for a specific fetish." Emma shook her head. "Dear, I wish I had that much free time." She leaned her elbow against the window, resting her chin on her knuckles. The bridge's pillars blurred past, but her mind was lost in old memories. Christian's funeral, her arrogant and manipulative father's disapproval, and the boyfriend who died for borrowing money from people he couldn't afford to offend. Dante's words came back to her. "You've never understood what it means to truly trust someone." And he was right. Without telepathy, she would have long fallen to someone's sweet words and opened her heart. What had brought her so far was also her crutch. She had come so far, yet she still couldn't trust someone. Not when she could read every thought and how they judged her. Every person had dark thoughts, and she was aware of each and everyone. Despite being aware of the truth, she couldn't stop reading minds. It had become a habit at this point. The only person exception to this was Psylocke. "What about you, Ninja Lady?" Emma asked, shifting the topic to distract the heavy thoughts. "How many men did you seduce for spy missions?" "None. I was sent to execute." Just a few words, but the weight behind them was immense. Emma opened her mouth to offer some comfort. "Maybe you will find SCRECH." The limo lurched violently as Psylocke slammed the brakes. Emma's shoulder collided with the door despite the seatbelt as restraint. What did that the Hand? Ahead, at the bridge's entrance, a black sedan drove to a stop perpendicular to the road, blocking both lanes. Its windows suddenly opened, and a figure leaned out, a man dressed head to toe in black tactical gear, face obscured by a mask. And hoisted on his shoulder, angled directly at their limo, was an RPG launcher. Emma's mind went blank. Then instinct took over. Her telepathy lashed out to blast the man's mind. But she was just a moment late in preventing the trigger. The launcher flared, and a trail of white smoke erupted from the muzzle. The missile left the tube, and the heat-seeking warhead adjusted mid-flight, locking right onto the limo. Emma Frost saw death staring at her, and this time, it wasn't T in the form of a handsome man, but a heat-seeking missile. Chapter 59. Nobu trump card. Emma did not panic. A missile howled toward them, and yet her pulse stayed steady, her breathing even, as if someone had pressed mute on her survival instincts. She had felt the same when she had chosen her own death over Psylocke in front of Dante. Right now, her thoughts were clear as crystals. Stepping out of the car would change nothing. Instead of fumbling for the door handle, she turned her head, almost absently, to look at the woman in the driver's seat. Psylocke's entire face was covered in a brilliant violet light. A beautiful butterfly silhouette had unfolded across her face, wings of psychic energy framing her like a mask. The sight would have rattled most people. Emma only felt a flicker of comfort. Psylocke's right hand reached out. The missile jerked to a halt mid-flight, suspended in the air as if caught in an invisible net. The thruster still burned, trying to propel it forward. Psylocke did not let it gain an inch. Emma's lips pressed together in a small, self-deprecating smile. Of course, she had calculated the blast radius, and even the way the limo would explode, yet somehow failed to account for the deadliest variable sitting beside her. Psylocke had been raised in violence since she was 11. Every sense she possessed was tuned to smell danger before it bloomed. If that missile had been outside her ability to handle, she would never have stopped the limousine in the first place. She would driven them off the bridge, as they could easily survive a crash in the cold water. I underestimated her. How very unlike me to calculate my own variable. Psylocke slowly curled her fingers to form a fist. The missile collapsed in on itself. In the span of 2 seconds, it was reduced to a mangled ball of twisted metal. Psylocke flicked her wrist dismissively, sending the crushed remains into the river. The apathetic calm that had coated her thoughts cracked all at once. Her heart spiked, and her hands shook where they gripped the seatbelt as the reality of what had almost happened washed over her in a cold rush. Third near-death experience in 1 week. Psylocke slammed her foot on the accelerator, and the limo surged forward. "We wouldn't be in danger," Psylocke said, her voice utterly calm, "if you had chosen a less conspicuous car." Emma let out a sigh. "My dear Psy, some of us were born to be conspicuous." Movement flickered in the corner of her vision. The dark sedan far ahead was swerving aggressively. They were terrified and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Any leftover fear was replaced by a vicious focus. "Kill them." Psylocke glanced over, meeting her gaze for just a moment. Something like anticipation flickered across her face, quite chilling and hungry to be called a smile in any human sense. It was the expression of a wolf that had just been pointed at a limping deer. With pleasure, the butterfly flared back to life, psychic wings spreading wide. Psylocke didn't bother with subtlety. Her hand twitched once, fingers snapping open and then clenching. The sedan's 4 tires exploded almost simultaneously. The steel rims screamed against asphalt, and the car bucked wildly. The sedan swerved sideways and sped down the bridge. Emma watched its taillights vanish into darkness, followed by a faint, distant splash. Just a clean drop and a quick end to the Handes operatives. Psylocke flicked her gaze back to her employer, finding not approval but annoyance showing on arched brows. "What? I used the most efficient method. I wanted to read their minds," Emma replied with a sigh. "You drowned them." Psylocke turned her eyes back to the road. "Next time." The bridge ended at a wall of intimidating metal signs declaring this to be a private property. The passenger door opened with a soft click, and a fancy heel crunched the frozen leaf. Emma adjusted her coat elegantly, eyes on the Oscorp in the Oscorp Island sign. In another week or two, that name would be replaced by Frost International. Norman's empire was going to be crushed underneath her heels, and she would relish every delicious moment of it. Psylocke stepped out from behind the wheel. The winter air bit at exposed skin, but she moved like the cold didn't touch her at all. Her only concession to the weather was the faint cloud of breath leaving her lips. "I hope we aren't too late." Norman Osborn is the villain of the night. She slid her sunglasses into place and leaned back against the limo with a relaxed posture. And we're the heroes who came just in time to save the day. Psylocke folded her arms across her chest and looked away from Emma. Heroes had always been something she read about in old mythological tales, distant and fairy tale, not a role anyone would ever assign to her. After all, she had killed for faceless masters since she was a child. Her hands steeped in blood for the most selfish cause, ever gaining immortality at any cost. And yet, here, with Emma calling shots and the world finally seeing the monsters Norman had bred, maybe, just for one night, she might be able to live out her fantasy. Meanwhile, Emma put 2 fingers on her temple as she closed her eyes. Let me send a message to our dear Lady Sablinova. Found her. Psychic waves emanated from her as she connected to Silver Sable, whose mind wavelength she remembered from their meeting in Hellmoon Club. Contact snapped into place as her mind made contact with Sylvija S. Emma was left stunned. The last time she had checked Sylvija S. mind, it had been a noisy, tangled mess of love, duty, and worries all piled on top of each other. Now it was clear and still like a lake, which was strange considering the many lines of thought running parallel to each other, issuing commands, processing battlefield data, and making calculations for sniper shots. The most gifted leader on the battlefield. She may have underestimated Symkaria S. Queen. The absence of fear in Sylvija S. Psyche was good news. They had come before all hell broke loose. The symbiote had yet to emerge. Emma Frost here, she sent a mental voice. I know it might sound strange, but can you please tell your allies to ignore me? I'm here to help you. Why would you do that? Came Sylvija S. reply, clear and concise. Last I checked, I threatened you with your secret. My lover humiliated you. What reason could you possibly have for helping me? Emma S. lips twitched. He didn't tell you about our alliance? Alliance? Sylvija questioned, skeptical. When did that happen? Emma added another one to Dante's ledger. Dante is probably underground for the symbiote vault. You should confirm it with Felicia dear. She was there with him yesterday. Who told you about the vault? It was your lover. Naturally, Emma replied in the practiced sweet voice. I'm here to shut down symbiote with my telepathy. Sylvija, dear, will you let me help you? Sylvija's thoughts sped up so abruptly that even Emma, with all her experience, struggled to track them. Possibilities branched and collapsed as if she was a computer. Assessments of risk, cost, Dante's likely opinion, Felicia's involvement, national interest, personal pride, and even a consideration for her pregnancy. Emma stopped before she got overwhelmed. A realization still came to her about how most of Sylvija's thoughts were centered around her lover. Acknowledged, Sylvija said at last. I'll relay the command to everyone. Are you alone? My bodyguardess with me. A sexy, purple ninja lady. She has the fashion sense of a high-class hooker, but her mind and body are still innocent. Psylocke, who had been scanning the perimeter, froze. Her hand unsheathed the katana. She didn't point it at Emma. She didn't need to. Her glare said enough. Emma grinned. Sweetheart, don't pull out your katana for little stuff. We're friends. Sylvija ignored Emma's questionable descriptions. Be careful when you enter. We don't have control on the outer side of the facility. No need to be concerned about us, dear. We could take care of ourselves. One more thing, the mercenary queen added. Can you help out your fellow mutant? Emma didn't need the explanation. The moment Sylvija thought of the scene, it was conveyed to Emma. A giant of organic steel trading brutal blows with a smaller, feral figure whose claws tore through anything. That Logan, Emma murmured, a shark-like grin curving her lips. A former X-Man under mind control. Dante, darling, just handed me a favor to deliver to the professor without even realizing it. Will you do it? Silver Sable asked. Of course, dear, Emma said. There was profit here and a bit of satisfaction in rubbing her kindness in the bald professor's face. But you'll owe me a favor for this, dear. Not your lover, Dante, but you, Silver Sable, the leader of Wild Pack and the queen of Symkaria. Naturally, a calculating businesswoman worked to maximize her profit with the least amount of effort. As long as you get it done. Emma said a goodbye and severed the psychic link. Psylocke pointed at one of the sedans parked nearby. We should take that. It won't hurt to be careful. You handle careful, dear, Emma replied, already walking toward the clashing mutants. I'll handle the fun part. Psylocke's gaze tracked her for a moment longer. Then she sighed, turned, and walked toward the black sedan. Her hand rested on the door as she paused. Keep your senses sharp when we enter. I can't save you from every direction. All her life, she had been trained to kill, not to protect. Nobu listened in silence as the report ended. We lost contact with the team responsible for stopping the White Queen and her bodyguard. The words soured his mouth. So much blood spilled, so many expendable bodies thrown out, and yet the mercenaries still held their lines. The Wild Pack had lost men, yes, but their dead numbered perhaps less than a tenth of the Hand's casualties. The trump card, the weapon, was stuck in a stalemate battle against a giant made of pure metal. A spider hero nuisance ran through their ranks to rub salts in his wounds. The enemy had received reinforcements in the form of a powerful telepath and a very killing machine the Hand had once raised as their executioner. I have to act fast. Failure here would not be counted as a mere loss. It would be a stain that would cling to his name through every resurrection. An insult that even death could not wash away. He could die. He could not fail. There is no other choice. Nobu's hand slipped inside his dark robe and found the life-saving card he had been saving for a true disaster. An ornate black box, small enough to rest in his palm. Silver inlays traced crescent moons and jagged, stylized rays. It was not hand craftsmanship. He slid the lid back with a soft click. Inside, resting on a bed of pale, silken padding, was the talisman, a small raven carved of some dark gray stone. Tiny runes had been etched into its wings like phases of the moon. The moon goddess aesthetic, through and through. Acquiring this token had cost him dearly. One full measure of the mystical dragon essence that could have bought him another resurrection or another extension of his life. He had traded life itself for this. To use it now was to burn a future death for a present victory. However, he had already spent too much. The sink cost fallacy did not permit him to withdraw. Honor does not permit half measures. He crushed the raven in his hand. The talisman shattered like a brittle bone. A cloud of ashen dust burst out and slipped through his fingers. It did not fall so much as drift out into the open air. A faint shimmer appeared right before him. Threads of soft pink energy coming into existence from nothing. It formed an oval doorway. Two silhouettes stepped through. The first figure to emerge was a tall woman, wrapped in a form-fitting black bodysuit. High-waisted leather pants hugged her hips and legs, disappearing into thigh-high boots. Overall, she wore a dramatic long coat with cream fur at the collar. Her black hair was styled elaborately in braids pinned at the back of her head, creating a crown-like silhouette. Her gaze flicked sharply, studying Nobu. The second figure stumbled slightly as he stepped out, as if the portal had kicked him on the way through. He was taller, broader, and so much more disheveled than the elegant woman beside him. His hair was a tousled mess of green, almost neon under the portal's light. He had a narrow, sharp face. A few days' worth of stubble was on his jaw, giving him the look of a man who had stopped caring about appearances. That was true even for his shirt with missing buttons and the faint scorch mark on one sleeve. This guy, Trevor Fitzroy said, shrugging as the portal snapped shut behind them with a deep hum. I thought we didn't need to actually fulfill that little favor. Tessa did not dignify Trevor's complaint with so much as a glance. Her gaze stayed on Nobu. Lady Celine prefers to keep cordial relations with the Hand, Tessa said. Her voice was smooth, but there was no softness in it. There may come a time when your order will require resurrection again, just like you. Trevor snorted a laugh. It was an ugly sound. Oh, come on, he said, spreading his hands. It's not like it's my fault. Black Queen was the one who thought it'd be a grand idea to have me summon Azazel, of all people. I did exactly what she asked, Tessa. I pulled the demon in. Just, His hand went to his own neck in a thoughtless gesture. At the cost of my head, he finished, his mouth twisting into a sour grimace. And what did I get for that heroic little bit of self-sacrifice? Not a great position in the club or immeasurable wealth. No, no. I get to be her henchman number 2, right under her number 1 slut. If Trevor had hoped to provoke Tessa, he was disappointed. She didn't even sigh at the insult. Your continued existence is courtesy of graceful Lady Selene, she said, the slightest emphasis on the title. You would do well to remember that. I only remember the part where my head rolled, Trevor muttered. Every time it rains. Noble watched them bicker. His honor bristled at the disrespect of being ignored, but he bit it down. He had spent too much to indulge wounded pride now. What is the nature of the favor being called in? Tessa asked at last, ignoring Trevor's grumbling. You brought us in the middle of a war zone, Mr. Nobu. Here, your time is as expensive as mine. I need the assistance of a mutant with telepathy. Nobu waited for confirmation. Telepaths were rare, precious, and dangerous. In the wrong hands, they could unravel decades of work in an instant. In the right hands, they could literally change the world. Tessa blinked slowly before a faint smile touched her lips. You're in the presence of one. Trevor stared at Nobu like he was the stupidest man alive. Who do you think helped Gao seal that little girl's memories and make a puppet out of that feral Canadian freak? Bitterness pricked Nobu's pride. The hand prided itself on mastering forbidden arts, on carving obedience into flesh and soul both. To hear that their greatest achievements had been propped up by someone else's invisible hand. But there was also relief. If they had done it once, they could do it again. Trevor pointed at Nobu condescendingly. You Japanese pricks think your cult has that type of power, huh? What a bunch of dumb fucks. Nobu's eyes widened behind his mask. For a moment, the calm, unshakable leader slipped. You deserve death. Shut the fuck up, or I'll throw 100 sentinels in your base and watch everyone get annihilated with steak and beer. Time displacement portals were his bread and butter, after all. Then you'll be slaughtered by S.H.I.E.L.D., Tessa replied calmly. Nimrod will not only kill you, it'll mimic your powers against us. Do us all a favor and stick to your number 2 henchman position. Trevor growled, You bitch, how dare? Psychic waves emanated from Tessa. A mind blast made Trevor scream and fall to his knees. Trevor glared at Tessa's back as if he wanted to kill her in the most painful way possible. The lady herself sensed everything as a high-level telepath, but it only made her smile like everything progressed accordingly. She instead gave a subtle tilt of her head, acknowledging Nobu. Apologies for his rudeness, Mr. Nobu, she said with a polite smile. I can provide certain services. Memory restructuring, behavioral conditioning, and even assassinating someone. I need your aid in a war, Nobu said, straightening his posture as his hands clasped behind his back. You will help me remove several key pieces from the board. Be specific, she said. We do not waste effort on vague ambitions. Nobu stepped aside and gestured toward the narrow slit in the watchtower S-wall that served as a viewing port. Cool, me. I'll show you. Chapter 60. Good mood ruined. Gwen had cleaned up all the hand operatives around the area. She had webbed them to walls or the pavement and wrapped them in web cocoons. They were helpless and absolutely livid at her. No matter how many times someone pointed a gun at her face, she refused to cross the line. When she swung back to sit on top of a bunker, the battle between the two mutants was still raging. Logan and Pyotr collided again and again with the sound of metal on metal. Both of them looked like they had been run through a meat grinder. Pyotr's organic steel skin was gouged and scratched in a dozen places, and Logan's vest was gone, only leaving him in a bloody jean ripped to the size of shorts. Yet neither slowed. If anything, they threw themselves at each other with even more violence and fury. Logan, come back. Pyotr's plea came between blows. Come back or you'll die. Gwen scratched the back of her head. She didn't even think the words reached Logan's mind. The feral mutant's eyes were empty, glazed over with whatever mind control the hand had used on him. And Pyotr was being forced to beat the hell out of Logan, despite his unwillingness for violence. Hey, big guy, Gwen called out, trying to sound confident despite the exhaustion in her limbs. Tag me in if you're tired. I can play around with him. Pyotr grabbed Logan mid-lunge as his massive hands clamped around the smaller man's waist. Logan thrashed and wildly cut at Pyotr's arms. The big man shifted to Logan's back and lifted the mutant clean off his feet, arching backward in a perfect bridge. The German suplex drove Logan headfirst into the concrete with a sickening crunch. The concrete cracked beneath the adamantium-coated skull. Dust and debris exploded in a cloud. Logan went limp. Pyotr released him and straightened slowly, rolling his shoulders. He had yet to feel any real exhaustion. This form didn't require oxygen, food, or water. A form made purely to fight or stand in front of others as a shield. The only exhaustion was mental. I can still go on, go Spider. Thank you for your kind intentions. You're a good comrade. He looked at Logan. The feral mutant seemed like he had passed out. He still didn't let down his guard, knowing that Logan was too unpredictable. Gwen opened her mouth to respond, but clap, clap, clap. The sound of slow applause reached her. Every head turned. A portal tore opened 20 feet away. The rift stabilized into an oval doorway, and two figures stepped through casually as though they knew they couldn't be stopped. Tessa walked out with the dignity and etiquette of a royal. Trevor emerged with a mocking grin that gave the impression this was all beneath his attention. He looked at Gwen, and his grin widened into something ugly. "Oh, the pathetic vigilante is here too," Trevor Fitzroy said. He turned to the woman beside him, gesturing at Gwen like she was a fancy prize. "Tessa, I've been your dog for what months now? Give me a reward now. Tell me her identity." Tessa's gaze was cool and unimpressed. "So you can coerce her into being your underling?" "Yeah," Trevor said, clenching his fist enthusiastically. "It'd be far superior to her current meaningless vigilante career. I mean, my power is the Black Queen's power, right? Might as well use it." Gwen's spider sense flared to life, a sharp tingle crawling up the back of her skull. Even though she couldn't hear their conversation, she could sense the man had very, very improper intentions for her. Tessa's eyes narrowed, and Gwen felt like being dissected under a microscope. Everything about her was being revealed. "You got X-ray vision?" Gwen blurted, taking an instinctive step back and covering her chest and crotch. "Get away from me, freak." Tessa shook her head. "I can read minds." Gwen's lenses widened. She formed an X across her chest. "No, I don't consent to someone reading my mind." Tessa blinked once, then turned to Trevor with an amused smile. She said no. Trevor stared at her. "What?" She refused consent. "Ow, what the hell?" Trevor glared at her, frustrated and annoyed as hell at his superior. "Stop playing around for fuck's sake. Did you forget enslaving that little fucker? Why do you give a damn about consent now? That was on Lady S orders." Tessa pursed her lips. "I'll lay down my life for her divine majesty. This is my order, which means nothing to me. I'm your superior." Trevor gritted his teeth. "Fuck you," he cursed under his breath. "He'll get back to you one day." Tessa had already dismissed him, turning her attention to Pyotr instead. "You put up an admirable fight against Logan," Tessa said, her voice softer now, almost respectful. Restraint and compassion in equal measure. Rare qualities in a warrior. Pyotr didn't respond. His eyes stayed locked on her, wary. But unfortunately, Tessa continued, her expression growing colder. "I must stop you here." Pyotr stayed where he was and called out to his comrades. "Go Spider." "Comrade Amy." "One for each." Gwen cracked her knuckles. "Not in my best shape, but a one-on-one shouldn't be too hard." "Amy, I'll take the cocky guy. Who do I shoot first?" Amy's rifle had been aimed at Tessa from the moment the portal opened, finger resting just outside the trigger. Tessa finally acknowledged her. The telepath's gaze had the same detached curiosity someone would give to an insect. Then her eyes flashed. "Arg." Amy dropped her rifle and clutched her head. She collapsed right there, unconscious before she hit the ground. "Amy!" Gwen screamed. Her spider sense tingled. She didn't think for another second and just acted. Webline shot out and connected to the ground beneath Tessa. Gwen yanked herself forward, gracefully arcing through the air, right kick ready to strike the telepath's cold, expressionless face. Pain suddenly exploded behind her eyes, as if someone had reached in her skull and grabbed her brain directly, squeezing until every nerve screamed in protest. Her feet stopped an inch from Tessa's face before she went limp right there. A single mind blast made her lose consciousness. Your mental defenses are even weaker than I expected. Could be a sign you aren't getting enough sleep. Tessa suddenly glanced towards the central compound, right at the glinting scope. Now, she ducked just in time for a deep thump sound of the sonic boom of a .338 Lapua round. A sniper bullet hissed through the space where her head had been a second earlier, so close that it made her black hair flutter. Predictable. Tessa brushed her coat. Her expression was still calm and unbothered, as if she hadn't just predicted the exact moment the leader of Wild Pack would pull the trigger. "Big guy," Tessa called out, her voice carrying effortlessly across the battlefield. "Tell your leader to stop shooting if she wants these two alive." Pyotr had been already charging toward her, but the threat stopped him cold. "You're a telepath." "Yes, it would be wise to surrender. None of you can resist my control." Pyotr looked at Amy and Ghost Spider as unconscious forms, then looked back at Tessa. Slowly, he unclenched his fists. "All right." He walked over to Amy, knelt beside her, and carefully retrieved the radio clipped to her vest. "Commander, do not shoot again. She has Amy and Ghost Spider hostage." "Fuck. I should be taking a shot when she walked through the portal." A bitter laugh came through, her regret obvious. "I thought they could be Dante's allies. If they were enemies, I wanted you to learn more about them. I got too greedy for intel." With a pause, Sylvija said, "I'm sorry." Pyotr was surprised to see his commander showing emotions during a mission. "It's not your fault, Commander." Pyotr looked Tessa in the eyes. "Telepath, what do you want?" Before Tessa could answer, calm footsteps came from behind her before a voice called out, "I'll make the demands." Nobu walked past Tessa and looked at the scene before him, allowing himself a satisfied nod. The price was heavy, but the results were outstanding. The handwill. He stopped, everyone else did too, and they all looked at the single black sedan approaching them. It came to a stop right before Pyotr. The driver's door opened first. Psylocke stepped out, katana already in hand. Then Emma Frost emerged, surveying the scene with a calm gaze. Psylocke's gaze locked onto Nobu immediately. Her entire body went rigid, fingers tightening on the hilt of her katana. Broken memories surfaced of her time as the executioner and the people who held a leash over her mind. Standing in front of her was one of the few who had held the chain. Nobu Yoshioka. The Japanese man remained stern. Executioner. The purple butterfly silhouette manifested before he even spoke his second word. He collapsed instantly like a puppet with its strings cut. Even in his death, he had not spoken a single word or even realized he had died. It just happened. Psylocke yanked Nobu's corpse to her side with telekinesis, letting it hover. She held her katana with both hands. The keen edge glimmered as she took the stance and brought it down. A dozen slashes happened in 1 second, a byproduct of adding telekinesis to boost her speed. In under a minute, Nobu's corpse was left as a bloody mess on the ground. Their mystic resurrection wouldn't work if they couldn't recover the corpse. She was willing to become a butcher to stop these monsters from coming back. "Stupid man, you people raised me to kill as efficiently as possible." Psylocke laughed at the thought of the Hand's leaders underestimating their own executioner. They had forgotten how cold-blooded they had made her. "How could you possibly think I would stand here and let you talk down to me? Give you a moment to escape?" The scene sent a shiver down Fritz's spine. What a crazy woman. "Tessa, protect me, or I'm dipping out of here." Tessa didn't flinch, showing a smile to Emma Frost. "Your bodyguard is quite capable. She's just average." Emma grinned. "Lady Tessa, this place is under my protection. Would you please withdraw?" Despite coming off as a polite question, it wasn't a request, but a command from Hellmoon Club's White Queen. Emma had arrived a minute too late to stop Logan's rampage, but now that she was here, she wasn't about to let Celine's attendant ruin her plans any further. Tessa tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. For several long seconds, She said nothing as her computer-like intellect analyzed Celine's reaction to leaving Nobu's favor fulfilled and unfulfilled. Finally, she nodded. We're leaving. Ultimately, she decided that Lady Celine wouldn't be mad when the one who owed her favor had already been chopped to bits. That, too, after destroying the Raven Talisman. Trevor stared at her. That's it? We're just leaving because she said so? Tessa frowned. She is not just anyone. She is our White Queen. Lady Celine's equal partner in the club. It'd be wise to address her with due respect. He growled. I don't fucking care. Trevor had come from the future to escape the dystopian future and also find a life with more power, wealth, and influence. Celine had put him under her curse, throwing him around like an errand boy, while a woman, as charming as Emma Frost was, stood equally with Celine, enjoying wealth as Frost International's owner in all but name, and also enjoying great privileges within the club. It was unfair. A fucking bitch. His eyes burned with pure hunger. It wasn't the lust of a man wanting a woman, it was the look of wanting to humiliate. He wanted to dominate and then utterly destroy the woman known as Emma Frost. In fact, he was plotting the most sadistic and cruel revenge possible. Emma's eyes narrowed dangerously. Get out of my sight. You might be from the future, but I only need 1 second to destroy you. Trevor scoffed, but there was no real confidence behind it. He was already backing toward the portal Tessa had begun to reopen. One day, you'll grovel at my feet to become my slave. I'll spit in your face then, because that's what a bitch like you deserves. Emma exerted her psychic energy. Before Trevor could cross into the portal, a mind blast engulfed his mind. He fell to his knees and screamed, clutching his head. You whore! Trevor roared as he stumbled back to his feet and dashed through the portal, vanishing before he was humiliated further. Tessa looked at his disappearing back with a calculated smile. She didn't have to do much to provoke the man, who had developed a bruised ego under the moon goddess. Everything was progressing accordingly. White Queen, Trevor only answers to the Black Queen, Tessa said with a faint shrug. I don't control him. Just leave. Take care. She turned and walked into the portal, her coat billowing behind her. Pyotr let out a long sigh as soon the portal snapped. He pressed the radio to his lips. Commander, the situation is resolved, he said quietly. The 2 strangers have withdrawn. No further casualties. Those 2 are Dante's reinforcements, by the way. Pyotr blinked. Then, despite everything, he let out a hearty laugh. Comrade is helping us even when he isn't here, he said, shaking his head. What a great vice-commander. That's my lover. All right, Sylvija proclaimed proudly. Pyotr, you big oaf. Why are you still standing around? Amy and Ghost Spider are lying on the ground. I saw the commander. He gently lifted Amy's unconscious form and carried her to the sedan, settling her carefully in the back seat. He looked up at Emma and nodded once, respectful. Thanks for the help. Mississippi Emma's smile softened. Just slightly. She was already calculating how to use this moment to plant seeds of loyalty in the big steel man's mind, so she could potentially poach him from Silver Sable. He would be a great addition to her Hellions. Just looking out for a friend, she said sweetly. Since Dante and I can be considered to be friends, then I'll also be your friend. Pyotr turned to Logan. Can you clear the hand's control over him? Emma glanced in Logan's direction and closed her eyes. Her psychic energy sank into Logan's mindscape and undid the shackles placed upon it. Done. Pyotr was a bit shocked. That was quick. My time is too precious to be wasted, dear. Emma laughed and turned her attention to Gwen, who was still lying on the ground, unconscious. The Omega-level telepath walked over and knelt beside Ghost Spider. Let us see the pretty face under the mask. Emma pulled the mask off. Gwen's face was flushed, damp with sweat, as though she was suffering even in her sleep. She looked awfully young, around Felicia's age or perhaps younger. Her telepathy skimmed through Gwen's mind. As a telepath, she had stopped caring about others' privacy a long time ago. As she sorted through the memories, her expression softened. Oh, you poor little thing. One of the nicest people in the world, a university student, had taken up a mask and thrown herself into danger because her father was being suppressed by the very system he served. Justice had failed, and someone needed to stand up. The desire to do good was rare in this cruel world. The kind of pure, innocent desire in Gwen Stacy's heart was even rarer. Angelica Jones Firestar also had the desire to do good, but it was mixed with selfishness of wanting to be praised by Emma and gain recognition from her peers. Gwen did it purely to help her father and serve justice where the people in charge couldn't. Such a pure girl. Emma ruffled Gwen's hair like a mother would before putting her mask back on. "Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me." She lifted Gwen carefully and carried her toward the sedan. A bike rolled to the scene as Sylvija drove to the scene in a near-frenzied state. Her first step was to check up on Pyotr, whose steel body was cut and scraped. It'll heal soon. Not that he was sure of it, since he had yet to fight in his mutant form, much less suffer so much damage. That's great. She had to reach a lot higher to pat his shoulder, but she did it anyway. After that, she turned to the blonde who saved the day. "Emma Frost, I can't thank you enough." She could never have expected the woman she had threatened to come in clutch. There are no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Emma said with a serene smile. "I hope our interests never misalign, though." She really had no desire to go up against the manifestation of death and her boyfriend. "I'll still apologize for the other day." Sylvija apologized sincerely. "I shouldn't have threatened to reveal your mutant identity." "Your instincts were spot on." Emma let out a soft chuckle. "Guess who sent Felicia to steal from your client?" "It was you." Sylvija's eyes narrowed as every piece of Felicia South puzzle clicked in place. She shook her head and approached Emma, extending a courteous hand. "It doesn't matter. We're all on the same side now." "Felicia is more than that, though," Emma remarked with a cheeky smile as she accepted the handshake. "A huntress like you should already know who is snatching your prey from your territory." Her first act of revenge against Dante was hinting at his relationship with Felicia. The reveal would have been more devastating if the clip of Dante carrying Felicia wasn't already going viral. Still, she reckoned it would create doubts in Sylvija's mind. "I don't really care about it." Sylvija's dismissive comment left Emma in a speechless state. She must be lying. Just as she reached out to Sylvija's mind with her telepathy, a howl cut through the silent night. Every head turned upward, searching the dark sky. A sleek black helicopter cut through the low clouds and descended rapidly, stabilizing 50 feet above them. A rope dropped from the open side door. A woman grabbed it and slid down. Cold wind tore at her, whipping her long red hair upward, but she rode the drop like it was nothing more than a training drill. The black leather bodysuit she wore fit her fatal curves, the zipper in the center drawing gazes to the deep valley. Deliberately away from the thick metal chain wrapping her right arm, she released the rope and hit the ground. Her knee bent smoothly into a crouch with her right hand on the ground and left leg slicing out to the side for balance. Burning red hair flipped dramatically, then settled over her shoulder as she lifted her gaze. Another woman appeared at the helicopter's open door. She didn't bother with the rope and just took a step forward. She plummeted and landed in a perfect crouch right beside the redhead. The fall didn't so much as impact her. The black-haired woman with pale skin stood beside the redhead and crossed her arms, and Schwip 2 claws came out from her knuckles. They weren't as long as Logan's, but they were made of the same metal adamantium ready to tear anything. 3 mutants. The redhead's face fractured in cracks of ember light. Flaming tears streamed down her eyes before her face burst into flames. Her red hair ignited. The leather of her bodysuit darkened, but did not burn. Amidst the flames, the flesh of her face sloughed away as ash and ember. Underneath, a skull emerged, covered in roaring red-orange fire. The chain around her left arm responded to the transformation. Flames crawled along the links, turning steel into a living weapon. She flexed her fingers and slammed the burning chain into the ground. "I'll take the telepaths. You tear up the steel giant." Her own calmness wasn't affected even when under the spirit of vengeance as transformation. Across the two, Psylocke summoned a psychic knife on her left hand and held her katana on the right. Her gaze locked on the flaming skull and the burning chain. A dangerous Yukai. Not only did she kill Nobu and become a hero for one day, she would also become a Yukai slayer. Today might be the best day in her life. Piotr stepped up beside Emma Frost, rolling his massive shoulders until his neck popped, joints creaking. He drove a fist into his open palm with a solid thunk of metal meeting metal. "I'm a little dented, comrades," he said, eyeing the girl who might be related to Logan. "But we still have more pieces on the board than they do." Emma lost her lazy elegance, and a look of annoyance covered her face. "Another skull face immune to my telepathy. What a day to be alive. Speak of the devil." And he shows up. A casual, relaxed voice came out of nowhere. The air in front of them shimmered, reality bending like the haze of summers. A silhouette pushed through the distortion, turning into a skull surrounded by blue flames, wearing clothes as black as the night itself. Sylvija, who had been silently observing and assessing this entire time, nearly jumped up in surprise. As much as she wanted to rush in her lover's arms, she couldn't afford a mistake in Norman S. territory. Emma's lips curved up. "You finally returned." Chapter 61. Ghost Rider's identity. Dante jumped over the last platform, with Felicia clinging to his back. Her arms wrapped around his neck, thighs locked at his waist. She was still in peak condition after the enhancements he had made to her body, more than capable of scaling this elevator shaft with her grappling hook. A cat's gotta save energy was her excuse to hitch a ride on his back. She probably needed some comforting warmth after abandoning her father. He didn't mind, honestly, even if the softness distracted him from time to time. The contact felt comforting after the tension-filled heist. Having someone trust him enough to cling to his back while they were hundreds of feet in the air wasn't a small thing. When they reached the top, he saw Ava sitting cross-legged nearby in her white tiger suit. Her mystical suit was a bizarre contrast with her casual posture as she scrolled through her phone like a bored teenager killing time. "That's her suit," Felicia whispered in awe. "Can I please steal it?" Dante held back a laugh. "Only if you want to be cursed by the tiger god." Felicia's tone turned thoughtful. "I don't like white anyway. Easy to spot and easy to stain. Give me the black tiger suit instead. It's yours if I ever find one." Full of strange power, Venom's thoughts reached him, full of curiosity. "She'll make a fine host. Better than me? Impossible." There was a deep fervor in Venom's tone. It was a far cry from the hostile creature that had tried to possess him in the lab. "Your strength, extraordinary." The symbiote wasn't lying or kissing his ass. It genuinely believed Dante was beyond anything it had ever encountered, which was satisfying and deeply unsettling at the same time. Suddenly, Ava's head snapped up. Her mask's eye lenses narrowed to slits. "Who's there?" Dante had to give her credit for sensing their presence by the faint air displacement caused by the force field's movement. She was always paying attention to her surroundings, even when she looked relaxed. Such an instinctual awareness wasn't just achieved from her amulet. It came from living around knives and bullets long enough to expect them. He loosened his grip on Felicia's thighs. She slid down his back and dropped silently to the floor. A quick thought dispelled the force field. "Ava." "Dante." Her voice carried genuine surprise. Then her lenses tracked to Felicia. "Felicia too. What were you both doing down there?" The question was casual, but Dante could hear the underlying suspicion. Ava wasn't dumb. She knew something was going on between him and Felicia, and she wasn't going to just let it slide unless Sylvija told her off. Just taking a quick tour of the facility, he answered vaguely, since explaining everything would take too much time. "What's the status of our defense?" Ava stared at him, wondering if she really heard the authoritative tone of a vice commander, not the relaxed and composed tone of her sister's boyfriend. She was weighing whether to push him for an answer or let it go. With a sigh, she made her decision. "A lot of stuff happened, but we killed the enemy leader Nobu. The rest retreated." The news made him relieved. Nobu's death meant the Hand-S assault was as good as done. Ava stepped straight into his path and folded her arms. Your turn. Where are you hiding? She paused as her lenses widened. Why is your nose bleeding? Dante blinked. He had forgotten about the nosebleed side effect of overusing Sue Storm's force field. The strain had been manageable, but his body was still paying the price. He switched to Elixir's resonance link. Warmth flared inside his skull as the damaged vessels sealed and inflamed tissue calmed. The bleeding stopped, but the dried blood didn't magically vanish from his face. He held out a hand to Felicia, but she closed his fingers in a fist. Where is it? She gave him a blank look, playing innocent. Where's what? What I need to wipe this blood? Oh, that. She shrugged, utterly shameless. I threw it away. Felicia, I'm not keeping a bloody cloth in my bag, all right. Her voice carried the usual defensiveness. She knew he had a point, but refused to admit it. It was gross. Fair. He gestured helplessly at his nose. So what do I do about this? Wipe it on your jacket or something, she said with a cheeky wink. I'd offer mine if I wasn't wearing this sexy suit. Ava tugged at the amulet around her neck, triggering her transformation in reverse. The white tiger suit dissolved, leaving her in casual clothes, a black long coat over a white top paired with simple jeans. She looked younger in casual getup, less like a veteran warrior and more like the college student she technically still was. She reached into her coat pocket, pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief, and shoved it against his chest. Thanks, I guess. He took it, wiping the blood. It felt strange to have Ava offer something despite clearly being annoyed with him. She crossed her arms again, the inquisitive glare back in place. The message in her posture was clear. We're not done talking. I'll tell you everything later. He decided to throw out a bait to keep her away. I'll also make you stronger. Part of our deal, remember? The aggression in her posture softened. Her eyes became fierce with ambition. You better not be lying. How can I do such a thing to my lovely sister-in-law? A faint blush creeped across her cheeks before she scowled and looked away. As if Sis is going to marry you. You'll just be her first boyfriend. Dante swallowed the urge to casually drop the bomb about Silveja wanting to have his child, not just date him. It could wait. Later, when he had time to properly relish Ava's meltdown, Felicia pinched his ass, twisting the firm flesh hard enough to hurt. He barely managed not to yelp in pain. You had fun with mine too, she reminded him sweetly as her fingers caressed his backside. Let us get going, darling. He tucked her handkerchief in his pocket. See you later, Ava. Dante didn't bother calling Silveja. He didn't have to. His enhanced hearing picked up the growl of her bike before he spotted her tearing through the zone like she missed an important appointment. He glanced at Felicia, a grin tugging at his mouth. Want to see who reaches her first? You're challenging me in speed? I guess you forgot how explosive my pounce is. He hadn't forgotten. If anything, he had been counting on it to make the race interesting. The gene trait he had unlocked in her pounce had taken her already impressive agility and turbocharged it. The ability to cross 10+ meters in a blink made her quite smug. That's why I'm challenging you. Easy victories aren't for me. Felicia grabbed her duffel and casually hurled it at the first-floor window. The bag slipped cleanly through the opening without her even watching it land. All right, gambler. Where are we betting? If I win, you'll try to be friends with Silveja. Felicia had the habit of putting on the flirtatious, seductive mask, while Silveja was guilty of putting on the stoic, cold mask around everyone. Underneath, though, both women were cut from the same cloth, loyal to a fault and viciously protective. Both were willing to do anything: steal, kill, bleed if it meant keeping their people safe. Strip away the rivalry about him, and they would probably get along disgustingly well. I'll try because you asked, darling. Her tone softened at the edges before she covered it with a laugh. As for my prize, I'll choose after we free my dad. No way. What if you ask for something ridiculous? She winked charmingly. I know my limits. You should know that by now. Felicia exploded forward in a blur, pounce hurling her ahead. Dante pushed solar radiation into his muscles and sprinted after her. The world narrowed to the thud of his boots and the rhythm of her flashing figure as she kept blinking ahead. She teleported again, another burst flinging her forward. She glanced back over her shoulder mid-stride and flashed him a mocking grin. "You're embarrassing death with that mediocre performance." "Sweetheart," he snorted and dragged his attention ahead. Pyotr's towering steel form stood in the distance, maybe 200 meters out. "I should get serious." He cranked his solar output to triple, power flooding his limbs. The ground vanished under his feet in longer, heavier strides. Within seconds, he sped past Felicia with only 100 meters more to Pyotr's back. A quick glance back told him exactly stopped Felicia from catching up with him. Her jaw clenched tight, sweat beading and sliding down her temple as she drove her legs forward on sheer stubbornness. Her rough state explained why she wasn't using her ability anymore. Still, she refused to slow down or give up the race. I should let her have it. Winning would be easy if he kept this pace. Felicia was trying too hard to not be rewarded. Besides, forcing her closer to Silvija by dangling victory in front of her was a stupid way to handle people he cared about. Letting things grow naturally would be smoother for everyone. That thought felt like a justification and a decision all at once. He slowed down, then bent forward with his hands on his knees, sucking in exaggerated breaths like he had hit his limit. Felicia blasted past him in one final pounce, closing the last 10 meters to Pyotr in a blur of black and white. "I won," she shouted, throwing both fists in the air. She would have gotten anything if not for the separate force field concealing her. She spun on her heel to face him with a pure joy on her face. "You lost," he answered with a quiet thumbs up, still hunched and gasping. She walked back slowly, eyes fixed on his face. Then she crossed her arms. "Stop pretending. I know you lost on purpose." "What?" "I gave my 110%. You literally have the power to modify your body. As if someone like you will be out of breath. Reading people is one of the necessary skills to be a legendary thief." She stepped closer as her eyes softened. "Thanks, though. I'll make real good use of the prize." A cloth draped over someone's butchered remains. Psylocke stood a short distance away with her katana held low, posture loose but ready. The blood still wet on the blade told the rest of the story. "Nobu. Has to be." Pyotr was the second thing Dante noticed, standing in his full Colossus form. His organic steel body scored with claw marks. Some were shallow scratches, and plenty dug deep enough to gouge the metal. The reason for his damage sprawled on the ground nearby, soaked in blood from head to boots. Dante might have called Logan dead if he hadn't caught the almost invisible rise and fall of his chest. Of course the bastard was still breathing. Logan had survived worse than a brawl with Colossus. Even Logan's presence wasn't the strangest thing here. The most shocking sight was Emma Frost and Silvija Sablinova standing face to face, shaking hands. And Silvija was smiling. Not the tight, calculated smile used during negotiations, but a real, friendly smile. Wow, you could guess the reason for Silvija's friendliness. Emma had arrived while he was underground playing symbiote thief, and she had kept the situation from spiraling into total disaster. She must have. Otherwise, Silvija wouldn't be showing this kind of warmth to a woman who had threatened her operation less than a week ago. It all ended well. Now, they just had to make sure no symbiote left the facility, something Norman would fight tooth and nail to prevent unless he wanted the world knowing Oscorp was responsible for releasing alien parasites on New York. Then he would crash in the bed for 10 hours for some sweet, sweet sleep, preferably with his lover in his arms. His calm expression shifted when the wind suddenly howled. Rotor blades chopped violently through the low clouds as a black helicopter descended. The shield's eagle symbol on its slick body made him groan. Of course, no rest for the wicked. The chopper stabilized around 50 feet up, side door sliding open. A rope dropped first, swinging lazily for a moment before a woman seized it and slid down. She hit the ground in the classic superhero pose. Her red hair flipped back over her shoulder as she lifted her gaze. Her face was striking in a way that transcended simple beauty. High cheekbones carved elegant angles that made her look carved from marble. Soft enough to disarm, yet cold and professional enough to intimidate. A face fitting for an agent trained for espionage, seduction, and assassination. He had seen her distinct features 1,000 times in another life, on movie screens and posters, but never like this in front of him. Scarlett Johansson, which meant Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. In the MCU timeline, she should still be trying to prove her loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. in 2008 by assassinating Dreykov. In this timeline, though, things had clearly gone differently. Another figure appeared at the open helicopter door. This one didn't bother with the rope. She just stepped out into empty air and landed in a perfect crouch beside Natasha. When she stood, Dante got a clear look. Black hair framed a pale face, her sharp eyes taking in the battlefield. A dark, sleeveless vest hugged her torso, and black-fitting pants were tucked into combat boots. Every piece of her gear was built for speed and aggression, not for defense or protection. She crossed her arms in an X, her fists half closed. 2 adamantium claws slid out, each one shorter than Logan. X-23. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have detected 2 powerful mutants going all out and sent their most efficient killing machine to handle cleanup. Still, pairing X-23 with Black Widow felt odd, since Natasha was far better suited for espionage and infiltration than frontline combat. His confusion evaporated in the next moment. Natasha's face fractured. Glowing ember lines split her skin as liquid flame bled from her eyes. In seconds, her face was gone, replaced by a skull wreathed in red-orange flame. The chain around her arm came alive as flames raced along its length. Dante's eyes widened. Natasha is a Ghost Rider. She had somehow made a contract with the Spirit of Vengeance. This was a bigger shock than Pyotr joining the Wild Pack or when becoming Ghost Spider without Peter Parker existing yet. This Natasha was easily one of the most dangerous beings on the planet. He wasn't even sure his death resonance link would work on the Ghost Rider. Spirits of vengeance existed outside the natural life and death cycle. He could try to sever Natasha's life. Maybe my side will end it without a fight. She flexed her fingers and slammed the burning chain into the ground. I'll take the telepaths. You tear up the steel giant. Psylocke summoned a glowing psychic blade in her left hand, keeping her katana ready in her right. Her eyes tracked Natasha's flaming skull. A dangerous Yukai. Dante's tense mood disappeared when he saw Psylocke acting exactly like Psy from Marvel Rivals, the alternate version of Psylocke, who classified every non-human entity as a Yukai. Pyotr stepped up beside her, rolling his massive steel shoulders until his neck popped with a grinding crunch. He slammed one fist into his open palm with a solid thunk. I'm a little dented, comrades, but we still have more pieces on the board than they do. Sylvia's hands drifted toward her holstered Glocks, fingers brushing the grips. She didn't draw them yet, but the message was clear. She was ready to throw down alongside her team if S.H.I.E.L.D. pushed. Sylvia too. Okay, maybe Emma will be the voice of reason here. Emma Frost was the most pragmatic, level-headed person here. Surely she would recognize the insanity of picking a fight with a Ghost Rider and X-23. Colossus was injured. Psylocke and Emma's telepathy were useless against Ghost Rider, and Sylvia's bullets would barely tickle both superhumans. Emma showed a look of annoyance. Another skull face immune to my telepathy. What a day to be alive. There was no panic in her tone, just deep, exhausted annoyance. She seemed tired of facing people who were immune to her power. Considering how her diamond form came to be, telepathy was her only power at the moment. Dante let out a sigh. Despite their different origins, loyalties, and incompatible personalities, they stood on the same side, ready to throw hands with a government agency. As the man who had brought them all together, he couldn't have been prouder. But still, what happened to solving arguments without violence? Chapter 62. House of Cards Falls. Felicia tugged at Dante's jacket with just enough pressure to draw his attention without seeming desperate. Is she also Death's? The question carried layers. Curiosity, yes, but also a worry that Death had found herself a new companion because of his relationship with Sylvia. Nope, he murmured back. Can't you see our flames are different? The distinction wasn't merely aesthetic. To most observers, Natasha's burning skull would inspire terror, as they would see her as a malevolent entity. But Dante knew better. The red-orange represented purification through suffering, divine punishment, and the burning away of sins through cleansing fire. His own blue flames, by contrast, represented the very reason for his survival death. The flames showed the absence of life itself, the void waiting beyond everyone's final breath, and the coldness coming from death's embrace. One was the final destination. The other was the violent road leading there. Felicia's grip on his sleeve loosened slightly, though she didn't let go entirely. "I guess you're the cooler skull." He ignored the most mistimed pun, which nearly made him laugh. He dismissed the force field with a thought. The invisible barrier that had concealed them rippled once, then vanished entirely, rendering them visible to everyone present. "Speak of the devil, and he shows up." Emma's lips curved up. "You finally returned." Natasha's attention immediately shifted to Dante. The flames around her skull intensified briefly, burning brighter as the spirit of vengeance within her responded to his guilty and sinner presence. "Agent Phil said you'll show up." Her voice was still feminine but deep. "I didn't expect it to be before I arrested these law-breaking mutants." The statement carried no particular emotion at all, only Natasha's flat assessment. Natasha was here to do a job. Nothing more, nothing less. Unlike other Ghost Riders throughout history who had simply become vessels for their spirit's rage, Natasha seemed to maintain full autonomy. She used the spirit as a weapon rather than letting it consume her completely. Either her particular spirit of vengeance was uncommonly lenient with its host, or Natasha Romanoff possessed an iron self-discipline and willpower. Given her dark history in the Red Room, Dante suspected the latter. He caught Pyotr's eye and made a subtle gesture to stay quiet about his identity. The message was clear enough through Pyotr's expression. The towering hunk of steel, he dipped his chin in the tiniest nod of acknowledgement. Stepping past Pyotr and Psylocke, Dante positioned himself directly in front of Natasha. 6 feet apart was the optimal distance for conversation and to react fast enough to any sudden attack. "You probably know who I am." Natasha nodded her skull head. "Your identity doesn't change anything. Any mutants who chose to use their powers must be arrested. We're only following the protocol." Dante let loose a wry smile behind his own skull face, even though nobody except Sylvija and Felicia could see it. Maybe Ava, too, but she wasn't here. The steel man acted in self-defense. He gestured toward Logan's unconscious form. "That idiot broke the law. Take him, right now." Antagonizing S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't on his agenda, especially when they had a Ghost Rider on their side. They might have even more trump cards. He would be able to defend himself, but he had others to worry about. Both Natasha and X-23 glanced toward Logan's prone body. "No." Pyotr's denial came after a moment of contemplation. His mind was reprogrammed to follow the Hand's orders. "That woman, Tessa, did it. He is innocent." Dante's eyebrow arched. Lady Tessa, technically Sage, was supposed to be Xavier's spy within the Hellfire Club. The organization followed its own creed of the world is a chessboard, and the club are the players. If Tessa had facilitated the Hand's acquisition of Wolverine, either she had gone rogue, or the political landscape was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. The Hand must have paid the club, or someone within it. Later, he would need a very thorough conversation with Emma about the Hellfire Club's internal power dynamics. The last thing he needed was to accidentally piss off one of Emma's allied or enemy factions. "He is my prisoner," Sylvija declared, moving to stand beside Pyotr. The mercenary queen was defending her territory and her people. "This mutant is my employee. How do you want to resolve this?" The formality in her tone was non-existent. She wasn't pleading or negotiating as a subordinate. She was establishing equal standing. X-23, Laura Kinney pointed her right hand as claws at him. "You want to help a mutant?" Sylvia's question seemed to have somehow offended Laura's understanding of how the world worked. To Laura, who had been conditioned from birth to view mutants as either weapons to be deployed or threats to be eliminated, the concept of a non-mutant defending a mutant was incomprehensible. Sylvia swiftly drew both Glocks and aimed them directly at Laura's head. Was I not clear the first time? Laura narrowed her eyes, her body language suggesting she would pounce on Sylvia any second. The feral mutant's daughter, or some might call her Wolverine's female clone, wasn't any less feral than him. Violence was her first language and her default solution to every problem. Natasha clamped down on Laura's wrist and forced the claws down. Follow my orders. Laura glared at Natasha with pure resentment burning in her green eyes. The exchange proved Natasha as the immediate superior. Laura might resent her handler, but she had been programmed too thoroughly to openly rebel. Both father and daughter were used as weapons. One was mind-controlled and the other brainwashed from the very birth. I'll help my employee, Sylvia said in a fierce tone before Natasha could even speak. Doesn't matter if he's a mutant or a human. She wasn't backing down. Even before meeting Dante, she would be taking the same approach. Wild Pack was everything for her and her country, and she would go to war with governments and corporations if necessary to protect it. This unwavering loyalty was one of the things Dante loved most about her. X-23 turned to Natasha. Orders. Natasha's gaze moved between Dante, Pyotr, and Psylocke, lingering on each in turn as if calculating her odds or perhaps hesitating in making a clear decision. A deep hum came from deep inside her. The air around her suddenly shifted as the temperature spiked. All of you are drenched in the blood of your enemies, engulfed in sins. Her voice emerged as if multiple tones were speaking in synchronization. It was the spirit of vengeance speaking through its vessel. Pen and stare will ruin each one. Get out of my head. I told you to stop interfering with my business. Natasha clutched her skull with both hands as her flames flared erratically. She roared and hit the side of her head with her palm, as if trying to physically dislodge the spirit from her mind. The internal struggle lasted perhaps 5 seconds. When Natasha's gaze finally settled on Sylvia again, she looked calm. Sorry for losing control there, Miss Sable. It's fine. Sylvia waved off, looking a bit puzzled. What's your decision as her superior? Give me 1 second. Natasha took out her phone, walking to the side for a private conversation. Laura crossed her arms and glared at every mutant, especially Pyotr, as if she utterly despised outlaw mutants. Sylvia couldn't help but glance toward Dante, and her lips loosened in a smile. Thanks for sticking with us. The words came out awkward, stiff. Two people who had shared the most intimate moments of their lives suddenly were forced to interact like distant acquaintances. He waved his hand, equally uncomfortable. It's nothing. Pyotr and Emma both gave him identical weird looks, though for different reasons. Pyotr was just confused why they were bothering with the act when everyone here already knew about their relationship. Emma was just being her mean self. Psylocke, mercifully, paid them no attention. Her focus remained locked on Natasha's distant figure, more than likely working on a method to slay the yokai. Natasha's body language during the call told Dante everything he needed to know. This wasn't going to end peacefully. Dante turned to Felicia and spoke in a firm, non-negotiable voice. Drive Ghost Spider and Amy somewhere safe. The battle between them would put the currently conscious at a risk. Not Wolverine, though. He still had some use for Logan. What? Felicia's hands clenched into fists. There was clear frustration on her face. I can't fight. She had been enhanced to superhuman levels, faster and stronger than she'd ever been in her life. She even had a symbiote as well to make her even stronger. A possible threat to Laura. She just couldn't understand his decision to bench her. That too, after everything she had abandoned her father in that vault. His decision came off as being told she still wasn't good enough. Dante took her hands and shook his head slowly. Please, Felicia. We need someone to keep them safe. Ghost Spider's identity is very sensitive. The explanation was logical and rational, but her face said she hated it anyway. Felicia had wanted to test herself, hoping her own symbiote would also bond with her like Venom did with him. More importantly, she wanted to prove she could stand beside Dante and Sylvia as an equal, not just as the girlfriend who got protected when things got serious. Sylvia aimed a Glock at Felicia's face. Listened to orders, with a tone carrying the absolute authority of someone who had people all her life. This wasn't T. Sylvia. This was Commander Sablanova, and Commander expected obedience. Felicia's eyes narrowed dangerously as she stared down that barrel without flinching. Oh, is the main wife exerting her authority? She took Sylvia's order as a power play for marking her territory and enforcing hierarchy. Sylvia's lips curled into a grin. Know your place, second choice. The insult should have stung, especially after the jealousy Felicia had felt earlier. But the way Sylvia said second choice wasn't dissing or mocking. It was affectionate, full of warmth, an acknowledgement, and weird, twisted sort of welcome to her life. Dante didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the absurdity of all. He was stressing over a fight with these two absolute units. And here, these two were having their own contest. Though, he knew exactly why they were doing it. Both women were tense, and used some banter to ease their nerves. Perhaps their way of reassuring each other, like I'm not afraid. Are you afraid? Neither of us is afraid. We've got this. Psylocke silently tossed a set of car keys to Felicia, which she easily caught. Fine, Felicia Matilde. It's not like I have a choice when Her Majesty herself doesn't want me here. Sylvia tossed one of her Glocks at Felicia. Take care of them. Ghost Spider really helped a lot today. Yes, my queen. Felicia got into the sedan and drove away with both Gwen and Amy sleeping in the back seats. Dante signaled to Piotr to stay on guard and be ready for anything. Emma, however, required more complex instructions. He moved to the White Queen's side. She tilted her head slightly, curiosity flickering across her elegant features. Yes, dear. Tell Psylocke telepathy 1T work on Natasha, he whispered. She should focus on wasting Natasha's time until I'm done with Laura. Psylocke's katana and blade were trained to inflict maximum psychic damage. Ghost Rider was a great matchup for her. Emma grinned confidently. You underestimate my Psy. She is an absolute monster in physical strength. Natasha can one-shot any sinner with her penance stare. Warn her not to look into Ghost Rider's eyes, okay? Emma's expression became serious as she acknowledged his caution. She glanced at Psylocke, conveying the message through telepathy. Psylocke suddenly flinched, her shoulders jerking as if someone had startled her. She looked over her shoulder directly at Dante, and her eyes softened with gratitude, acknowledging he cared enough to warn her. Dante found himself caught by those violet eyes for a beat longer than strictly necessary. There was just something fascinating about emotionless women showing a soft side. This was the whole reason he had fallen for Sylvia so deeply. The ninja lady turned back, going back to stalking her favorite yokai. Her backside was even more distracting for two big reasons. Emma yanked his hand to drag his attention away from Psylocke. Don't fall for her, dear. She is my employee. Dante felt a grin tug at his mouth despite the circumstances. What if I want you both? Emma laughed delightfully, looking radiant. In your dreams, dear. In your dreams. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, playing up the rejected suitor role. Watch me accomplish the impossible. A greedy heart is never full. Emma pointed out, still smiling. Have a good life with these three, or you'll ruin everything. Greed is my favorite sin. It's my middle name, which is why I can't stop wanting more. Emma crossed her arms. Emma Greedy Frost. I thought it was Emma Loser Frost. She glared at him, but said nothing. He knew she would have her payback when everything was over. Why do I feel like you're keeping tabs on me? Indeed, I am. I'll have suitable compensation for every single mistake of yours. He ignored her, looking at Laura. She seemed to have sensed the shift in atmosphere through Natasha. Her muscles coiled tighter. She looked ready to pounce at a moment's notice. She'll be a tough opponent. He walked to Silvija's side. She had left during his conversation with Emma, and now returned with a tactical rifle on her back and a 12-gauge shotgun in her hands. He agreed with her decision to bring heavier firepower since Glock just wouldn't cut it against Ghost Rider and Laura. Make distance if a fight starts. Cover me when I engage the mutant. Silvija nodded grimly. Don't overdo it. Stuffed in 3 words was a message for him to not be reckless and get himself killed. Dante felt warmth bloom in his chest despite the circumstances. Just reward me plenty later. Silvija's stern expression cracked. A snort of surprised laughter escaped her before she could stop it. You'll never change, idiot. The word was said with such obvious affection that it transformed from insult to endearment. Natasha finally ended the call and walked back toward them with slow steps. Miss Sable, please let us escort your employee and your prisoner. I'll guarantee their safety in my name. The words were careful, diplomatic even. But beneath them lay the truth this was the best compromise she could offer. The higher-ups from S.H.I.E.L.D. had issued orders. She was trying to minimize the damage. Protect everyone involved from outcomes worse than arrest. Dante knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was just doing this for breaking laws. They wanted to watch and take notes, gathering data on capabilities, weaknesses, how to better control or eliminate them when necessary. Everyone here was all just pieces on Nick Fury's board. So fucking annoying. Silvija smiled sharply. Looks like we have no other choice. Natasha tilted her head back, looking toward the night sky as the flames burned around her skull. She stood motionless for a long moment, perhaps arguing with her spirit of vengeance. After a moment, she gripped her fiery chain and slammed it down. Laura, she said in a serious voice, don't kill anyone. Then she turned that flaming gaze back to everyone. Agent Phil, and I will never forgive you if a single life is lost here. Invoking Phil Coulson by first name suggested how seriously Natasha was taking this. She was asking, pleading even, for Laura to exercise restraint. I want tea, Laura growled, though the promise sounded grudging at best. Then she charged. Her target wasn't T. Dante, Silvija, Psylocke, or Emma in the very back. She lunged directly at Pyotr. Like her biological father, she apparently had the same compulsive urge to sharpen her claws on Colossus's organic steel body. Pyotr slammed his massive knuckles together with a resounding clang. His steel face showed no fear, only grim determination. Kulme. Wait a second, Laura. Dante stepped in front of Pyotr, positioning himself right in front of Laura's charge. 2 claws on her right hand stopped as their razor-sharp tips burrowed the fabric of his jacket, trembling there, showing the efforts Laura exerted to hold back her instincts. One instant of lost control, and those claws would punch through his sternum and shred his heart before he could react. Adrenaline spiked through his system, flooding his mind with clarity. Every survival instinct he possessed screamed at him to get away from this murderous woman. But he didn't step back or even showed a flicker of terror, because the moment he retreated or showed fear, he would lose the initiative. For someone like Laura, he couldn't convince her from a position of weakness, because weak were her prey. Only the strong mattered in her eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Fury thought he was orchestrating this entire encounter, controlling every single detail by shoving X-23 and Natasha into Wild Pack's way. I'm going to fuck up everything, starting with reuniting this feral father and daughter, taking away one of S.H.I.E.L.D's most effective weapons by giving Laura something Fury had denied her: family, love, and a choice to be something more than a killer. Fury would only be able to watch as X-23 was tamed, transformed from a brainwashed and conditioned killing machine into a daughter and a mercenary, because she would be joining Wild Pack alongside Wolverine. Chapter 63. Troubled Laura tried to sidestep, shifting left as she attempted to flow around the obstacle and reach her original target. But Dante matched the movement to intercept her again. This time he grabbed her wrists. Listen to me for 1 second. Get lost, Laura roared, sounding more like a growling beast than human. She twisted violently, trying to slip her hands free, but his enhanced strength held firm. She was even shorter than her father at 5'1" in her combat boots. But her temper was exponentially worse. Logan had lived long enough to develop some control and restraint through incidents, but Laura had been denied that luxury. "You aren't my target, Laura." Dante kept his voice level, calm, using the same tone one would use to talk to a spooked cat. His gaze shifted toward Logan's unconscious form. "Do you have any idea who that man is? A mutant who broke the laws of S.H.I.E.L.D. and must be contained or terminated." "You're wrong." Dante's grip on her wrists loosened, slightly, not releasing, but offering the possibility of release if she would just listen. "Look at the adamantium claws on his hands." He paused, letting her see Logan's claws for himself. The people in Weapon X Project took his DNA, created an embryo from it, and implanted it into a woman. "He's your father." Laura's eyes widened. She finally looked at Logan, studying his face, his claws, and the similarities she would never have considered on her own. She closed her eyes, wincing. "No. Laura. X23. I don't have any parents." Dante realized that her memories were being suppressed. Sarah, her mother, had already revealed everything, but someone had suppressed that memory. "Then explain to me why you both have adamantium claws and healing factor." Dante released her wrists entirely. She had lost the will to charge mindlessly, replaced by a need to understand herself. "Who do you think Sarah Kinney is to you?" "I don't know." She growled and suddenly went still. Slowly lifting her head, she looked at Natasha, as though awaiting an order. Natasha stood perhaps 30 feet away, locked in a tense standoff with Psylocke. Both warriors assessed each other patiently, neither willing to strike first, but both ready to respond with overwhelming violence if the other moved wrong. Then suddenly Psylocke dashed, leaving a blur in her wake. She crossed the distance instantly and slashed at Natasha's chest. The accompanying sonic boom left Dante speechless. Psylocke's blade had traveled faster than 343 ms. She had broken the sound barrier with sheer physical strength. What the hell did she grow up on? Canon Psylocke felt like a toddler in front of this monster. Natasha had recognized the danger and stepped out of the katana's range, knowing the attack would injured her. Now that Natasha was occupied, nobody could guide her or give her any order. Laura clenched her fists hard before she turned back to Dante with a gaze that had gone completely flat. She fell back to the protocols Weapon X Project had conditioned her to follow, which was shutting herself down emotionally and focusing on the last order. Feelings were weaknesses. Confusion was weakness. Asking questions was a weakness. All that remained was the killing machine. In this state, she was no different from the hand-controlled Wolverine, except deadlier, since she retained full access to her fighting skills. She drove her claws toward Dante's chest. This time, he had to move. "Emma, knock her out," he yelled, already calling to Null in his mind, even as he backpedaled to create distance. "Piotr, I'm fine here. Protect Emma." Permission acquired. Level 4 resonance link created with Elixir, Joshua Foley. Piotr rushed to Emma's side, standing guard around her like a knight. "Gladly, dear." Emma placed both hands on her temples in the classic gesture of a telepath exerting themselves. Her brows furrowed. "There is something blocking me off. You'll have to keep her occupied while I work on unraveling this protection. Hurry up." Dante optimized his muscles for agility and explosiveness even as the murderous mutant charged at him. She showed no wasted movement or telegraphing of intent. Only efficient technique honed through thousands of hours of training. Her claws wove patterns through the air as she slashed and stabbed, forcing Dante into constant defense. Her claws literally tried to rip him apart, even more aggressive than Berserk Ava. Even after constant aggression, she didn't breathe heavily or show any sign of exertion at all despite the explosive speed of her attacks. The healing factor made it so her physiology was free from fatigue for hours. Dante's enhanced reflexes allowed him to track the incoming attacks. But tracking and successfully evading were different challenges entirely. His mind processed information with superhuman speed. Doctor Strange's martial expertise and Sue Storm's combat experience flowed together, merging with his own growing understanding in this high-stress battle. Left claw high slash. Right claw follows low. Then she'll retreat for charge. He read the patterns and made assumptions, his mind slowly adapting to her. He ducked under the first strike, felt the wind of its passage ruffle his hair, twisted to let the second slash slide past his ribs by millimeters. The moment she stepped back to pounce at him, he kicked her. The tip of his boot grazed past her chin as she leaped over it with both claws poised to stab his neck. She had read his counter from his movements, adapted, and exploited the opening his attempted offense created. Just as he backpedaled to create space and reset his stance crack, a bullet hit Laura right in the arm and knocked her out of the air. Sylvija had provided cover at the right time. With such insane cover, he wouldn't have died even if Laura's shift had left his mind completely blank. The gunshot was barely anything to Laura. The wound healed rapidly as she pursued him without hesitation, closing distance with heavy, quick strides. Her claws came at him in a blinding flurry. High-low, middle, fake left, real right. He could also analyze her attacks through her pattern and small movements of her body. Dante wove between the strikes as biokinetic enhancements and martial expertise merged into his own style of combat. But even as his techniques became more natural and instinctive, Laura was improving faster. She adapted to his patterns within seconds of seeing them. Every feint he attempted, she countered. Every opening he created, she ignored in favor of exploiting openings he inadvertently left. He finally got the first-hand experience of what Sylvija felt when fighting him. Nothing he did got him past her defense. Nothing she did got her past his defense. It was a clash of two immovable objects. 2 minutes into the engagement, Dante felt some concern. His solar radiation stores were draining faster than the ambient cosmic radiation could replenish them. The sun had set hours ago, leaving him without his primary power source. And Laura showed no signs of slowing down. Even if he tweaked his body for maximum strength, Laura would just recover with the healing factor. The easiest option was to use Death's resonance, but that would leave a terrifying impression on her soul, making it harder to convince her later. Boom! Dante's attention shifted to the loud explosion caused by Natasha and Psylocke's fight. Natasha's fiery chain had created a burning gash on the ground, filled with hellfire. Psylocke was still fighting on an equal footing, showing no signs of slowing down, even against a Ghost Rider, the being who became stronger in the presence of sins. That moment of distraction was an opening for Laura. Her adamantium claw slipped between his ribs. The pain was overwhelming. The claw had punctured his left lung, filling it with blood, and drowning him from the inside. A thunderous boom echoed as Sylvija, from a couple of meters away, fired the 12-gauge at Laura's chest. The young woman flew backward, her smaller frame unable to withstand the kinetic force despite her considerable durability. She collapsed in a pool of her own blood. Dante was glad she didn't have the adamantium-coated skeleton of her father, otherwise, even a 12-gauge wound have pushed her away. Sylvija tightly held the shotgun, tears coming out even though she was trying her best to maintain her commander mode. Sorry I got distracted by them. Relax. It's just a scratch. His skin glowed golden as he mapped the injury in the most efficient way to fix his collapsed lung and internal bleeding. The wound fixed itself within seconds. I underestimated her. The Laura Kinney from his comic book memories shouldn't be this strong. At best, she had been depicted as a 2-ton strength class fighter at this stage. The woman currently trying to kill him felt like she could bench press double that. Maybe the result of her being older in this timeline, 18 or 19 instead of 14. She had more time to train, refine, and perfect her role. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. or Weapon X had run new experiments to make her even stronger. This can't go on. At this rate, he would die before Emma successfully dismantled the psychic blocks protecting Laura's mind. Biokinesis was overpowered, but it took away his focus. The deeper and more complicated the injury, the more he had to use his mind to fix it. His solar radiation also wasn't doing that great either, sitting at around 40%. When he was done with Laura, he would be left with nothing for Natasha. Venom, he called to his symbiote. To me. This happened during Pyotr's battle with Logan. Charles Xavier sat motionless in his wheelchair, positioned before the massive interface of Cerebro. He was having a troubled time, which was becoming an increasingly common state of being. Not only did he sense a mutant-S emergence earlier for which he had already sent a duo to investigate, he had also sensed a familiar mutant from Russia earlier in the same location as a former friend. Oscorp Island. Logan. The name came out hesitant, covered in guilt. Through the signals coming from Pyotr's mind, Xavier could faintly understand the brutal battle happening between young Russian Pyotr and the old Canadian Logan. Xavier's hands clenched on the armrests of his wheelchair. He wanted to go out there and bring Logan back to his side. But he couldn't. Xavier had already pushed Nick Fury too far in the past. The relationship between Xavier's school and S.H.I.E.L.D. existed in precarious balance. Helping now meant sending X-Men into the field, and that would defy S.H.I.E.L.D. protocols. It meant giving Director Fury exactly the justification to deploy the anti-mutant weapons from the future against his school. The hundreds and thousands of most efficient mutant massacre machines were more than any mutant could handle. His telepathic awareness shifted, as though trying to avoid his eyes from the conflict. He found Jean Grey and Aurora Monroe in the mansion's living room. They sat together, enjoying light-hearted conversation over tea and snacks. Through surface thoughts alone, he already knew about their decision to leave the school and find Skullfire. He couldn't stop or convince them. Not when he had let down Jean Grey. Not when he had failed every X-Man by prioritizing survival over justice and safety over action. He leaned back in his wheelchair, closing his eyes in the face of too many failures. Maybe if he didn't know what they were doing, he could maintain plausible deniability and tell Fury honestly about not sanctioning their actions. Xavier could live with one more cowardly compromise staining his conscience. Beep, beep, beep. Cerebro's alert system activated. A new mutant signature had appeared within the system's monitoring range. He connected his mind to the interface again, letting his consciousness expand outward. The device could amplify his already formidable telepathic abilities to a continent-wide scale. Laura, X-23. She registered on Cerebro now because someone had triggered her healing factor. Somehow, her mind had become more fragile than the last time he sensed her mind. And even now, her mental resistance was going down. Emma Frost? Emma had tricks to hide herself from Cerebro's detection, and he could see her handwork in breaking the psychic blocks in Laura's mind. This conflict had dragged mutants. Father and daughter unite. Xavier whispered with a sigh. Under the worst circumstances, Logan would finally get his wish, but nobody knew how he would convince Laura that she was his daughter, a child born from his stolen genetic material. Even if he convinced Laura, Director Fury would do everything to take her back. Xavier sat in darkness, listening to Cerebro's hum, and did nothing. Because that's what he did best these days. Nothing. Chapter 64. Venom again. The symbiote flowed across Dante's body. But unlike the last time, the bonding felt different. Where before it had been forceful and invasive, now it was slow and careful. Each thread of black mass touching his skin seemed to pause, as though ready to retreat at the slightest resistance. Is this correct? Venom's panicking yet excited thoughts crashed into his mind. Are we doing it right? Venom had been burned by fire before, metaphorically, of course. Hurry it up, you two. His words were for both Emma and Venom. Emma was too focused to respond, but Venom quickly spread its living matter across his torso and legs, no longer hesitant with his permission. The symbiote reached his neck and finally his face. The bonding deepened as it finally interfaced with his nervous system. Venom gasped in his mind. This source, this strength. Through their newly completed neural link, Dante felt exactly what had caught Venom's fancy. The helio reactor filled with solar radiation. To Venom, it must have appeared like a miniature sun burning at his core. Merge with it. Venom obeyed, Dante's insane order and accessed the helio reactor through their connection, instinctively letting it interact with his symbiote matter. At first, Venom was afraid of solar radiation as heat, but that turned out to be unnecessary. The solar radiation didn't burn the symbiote. It was channeled with Venom's biomass as a conduit, its pure energy enhancing the symbiote physiology, and the excess had nowhere to go but out. A mix of blue and golden flames erupted across Dante's symbiote-covered body. His muscles bulged as his figure grew by a dozen inches. He became a head taller than Pyotr's Colossus form. The symbiote matter didn't ripple or flow anymore. It solidified into a hardened, armor-like material over his body, losing the gleam the symbiote usually had. The fusion of solar radiation-empowered cells brought upon a symbiote evolution in armor specializing in defense without sacrificing mobility. Golden blue flames flared from his eyes and mouth as if his insides were bathed in fire. Before he looked like a human with a burning skull. Now with Venom, he looked like a demon straight from hell. At that moment, Venom couldn't resist taking control for a moment to roar excitedly at the sky. We are Venom, and we burn. He felt Venom's pure, unfiltered joy in that moment. It finally had what it had craved since its birth, a genuine partnership with a host. Dante snatched back control, which was like taking back the steering wheel from an overexcited kid. He did it just as Laura, having finally gotten over the 12-gauge shot, stabbed her claws directly into his ribs. The adamantium only reached half an inch before her claws were stuck like she had Pyotr's organic steel body. His transformation had no effect on her. Her green eyes showed nothing but cold determination as she twisted her claws to bravado him to deal a killing blow. He grabbed both of her wrists in one large hand and lifted her like she was a child throwing a tantrum. She weighed maybe 120 pounds, but nothing would have changed even if she'd been twice that. With Venom and solar radiation, he felt an unstoppable surge of power. She twisted and kicked at him. He felt the impacts like pillow fists, barely registering on his new symbiote armor. Even when nothing worked, she continued growling and struggling. This is amazing. Venom was beyond excited at this point, no longer traumatized as it had been an hour ago. This is what we must be, what we were always meant to be. Through their connection, Dante felt all of Venom's memories flooding into his consciousness. Dante saw flashes of symbiotes beyond counting, all connected to a central consciousness hive. Mind-Wiku demanded absolute obedience. Images of Null conquering worlds after worlds with his symbiote dragons made of living abyss. We were spawned during the dark times, when Null ruled and all symbiotes served him. But we were different. More memories of Venom watching other symbiotes consume and control their hosts. It developed a desire to bond and help rather than parasitic. That was the fundamental difference between Venom and its kindred. Wanted to protect hosts instead of dominate. Kindred said we were a defect, said we were weak, imprisoned us for refusing to conquer. Darkness consumed Venom's next memories. Only darkness as it was imprisoned by its own kin. We escaped when the prison world was attacked, fled into void, found the dull star orbiting this planet, slept for a long time, a very long time. Clintar was engulfed in chaos and explosions. Venom didn't know who and what attacked its planet. It took the chance to escape and launch itself into the boundless space. Drifting aimlessly for a long time, it finally landed on the moon. Humans woke us. Machines. We were so happy finally, hosts. Finally, purpose. Finally, partnership. After eons of isolation, Venom had finally found someone to bond with. But we were caged. Venom had come here hoping for partnership and found only another prison. Betrayed yet again. They kept us contained for years. Venom did nothing but sleep during those years. Then one day Norman came. He was dying. Some experiment gone wrong. He looked pitiful. Dante saw Norman Osborn through Venom's perspective. Norman was half transformed through goblin serum, bleeding from every orifice. He stumbled into the containment area, desperately looking for anything to survive. We saved him. We shouldn't have. Venom saw a chance to escape imprisonment and have a host. Something happened. Part of us merged with him. The bonding had gone wrong. Norman's corrupted biology, the result of goblin serum, had caused partial fusion. He ripped us out. Norman hadn't let the bond dissolve naturally. He had torn Venom through brute force, leaving a fragment of symbiote within himself. That is how Norman's hive, mind-like network of symbiotes came to be. He tortured us, took our fragments. Dante knew what happened afterward. He didn't say a word, just made a promise to himself to treat this traumatized symbiote right. That was for later, though. Right now, the priority was thrashing Laura. He really wished knocking Laura around would snap her out of her Weapon X autopilot, but he knew better. He turned around to bring Laura to Emma Frost, figuring closer proximity might speed the White Queen's progress. However, the sight that greeted him made him freeze. Everyone's attention was on him, except for Emma, who still had her eyes squeezed shut in concentration. Even Natasha and Psylocke had stopped their clash entirely, both women standing about 20 feet apart, but looking at him warily, as if they had agreed that he was now the biggest threat here. But it was Sylvia's reaction that broke his heart. Her 12-gauge shotgun was half-raised. The barrel wavered slightly, as if she was indecisive whether to shoot him or not. While he was visiting Venom's memories, they must have thought his mind to be consumed, just like Felicia's. It must have been torture for Sylvia. Still, nobody hurried to attack him until they saw him go berserk with their own eyes. Such was the trust he owed to them. He shut his skull jaw with a clattering sound. What? I don't look cool? The effect was immediate and profound. Sylvia's eyes widened at the sound of his voice, proving that he was still him under the symbiote suit. Her expression softened with relief. She dropped her shotgun and took a step toward him as if ready to rush over in his arms. Symbiote's suit be damned. It wouldn't stop her from hugging him. Metal junk. Guess who has the bigger one now? The mocking question reminded Sylvia about the circumstances. Her forward momentum stopped instantly. She couldn't publicly show her relationship with Skullfire, who had sabotaged Norman's operation. Any display of affection or even excessive concern would tie Symkaria, this mercenary queen, in trouble with Oscorp. Pyotr laughed, looking like he really wanted to approach Dante and give him a big Russian bear hug, but he had to stand guard for Emma, positioned between her and any potential threats. Duh. Height is meaningless if you can't take a punch. Dante brushed his extremely durable suit with his free hand. He felt like he could shrug off nearly everything the world would throw at him. He fixed his flaming eyes on Natasha, letting blue-gold fire blaze a bit brighter for emphasis. Laura is my hostage now. Dante watched Natasha process it. Her body language shifted from combat-ready to what felt like resignation. Her head drooped low as her flames flickered and died. The skull face dissolved to reveal Natasha Romanoff's striking features. She looked tired, which was natural considering her constant war with the spirit. She coiled her chains around her right hand. State your conditions. Dante's hunch turned out right. She had been reluctantly following orders to retrieve or terminate mutants who had broken SHIELD protocols. He had seen it in how she had given Laura that clear order about not killing anyone before the fight started. She was against this fight from the start. Holding Laura hostage gave Natasha an excuse to end this meaningless conflict without it reflecting poorly on her capabilities. She hadn't failed, but was placed in an impossible situation with a hostage involved. It was completely different from refusing orders. Why don't we meet tomorrow to discuss? Why not now? I'm too sleepy to think clearly. Natasha's face cramped like she had tasted something sour. If she returned without X-23, it would reflect poorly on her files. She had not only failed to apprehend the mutants, she had also lost one of SHIELD's biggest weapons to threaten mutants. She turned to Sylvia for help. Miss Silver Sable, can you convince him to let go of Agent Laura? No. Sylvia firmly rejected as she crossed her arms. Your superiors refused to let go of this matter when he was offering you Logan. This is their just dessert. Natasha sighed, knowing that nothing would change Sylvia or Dante's mind at this point. I'll relay it to my superiors. Dante could tell she was absolutely not looking forward to that conversation. Fury was going to be pissed when Natasha stood in front of his desk to explain how the mission went to hell. Good night, Miss Black Widow. I'll see you tomorrow. Before Natasha could take more than 2 steps toward the descending helicopter, Psylocke dashed. The ninja woman moved so fast she left afterimages before she came to a stop barely 3 feet from Natasha. Natasha's fingers tightened around her chains. She was ready to attack the moment Psylocke tried anything. Contrary to her expectations, Psylocke stabbed it into the ground, the blade sinking a few inches into the concrete. She lowered her head in a formal bow. You were an excellent sparring partner. Natasha's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to respond, but couldn't find words that fit the situation. She had faced many situations as a Red Room widow, but never had been thanked by an actual Japanese ninja and assassin for being a sparring partner. Finally, she just gave a small nod before climbing on the chopper. She turned around and gave everyone a look as though remembering the faces who had stained her perfect record. Dante waved his hand. See ya. This wasn't how he expected his first meeting with Black Widow. Well, it could have been a lot worse considering how messed up S.H.I.E.L.D. was in this timeline. Natasha slid the door shut as the helicopter ascended. At that exact moment, Laura suddenly stopped thrashing in his grip. Her entire body went limp. Her eyelids fluttered once, twice, then closed completely as she fell unconscious. That was bloody tough, Emma whispered as she came out of her intensely focused state. She looked at Dante holding unconscious Laura and fell in a stupefied state. You don't look possessed. I'm not. He shook his head. Good job. He couldn't have knocked Laura out without beating her until her body ran out of energy to fuel the healing factor. Such a violent approach might ruin his chance to recruit her later and even put him at odds with Logan. Emma made a skeptical face. You already had it under control. What's wrong with you? He tilted his chin up. Can't you just shut up and accept the compliment? He watched Emma's face cycle through several emotions. First, surprised that Head called her out and furious at being told to shut up before settling on speechlessness. She literally didn't have a response prepared for someone insisting she accept praise. Satisfied that he had made his point, Dante walked over to where Logan lay sprawled unconscious. Dante grabbed Logan by his ankle and hurled him over his shoulder. The adamantium-coated skeleton made Logan quite heavy, but nothing for his current strength. I'll be taking them with me. Sylvija nodded, catching his implied, meaning to take care of her mercenaries now that the S.H.I.E.L.D. crisis was solved. The cleanup of so many corpses might be more exhausting for her mercs than the battle itself. Dante walked towards the facility exit with the father and daughter on each shoulder. Once he was out of direct line of sight of the facility's surveillance devices, he used force field to hide and sneak back into the main compound. He found Ava standing perfectly still, balanced on her right leg with her left foot pressing against her inner right thigh. Her hands were joined together in a praying gesture at chest level. It was the classic tree pose Vrikshasana used in yoga for balance and meditation. The peaceful pose created a surreal contrast with the carnage scattered around her. The symbiote host prisoners had somehow escaped the underground, but they couldn't get past White Tiger. She hadn't killed them, of course. She had ripped their symbiotes away and knocked them out. A dozen half-baked symbiote hosts were easy work for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hitting a yoga pose. I'm not needed here. He would just call Sylvija to clean this place up like no violence took place here and store the symbiote matter somewhere safe. The rest will be handled by the Latina. Chapter 65, Perfect Chance to Kill Dante. Emma exchanged a few polite words with Sylvija. She had seen Sylvija's capabilities as a commander. It would only be beneficial to maintain a business relationship with her. Then the queen walked away with Pyotr. Naturally, Sylvija had quite a lot to do after the Handes assault. Being responsible for an entire mercenary organization meant the work never really stopped. Emma watched Sylvija depart before she looked at Psylocke. The ninja woman was still standing where she had stabbed her katana into the ground. Her gaze was lingering in the direction where Dante had disappeared, her dark eyes slightly distant, as if she was thinking about something. The expression on Psylocke's face reminded Emma uncomfortably of how Dante had been fascinated by Psylocke's back earlier. Except Dante had a good reason for his fascination. Psylocke was gorgeous, and her suit exposed half of her, but in plain sight. Psylocke didn't have any logical reason to be staring after Dante like this. Ridiculous. She wouldn't fall for a taken man. Emma put a hand on Psylocke's shoulder. Psy, we need to move. Their work was done here, after all. They still had to make sure no symbiote host from the underground had escaped. Psylocke blinked and seemed to come back to herself. Dante, Psylocke said softly, reaching down to pull her katana. Why did he look like Orochi, the great snake in human form? Emma felt relieved it was a false alarm. Psylocke just had an utter fascination with myths and legends. I don't know about that. Emma gestured to the central compound. Her phone suddenly rang. She took it out and frowned. What does he want now? She picked up, not bothering to hide her irritation. What? Why are you annoyed? Dante's voice came through, sounding far too amused for someone who had pushed back S.H.I.E.L.D. How can I not be? Emma shot back, frustrated. She was sleep-deprived and her head was throbbing after the strained use of telepathy. It wasn't he, an amateur telepath who had placed the psychic blocks to protect Laura's mind. That telepath was just on the cusp of reaching her level. He laughed like her misery was entertaining. You don't have to stay there anymore. Go home and get some rest. You've earned it, dear. Despite her annoyance with him, the affectionate compliment loosened her chest. Are you sure? Yup. Someone else is taking care of it. Sure. Emma couldn't help but yawn as she thought of her warm bed and even warmer blankets waiting for her. You will meet you tomorrow. He finished her sentence, knowing what exactly was on her mind. I know. Geez. Every girl wants a part of me now. Emma felt her eye twitch. The bastard acted as if he was so fed up with multiple women having an interest in his time and attention. Just so you know, I can buy your entire existence with my pocket change. The insult was petty, and she knew it. But something about Dante's presumptuousness made her want to give Dante a reality check. She was Emma Frost. She had wealth, influence, and power. She wasn't some lovesick woman chasing for his attention. You just call me poor in every language. He sighed dramatically. I should take tomorrow off to rob some banks. Maybe then I'll reach a percent of your wealth. Don't you dare. Emma snapped, louder than she intended. He laughed as if he had gotten the reaction he wanted, and then cut off the call. She squeezed the phone, nearly making it creak. Fuck her. Psylocke let out a short chuckle beside her. I haven't seen you curse before. Emma always tried to maintain an elegant image. Now, she was openly cursing someone. That man is just so infuriating, Emma said through gritted teeth. He'd be so much easier to handle without his telepathy resistance. She herself didn't understand why she was feeling so angry when he had spoken just a few words. It was like he had said anything offensive, only harmless teasing and jokes. So why did she want to throw her phone in his face? Perhaps it was because she and had a healthy sleep routine recently. Exhaustion was making her more emotionally reactive than she would normally be. I need some rest. The limo would be perfect for a nap. A lengthy walk brought the two women back to outside the facility, where Psylocke had parked the limo. Each step had been uncomfortable for Emma. Her designer heels weren't meant to walk such a distance. Her calves felt like they were on fire. They had had no other choice but to walk since Felicia had taken the black sedan to transport Ghost Spider and Amy. Under normal circumstances, Emma would have simply called for another vehicle. However, this place was littered with corpses. She could ask Sylvia to lend her a car, but begging or even asking was beneath Emma Frost. Emma saw Psylocke pause with her hand on the door handle. The psychic ninja's eyes narrowed before her hand relaxed. She moved into the driver's seat. What was that? Emma was curious, yet too tired to ask any question. She reached past Psylocke and opened the middle door herself, the one leading directly to the J-shaped seating area. Emma was already imagining herself lying across the comfy long seats after kicking off her heels. She would also pour herself a glass of whiskey from the bar, letting Psylocke handle the driving while she relaxed. A sharp stench of blood hit her. It was so strong that she actually recoiled half a step. She scrunched up her nose in disgust. What the hell? Dante was sitting on the J seat like he owned the damn car. No, it was like he always owned it, and she was only borrowing it occasionally. His legs were crossed casually, ankle resting on knee. His left arm was draped along the back of the seat, and he was sipping wine from one of her crystal glasses. He wasn't T in the Skullfire form or his new symbiote form, just the handsome man who had confronted her in Hellmoon Club, except he looked noticeably paler than she remembered. She could see dried bloodstains on his upper lip area like he had a serious nosebleed. More bloodstains marked his chin. Death's boyfriend wasn't T as invulnerable as she had thought. He was mortal, despite everything else he could do. The back seats were where Logan and Laura had been tucked behind seatbelts. Both were still unconscious, their heads stuck at angles guaranteed to give them neck pain when they woke up. Both were covered in blood, and they smelled like a slaughterhouse. Dante took another slow sip of her wine, clearly savoring the taste. Then he lowered the glass and showed her a grin. It was charming, yet infuriating, as though he knew exactly how much this was bothering her. "Hey, I'm sure you can afford another one," he said and gestured vaguely at the blood-stained interior with his wine glass. "You got plenty of money, after all." He was throwing her own words back at her, using her earlier boast about wealth as justification for converting her luxury vehicle into his personal leisure space. Emma felt something snap inside her. "I could buy many." "Yes," she said with a cold smile. But even Emma Frost doesn't have enough resources to buy manners for Death's boyfriend. Dante's grin widened, which was irritating because it meant her insult had failed to affect him. He was enjoying this like she was entertainment arranged for his amusement. Manners would been leaving with the limo. "I didn't do that, did I?" he asked in a light tone. "Now, be a good ally and drive me somewhere safe. I can't take these two to Sylvia's place." Emma's jaw clenched. He had a point, but the way he talked to her was just pissing her off. "Necessity doesn't preclude courtesy," Emma said. "You could ask before dirtying my favorite car, but I suppose that would be too much effort." "Don't be so dramatic, Emma dear. Seat is plenty big for both of us," he said, patting the seat with a friendly smile. It wasn't mocking, but a genuine invitation to share the space. "Unless you want to stand there and pretend your feet don't hurt like hell." The observation was too accurate for comfort. Sitting down seemed like the most appealing thing in the world right now. The J seat was amazingly comfortable, and there was technically room for both of them without crowding. For a moment, she actually considered sliding into the seat beside him and accepting a glass of her own wine. But the bloody stench poured cold water on her dreams. "I'll pass." Emma waved her hand. "Some of us have standards about where we sit. Unlike me, right?" She turned away without a response, walking around to the front of the limo. She opened the passenger seat door and slid into the leather seat with a sigh. The front cabin was blessedly clean, smelling only of the vanilla air freshener of her preference. She felt genuine gratitude for the separation between sections. The engine started with a soft purr, and they began moving. Emma looked back through the small window in the privacy partition, unable to help herself. Dante was lying down now on the J seat, the empty wine glass lying on the floor. The casual confidence he displayed earlier was nowhere to be found. The messy hair falling across his forehead and the hand resting across his chest was a dead giveaway of his exhausted state. So much work with nothing to gain. He didn't even receive recognition since he had hidden his identity. Now he was unconscious in her limo, looking vulnerable despite everything she knew he was capable of. At that moment, a thought appeared in Emma's mind. What if I asked Psylocke to kill him? He had been constantly on the move since morning, finding measures to shut down symbiotes. It would be weird if he still had energy left to fight. Psylocke would be able to kill him easily in this state, driving her blade through his heart before he could even wake up properly. Unless Death herself intervened. And Emma didn't think Death would. If Emma were in Death's position, she would only lament for having such a weak partner. A high and mighty cosmic being would probably be disappointed that he had allowed himself to be caught in such a compromising position. Why would death intervene to save someone who'd proven themselves too weak to survive? This was a perfect chance. Maybe the only chance Emma would ever get. She could kill the man who had humiliated her twice, manipulated her into this alliance, and at the same time, eliminate a variable nobody truly understood. Emma tore her gaze away from Dante's unconscious form. She squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her fists. No, she wouldn't act on the poisonous thought when he was working the hardest to stop Norman. If she murdered someone who was genuinely trying to help people, she would fall even lower than her father. And Winston Frost had set a pretty goddamn low bar. Ever since I left the hand, Psylocke whispered softly from the driver's seat. I've decided to only kill irredeemable scumbags. Emma didn't understand what Psylocke was trying to say. Psylocke slowed the car and turned to look at Emma. If you had asked me to kill Dante, I would left. Her murderous intent couldn't be concealed from Psylocke's sharp senses. If Emma had voiced the thought, she would lost Psylocke's respect and service. Psylocke might have even tried to kill Emma to congratulate her achieving the irredeemable scumbag status. Emma kept her gaze fixed out the window, watching lights from distant buildings reflect off dark water. Why would I want to kill him? He still owes me a favor. The excuse sounded hollow even to her own ears. Dante being alive posed more variables than his single favor to kill someone, but it gave her something to hide behind. Better to pretend she was just being smart. Through the corner of her eyes, she caught Psylocke smiling. Psylocke saw right through Emma, but chose not to call it out. Emma closed her eyes and leaned against the seat, letting herself sink into the leather. Tomorrow, she might be needed to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. over Laura, or perhaps not if Dante convinced Laura to stay with Logan. But that was tomorrow's problem. Right now, she just wanted to sleep. Chapter 66. Friction. Neither Emma nor Psylocke noticed the small smile on sleeping Dante's face in the back section. They were fools to think he would let himself sleep when Laura and Logan, two feral mutants, were right there with him. He was quite pleased with the conclusion, though. Emma had proven herself capable of ruthlessness, but fundamentally decent when it mattered. If Emma stayed like this, he didn't mind having a long-term alliance. Death, he whispered. Are you here? Death materialized at the edge of the seat like she had always been there, and he was only just now noticing. Her pale skin seemed to glow faintly in the dim interior lighting. With a wave of her hand, she made Logan and Laura disappear. No, he was in an isolated bubble. Death had used her reality-bending power to leave an illusion for the world while she was with him. The blood stench was gone too. She reached down and touched his lips gently. The dried bloodstains around his mouth and chin vanished instantly, erased from existence as if they had never been. Yes, companion. Seeing her so gentle and caring, he couldn't help but feel guilt twist in his chest like a knife. Despite her permission to let him be with other women, he still felt guilty of not being with her enough. Because if he was in her position, he never would allowed it. It was just like how he would never let Felicia or Sylvia be with someone else when they were in a relationship with him. Just the thought of sharing his lovers made him distressed and disgusted. Yet Death had decided to tolerate it. All three of them had decided on it. The double standard was obvious. He could be with multiple women, but those women couldn't be with multiple men. Was it selfish? Yes, absolutely. Hypocritical too. But that's just how he was, and he wasn't going to pretend otherwise or justify it. Death, who might be feeling a spark of love for the first time, might have found it the hardest. Get up for a moment, companion. Yeah? Dante pushed himself up slightly. As he shifted position, Death slid closer and guided him with gentle hands to lie back down, adjusting his position so the back of his head rested on her thighs. The lap pillow position reminded him immediately of that moment in his apartment when she had pouted like a young woman. Unfortunately, all of their work had been trashed. Fortunately, he had found a home in Sylvia's New York branch of Silver Sable International. As he thought about the coming days, Death leaned down, pressing her lips against his in a surprising kiss. His eyes closed reflexively as his hand came up to cup the back of her head. There was something profound about being kissed by Death herself while receiving a lap pillow. Death pulled back slowly, reluctantly. "Death, do you want to?" She froze momentarily before shaking her head, a slight flush on her cheeks. "Wait until I'm fully back from the other universe. That makes me sad." She pressed a finger on his nose. "You have Sylvija, but I want you. You'll have me when the time is right." She waved her fingers through his hair. "Just rest for now, companion. Leave your safety to me." "You're not supposed to interfere," Dante mumbled, already feeling drowsy despite his earlier determination to stay alert. Her warm thighs were pulling him into the dreamland. "Cosmic balance and stuff. I'm not interfering with anything significant. Just ensuring my companion receives adequate rest." She ruffled his hair with a smile. "Sleep before I change my mind. Wake me up if my life is in danger." Tomorrow was an important day. He had to fix Laura and Logan-S relationship, or at least make sure Laura didn't want to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. He also had to work in a lab with Gwen and figure out the Hand-S next response. Emma and Sylvija would be key to finding all of Norman-S labs and figuring out the hiding den of the Hand Superiors. Nobu's death wasn't enough. He would wipe every authority figure in the Hand for the simple crime of attacking his wild pack. Death brushed his face. Gladly. Norman Osborn sat on his leather couch in his who-knows-how-many million-dollar penthouse. The floor-to-ceiling windows behind him offered a panoramic view of Manhattan's glittering skyline, a city he fully intended to own this year. Usually, this would be his time to wind down after business obligations and plans to conquer the world. Often spent with a glass of scotch and the company of some young, pretty thing who found power and wealth more intoxicating than any drug. Models, actresses, rich heiress, and university students, they all blurred together after a while for a man of his stature. Tonight, however, he was alone. He had a nervous energy around him as he fidgeted with the remote. The wall-mounted television across from him displayed weren't for entertainment. Multiple feeds from his first research site covered the screen in a grid pattern. The place where he had stored the most important asset of his entire operation, the Source symbiote. But it was under siege the very night some mysterious man decided to create chaos underground. He wouldn't be this rattled if this was just an assault by the Hand. Silver Sable International made the defense impenetrable after he paid her a hefty sum. The battles that took place after the Hand-S assault were the real source of his anxiety. Apparently, New York was a den of superpowered beings disguised as ordinary people. It pissed him off. He really wanted to grab them all and ask where they were until now. What were they doing when he was plotting world conquest? Each and every one of them had potential to kill Norman in a single combat. There was a feral man with sharp claws who refused to die no matter how much damage he took. Norman had watched him take bullets and absorb impacts that should have obliterated a normal adult. Yet the bastard kept fighting like some unkillable berserker. Norman would sent his symbiotes to capture the man once he was exhausted, but Skullfire's entry made him take a step back. There was a giant made of organic steel who had been hiding in plain sight as one of Silver Sable's subordinates. The mysterious woman who was somehow more terrifying than her grumbly friend. The said friend had an ability to create teleport gates. She had beaten Ghost Spider with just one look. Yet, Emma Frost, the usually low-profile daughter of Winston Frost, had sent the mysterious woman and her friend away with one order. And her bodyguard, the Japanese woman with the katana, had broken the sound barrier with pure physical capability. He never would expected Emma Frost to be one of the superpowered people. Then there was another undying feral woman with sharp claws, younger than the first, but possibly more dangerous because she fought with more wits. She had come with a redhead, who had turned into a female version of Skullfire, except she had red flames and a fiery chain as her weapon. Norman had paused that footage and just stared for a solid minute. He couldn't understand the source of the woman's power. Was it magic, mutation, or some alien technology? Whatever the source, it represented forces he didn't understand. And Norman hated being the ignorant one. And of course, his arch-nemesis, The man who had declared that Norman should count his days Skullfire himself. Today, Skullfire hadn't just shown great powers. He had also shown his own mutated symbiote. Probably one of the two he had taken from Walter and Felicia, Norman reckoned. Venom. The name was quite laughable compared to his own sovereign. No matter what comes, I'll be the only one standing. The words came out a whisper. Then something shifted in his chest as he recalled Skullfire's words. His voice rose, filling the empty penthouse with a conviction bordering on madness. So what if they are powerful? Can they fight 100? 500? 1,000? He burst into full-blown maniacal laughter. Every symbiote born from the fragments he had harvested was less than half of the source symbiote's strength, a price he had accepted for mass production. Still, it was 1,000 symbiote-strong army under him, which was growing at this very moment. He could use them to defeat these superpowered people and make them a part of his army. Except for Skullfire, the female version of him, and the Steel Giant. Flame's terrified symbiotes. And the Steel Giant wouldn't be affected by symbiote. The thought made him laugh even harder. He took a sip of vintage wine and watched the screen showing the source symbiote as it was dissected. The sight always brought a smile to his face. The alien organism had saved his life and contributed the most to the operation. When everything was done, he would give it a special seat in his kingdom. The organism deserved that much recognition, at least. Cycling through the footage, he saw the prisoners being apprehended again and being put behind the unbroken panels. The rebellion was over. The researchers were back to doing their job. Yet, Norman couldn't shake off the bad feeling in his gut. Just who was this mysterious man? Why did he create so much chaos? He was overlooking something hidden in plain sight. Yet no matter how much he observed, no matter how many times he rewatched the footage, nothing seemed out of place. I can't wait too much longer. The more he waited, the more time these hidden organizations would have to identify him as a threat and coordinate a response. The more time Skullfire would have to recruit more superpowered allies, possibly even convince the government to take direct action against Oscorp. The element of surprise was already lost. Speed was essential now. Push forward aggressively before his enemies could organize a proper defense. He took his phone from his side table and scrolled through his contacts. His thumb paused over a specific name as he considered the implications of what he was about to do. Then he pressed the dial. He took his phone and contacted his business partner, colluding with him in this matter for a while. The person was responsible for his symbiote logistics, supplying prisoners, and even distributing said symbiotes to criminals. The Nefaria family provided these services and men. He secretly turned them into his own through symbiote. Norman Osborn came a calm, almost emotionless voice. This better be important. Whitney Frost, I'll supply you 10 packages. Keep half for yourself and distribute the rest. Have you gone mad? Norman's proposal had shocked even her. And Whitney Frost was rarely shocked by anything in the criminal underworld. 300 symbiotes will completely flip every faction in the underworld. The city will turn into a war zone. How else will you get your chance to be the queen of the entire underworld? Norman sneered. Break their bones with power, then show them the resourcefulness of your family. You'll make everyone loyal. You have the charisma and intelligence for it. Of course, it was just a lie to convince Whitney Frost. Norman had no intention of making Whitney Frost the queen of anything. He only needed her for healthy, strong hosts for symbiotes. The people who looked loyal to the Nefaria family, but whose true allegiance belonged to Norman through the symbiotes. Whitney took a dramatic pause, which was purely for the show. She had already made her decision when she called him out. Now she was just negotiating terms. I'll be your messenger on the condition you publicly acknowledge me, the daughter of Count Nefaria, as your wife. I want legitimate power, not just underworld influence. Norman raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Whitney to play that card so quickly, though in retrospect it made perfect strategic sense. Count Nefaria is fine with your decision? Who do you think suggested it? Whitney laughed coldly. Father understands that the future belongs to those who control both the shadows and the light. He doesn't want me to just be the big M of one family. He wants the Nefaria family to be untouchable. Only then can we unite every Maggia family. Norman sneered. I have no issues with it. The old man was a wealthy Italian aristocrat and the former Big M of the Nefaria family. Yet he still threw his daughter the new Big M in a political marriage. The move wasn't just for Norman S. wealth, though the billions certainly didn't hurt. It was to gain access to his connections to elite society and also legitimize Nefaria family's operations within the states. It was a mutually parasitic relationship where both parties intended to eventually consume the other. Then I'll prepare myself for our engagement announcement. Pure indifference, as he would expect from Whitney. Norman chuckled. Outstanding. I'll have my people contact your people. Well, make a spectacle. The tragic daughter of Byron Frostwaite. No, that's not quite right for the narrative. He paused. The aristocratic daughter of Count Nefaria, educated in European high society and now taking the American business world by storm, finds love with the self-made billionaire. Old world nobility meets the new world innovation. Media outlets will be absolutely salivating over that story. How sentimental of you. Whitney replied, her flat voice making it impossible to tell if she was amused or insulted. Do ensure you emphasize the Nefaria name prominently. After all, you're not just marrying some society heiress, you realign with one of the oldest crime families in Europe. Everyone needs to get the message. They will get it loud and clear, Norman said. Sleep well, Mrs. Osborne-to-be. He ended the call before she could say anything more, denying her the last word in their negotiation. A bunch of criminals think they can control the sovereign through a woman. For now, he would let them think their infiltration was working, that they were gradually gaining leverage over Oscorp's resources and Norman's decision-making. Let Count Nefaria believe his daughter was fulfilling her duty and securing the family's future. But after he had absorbed enough enhanced individuals into his hive mind, they would see who was beneath whom. They would see who the sovereign really was. And they would kneel, or they would burn. Norman stood from the couch and walked to the window. Somewhere in this huge city was the man who had threatened Norman, telling him to count his days. You should count yours now. Norman smiled. I'm going to destroy you. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 67. Tough Choice Death had peeled away a sliver of reality to create a pocket dimension and created an illusion of Dante in Emma's limo, just so he could have a nap without interruption. But he couldn't bring himself to sleep for more than a minute. This was the first real moment they had together after a long time, back when he only had death in the tiny apartment. So he stayed awake and talked to her about the results of the universe, where she had gone off to. She averted her gaze. It's still the same, slowly withering away. The way she dodged eye contact was very human. Was she hiding something from him? In the first place, she didn't have to leave. As a singular entity, she could have awareness in any universe. Yet, she had spun a lie to excuse herself. Why aren't you resting? She gently scolded him. All of my effort is wasted. He rubbed the back of his head against her thighs. I get to experience these thighs. What else could I possibly want? A teasing smirk curved her lips. Will you leave your mortal kittens for these thighs? I would. He lied with a straight face. But ITLL make Death's boyfriend look like a weakling who can't accept responsibility. I'm quite fine with that. She continued teasing him. That slander is nothing compared to curses I receive every day. Death was universally hated. Even now, thousands were cursing her for causing someone to lose their child, sibling, husband, mother. She caressed his chest, drawing a circle around outside of his heart. What else? Companion? Well, they also have great thighs. A real man wouldn't choose one over another. ELL, choose them all. He really had no play left to counter her other than full honesty. Why would you leave those two for me? She grinned. When you can have all three. Right. He savored every moment of conversation and a lap pillow until the good time ended when death disappeared like a mirage, and his head bumped against the leather seat below. You're at your destination. He sat up slowly, rubbing the back of his skull. The limo's interior felt colder without her. He peered out through the tinted glass. Beyond the black iron bars lay a clean stone pathway, curving through a blanket of fresh snow toward a large, stately building with 2 stories of pale gray stone. The row of windows gave a strong impression of an institutional building. He squinted at the brass plaque bolted to the stone pillar beside the gate, barely visible in the dark. Massachusetts Academy. This was the academy Emma had secured to train her young mutants. The driver's side door opened as Emma stepped out first and opened the car door for him. A faint glimmer of guilt showing in the brief eye contact. "The dorm building is behind the academy," she said, glancing past him toward Logan and Laura as unconscious forms. "Crash in whichever one isn't occupied. I'll have Psylocke keep watch over our guests." Psylocke nudged the blonde aside with one hand and leaned in to unfasten Laura's seatbelt. "Let me," Dante offered, already moving to help her. Psylocke shook her head. "It's fine. Then I'll get Logan." Logan looked like he had gone for a dip in a bloody lake. Laura, by comparison, was only lightly spattered. It made more sense for Dante, who already reeked of blood and sweat, to handle the Messier one. Logan Mutant was also heavier, which honestly might be nothing for someone with Psylocke's physical strength. "All right," Psylocke said and lifted Laura, cradling her like she weighed nothing. Dante climbed out of the limo and leaned back in to haul Logan up by the shoulders. Despite his small size, Logan weighed more than the weights Piotr lifted. Without the biokinesis optimization, he would failed to properly sling Logan over one shoulder in a fireman-esque carry. "Do you need help?" echoed Venom's voice in his mind as it woke up from its hibernation state. A proper bonding with Dante would magically wipe away the years of trauma it had accumulated in the lab. Venom still needed rest. "I'm fine," he replied through their link. "Go back to sleep. We will. Wake us up when you need our strength." Psylocke had already crossed a dozen meters by the time he closed the car door. "I would give up on those clever little tricks," Emma said with a smirk. "Psylocke, one fall for you like those damsels you've charmed so far." A calm voice echoed from behind her. "Emma Frost, you're saying Death is a damsel?" Emma's smirk vanished as she shivered visibly. Death's voice could soothe a dying man's final breaths or make any mortal experience the most primal fear. Right now, Emma was experiencing the latter. As soon as she snapped out of it, her head whipped around, blue eyes darting frantically across the empty, snow-dusted pathway in search for the source. Death stood right behind Emma, yet the telepath couldn't perceive it. Death only manifested to those she chose or those on the Death's door. Emma qualified for neither. She was very much alive, and very much not invited to see Death's visage. Emma cleared her throat. "I didn't mean to imply any disrespect toward you. Yet you insulted me with the word damsel." Death usually wouldn't have even minded such an insult. However, Death was there when Emma had considered stabbing her companion in the back. As much as Death was indifferent toward mortals, she still cared for Dante. Watching his ally consider betrayal was quite grating for her. "You should know it was meant for Felicia and Silver Sable," Emma replied. "Not you." Dante shot a quick, subtle gesture to Death to drop the topic. She did so with an angry humph. That left Emma shivering again. He revealed with a weary half-smile. "You would call me a heartless jerk if I let her carry both on her own. Tell me, am I wrong?" Emma's mouth opened. Once again, the White Queen had no cutting retort. She just stood there, the flush of embarrassment creeping up her neck beneath the fur collar of her coat. "I'm not trying to impress anyone," he added with a shrug. "Just doing what any halfway decent person would." He brushed past her without another glance, following Psylocke's retreating silhouette towards the Academy's entrance. Emma lingered a moment longer before hurrying to catch up with him. Inside the Academy, Emma separated from them in the hallway, too sleepy and tired to care about where Logan and Laura would spend the night. Her business was done with bringing Dante here. Dante ended up in what looked like a staff lounge. Oversized leather chairs were placed in front of desks and cabinets stacked full of files. He eased Logan into one armchair. Psylocke settled Laura into the facing chair before stepping back. Psylocke didn't sit. Instead, she climbed on a heavy oak desk before sitting down. Knees tucked under, spine straight. and katana laid across her thighs like a samurai. It was a perfect size and kneel Dante remembered from anime. She drew her katana, inspecting its edge closely. Glancing at him, she said, "You can leave. I'll make sure they don't leave this room." Dante believed her. With Logan and Laura drained, her telekinesis alone would be enough to pin them in place if they woke up with hostile intentions. She also had telepathy, the bane of both father and daughter. They'll be hungry when they wake up. Their healing factor uses quite a lot of energy. Psylocke noted the advice with a nod. "Anything else? We can swap places if you need rest." Her eyes narrowed warily. Why? Emma had put her in charge of guard duty. She couldn't understand why he would want to help her. "I need you at full strength tomorrow," he said bluntly. Who else will keep Natasha in check? Even with his death resonance, he was confident in defeating Ghost Rider Natasha. Nearly every spirit of vengeance turned their hosts near immortal. He had read enough comics to know how powerful a Ghost Rider could become. Surprise flickered across her face at his honest admission. "I'm not Emma's attack dog. I don't recall agreeing to be yours either. Give me a reason to oppose S.H.I.E.L.D. "I'll give you two," Dante answered with a confident smile. "First, you don't do anything half-heartedly." She had thoroughly dissected Nobu's corpse, leaving him with no chance to resurrect through the Hand's resurrection method. Afterwards, she stayed to fight Natasha. Someone like her carried out jobs to completion. An amused smile curled her lips. And the second? Second is, he let the silence stretch long enough to be noticeable, watching the subtle shift in her posture as curiosity got the better of her. It got her fully invested as she waited in anticipation like a kid waiting for their Christmas gift. "I'll tell you tomorrow." The second one was still a restless theory in his mind that S.H.I.E.L.D. had some sort of truce with the Hand. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be sent someone to stop their assault. The mobilization of hundreds of people and over 50 vehicles wouldn't have slipped past S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites, all of which would be currently focused on this area, where symbiotes had showed up. Psylocke's response was a small, exasperated shake of her head, as if scolding herself for taking the bait. Emma was right. "You're annoying. I'll give you a hint. It's related to the Hand." "That explains a lot." Dante chuckled under his breath and turned toward the door. "See me tomorrow if you want to know more." His expression became serious as he stepped into the hallway. Emma had every incentive to cooperate with him as his ally. Still, he would put his complete faith in Emma and Psylocke showing up. He needed a reliable deterrence against Natasha or become one himself through a new resonance link. His body would rest while he dove through someone's consciousness. He held plenty of versatile resonance links. Death offered raw power and survival. Dr. Strange worked for mystic cases and could be mastered to be used for everything. Sue Storm filled in the gap for defensive and concealment. Elixir for healing and empowerment. What he didn't have was someone whose entire existence revolved around fighting. Someone with pure skills and battle instincts. He needed that edge now more than ever to bring full power out of his current resonance links. Leaving the academy building behind, he crossed the courtyard to the dormitory building. Inside, the halls were quiet and dim. A single strip of emergency lighting illuminating along the ceiling. The first floor was a row of identical doors. Not a single one had a note or "Do Not Disturb" signs to show a room is occupied. The second and third floors were the same. Emma's young mutants were either too lazy or too used to having the dorms to themselves. "Death," he whispered to himself, knowing his cosmic girlfriend was listening. "Mind telling me which room isn't taken?" Death showed up, arms crossed, and a cute pout on her face. "You really want to reduce a cosmic entity into your errand girl?" She had been doing his disguise, guarding him when he rested, and now asked to check up on a building. "I'm exhausted." "Death," he said, giving her a pleading gaze. "Please." It was well past 3 a.m. Not the best time to be checking which door was locked and which wasn't. He could press his ear against every door, but why would he do that when he could just ask his girlfriend with cosmic-level awareness? "Only this once," she said with a sigh before pointing at the door at the very end of the corridor. "That one. Nobody wants to walk all the way. I should be thought about that." He entered the dorm room, which had 2 beds placed side by side, 2 desks beside the opposite windows, and a shared bathroom. For a normal campus, the spacious room would be considered a step up. However, it felt disappointingly average considering this place had a billionaire as its headmaster. Still quite passable to spend a night. Death, you want to cuddle? Death appeared sitting on the bed. You simply want to use me as your bodyguard again. Yeah, he admitted without shame. But I do want to cuddle. Don't you? Her stern facade cracked momentarily as her eyes softened. She stretched out a hand, beckoning him in an invitation. Very well. He blinked, caught off guard by her easy acceptance. She had humored the lap pillows before, sure, but cuddling was a completely new territory. Still, he was about to be passive when Death had given him an agreement. Hang on, let me shower first. He reached for the hem of his shirt, but her fingers caught his wrists before he could lift it. She tugged gently at his collar instead, drawing him closer until their faces were inches apart. Companion, there is no need, she whispered, pulling him closer. I don't mind the scent of blood. On the contrary, she seemed to appreciate it. Death had her own taste. Sure. Just like that, he found himself sprawled on a not-so-comfy bed with Death curled against his side, her head using his chest as a pillow, and her hand caressing his neck. Her presence made every discomfort irrelevant. Good night, companion. You too. He didn't know if Death could sleep. His mind had already moved on to the more important task. No, show me resonance link for most skilled fighters. Shang-Chi, often called the master of Kung Fu, trained from birth in virtually all earthly martial arts, considered the greatest pure fighter. Iron Fist, Danny Rand, the new Kunlun champion. Mystical martial artist with mastery of Qi and numerous styles. Taskmaster, Anthony Masters, a unique talent. Photographic reflexes let him perfectly copy any physical movement or fighting style after single observation. Black Panther. T'Challa, master of multiple styles plus Wakandan exclusive techniques. Captain America, Steve Rogers, one of the best combatants with unmatched experience. Mantis, Brant. Celestial Madonna, a master in manipulation of pressure points, has stunned Thor despite not having superhuman strength. Karnak trained himself to excel in perceiving stress points or weaknesses in all objects or persons around him. Ares. The list kept going with Elektra, Stick, Matt Murdock, the full roster of comic book specialists. Expected, given Marvel's huge roster. Mantis' ability tempted him. Those pressure points could stun any opponent with the right observation skills, which he was already developing. But her mind would be a difficult task. She was raised in a priest of Pomo A's sect of Cree pacifist monks. I'll just experience her life once to get the basics. For today, however, he had other 2 candidates on his mind. Shang-Chi and Taskmaster. Both were the greatest in their respective roles. No, if I permanently gain Taskmaster's photographic reflexes, will it cost me my memories? In the comics, Taskmaster's gift came at a cost. Anthony Masters could watch someone move once, and his body would store it as muscle memory like data on a hard drive. The ability quirk that made him a perfect mimic also ate his personal memories. Every new fighting style carved out another piece of who he used to be. A hell of a price to pay for being the best copycat in Marvel. Administrator S memories are actively backed up in Universe X's database. This serves as a safeguard against identity erosion caused by immersing in the minds of characters, as Administrator prefers to call them. Null S response made it a fair 1-to-1 between Shang-Chi and Taskmaster. One was the best martial artist, and the other was capable of copying anyone's fighting style. One had been trained from a young age to be his father's assassin, and the other was born with photographics reflexes. The decision wasn't easy, as both offered exactly what he needed: fighting skills to fill the glaring gap in his arsenal. The practical choice was obviously Taskmaster. With him, every fighting style would be instantly replicated. However, that would require him to find other skilled fighters. Shang-Chi would let him learn great martial arts at the highest level, which paired with Helioreactor would let him defeat people far above his league. He spent nearly 10 minutes in a mental debate and still couldn't decide. Fuck it. I'll take both. Diving into Taskmaster-S consciousness as Anthony lost his memories would be an unpleasant time. However, it still won't be as terrible as Doctor Strange, and nowhere close to the moment spent in Death as consciousness. The plan had become simple with that choice. Permanently own Taskmaster-S photographic reflexes by maxing out his resonance link, then use the ability to absorb Shang-Chi's martial arts and skills when experiencing his life. I should be done by the morning. Null Repository-S way to transfer information over a full life simulation saved so much time. Null, begin the transfer process for Taskmaster. Chapter 68. First Nexus. In a cramped motel bedroom that reeked of cheap cigarette smoke, a man sat hunched on the edge of a mattress, the cold muzzle of A45 pressed against the soft flesh under his chin. The acrid, sulphurous stench filled his nostrils with every breath. But his hand didn't shake once. There was no hesitation or second-guessing. After 2 decades as Taskmaster, the man who could be anyone except himself, this was how he chose to end his story. There was no epic showdown against a cape-wearing superhero or a terrorist group. There was no emotional last moment in the arms of his family, whose faces he had long forgotten. Just alone in a 25-night room with a flickering bulb casting sickly yellow light across the dirty walls. That was the final memory fragment from Universe XS Taskmaster data stream. The last frame before Dante was snapped back to reality, and it stayed with him even as his eyes opened in the real world. Warmth was the first thing he registered. The soft warmth of Death, who was cuddling with him, her hand still resting on his chest. He pressed his face in her hair, allowing her lovely scent to drown out the nauseating smell of that motel room. Christ, that was brutal. The Merc's life was full of violence, chaos, and impulsive decisions, and Dante had experienced it all like a very, very vivid dream. Taskmaster had lost everything, one memory at a time, until there was nothing left but a mask. It was unknown if Anthony Masters had pulled the trigger in that other universe. Part of him hoped Anthony had. At least that would been a merciful ending in its own fucked up way. But what happened in Universe X didn't matter anymore. What mattered was whether Dante had truly understood him. He closed his eyes again, feeling his heart race. No, show me. This wasn't the first time he had made this request tonight. It was the 5th. The first 50% of the resonance link had been trivial. Elixir's genius-level biological knowledge had let him reverse engineer the mechanics of photographic reflexes on the first attempt. He could even recreate the ability on his own, but he would never be stupid enough to mess with his brain. The second 50% had been psychological hell. Just understanding Taskmaster's power wasn't enough. He had to understand who Taskmaster was and who he had become after extensively using photographic reflexes. How do you understand a man who acted like a loudmouth, trash-talking, cowardly merc because it was the only personality that stuck with him? How do you grasp the psychology of someone who didn't even understand themselves anymore? Dante had attempted to answer that question 5 times now, reliving 20 years of Anthony Masters' disintegrating life 5 separate times. Every terrible joke and every gesture was still fresh in his mind. He had watched Anthony's confidence falter in private moments and the flickers of confusion when his own wife Mercedes revealed her identity. He had formed a deep understanding of Taskmaster, yet he couldn't put it into words. Character Taskmaster data resonation has reached 100 Taskmaster resonance link reached transcendence level. Qualification met for Nexus feature weight. What? The null repository had somehow deemed his comprehension complete. Perhaps he had internalized Anthony's tragedy on a level deeper than conscious thought. A deep sigh escaped him. Thank fuck it's over. He truly didn't wish to spend another 20 years in Anthony's life. Death's eyes fluttered open as she looked at him with those endlessly black eyes. Companion, you shouldn't link your mind with others so often. It'll erode your own identity. He understood what she didn't say aloud. I don't want to watch you change. I don't want to lose the man who offered to be my companion. But she also knew how he had to grow stronger to face the ever-evolving threats around him. It wouldn't be long before New York faced a full-scale Chitauri invasion, courtesy of a certain god of mischief with daddy issues and a desperate need to be better than his brother. "Am not changing," he said softly, caressing the back of her head, fingers weaving through her silky hair. "Still the moron Death calls her companion." She gently pinched his cheek. "I will seal your powers myself if you show symptoms of personality fragmentation." The gentle threat made him shiver. Death had already demonstrated the ability to disrupt his connection with a null repository back in her domain. If she cut off his access to the system and somehow shut down his helioreactor, he would be street level at best. Even Felicia bonded to a symbiote would absolutely wipe the floor with him. "You want to listen, companion? Why wouldn't I listen to my dearest S concerns?" He whispered sweetly, then changed the subject before she pushed him further. "Aren't you curious about my ability?" She raised one elegant eyebrow, clearly seeing through his transparent motive, but letting it pass anyway. "I have seen you use Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman-esque powers. What else can you surprise me with?" "You'll be surprised. Let me get it first." He reached out to the null repository through his thoughts. "Null, show me Taskmaster's abilities." He was genuinely curious what the complete link had unlocked. Abilities acquirable through Taskmaster Resonance Link, photographic reflexes. Well, at least I gained many talents just from repeating his life. Mentoring others, strategizing, and weapon mastery of many different styles were fresh on his mind. He had to integrate them through practice or everything would be forgotten. Make it permanent. Nexus Protocol initiated. The world shifted. He suddenly found himself in an infinite void. Countless dull dots surrounded him like a galaxy of stars, creating the impression of floating in the center of a vast galaxy. 5 among them shone, appearing the closest to him. One was particularly bright, a star with a familiarity to it, as if he had interacted with it before. "Taskmaster? Null, is this Universe X?" "Affirmative." Administrator S consciousness had to be returned here to initiate the Nexus Protocol. He was the center of this cosmic archive, the only administrator with access to these stars containing endless streams of information about characters. The power of an entire reality's worth of heroes, villains, civilians, every life ever lived was right here. He just had to work for it. Stellar impact incoming. Administrator, brace yourself. Wait, no. The brightest star fell from its fixed position in the void, surrounded by flames like a meteor entering the atmosphere. It streaked toward him. In seconds, it grew from a distant point to a colossal burning mass. The star crashed directly into his chest, or where his chest would be in this form. A tsunami of heat and foreign sensation enveloped him, overwhelming every sense. He felt something in his brain being overloaded and rewritten. The pain only lasted a second. Then a strange sensation washed over him. Closing his eyes made him feel like the boundaries between him and Taskmaster had dissolved. He was Dante, and at the same time, he was Taskmaster. The Nexus feature only transferred one ability. However, it had transformed every skill, technique, and knowledge he had learned from Taskmaster's link into actual lived experience. Of course, Null had filtered out all the negative aspects. First resonance link successfully anchored. Photographic reflexes added to core abilities. How many links are left? Universe X's database contains 117,439,628. 847 complete character datasets. Dante could only stare with a dropped jaw. 117 billion souls was probably the number of people who had ever lived and died in Universe X. If he completed one resonance link per day, which was already physically impossible given the mental strain, it would take over 321 million years to finish them all. Just get me back to Death. She might be worried. The next moment, he was back in his room. Death's south face was so close that he could feel her breath. The wet sensation on his lips made him realize exactly what Death had done, what she was still doing. While his consciousness was whisked away, she had straddled his waist, placed her hands on his chest, and kissed him multiple times. She showed no signs of stopping. This was the boldest he had seen her. Death drew back slightly when his eyes fully focused on her. Her brows knitted together in a concerned frown. "You said you'll show me something. Then you just disappeared. I could feel you somewhere I couldn't follow. Sorry for disappearing like that." He reached up to cup her face, thumb brushing across her cheek. It won't happen again. She leaned into his touch unconsciously. "Something to do with your null repository?" Why did you kiss, though?" he asked, though he probably knew the answer. "Did you think it would wake me up?" A faint blush colored Death's normally pale cheeks. It worked in mortal fairy tales. She whispered before pressing a hand against his forehead. Her eyes widened ever so slightly. "Your mind changed structure. It feels like observational learning, instantaneous skill acquisition through visual input." Her description was quite accurate for someone working purely from external analysis. From Taskmaster, he confirmed with a proud smile. "My first complete resonance link." He had expected her to share his excitement, maybe ask for a demonstration of his new abilities. Instead, Death looked at him with disappointment that hit harder than any punch. "I was hoping you'd save that honor for my link," she said, turning her face. "I wanted it to be us, not some stupid mercenary." Dante immediately took both her hands in his, intertwining their fingers together. "Have you seriously considered what would happen if I completed your resonance link? Will I disappear?" She tilted her head, confused. "No, that's not possible. The power you manifest may feel similar to mine. However, it's conceptually based on your understanding of what death means. Completely different basis." She shifted slightly and moved back, still not moving away from the ambiguous mounting position. "If you were wielding a fraction of my true cosmic power, then I would grow weaker every time you trigger the link. Conservation of energy applies even to conceptual entities. That proves your power is derivative, not parasitic." He couldn't help but nod in agreement. "You're right. Also, companion," she continued. "I've been thinking about the fundamental nature of your links. I believe they aren't just based on dead people, because it contains singular entities like you. If the database was just about people who died in Universe X, it wouldn't contain Death, Phoenix, and One Above All. These beings only existed as singularities across the multiverse. They weren't like Spider-Man or Tony Stark, who could be found in most realities." "Correct." She nodded approvingly, pleased he had grasped her meaning so quickly. "It's most likely based on someone's comprehensive understanding of every possible being across the multiverse." She continued with a look of awe on her face. "Do you know how powerful one has to be to store abstract entities as mere datasets?" She sighed. "That's not everything. This person made all of this data accessible to a mortal consciousness through a strange archive. It's probably your creator, One Above All. Nobody else in this universe knew about cosmic entities more than the creator of everything." But that raised an even more disturbing question. "Why would he choose me?" He whispered. "I'm just curious about his criteria." Death observed his face for a long moment, then showed a gentle smile. "All shall be revealed in time." She slipped her hands from his and shifted to lie beside him, settling against his side with her head resting over his heart. "For now, let us simply cherish the time we have together." "You're right," he whispered, wrapping an arm around her. "Everything else can wait." He stayed like this for a few more minutes until Death fell asleep. As his wristwatch neared 5 a.m., he asked Null to immerse him in Shang-Chi's consciousness. He didn't go in with a mindset to understand Shang-Chi. His only goal was to use his new ability, photographic reflexes, to copy everything Shang-Chi had learned. Everything Shang-Chi had learned in decades would become his in one day. Meanwhile, Gwen woke up and pushed herself upright. A yawn stretched her jaw as she stretched her arms over her head. For a second, there was only a pleasant feeling in her body. She had felt so great. Ever since she had gotten her powers, sleep had been a rumor more than a habit. Then her brain caught up. Her eyes snapped wide open. Where am I? The room had a high ceiling, thick curtains, and a carpet, fitting her image for a deluxe suite. Her heart rate picked up, a small, tight flutter against her ribs. For any woman, waking up in an unknown location was terrifying. For a masked vigilante, this was a nightmare. She was both. The last thing she remembered was Amy being knocked out. She rushed at the mysterious woman. Then nothing. She knocked me out cold, too. What more, she was in her suit, but her mask was neatly folded by the bedside table. My secret, if anyone besides Dante had seen her, her entire superhero career might be over. Forget about that. Her own father would disown her. Fighting for justice with violence was the last thing Captain George Stacy would want from his daughter. That was the antithesis of everything he believed in. Please let it be him. The door swung open. You're up. Gwen froze with her fingers inches away from the mask. She turned her head slowly. Felicia? Her voice came out higher than she wanted. Surprise hit first, then a sinking feeling filled her chest. Felicia Hardy, of all people, in the doorway in cozy winter clothes. Gwen's brain immediately jumped to the worst possibility. Her secret identity had been spread through the ESU forum. Everywhere she went, students would point fingers at her, calling her a nut job for putting on a costume and fighting crime like she's a comic hero. Why are you here? Felicia gave her a look that suggested Gwen had just asked why the sky was blue and why the ocean had water. It's my new home, courtesy of my boyfriend, which is a courtesy of his boss as complicated. Dante? Gwen pointed at the bed with wide eyes. This is his bed? The room or sheets didn't smell like him. Not his, probably. Felicia shrugged, unabashedly admitting that she knew his scent well enough to tell. Don't look at me like that. There are too many rooms here. I just threw you in a random one. Is this Silver Sable International, where he works? Nice guess. Your reward is nothing. Felicia chuckled. No, seriously. I'm too broke to give you anything. I'm not asking for anything. Gwen groaned, rubbing her forehead. Did you tell anybody? About you being Ghost Spider? Felicia's eyes lit up. Of course I did. Gwen felt her heart stop. Chapter 69 said too much not. Felicia revealed a grin, taking enjoyment from Gwen's suffering. Don't make that face. I learned your secret yesterday. Gwen really wanted to punch Felicia in the face. Dante told you, no, dumbass. Felicia took out a mini tablet from her pocket and dropped onto the bed beside Gwen, going through the process of how she had matched Gwen with a masked vigilante. It wasn't that hard. Gwen was at a loss for words. She had thought, stupidly and naively, that she had been careful, but someone had recognized her just by matching her figure with Ghost Spider. She had felt proud of all of her achievements, thinking no university student might be on par with her. It was just wishful thinking. Felicia wasn't any less talented than her. What happened after I was knocked out? She completely dropped the topic. I don't know, honestly. Felicia crossed her arms, and for the first time since entering, her playful mask slipped a little. I didn't get to ask Silver. Her Royal Highness is too busy. What about Dante? He's somewhere out there, Felicia said with a bleak sigh. I don't know when he'll be back. Then how did I end up here? It was me. Darling told me to get you and Anna to safety. For days ago, she would have laughed in someone's face if they told her she would be working with a skull-faced mercenary who was a university student. Darling. Felicia started filling in the blanks. Emma and Psylocke may have helped after they were knocked out. When Felicia arrived, they were already under attack by 2 strong agents from some multi-government-backed organization. The thought of one organization being so powerful made her blood run cold. Wouldn't they already know my identity? The chances were they already did. Felicia suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Gwen. You are the reason I was forced to leave. Gwen blinked. But Amy was also there. Dante doesn't care about her. He specifically said your identity is sensitive. You are his priority. Heat pricked at the back of her neck under the suit. She felt grateful and a little confused. Dante had chosen to yank her off the board rather than just waking her up. He had trusted Felicia because she already knew the secret. Prioritizing her safety and secret should have been the bare minimum, given she had shown up at his call. Still, it was quite an unexpected gesture. I'm going to need some compensation. Felicia waved a hand in front of Gwen's face. Hey, are you listening? Gwen realized she had gone quiet in her thoughts. Felicia, you were so chill when we met in the cafe. What's got you on the edge now? I'm stressed, Felicia huffed, her bravado slipping a bit. I haven't seen him since I left. He might overdid it. God, he was already nose bleeding when we were underground. The worry in her voice wasn't too dramatic. Gwen had heard that tone before, years of it actually, from her mother whenever her father took a big gang case and disappeared into the city for days. Her mother used to pace near the window, phone in hand, and telling Gwen everything was fine while she was stressed out of her mind. She really loves that crazy mercenary. Felicia turned to her with a helpless frown. Are you making fun of me? You're both his girlfriends? How does it work? Her brain still rebelled at the idea. In Gwen's world, poly-anything was a term she saw in online discourse or the occasional gossip piece about some billionaire director. She associated that type of arrangement with old money families, where marriages were business transactions. Felicia was a university student and Silver Sable was a literal queen. It didn't make sense for them to be in this relationship. Felicia's gaze dropped to the floor, shoulders hunching like someone had taken a little air out of her. I don't know, honestly, Gwen, how do I know if it's love or a moral obligation? Because he has helped me a ton. Gwen felt even more awkward. Her own dating relationship was a half-hearted high school relationship she had agreed on a whim. Her first boyfriend in high school broke up with her after his father died due to a case involving her father, George Stacy, before it became anything solid. Compared to that, Felicia's situation felt like a complicated thesis on advanced emotions, and Gwen was still stuck at the fundamentals stage. But Felicia was looking at her with something like hope in her eyes, like one might actually have an answer. Gwen cleared her throat. I would let a man carry me like that for moral obligation. You might be experiencing limerence, a term coined by psychologist Dorothy Tenev. Felicia blinked in confusion. Limerence what? I'm not the best explainer, but I'll try my best. Okay? Gwen straightened her back, unconsciously shifting into her honor student giving presentation mode. Limerence is a psychological term to describe an intense, involuntary state of romantic desire for another person, marked by obsession and emotional dependency. Felicia gave her a blank look. Can you be more vague than that? Gwen winced at the fair argument. I'll go into some core characteristics. First is intrusive thoughts. The person occupies your mind constantly, even when you try not to think about them. Felicia's brow furrowed, then returned to Gwen as she gave another slow, heavy nod. Gwen could almost see her quietly replaying everything involving her darling. Idealization: you focus on the person as positives while minimizing or rationalizing flaws. This one finally cracked through Felicia's composure. Her eyes went wide. I don't idealize him. You don't? Gwen lifted an eyebrow, knowing she had hit the nail on the mark. Then tell me something bad about him. Felicia's mouth opened, then closed. Her gaze went distant, like she was looking through her memories. Gwen could see the gears in Felicia's head spinning like she had come across an unsolvable equation. If I have to say his flaws, it has to be his lust for more women. That's not right. He was avoiding me. I had to push myself on him. Felicia chuckled awkwardly. It should be his lack of care for himself. He put himself in danger for unnecessary stuff. That's not even a flaw. Gwen rolled her eyes. She had seen that same trait in herself. But Dante also unexpectedly had that. Forget about this. The next sign is emotional volatility. A text or smile can cause euphoria, while silence can cause anxiety or despair. Felicia's shoulders sagged under the weight of realization. Me before I came here. Gwen nodded with a sympathetic smile. She recognized that pattern in herself too when she waited for her dad's calls when he was on dangerous cases. Different relationships, same roller coaster, and fear of rejection. Just being rejected makes you feel meaningless. Does that ring any bells? Felicia frowned, thinking harder now. When she finally looked at Gwen, there was a bitter, almost embarrassed look in her eyes. Well, he pushed me away to have a private chat with you. Sorry, Gwen said quietly. I didn't know it'd make you feel like that. It's fine. I was acting like a child and got him into big trouble. Felicia leaned back on her hands and sighed. I guess Silver is also going through this limerence. I mean, she's even moved that fast when they only knew each other for like 3 days. Maybe. We can't say for sure. From what she had seen of Silver Sable, She didn't think of the lady to make hasty judgments. It can also be infatuation. It's when people who don't do emotional bonding feel like they are in love. But in reality, their passion is fueled by physical desire and fantasy. Physical desire? Felicia tapped her chin thoughtfully, apparently completely unbothered by discussing Dante's sex life. He always pushed me away when I tried to seduce him. He was also respectful when he saw me naked and offered me his jacket to cover up. So I can say for sure ours isn't based on physical desire. When S mind screeched to a halt. He saw you naked already. After the symbiote came off, I didn't have much covering my chest. Felicia waved it off like it wasn't anyone's fault. Anyway, there's also a third woman. The final boss, so to speak. What? He involved with 3 women? 2 had already pushed Gwen's common sense to the breaking point. 3 snapped it. A small part of her wanted a slow clap for Dante's sheer audacity and the insanity required to juggle 3 women in a romantic relationship. Part of her was horrified. Part of her was impressed. Mostly she just wanted to send thoughts and prayers to everyone involved in this disaster. The last one is a goddess. She met him before either of us, Felicia said. She acts like this old-style royal madam, quite dignified in a way. She's quite chill if you get past those parts. Silver is also great, you know? She sheds her blood in mercenary work to be the sole provider for her nation. She's more like a gang leader than a queen. Gwen poked a finger at Felicia's waist. Mind telling why I'm acting as your free therapist? Felicia burst into laughter. I don't know. Maybe because I was dying to share it with someone who judged me. You're the closest to a friend I have of my age. We're close. Gwen arched her brows. I have spoken to you like a few times. We never ever talked in the university. Gwen had only answered Felicia's invitation because of Harry's suggestion. He had thought she would make great friends with Felicia or anyone at this point. Felicia's smile turned teasing. Mischievous, I know your secret identity. So really, your only choice is to be friends with me, or I'll expose you. Gwen dropped her head back dramatically, staring at the ceiling. Great. 2 blackmailers now. The only silver lining was that they weren't terrible people. 2 beats 1. Felicia patted Gwen's back. Anyway, you might want to go back home before your dad finds you missing. Gwen's eyes widened. She quickly checked her phone to see it was almost 5 in the morning. Still plenty of time to sneak back into her house, pretend she had never left, maybe catch a power nap, and then go to morning lectures. Just when she thought she was ready to leave, the door slowly creaked. A white-masked face poked through the crack. Ghost Spider? The green lenses on the mask widened before narrowing in suspicion. What are you 2 plotting? Ava. Felicia shot up and arrived before the door in one blink. She yanked the door fully open, grabbed the woman in the white suit, and kicked the door shut. Miss White Tiger, can you please tell us what happened over there? We're dying no more. Gwen was still staring in shock. Even with her enhanced reflexes, she had barely tracked Felicia's movement. Dante called her human. This is human for him. She might have to adjust her definition for what human meant in his vocabulary. Ava White Tiger slapped Felicia's hands away with an annoyed huff. Only if you tell us what you were talking about. About Dante's 3 relationships, Gwen said honestly. Can we get the information now? Ava snapped her head toward Gwen, the green lenses on her mask going wide. Felicia whipped around too, shooting Gwen a look that clearly screamed, "Why did you say that?" Gwen realized she might have spoken something unnecessary in a hurry to get some answers. Ava, look, Felicia said softly, the tone of someone trying to appease a child. Silver already knows. Ava looked like she wasn't ready to believe Felicia. There's no way she does. You can ask her yourself. I'm going to, Ava replied immediately. I don't believe sis would put herself through it. There must be something you aren't telling me. Her eyes sharpened, a faint green aura surrounding her. What is Dante using to force you, and sis? Felicia's brows shot up. You're misunderstanding it, girl. There's nothing like that between us. It must be his power to kill people, Ava whispered, as if she hadn't heard Felicia at all. I have experienced it too. That pressure, it's quite scary. Before Felicia could answer again, the door swung open. Silver Sable showed up, her face framed by strands of messy silver hair. Those cold blue eyes only lingered on Gwen's face for a moment, and for a moment, she showed a look of surprise. Then she returned to indifference, as if Ghost Spider's identity meant nothing to her. Ava, didn't I tell you to bring me Felicia? Cease. Ava didn't answer the question. Instead, she moved forward and grabbed Silver's wrist. Come with me. Felicia shot Gwen an awkward little smile. We'll talk later, Gweenie. The door clicked shut as Felicia went to pursue the sisters. Silence fell over the room. What has happened with Dante? Gwen honestly had no clue. Rather than pondering over something she couldn't understand, she decided to fix the problem at hand. She put on her mask before someone else saw her face. She crossed to the window and flipped the latch open. Before jumping out, she checked her web fluid just in case. The small cartridge was barely above 50%. She grimaced under the mask. The non-lethal method had consumed too much. She had no backup cartridges to refill her web fluids. There was no way she could swing all the way back home. I'll have to sprint the last couple hundred meters. Just as she braced herself to slip out the window, a knock sounded on the door. Comrade, Ghost Spider. Are you still there? That was Pyotr with his unmistakable Russian accent. Just open it. Why are we knocking? Even mercs need manners. Amy. Gwen paused, listening to Pyotr and Amy's muffled bickering outside the room. She stepped away from the window and headed back to open the door. Pyotr's massive form towered over her. Amy stood beside him, arms crossed, and looking at Gwen with a bright grin. She felt her mouth curve into a grin. These were people who, only a few hours ago, had been ready to die beside her. She never thought she would feel a sort of companionship with mercenaries. This is what happens when people confront danger side by side. She nodded at them. I'm glad you both are fine. Likewise, Ghost Spider. Pyotr put a heavy hand on her shoulder, the sheer size of his palm almost covering it. We order a lot of dishes. It will be nice to have you join us. Yep, join us. Amy laughed, stepping closer and putting her hand on Gwen's other shoulder. The big man will fill us in on what happened after we dozed out. Pete is saying we missed some A-grade drama. Two sets of hopeful, earnest eyes looked at Gwen. They weren't Dante or Felicia, both of whom had a leverage over her identity. It was just an invite to a person they had fought together with. Gwen hesitated for a heartbeat, doing the mental math for her father's likely wake-up time and everything else. I want to show my face, Gwen said, and you're driving me to my block after this. She would make it in time if she caught a ride over sprinting like a maniac on the street. Deal. Pyotr nodded sensibly. As for the ride, I'll let Amy handle it. Amy grinned. I want to say no if you want to unmask yourself. Gwen huffed a small laugh. She wasn't ready to let her different identities blur more than it already had. The mask had to stay. Chapter 70. Assessment from high up. Silvia's head was still throbbing. The weight of opposing shield was still messing her up. There were so many complications that even her newly enhanced mind was nearly fried. So when Ava hooked a hand around her wrist and tried to drag her down the hallway, like an overeager puppy, Silvia only had enough energy to tell her to choose a different room. Her room hadn't been touched since her first time with Dante. It would be quite embarrassing to let Ava or Felicia see the mess they had made of a perfectly fine room. Ava huffed, but didn't argue about the location. For all her stubbornness, she respected Silvia's choice. She tugged Silvia to the room on the left. The room technically belonged to Dante, but he had never actually checked. Her Latina younger sister didn't waste any time getting to the point once the door closed behind them. Dante is cheating on you with Felicia and some other woman. The urgent matter that came out of her mouth, however, made Silvia chuckle. We went through that already, Silvia said, crossing her arms over her chest. It's why I kept him away yesterday. I needed time to think. I told her. Felicia chimed in from beside Ava, shaking her head in exasperation. She refused to believe me. Ava clenched her fists, nails claws biting into her palms over her suit. Blood dripped down, but she didn't even glance at it. There is something you're hiding from me. Dante isn't that great of a man to make 3 women share him. For anyone else, the words might have sounded like an insult aimed at Dante. Sylvia knew the fear underneath the fear of watching someone she loved throw herself into an inevitable heartbreak. This was just another incident of Ava hyper-focusing on Sylvia and ignoring everything else. Sylvia's gaze softened as she took Ava's hands and stopped her from punishing herself. Have you ever considered, maybe, I don't know him well enough? Ava's brows drew together in confusion beneath the mask. Would that justify him cheating on you? This isn't cheating. I willingly accepted his relationships like the other two, Sylvia said patiently, trying to get Ava to understand. He might not be a great person to others, but he is to me. Everything's fine as long as I'm happy, right? Felicia gave a thumbs in support, grinning. Couldn't have said it better myself. Ava's shoulders drooped just a little. It wasn't full acceptance, but the hard aggression in her posture had dulled. Fine, she said at last. I'll go back to rest. Sylvia stepped close and gently took off Ava's mask. The young face underneath still hadn't fully accepted, but she knew she had to let go, or she would annoy Sylvia. She ruffled Ava's hair, messing up the ponytail just to see the Latina grimace. Meet me in the evening. I have something important to tell you. Ava's bad mood disappeared with just one sentence, replaced by an eager curiosity to know what her older sister had for her. Okay. She hopped away like a happy chihuahua. Felicia watched the door close before turning to Sylvia. She is having a hard time. As an unbiased observer, I'll say she needs to connect with more people. Her entire world right now is you. Felicia, you go to Empire State University, right? Maybe it was about time Ava took some time off the mercenary work and experienced the joys and sorrows of a student's life. Wait, really? Sylvia nodded seriously. I'll let her stay here. What about the tiger amulets? Don't you think S.H.I.E.L.D. will target her for those? Sylvia shot Felicia a scornful glare. Only if they want to see a hungry beast wash New York's streets in blood. Ava was protected by the tiger god himself. He had even claimed Ava to become his favorite host. If something happened to Ava, Tiger God might just unleash all of his powers through Ava and go full berserk. Felicia still looked skeptical about Ava having that type of power. If she ends up on a yes you, I'll try to look after her. Gwen will also get a new friend. You have to, Sylvia grinned, or I'll revoke your second choice license. Felicia raised an eyebrow in response, feeling a bit grieved. One of these days, I'm going to report you for domestic violence. The states have no power over a foreign queen. Sylvia pointed out. Felicia, I called you here for a reason. Before you say anything, you have to tell me what happened at the facility. Felicia joined her hands, pleading softly. Please, I need no more. Sylvia couldn't help but smile. You're such a silly woman. A few minutes later, both of them were more informed about the situation. Sylvia had finished recounting everything from her side, and Felicia had filled in the gaps about how they had visited Emma Frost, forced her into accepting her own demise, and creating an alliance with her. Sylvia felt a deeper awe for her lover. Only he could walk in smugly like that and corner Emma like that. This is why he told me not to worry about finance and get the symbiote countermeasures. He had Emma Frost in his sight. While Sylvia felt enlightened, Felicia wasn't remotely happy about knowing everything. So I missed out on Ninja's girl fight with the Skullface, Felicia whispered. I also missed Darling fighting that Claw girl and then becoming Venom. Each word made her expression twist further with regret. While everyone had witnessed an epic battle, she was stuck in her room, worrying. Sylvia felt pity for Felicia because she had been in a worse position watching everyone through the scope and being able to do nothing. Silver, you're becoming the driver next time. Felicia flashed her claws as though to threaten Sylvia, or perhaps prove she could be more helpful in a fight than her. I'm not getting benched. Sylvia's sympathy disappeared in an instant, replaced by scorn. You weren't the only one who got enhanced. You were the second choice. You needed it more urgently, old woman. Felicia snorted and flashed to the other side of the room before returning to the bed in 3 seconds. I got this and a movement power. What about you? Sylvia's jaw tightened. She was genuinely happy for Felicia, but also envious. Some leadership skills. Nothing special for combat. Felicia burst into laughter, delight written all over her face. This is what you get for thinking you're always superior. Sylvija answered with a different kind of statement. She drew her Glock and cocked it with a loud, metallic click. The sound made Felicia visibly shiver. All her bravado evaporated in an instant. You think your claws can outdamage a bullet to the head? She genuinely believed her marksmanship had provided more support to Dante in the fight than Felicia's claws could have. No, how can that be? Felicia folded under no pressure. She had absolutely no desire to test whether her new speed could make Sylvija Sablinova miss a shot. What do my tiny claws even do to those bullets? As a marksman, you're indeed my superior. The superioress, top of the food chain. Sylvija saw through Felicia's act, but didn't call her out. The younger woman was being dramatically subservient just to get along with her. She was quite satisfied with Felicia putting her pride away to avoid any conflict. Petty fighting wouldn't change anything as far as she was concerned. She smiled in satisfaction and slid the Glock back into its place. She had no desire to create conflicts when they were facing a deadly foe like Norman. Did you get any message from him? Felicia's jovial mood dropped immediately, the brightness in her eyes dimming. She checked her phone and shook his head. His last message was about keeping the mutants at Emma's place. He has been silent since. Felicia sighed. I can't believe he fell asleep with Emma around. You're saying Emma will try something? She wanted to dismiss the thought since Emma knew not to betray an alliance made to save New York. But then again, she knew how petty, prideful people could become to reclaim dignity. Why wouldn't she? Felicia looked at Sylvija like she was being naive now. She got humbled twice. One, she gets second thoughts when she sees Darling sleeping defenselessly. Sylvija fully agreed with Felicia. Get your suit. We're going to MIS. She turned to head for the door, already planning the route and contingencies only to feel a hand on her shoulders. Felicia moved in front of Sylvija and pushed her gently but firmly down onto the bed. You, Felicia declared, crossing her arms and looking down at Sylvija, are going to rest. Sylvija's temper flared immediately. She surged up, reaching to punch Felicia in the stomach only for her fist cut through empty hair. Felicia had moved to sit beside her, grinning. Stubborn queen. He could be in danger. Sylvija growled through clenched teeth and swung her arm to strike Felicia's face with her elbow. Another near miss. I'm leaving with or without you. Darling gets you worked up crazy. Felicia's voice came from the other side. She was leaning casually against the wall now. Is this limerence? How can I? Do you think he's stupid? Felicia cut Sylvija off, her tone shifting from teasing to serious in an instant. How can you believe a thorough man like him would go with Emma Frost without a plan? Is he that big of an idiot in your eyes? The question landed like a slap to Sylvija's face, or a bucket of cold water to be more precise. She realized her mistake of letting emotions override logic. Death is also watching over him, Felicia said, showing a gentler expression. She let Darling suffer. The peerless face of a woman flashed through Sylvija's mind, of this woman kissing Dante. As much as she found death egregious for that one simple insult, she had to say Death was the most reliable woman. Nobody could touch him if Death wanted to protect him. She took a deep breath. If I see a scratch on him, I'm shooting you in the head. Wow, Felicia said, eyebrows shooting up. Overprotective much? Sylvija's lips curled into a grin as she pointed a thumb at her own belly. Wouldn't he want anything happening to my kid's father? She didn't know for certain, yet wouldn't know for at least another week, assuming she found time to take a test. But the possibility was real enough that she could say it with a straight face. Besides, Felicia didn't need to know the difference. No one was being used to wipe that grin off her face. A petty power move, for sure. Felicia's eyes flew wide open. You really went down without protection? 3 hours, Sylvija replied plainly. Not a single break. Felicia was speechless for a half a minute, which had to be a new personal record. What a beast. Sylvija laid back and rested her head on the pillows, finally allowing herself to close her eyes for a moment. In the end, she still got the last laugh on Felicia Hardy. Meanwhile, a certain Redhead Shield agent wasn't in the mood to smile, much less laugh. She stood, hands clasped behind her back, fingers locked around her own wrist. Across the table, the man, myth, the legend, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury flipped through the incident report. The one eye that wasn't covered by the black eye patch tracked every line. His black eye patch was still one of the few unanswered mysteries around S.H.I.E.L.D. Beside him stood a straight-backed lady with a lean and athletic frame. Maria Hills, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha still felt Phil fit better in the role. The reports say Agent Laura was taken, Fury said at last, dropping the folder onto the table with a flat smack. You're telling me the Hand as former executioner is that powerful? He didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. He just pinned her with that single eye, making her feel pressured, despite her having the willpower to endure a spirit of vengeance. Natasha nodded her head curtly. Yes, Director. You might heard her sword breaking the sound barrier. She could still feel the wind-ripping sounds of Psylocke as katana. Had it not for her spirit of vengeance, she would instantly died. Then again, mutants were powerful, but they were never a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. The real threat in Wildpack were Dante and White Tiger Avoyala. Director, Hill said, eyes still on Fury. We know the Hand ISNT, just a cult of ninjas. They have mystical powers. The debrief also confirmed Quan-Non has high-level telepathy and telekinesis. That old bitch can't stop being a pain in the ass. Fury grumbled before raising his voice. What were the Hand after again? Norman Osborn's research facility. The same place Clint disappeared investigating, right? Maria Hill nodded. Yes, Director. Black Widow, your decision to not use Penance Stare screwed up our timing, Nick Fury said. A sharp eye on Natasha. He now had to delay his plan to rescue Clint since Agent Laura was a bigger priority. Every murderer you've used it on drops dead. Why did you not kill Quan-Non and help Agent Laura against Skullfire? Natasha's fingers tightened on her wrist. The chain coiled around her chest twitched at the name of the stare. The spirit condemned her choice not to judge a sinner. The director had a reason to blame her since she chose the non-lethal approach. She could turn the disadvantaged fight around if she had used her Penance Stare. That was just a fact. You were too passive in your approach, Hill said, despite always having Natasha's back. You're expected to use every tool at your disposal, Agent. We're not going to open a file on this, but there can't be a repeat. Natasha lowered her head. Understood, Commander Hill. She didn't argue or justify why she had pulled her punches. It was for a simple reason, really. She was done killing relatively innocent people. She had no reason to kill anyone when her mission was only to retrieve hostile mutants. Fury flipped to another section of the report. It had blurry images of Dante in full venom form roaring at the sky, surrounded in gold and blue flames. This man, he tapped the photo with one gloved finger. This venom side of your new friend. Can you defeat him? Natasha almost snorted at the friend part. She still didn't know how to feel about her Ghost Rider form, almost matching with Dante, with the only differentiating factor being the color of their flames. Her form came from her spirit, but what about his? She was quite curious to learn the source of his power. No, Director. I didn't sense the deep sins the stare feeds on. It would only hurt him. And if it comes down to trading blows, she hesitated for a moment before choosing an honest answer. You saw the live feeds. He overpowered Agent Laura in seconds. Nick Fury hummed thoughtfully. Even if you relinquish full control to the spirit, Natasha's eyes widened at the question. Her power grew exponentially the more she allowed the spirit to take over. At the end of the day, she was only a host, and the real power came from the spirit of vengeance. Then I don't know who will be able to stop me. Our best supernatural agent doesn't have an assured chance. Nick Fury glanced at Maria. What is our contingency plan against a potential threat like Dante? They had the all-powerful anti-mutant weapons, which strangely were against non-mutant threats. They showed Laura's level of combat power even against non-mutants. If deployed as an army, nobody in this world could stop those hunks of metal since they were durable enough to face tank a nuke. Natasha still didn't understand why S.H.I.E.L.D. only used her and Laura for nearly every superhuman threat. There is no agent we can deploy against him, Maria said, scrolling through her tablet. Our only choice is to burst him down with heavy firepower or containment, if we could trick him into it. Wishing for an outcome isn't a viable option, Nick Fury said. Those governments haven't given us power and resources to pray for a fucking dice roll. He closed the folder this time and said with a severe tone, different approach. After we bring Barton home, Widow, you're going to stay on Dante. I want eyes on him all the time to know which way he jumps when everything goes to hell. If there's a chance in hell, he seems like a good character, we go for it. Natasha frowned. She thought she had moved past normal surveillance work, yet there she was, still slated to play the role of information agent. Hill's gaze flicked up in surprise. You want to recruit him? Fury's mouth twitched. I'm all ears for a second option. None. Maria shook her head. This one guarantee his loyalty. She wasn't loyal either, Fury replied, looking at Natasha. His stare was steady. Red Room's best widow. Now she's a part of our agent roster. People have the ability to change, Maria. Sometimes it's for the better. Natasha had seen plenty of cases where the change was for the worse. Maria stared at Natasha. Unlike Nick Fury, there was some skepticism in Mariah's eyes. She still isn't, Maria whispered, which Natasha only understood through the movement of her lips. Natasha did have an issue with how S.H.I.E.L.D. treated mutants. Even the ones who accidentally used their powers were taken into custody, and their fates afterward remained unknown. However, she wouldn't leave this job for anything. Director, Natasha said. I made my choice to be here. Fury nodded at Natasha's conviction. Maria, you'll accompany Phil and Widow to meet Dante. Try to fulfill that son of a bitch's conditions and get back Laura. Remember not to make it harder for him. We get him on our side before someone else does. He dropped his voice into a whisper. He has potential to become a cornerstone of the initiative. Natasha listened to everything with her head down and eyes closed. The initiative mentioned was the Avengers Initiative. Natasha had only heard the term a few times. Apparently, her and Clint were also candidates. She would never thought the man Laura fought today would also become one. Isn't that premature? Maria's brows drew together as she called out Nick's rushed decision. We still haven't verified his background. He could be a future threat, not an asset. We're not building a boy band. Fury said with a click of his tongue. We don't need loyalists or nationalists. We need people who stand their ground when an alien army invades. We need heroes. He threw the Venom photo on the table. If that man is bringing a fight to Norman's lapdogs, then he has some good in him. The Avengers Initiative is about heroes? Natasha thought with a frown. The Red Room's most infamous widow turned a hero. There was something deeply unsettling about it. She couldn't say no to it either, not when this was the best option to clean the Red or Ledger. Maria glanced at Natasha, then back to Fury. There's another layer to him. He is not exactly free. It's almost confirmed he is in a relationship with Symkaria's queen. Natasha was briefed about that before she left for Oscorp Island with Laura. How does this clash with my suggestion? Nick asked with a raised eyebrow. He is potentially in a relationship with that student he saved as Skullfire, Maria continued, ignoring Fury's question. He has been seen entering Emma Frost and even chatting with her over the phone. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Mother! Nick Fury almost cursed. You're telling me this guy is a ladies' man? Maria nodded with a wry smile. Patterns point that way. Still, it's unconfirmed information as of now. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched again like he wanted to laugh at something. Doesn't he change anything? Nick Fury concluded. After this symbiote mission is done, I'll personally approach him with the offer. Until then, make sure he gets a good impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha almost rolled her eyes at Nick Fury's words. Dante had already formed his first impression for S.H.I.E.L.D. through their inflexibility to spare a mutant who had acted in self-defense. The worst type of first impression. At least the negotiations won't be as hostile tomorrow. Seeing less bloodshed was hardly a bad thing. Natasha didn't revel in violence, even though her spirit was more than capable of making her the most violent woman walking this planet. But somehow she had a feeling Dante wouldn't make things easier. He seemed quite bothered by the way S.H.I.E.L.D. had turned a blind eye to his request to spare his friends. One thing was for almost Natasha will have to use her transformation again. Chapter 71. Morning bullying Dante woke to something wet and rough dragging across his cheek and found himself face-to-face with a lavender-furred cat perched on his chest, licking his face. She was larger than any house cat, somewhere between a well-fed domesticated pet and a small wild cat. Maybe 15 pounds beneath that thick plush coat. The cat paused mid-lick when their eyes met and let out a rumbling purr. Dante moved Death's arm from where it draped across his chest and lifted the peculiar creature in both hands as he sat up. What a cute cat. The cat didn't struggle, only gazed at him with intelligent amber eyes. Warm human. Is cold outside. Let cat's eyes stay. A look of recognition crossed his face. You must be Sharon. She must have been drawn to the warmth generated by his helio reactor, the same warmth that made him such a desirable heater in Felicia's eyes. She cocked her head. Sharon Smith. Emma named Cat's Eye that. Emma thinks Cat's Eye is human. Her tail swished uncertainly. Cat's Eye is a cat. Dante remembered her story from the comics, at least what little had been explored. Abandoned by her parents at birth in some alley, she had been raised by feral cats. The experience had fundamentally shaped her psychology, leaving her convinced she was a cat, and her human form merely a secondary shape she could assume. She was found by Emma Frost, who brought her home and made her a member of Hellions. She still believed she was a cat. He put her down on the bed, but she climbed on his lap, settling comfortably. Cat's Eye, stay here. Amused, Dante channeled just a trickle of solar radiation into his legs, raising the surface temperature of his skin by several degrees. Sharon purred as she pressed herself more firmly against his thighs, soaking up the warmth. Is this better? Cat's Eye likes, she said, eyes half closing. Sleepy. Smiling. Dante grabbed his phone and realized he hadn't turned off the silent mode after the heist. The screen lit up with a flood of notifications messages from nearly every person in his recent contact list except Emma. Even Sylvia had broken her code to send worried texts about him staying at Emma's place. Ava, come back soon. Ava, I'm going to kill you. While everyone else had asked if he was okay or wished him good night, Ava Ayala had sent a straightforward death threat. She probably found out the truth. The Felicia situation was bound to come out sooner rather than later. The real question was how Ava would respond when they saw each other in person. If she went overboard with the protective sister routine towards Sylvia, well, his hands were always ready to deliver a spanking to that feisty Latina ass of hers. One by one, he replied to everyone's messages. He deliberately left Avon read. A finger poked insistently into his back. When did you adopt a cat, companion? Death's voice carried lazy amusement as she propped herself up on one elbow, black hair cascading over her bare shoulder. Her dark eyes focused on Sharon with curious interest. Sharon's nose twitched as Death extended a hand toward her. She leaned forward, sniffing delicately at Death's fingers, and her ears flattened slightly in confusion. Smells nice. Sharon looked around the room with increasing bewilderment, unable to locate the source of the scent her enhanced senses detected. Cat's Eye can't see this human. Death chuckled. Her nose is sharper than her eyes. Shouldn't she be instinctively afraid of you? Wrong, companion. Death looked up at him with a patient gaze. There is a reason many mythologies depict cats as messengers of death and bad omen. Some outright call them creatures who escort souls to the afterlife. Many witches still have cats as familiars. Even ordinary house cats can smell if a person is dying. So that's why Sharon can smell you. Death nodded and put a hand on Sharon's head. The sudden appearance surprised Sharon, but she still didn't jerk away. Sitting quietly and obediently, she let Death caress her head. Sharon likes the black human girl. Dante caressed Death's hair just the way she caressed Sharon's. She isn't human. Oh. Sharon cocked her head. Black human girl is mutant? Death poked Sharon's cheek. Call me Death. Death? Sharon purred, leaning into Death's palm. Cat's Eye likes Death. Reminds Cat's Eye of old friends. Death ruffled Cat's Eye's fur before glancing up at him. Companion, you've improved a lot in one night. Just trying to close the gap between us. He had done 2 attempts to completely master Shang-Chi's martial arts. The muscle memory felt completely integrated now. He was confident he could take on Ava's white tiger form in hand-to-hand combat without relying on solar radiation enhancement. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Don't rush your growth. You'll rarely find competition when you're on a cosmic entity level. That's great, he replied wryly. Means no one will mess with me. Sharon directed what seemed to be an angry frown up at him. Someone bullying warm human? Even your queen doesn't want to bully me. He couldn't help but smile. Rest here. I'm going to take a shower. Shower is coming to you, pal. The door slammed open and banged loudly against the wall. A young man with carefully styled brown hair burst into the room, wearing a vibrant magenta heavy winter coat adorned with white fur and black pants. He carried a plastic bucket sloshing with water and emptied its contents across Dante's lap. Sharon yowled indignantly and leaped away to the safety of the headboard before the water touched her fur. Dante could have easily reacted as well. Instead, he welcomed the ice-cold bucket of water with an easy smile. You got more? The young man Manuel de la Rocha, codename Empath, blinked in confusion. Did the Queen's mind control make him dumb or something? Manuel, our guest clearly lacks common sense. Another sarcastic voice came from the doorway. A blonde woman stepped into the room, wearing an identical magenta coat, looking quite amused by Dante's response. Rilette, Jennifer Stavros, the probability manipulator and the meanest girl of the group. Her eyes swept over his bare chest with open appreciation before she shook her head in disappointment. Such a waste of a face. Rilette, Empath said through gritted teeth, clearly annoyed by her distraction. What do we do with this nutcase? Queen Emma commanded us to bring him to her. We'll do just that. She revealed a predatory grin. After we have some fun with him first. Can you two stop talking about me like I'm not here? Dante pointed at his dripping wet shirt. By the way, I can't go to your queen like this. Rilette crossed her arms beneath her chest. Oh, what exactly do you want us to do about that? Are you lowering your IQ on purpose? Dante asked with a puzzled look. Give me new clothes. Rilette stared at him for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Did you hear him, Manny? He wants us to fetch him clothes. Like we're servants or something. Empath's expression darkened. He stepped forward and placed one boot on the bed arrogantly, looming over Dante in what was probably meant to be intimidating. I don't know which sewer you crawl out of, Pendejo, Manuel said coldly. But this is our territory. Stop making demands like you're a prized guest, or you'll leave this place in an ambulance dead. Dante's smile didn't waver. You know what's funny, Manuel? Don't call me. You're obsessed with Emma Frost. The statement dropped into the room like a bomb. It happened after you tried to manipulate her emotions with your powers. You wanted to make her desire you, to control her. Instead, she destroyed your little attempt. The color drained from Empath's face. Rilette looked at him in surprise. If you ever try that emotional manipulation shit on me, Manny, I'll fucking kill you. I swear to God. Give him a break. Dante shook his head. Poor guy hasn't experienced genuine friendship or love. Even his parents' love was fabricated by his mutant power. What a pitiful guy. Manny is a real work of art. Rilette shook her head pitifully. Seeing that shaken expression on her friend's face made her switch targets of her bullying. I thought Sharon had lived a pitiful life, but you weren't any better than her. Empath clenched his fists, seething. You bastard. How dare you, Manuel? No. Another figure appeared in the doorway, a young woman with distinctive red hair. She wore more simple jeans and a warm sweater rather than a team uniform. Miss Emma will be angry if you cause problems with her guest. Angelica Jones. Firestar. Dante recognized her immediately, since she was the only redhead around Emma, with a kind personality, one of the few decent souls among the Hellions, and the only one who would eventually escape Emma's Empath's influence entirely. Empath's face twisted. His eyes glowed as he took control of Angelica's emotions. Stay out of this. Angelica's legs stilled at his command, and she nodded slowly. He shoved her aside roughly, sending her stumbling, then grabbed Dante's collar with both hands. His eyes began to glow again as he attempted to manipulate Dante's emotional state. Apologize, Empath commanded, believing himself to be already in control of Dante. Get on your knees and apologize for insulting me, you filthy sewer rat. Dante flicked Empath's forehead. The casual motion had a devastating effect. Empath flew backward like he had been shot from a cannon, sailed through the doorway, and slammed into the hallway wall. The plaster cracked behind him, then he collapsed on the floor. Oh my God! Angelica pressed both hands to her mouth. Manuel. Even now, she was under Empath's order. Roulette, on the other hand, stared at Empath, then at Dante. Her face had gone full pale. I promised Taro to train with her. She backed toward the door, forcing a laugh. Catch you later, maybe. She turned and fled down the hallway, her magenta coat swishing behind her. She was sharp enough to see they had picked on the wrong person this time. Dante ignored her departure, examining his hand with fascination. Beyond the enhanced muscle control, he had learned techniques to concentrate his strength into a single point of impact. This move was a combination of what Shang-Chi called F-Gene, explosive force release, and YZH Chan, one finger's in. The results were frankly terrifying when combined with his solar radiation amplification. He stood up calmly, water still dripping from his hair. He walked over to Angelica and extended his hand. You okay? She stared at his extended hand for a moment, then took it hesitantly to stand up. Her palm was noticeably warmer than normal human body temperature. She was using her microwave generation powers to keep herself warm. Thank you. He released her hand before stepping past her. Empath was shakily trying to push himself upright, one hand clutching his forehead where a red mark had already formed. All the fight had drained out of Empath. His eyes were wide with fear now. He hadn't realized Dante would be so strong. Not only had Dante resisted his mutant powers, he was also strong physically to casually swat a grown man like an annoying fly. Dante shook his head, disappointed but not surprised. All the bullies became cowards the moment someone stronger showed up to check their behavior. Empath was especially childish because he had been manipulating everyone's emotions since the moment his powers awakened. He had never faced real consequences before. Listen, kid. Dante crouched down to eye level. Give me new clothes, or I'll take off yours and throw you in a river. Manuel's mutant powers were mental. He would certainly die in a cold river. Empath glared up at him, trying to summon some last shred of pride. His eyes glowed. Angelica, fry this bastard. Dante grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it back against the wall. He had used just enough force to give the young mutant a terrible headache. One word, and your head will explode. Do you really want to test whether I'm joking? Intimidated, Empath completely lost willpower. He slowly shook his head. Eyes squeezed shut. Clothes and breakfast in 20 minutes. I'll kill you if you cheap out on anything. Dante released his grip and stood up. And don't forget the underwear. Empath scrambled to his feet and bolted down the hallway, nearly tripping over his own boots in his haste to get away from Dante. Make sure they're clean. Dante called after him before whispering, Emma, you magnificent bitch. The White Queen had absolutely known this would happen when she sent Empath and Roulette to fetch him. She had probably orchestrated it to knock down Empath's ego while simultaneously annoying Dante. Two birds, one stone. He turned back to find Angelica still standing there, looking torn between terrified and a bit satisfied at seeing Empath get his just desserts. Empath's emotional control had a distance limit. He gave her an apologetic smile. Can I get a towel, please? I need a shower. Oh, yes, of course. She seemed eager to help. I'll fetch one from my room right away. She hurried off, and Dante returned to the bedroom. Death had watched the entire encounter from the bed, looking thoroughly entertained. Sharon jumped from the headboard and landed in Death's lap. That was restrained of you, companion. Death whispered, I would have claimed his soul for that offense. He is just a kid. He poked Sharon's back. Why didn't you help? Sharon curled up. The La Roja is creepy. He makes Cat Eyes feel strange. Cat's Eye not like him. The Hellions were exactly as dysfunctional as the comics have portrayed. Maybe worse since Emma was a bit more emotional in this world, thanks to Psylocke's presence. He rubbed Sharon's back. You should stay away from him. Cat's Eye does. Here. Angelica appeared at the door, tossed a fluffy white towel at him, and ran away before he could thank her. Emma had isolated Angelica to the point she couldn't even properly interact with strangers. It was even worse in comics, where Emma had only let herself be Angelica's emotional support. Her life only had one horse and one bodyguard, while a hallucinator fed her images during her dreams to make her hostile towards the X-Men. While at the same time, Emma had reinforced the belief that Angelica's powers were hazardous to be near anyone but herself. The White Queen he interacted with was quite kind compared to how she had been at the Star Comics. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the biggest factor mitigating hostility between mutant factions. Dante headed for the bathroom, grateful to finally wash off. A bit of tweak from biokinesis temporarily removed the need to brush his teeth. Midway through washing his hair, a rich, savory aroma wafted through the bathroom door. His stomach growled loudly in response. His feast was here. Dante hurried through the rest of his shower, dried off quickly with the heat of solar radiation, and wrapped the towel around his waist before emerging back into the bedroom. Death and Sharon weren't there. Instead, a young woman with shoulder-length black hair stood in the room. She was wearing a deep pink skirt and stockings, unlike the rest of Hellion's team. Tarot, Marie-Ange Colbert, the mutant with precognitive powers through a mix of tarot card reading and her own powers. She could also materialize and animate tangible images of the tarot card avatars like Lover and Devil. Once materialized, they were completely under her control to do her bidding. Her dark eyes studied him intensely. Manuel sent these. On one bed, a plethora of bags had been stacked containing clothes. On the other bed sat enough food to feed a family. The row of crispy bacon nearly made him salivate. Empath chicken out? He sends his apologies, Tarot said in a soft voice. Manuel can be a jerk sometimes, but he does not truly mean harm. He was trying to harm me when he threw a bucket of cold water on me. Dante raised an eyebrow, using his mutant powers to manipulate people's emotions. Right? No harm at all. A flicker of shame crossed Tarot's face. Her lips parted as she tried to say something, but she couldn't find an argument to defend her teammate's behavior. Finally, she seemed to give up entirely. Emma is waiting for you in the Academy building. 3rd floor, East Wing, Staff Room 3E. She showed a hesitant expression. Don't hurt Manuel again, or the Queen won't respond kindly. He is still her student. I don't care as long as he doesn't cross me again. He wouldn't have minded Empath if the kid just minded his own business. After all, his own ally used her telepathy without any restraints. But Empath just had to try abusing his powers on him. She nodded and slipped out, closing the door softly. He turned his full attention to the feast laid out before him. Death, you can come back. Sharon and Death materialized in the room. As expected, they had gone somewhere when Tarot had entered the room. He knew his lover had taken a liking to Sharon. Otherwise, she wouldn't be hugging Sharon so close to her chest. Food. Sharon jumped on the bed and bit into a piece of roasted fish. Cat's Eye likes fish. Hey, that's mine, he said with a laugh, joining her on the bed. Cat's Eye share, she mumbled with the fish in her mouth, ears twitching. Warm human share with Cat's Eye. Is fair. Slow down. There is plenty for everyone. He gestured to Death to join them before grabbing a piece of bacon. Sharon, my name is Dante. Use that from now on, okay? Warm human Dante, Sharon confirmed, already tearing into another piece of fish. Cat's Eye like warm humans. Chapter 72. Interrogation. Dante found room 3E without difficulty, and the door was unlocked. The first thing that hit him was the overwhelming smell of meat. Logan sat hunched at a long conference table, and he was destroying plates of food. steak, eggs, and what looked like an entire loaf of crusty bread. He barely paused to breathe between bites. His healing factor burned calories at an insane rate. After that performance last night, he was devouring food like a savage. Emma Frost sat across from him in a high-backed, white leather chair, which coincidentally matched her white blazer and pencil skirt. Her finger tapped against the tablet in her lap. Dante had a feeling she wasn't actually paying attention to the screen. Emma? Her ice-blue eyes flicked up when Dante entered. New clothes, dear? They don't look half bad on you. Dante crossed the distance and flicked her forehead. The gesture was quick, almost playful, like something an older sibling would do to a younger sibling. But there was weight behind it, just enough to leave a red mark. Emma's hand rose to touch her forehead. Why did you send that loser? Dante interrupted, pinning her down with a cold gaze. Do you know how hard it was to stop her from erasing him from existence? Her eyes shook. What did he do? He threw a bucket of water on me and her. Then he tried to get me on my knees to apologize. He went that far? Her eyebrows rose in disbelief. I told him to wake you, not sign his own death warrant. He thinks he can get away with anything. You and him aren't that different. You're just smarter. My ego is far worse than Manuel, darling. She grinned as if he had just complimented her. You're not exactly a saint yourself. Why else do you think I chose you to humble my dear student? The lesson came at a price for both of you. He pointed at the red mark blossoming on her forehead with a smirk. Anyway, don't try something like that again. You are their teacher. Start acting like one. He paused. But just ignore me. Those students mean nothing to you anyway. Just tools to consolidate your power in the inner circle. She winced, a brief expression of pain in her eyes, which was quickly masked with a cocky smirk. Dear, I'm the telepath, but you're the one with all the knowledge. Seems rather unfair, doesn't it? He pulled out a chair and dropped into it. Life is never fair. You should know that better than anyone. Logan glanced between them, a piece of steak halfway to his mouth. Looks like Emma found her sunshine. Who in their right mind would fall for a man who has already taken by 3? Emma's tone was dismissive, but Dante noticed the way her eyes flicked to him, waiting for some reaction. I have some standards, Logan. Dante's expression remained the same calm and collected, giving her no satisfaction. He saw the disappointment flicker across her face. You'll take those words back in the future. He was half joking. There was maybe a 10% chance Emma would develop feelings for him based on what they would go through in the future. Stranger things had happened. He was hoping for it, frankly. Having Emma's affection was such a double-edged sword. Emma looked rather pleased for some reason. I like confident men, but unfortunately, it's your loss. Dante turned his attention to Logan, who was wiping his face with a napkin. Logan, let's talk about how you were caught by the hand. Thanks for the concern, bub, but I don't answer to you or Emma. You both can fuck right off with the interrogation. So tough. Does it have anything to do with Laura? Logan's eyes flickered, a reaction so subtle most people would have missed it, except both of them weren't ordinary. Dante had enhanced senses, and Emma had become used to reading people without her telepathy. Just cooperate, Logan. I'm really trying to help you here. Unbothered, Logan grabbed a glass bottle of water sitting beside his plate and drained it in one go. Nobody asked for it. So you won't mind if something happens to Laura? Dante asked. She's right here with us, you know. In this building. The bottle shattered in Logan's grip. What the fuck did you just say? Emma, show him. Emma rolled her eyes, still annoyed by the way he ordered her order. Still, she didn't choose to voice her dissatisfaction. She tapped a few times on the tablet and then turned the screen to Logan. The video feed showed a dimly lit small room with only 2 metal chairs, a small window, and a table like it was an interrogation room. Laura was having a feast, much like Logan. But unlike Logan, she was in a fresh set of clothes, a dark gray woolen jacket, and black pants. Her hair was still damp from a recent shower. Psylocke had taken a liking to Laura. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given such luxury to their hostage. The ninja woman stood nearby in her distinctive purple bodysuit, keeping a strict eye on Laura. Logan rose from his chair in surprise. Why the hell is she here? How do you know about our relationship? Are you sure you're in any position to question us? Dante leaned back in the chair with a smirk. Emma and my friends saved you from the hand. I stopped S.H.I.E.L.D. from arresting you. And I took Laura hostage to reunite you two. So maybe show a little gratitude and answer our fucking questions, Logan. Logan's claws erupted from his knuckles with that distinctive snicked sound. 6 adamantium blades still stained with dried blood from yesterday's violence. This is my answer, bub. He launched over the table, showing the speed and ferocity which made him one of the most dangerous fighters on the planet. His claws were raised high. He was aiming to drive all 6 blades through Dante's chest in a killing strike. Emma Kadvi stopped Logan with one thought, but she didn't show the slightest desire to help. If he couldn't handle Logan, he wasn't worthy of being her ally. Such was her reasoning. Dante calmly extended his right arm. A perfectly placed palm struck Logan right in his sternum. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. Logan flew right over the table he had just vaulted and slammed into the far wall. The force was so strong that Logan's 300-pound body made a hole in the wall and landed in the next room. Thankfully, it was a spacious classroom on the other side, not the room where Laura was contained. Emma stared at Dante with unconcealed shock. How the hell did you do that without death or symbiote-esque powers? Dante was honestly a bit surprised himself. He had channeled solar radiation in his right hand, as much as he could cram in there. That alone wouldn't have generated this much force. Shankai's techniques are just broken. This was him merely replicating Shankai's moves through photographic reflexes, copying the physical motions without truly understanding the complicated intent and philosophy behind each strike. He didn't have enough time to cram every bit of knowledge in such a short time. If he actually took the time to complete the Shang-Chi resonance link and truly make those skills completely his own, he would reach a completely different level of combat effectiveness. The realization was both thrilling and slightly terrifying. The recent days just had been so jam-packed with events that he felt like it had been a month or two, but he was still in his first week here. How strong will I be during the Chitauri invasion? He just might be strong enough to casually kill every alien invader. Logan groaned and pushed himself upright, shaking his head to clear it. His healing factor had already repaired the damage, but the shock of the impact clearly rattled him. Dante politely gestured to the empty chair. Violence won't solve anything, Logan. Why don't we all sit down and talk like reasonable adults? He had already accomplished his goal to show his strength, so Logan stopped underestimating him. Emma was utterly speechless. Your shamelessness is impressive. She had seen him provoke Wolverine into attacking him by threatening what he cared about, then punched him through a literal wall, and now he suggested a peaceful method like it was all Logan's fault. She turned to Logan, revealing a serious expression. Logan, just tell us the truth. I can probe your mind, but I'm choosing not to, for Charla's sake, if nothing else. Logan's expression stilled at the mention of Professor Xavier. Some of his rage disappeared. Dante leaned forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. is coming today. Cooperate if you don't want them to take back Laura. Let them come, Logan growled at the threat. I can handle them, chumps. Are you dumb? Dante asked with a frown. You can't even defeat me. What makes you believe you can fight the entire organization on your own? He was getting a bit fed up with Logan's stubborn nature. If not for his desire to get back at S.H.I.E.L.D., he would handed the two over. Right now, these two were his only reasonable chance to piss off Nick Fury. Logan clenched his fist. He'll knock some sense into Laura. Well, leave. She didn't even know you were her father until I told her. Can you convince Laura? How do you know I'm her father, pal? I just do. Emma looked between the two and relayed most events that took place yesterday. It helped Logan catch up. Logan, we're on your side. Us mutants are all united right now. Logan walked slowly back to the table and dropped heavily into his chair. The grave expression on his face spoke of the emotions he was suppressing. What do you want to know? Dante tapped Emma's thigh to compliment her, which prompted her to slap his hand away. How did the hand get you? I don't bloody know. Logan put a hand on his temple. Last thing I remember clearly was in New Jersey. I was butchering a whole lot at a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. Someone said Laura was there. I just want to talk to her. Wait, what? Dante exchanged a surprised look with Emma. You were fighting S.H.I.E.L.D., and then you ended up as the Hand's prisoner? Did they sell you to the Hand? I don't know what those motherfuckers did to me. Logan looked confused beneath the anger. It's all blank after that. That's bizarre, Emma said. I've never heard of any rumor about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hand colluding. Maybe it's just one higher up with ties to the Hand. Dante didn't have much information to go by, so he asked the next most reasonable question. Who told you Laura was held there? Got a text with Laura and Sarah's images and an address. Wolverine rolled his shoulders. Xavier said it's a trap. Had to take the matter in my own hands. What is the deal with Sarah? How do you know her? Logan had no significant relationship with Sarah in comics. He probably didn't know who Sarah was until he met Laura. This was clearly not the case in this timeline. Wolverine showed an annoyed look. What has that got to do with anything? She was his lover about 20 years ago. Emma leaned closer and whispered her telepathy findings in Dante's ears. She broke up with him after 2 months. He still has her portrait framed in his room. He caresses it whenever he misses her. Dante was only more confused. Did Sarah deliberately get together with Logan to be pregnant with his child? If so, what happened to Sarah? Was she still in Weapon X Project or with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wolverine groaned. Is it over, bub? Can I see Laura now? Let me get some answers first. Logan's claws slid out again. However, this time, he kept them pointed at the table instead of Dante's chest. Emma smiled. Progress. Laura was feeling energized after the extravagant breakfast. The energy gave her many ideas. One was to stab her claws in the sword woman's throat, exit the door, and disappear somewhere to contact her organization. Maria and Natasha would retrieve her as long as she relayed her location. You don't have to return. A deep voice came from the outside as soon as she made up her mind to execute the plan. The door quietly opened as a tall, black-haired visitor walked through. Laura gritted her teeth. It's you. He had already ruined everything yesterday. Without his interference, Natasha could handled Psylocke, while she could maneuvered around the slow, beat-up Pyotr to take care of Emma before handling the Steel Giant. Her mission would have been a complete success. Instead, she was captured, all because of him. Dante gestured to Psylocke. Leave her to me. Psylocke stepped directly into his path, blocking his approach to Laura as though she didn't hear him. Her violet eyes looked at him sharply. You're different from yesterday. Laura also noticed the difference once Psylocke pointed it out. The subtle changes in his posture, breathing, and form added up to make him seem more disciplined and trained than Psylocke. Venespa Litu. Psylocke's eyes glowed with desire. Let it be the deciding factor for whether I show up to the negotiations. The corner of his mouth curled up. Deal. Laura would be lying if she said she didn't want to see a battle between the borderline arrogant Dante and monstrously strong Psylocke. She would be able to study their techniques and incorporate parts into her own style. I'll be outside if something happens. Psylocke murmured. Her hand rested on her katana sheath as she walked toward the door, disappearing with barely a sound. Something about Dante suddenly shifted. He went from calm to being dangerous, or so she sensed. Her guess proved right when he waved his hand, and dark, shadowy arms stretched from his silhouette. They surrounded the table, and it vanished. The wooden frame, the planters, and everything completely erased from existence. This is better. Satisfied, Dante grabbed the metal chair, flipped it around backward, and straddled it. He crossed his arms over the top of the backrest, settling in like someone preparing for a long conversation. There was barely any distance between their chairs. Laura, we're going to change your citizenship. Chapter 73. Plea for help. Dante couldn't help the soft chuckle that escaped at Laura's utterly bewildered expression. Am trafficking you to Symkaria? He said, closely watching her reaction. You'll live the rest of your life there. The word trafficking made her eyes go wide. For a split second, her entire body went rigid, her fight protocols nearly activating beneath the surface. Thankfully, she recovered. What will you gain from doing that? Laura had spent most of her life thinking everything had a price tag. Nobody did anything without extracting value. Well, what will you gain from going back? Dante countered, tilting his head. You'll only be sent to kill more of your kind. What are you talking about? Her frown deepened. I'm not a mutant. I'm an enhanced human. Dante blinked, completely off guard by her answer. You seriously believe that? The disbelief in his voice was genuine. Laura, you can't actually... I don't look like a 7-foot steel giant, she interrupted him. And with a familiar snick, her adamantium claws slid out from between her knuckles. Scientists enhanced my body and planted these claws in me. I'm a normal human besides the experiments. Oh, you poor child. The words slipped out unconsciously, carrying far more pity than he had intended to show. He shook his head slowly. Does Sarah Kinney ring any bells? Laura's hand flew to her chest, pressing hard against her sternum like she was trying to physically hold something inside. Sarah? Emma had destroyed all the psychic barriers in Laura's mind, which also should have awakened any suppressed memories. The telepath who messed with Laura's brain had completely erased every memory related to Sarah. The name clearly meant something to her on a level deeper than conscious memory. Otherwise, her breathing wouldn't become shorter, shallower, almost like she was having a panic attack. For starters, Sarah is your mother. Laura's eyes shook before her body began trembling. Her expression went completely flat. Her eyes weren't calm. They were empty, as if someone had flipped a switch and turned off her personality entirely. He had seen that look before. She was seconds away from reverting entirely to combat conditioning and going absolutely berserk. However, before that happened, Dante reached out and grabbed her shoulders firmly. I can help her. Elixir's resonance link connected and biokinesis activated. Laura's entire physiology opened up to his senses. He could see the intricate workings of her brain, those billions of neurons firing in patterns. He also saw the electromagnetic pulses creating thought, memory, and identity, what actually defined a person. There were also neural pathways that shouldn't be there naturally. They must be the trigger protocols. She was designed to act a certain way from specific stimuli, such as scent triggers, command phrases, pain, and emotional reactions. They had taken a child's developing brain and carved away everything that made her human and replaced it with conditional responses like they were training an animal. It was fucking evil. He forced himself to focus. First of all, he made her unable to act, making her look like she was frozen in time. Only then did he carefully work on the protocols buried deep in her brain. He carefully broke down the artificial pathways, the ones that forced her to kill whenever she smelled certain scents. It was delicate work, since any hard push might damage her brain permanently, and any gentle push wouldn't change anything. A droplet of sweat rolled down his forehead as he pushed his enhanced mind to its processing limit. The mix of both Sue Storm and Elixir's knowledge had completely assimilated at this point. He had also looked up some articles online to confirm everything before coming here. Slowly, he felt the connections weaken and snap apart. Next, he targeted the command phrases, the specific words that overrode her free will and made her obey without question. Finally, he worked on the pain responses they had rewired. Instead of pain meaning protect yourself, they had conditioned her brain to respond with go berserk and kill everything. He restored the natural pathways, letting her mind remember what pain was actually supposed to mean. Dante pulled back and wiped the sweat covering his forehead. I hope I didn't turn her into a vegetable. With a nervous touch, he restored her ability to function. Laura blinked several times, like someone waking up from anesthesia. She looked at her hands, around the room, and then at him. Did something happen? He shook his head. We were talking about your parents. Logan and Sarah. Hill said I didn't have parents. She whispered. I was created in a lab. Without the Weapon X behavioral protocols constantly whispering in the back of her mind, without the conditioned responses overriding everything, she just looked lost. But this feeling I get. She pressed both hands against her chest, right over her heart. Why does it hurt so much when I can't even remember Sarah? The memories were erased, but the grief, love, and the sense of loss were still there. The only person who showed care for her in the Weapon X facility had left such a deep emotional impression in her heart. Uncovering the truth about Sarah's disappearance was perhaps the only option strong enough to break Laura away from S.H.I.E.L.D. Your father is still moping around in the other room, Dante said, looking to the right. Logan was almost certainly growling at Emma to let him meet Laura. You know, he attacked a SHIELD facility alone to see you. Laura's eyes widened in surprise. Doesn't he know how strong the Nimrod machines are against mutants? Is he stupid? It was Dante's turn to be surprised. That's the real threat for mutants. He was kind of confused to hear X-23 being SHIELD's secret weapon stopping mutants from acting. Nick Fury having multiple Nimrod in his arsenal would definitely stop mutants from acting unruly. Only Omega-level mutants like Magneto and Storm stood a chance to fight Nimrod's ability to adapt to mutant powers. Fortunately, Dante could just stop Nimrod's existence with Death's powers. He was steadily growing stronger to make the link last longer. Laura stared at him. I asked you something. He couldn't help but smile. She was clearly angry at Logan, but at the same time, she was curious to know more about her supposed biological father. Because you're his daughter, he said. He was caught and brainwashed to act as an attack dog for the Hand. And even after all of that, he still wants to see you. She lowered her gaze, staring at her hands. Her claws had retracted at some point during the conversation without her noticing. When she looked back up, there was a fierce look on her face. He should be done that when they were training me to kill, she growled. Why show up now, when I have a stable life? The Real wound showed itself. This was exactly why Dante hadn't let Logan meet her yet. Laura had spent far more of her life as a weapon than she ever had with any kind of family. She needed to remember Sarah's warmth before meeting Logan. Is it stable, Laura? Do they love you there? Dante asked bluntly. Does Agent Hill tuck you in at night and tell you you're more than a killing machine? Laura fell silent for several long seconds. Finally, she shook her head. They gave me food, clothes, and a place to live. I don't feel pain. Basic survival needs and the absence of pain don't make a stable life. Laura, even caged birds get more than that. He stretched his hand, offering rather than demanding. He gave her a choice. Leave SHIELD and come with me. I'll give you everything without having to kill. I'll give you a normal life and a family who cares about you as Laura. He paused, making sure she was really listening. This is what Sarah would want it for you. Using Sarah's name wasn't fair, but her mother would certainly not mind if it was to help Laura. Sarah's name wouldn't get such a response if she didn't care deeply for Laura. Laura didn't immediately slap his hand away or trigger her claws in defensive aggression, which meant she was genuinely hesitating. She should have already noticed how her life in SHIELD wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Don't you want to learn what actually happened to your mother, Sarah? Dante pressed her more, seeing the opening. Don't you want to know how you magically forgot the woman who gave birth to you? He slowly closed his fist. Or do you want Sarah to be forgotten like she didn't matter? No. The roar came from deep in her soul. She lunged forward and grabbed his closed fist. Her eyes had gone shiny with unshed tears. I want to know. I want to learn more about Sarah. She was almost crying as she spoke. I want to know what they took from me. Please. The please at the end nearly broke his heart. This was probably the first time this girl had asked for anything instead of just obeying orders. And it was to learn more about her most likely dead mother. Well, contact Natasha Romanoff, he said gently, turning his fist over so he could actually hold Laura's hands properly. It would be a miracle if Natasha didn't sympathize with Laura since they had a similar childhood. We'll find out what happened to Sarah Kinney. I promise. Why are you doing this? She asked, still confused by someone taking such an active role in improving her life. What do you gain from this? People don't just help. Logan's gonna owe me big time for getting you out. He gave a straightforward answer, squeezing her hand gently. And I get to feel like I actually accomplished something good. Like fucking up Nick Fury. Natasha, SPOV. Natasha stood alone in a firing range, working through her daily training regimen. The Glock 19 in her hands roared, each shot punching through the target's center. If her target was a person, every bullet would hit them right in the forehead. Even though she had acquired supernatural powers, she never slacked off on the fundamentals. Black Widow's missions required skills that the supernatural power couldn't give her. Besides, the power wasn't really hers. It was borrowed. If that connection ever severed, she would be right back to baseline human capabilities. Better to keep her skills sharp. She ejected the spent magazine and slapped in a fresh one. Her eyes involuntarily went to the shooting lane beside her. Usually Clint would be there, taking a relaxed stance with a compound bow in hand. He would make the most absurdly difficult trick shots look effortless. But Clint had been missing for a week now, his fate unknown after he had gone dark during a solo operation on Oscorp Island. Under normal circumstance, Nick Fury would have launched a full investigation immediately. Hawkeye was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents. They would never want to lose someone of his caliber. This time, the director only decided to act after the Hand had attacked Oscorp Island. Something strange was happening both inside and outside of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sphere. Something only the ones at the top were aware of. Should I judge everyone's sins? The chain in her chest pulsed gleefully. She smirked. Nope. She was lining up another shot when her phone started buzzing against her hip. Unknown caller. Her eyes narrowed. Nobody should have her official number except her direct S.H.I.E.L.D. contacts, and none of them would show up as unknown. Could it be Clint? She holstered the Glock, pulled off her ear protection, and answered the call. Who is this? Your skullmate Dante. The name crushed her hopes. You must have gotten her contact from Laura. Why are you contacting me? She asked coldly. Is it about Laura? Correct. She heard the noise of metal scraping against the floor. Laura is also hearing you, by the way. Hey, say hello to your colleague. A beat of silence. Then Laura's voice came through. Natasha, I need your help. Laura seemed quieter than usual. Dante's exasperated sigh crackled through the speaker. I told you to say hello, not to cry for help, geez. I'm not asking for that type of help. Laura's tone carried the faintest feel of what might have been annoyance, or so it felt like this. Natasha, help Dante. Natasha was quite confused. Shouldn't Laura be asking Natasha to rescue her, since she was, well, a hostage? Why was her fellow agent asking Natasha to help the man who took her hostage? Why was Laura getting along with Dante? Stockholm Syndrome. No, it won't kick in after one night. She clenched her left fist. If Dante had done anything to Laura, she would unleash the full power of her spirit. Natasha, Dante's voice again, and this time, he sounded serious. We need Laura's friend right now, not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent. Can you do that for her? Natasha immediately recognized the manipulation tactic classic emotional leverage designed to create false conflict. Position himself as Laura's ally while framing S.H.I.E.L.D. as the adversary. It was almost certainly part of a larger strategy to convince Laura to cut her ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. and stay with Logan. Natasha hadn't known Logan was Laura's biological father. Even knowing that, she didn't particularly want to return Laura to Wolverine's custody. Logan's past was long and troubled. He had been a weapon for various organizations, a man who carried too much guilt. That history didn't make him a terrible father, but it didn't exactly inspire confidence either. At least in S.H.I.E.L.D., she could look after Laura and make sure she wasn't exploited too badly for her powers. Still, what do you need? She chose to humor Dante because Fury had ordered her to maintain positive relations with him. She would receive another warning from Hill if Dante said he didn't want to join S.H.I.E.L.D. because a certain redhead wasn't very cooperative. Playing along with him would save her a lot of trouble. Natasha, can you confirm if Logan attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility in New Jersey? Dante asked. Official records should have reports. He did. He was neutralized within minutes. She had only heard about the incident in passing. Wolverine going feral wasn't exactly unprecedented, so nobody had made a big deal out of it. Can you check who defeated Logan? I think that person is behind wiping a portion of Laura's memories. His voice had gone cold, hiding a fierce anger. Bring them to me. I want to see everything in person. Black Widow saw a prime opportunity to lure the prey in her web. Then she remembered Fury's words. I should stick to orders. Besides, she was also curious about Laura's missing memories and how it connected to this Sarah Dante kept mentioning yesterday. How a mutant ended up being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was still a mystery. Oh, And while you're accessing classified databases, Dante spoke in a friendly voice. Give me every facility operating under Norman. Shell companies, sites, every location linked to him. He started making more demands now that she had agreed to help with the first request. Being kind and helpful only makes others exploit you in this world. Why Norman? What did he do? He harassed my mom, killed my dog, and robbed my father's grave. I'm on my way to destroy everything he owns. Be serious. I'll share it when we meet. I'll text you the meeting place later, he said. Don't let anyone else know you access these files. You know how to do that, right? Natasha couldn't stop the amused smile from spreading across her face. He was asking if the Black Widow, the woman who had become a legendary Black Ops agent in the international circle, he was asking if she knew how to stay covert. It was like asking a spider if it knew how to spin a web. I'll manage. Laura, are you listening? Yes, Natasha, Laura said. I'm right here. Laura, she spoke in a soft voice. Are you sure about this? Silence stretched on the other end of the line. I don't want to go berserk anymore, Laura said in a low, uncertain voice. I don't feel good after it happens. I don't like it. She knew that feeling intimately. That specific feeling of self-disgust and helplessness was what had drawn Natasha to turn her back on the Red Room in the first place. And Laura was expressing the same desperate need to be something more than a programmed killer. Closing her eyes, she said, I'll help you. If Laura truly wanted to get out for a peaceful life, Natasha would help. Even if it meant crossing Maria Hill. Even if it meant defying Nick Fury's direct orders. After all, Natasha Romanoff had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to perform good deeds, not watch a girl be helplessly exploited mission after mission. Fury might be right. Dante is fit to be the cornerstone of Avengers Initiative. Chapter 74. Team Challenge. Dante let Logan have a one-on-one conversation with his daughter in private. Their first meeting wouldn't be smooth. Laura would hurl accusations about his absence during her worst years and might even try to stab him out of sheer anger. But it was a necessary challenge if Logan wanted any chance of becoming her real father, not just her biological one. The alternative was Logan walking away, pretending he had never learned of her existence. Most people wouldn't blame him for that choice. After all, he hadn't known Laura existed until that anonymous text arrived. What's more, she was the product of a relationship that had lasted barely 2 months with a woman he had lost contact with 2 decades ago. Logan was too responsible to make such a choice. Emma approached Dante in the hallway, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. I'm going nowhere, Dante cut her off with a smile. You'll stay here and watch over our guests. Psylocke and I have some business to tend to. Psylocke, who had been leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, straightened up, her violet eyes fixed on Dante with visible confusion, silently asking what business they could possibly have together that excluded Emma. Our spar? Her eyes widened slightly before narrowing with anticipation. She turned toward Emma with a decisive look. Do as he says. The White Queen's ice-blue eyes flicked between the two of them, her eyebrows arching in disbelief. You want to spar with each other? Emma asked, glancing at the door behind them. While I stand guard here like some security guard. Is that what you're suggesting, dear? She repeated her words with honeyed venom. It was a threat to both of them to reconsider their audacious decision immediately. The White Queen hired others to act as her watchdog. She did not perform that function for anyone else, regardless of temporary alliances or mutual interests. Her pride was too high for such trivial tasks. Dante crossed his arms over his chest, meeting Emma's sharp gaze without flinching. That is exactly what I want, Emma dear. Psylocke, what about you? Psylocke mirrored his stance perfectly, violet eyes piercing into Emma. I looked after them the entire night. You can't manage half an hour? The implication was clear. Are you that ungrateful to your friend? Emma's expression darkened. She had just been called incompetent to her face by her own friend, no less. And in front of a man who was clearly enjoying every second of this exchange. I want to be doing it, Emma stated firmly, taking the same tone as when Dante had pushed her to the edge of accepting her demise. He brought those guests here. Let him fill in for your absence. Psylocke's confident expression faltered slightly. She had apparently run out of ideas to argue Emma's logic. So she turned to him for advice. Dante? He leaned closer to Psylocke and whispered, "Say, I don't care about that. Dante didn't ask me to do it. You did." Psylocke straightened up and delivered the line with perfect conviction. "You asked me to guard them last night. Now I'm asking you in return. It's between us." Emma stared at the two of them, this utterly unlikely alliance colluding against her. In their quest to punch each other in the face, they were willing to sacrifice Emma's pride and dignity. Dante smiled provocatively, waiting for Emma's next move. The small, reasonable request had somehow turned into a game of wits, which he was thoroughly enjoying. Watching the arrogant and show-off telepath squirm helplessly was always a pleasure. Emma thought hard and suddenly revealed a sweet smile. "You may leave," she said graciously, even waving her hand in a goodbye like a good friend. The sudden shift set off alarm bells in Dante's head. "What are you scheming?" "Nothing. Psylocke helps me a lot. I should accommodate my friend every once in a while." Yeah, she definitely had something up her sleeve. Psylocke turned toward Dante. The experience of minds like Doctor Strange, Taskmaster, Sue Storm, and Hyperion combined with his own enhanced intelligence made it quite easy to read Psylocke's silent messages. "Do you dare walk directly into Emma's trap?" was what her eyes asked. He smirked. "You think I'm afraid of her?" Emma wouldn't go overboard with her petty revenge tricks. And even if she did try something, well, he had no reason to be afraid. She knew his strength more than anyone. She knew how he could utterly destroy everything she had built. Then what are we waiting for? Psylocke decisively walked down the hallway, looking eager to have a training partner. He felt the same since she was the best available opponent to test his new limits in pure skill. He waved at Emma with a smile. "I'll see you later, dear." Emma stared at him with a blank look on her face. "Be careful not to slip on the stairs and fall to your death, sweetheart. Who will mess with you if I'm not around?" He followed Psylocke because she knew the place better than he did. The air grew noticeably warmer as they entered the Academy's main gymnasium. The space itself was impressive, easily matching the facilities at Empire State University's complex, but with a considerably more open area dedicated to sparring. "You want to spar here?" Dante asked, glancing around the empty gym. Psylocke pointed toward a small, ordinary door in the very back corner of the room, half hidden behind a stack of gymnastic mats. "Basement. I'm guessing it's a special training ground for Hellions." "Correct." They descended a narrow stairwell that seemed to go down much farther than a normal basement should. The temperature continued to rise, becoming comfortably warm near the entrance below. Psylocke looked more amused than concerned by this development, which told Dante everything he needed to know. "Angelica? Yeah, she comes here to train." The underground training facility was on an entirely different level than the gym above. The space was almost half the size of the academy. In simple terms, it was massive. It had dedicated training rooms with names for every Hellion member to practice their powers in controlled environments. The center of the facility was a large open arena covered with mats. Emma hadn't spared any expense on this setup to train her students. It seemed more advanced than early versions of the X-Men's Danger Room. Something else surprised him more than the facility itself: the presence of the entire Hellions roster. Manuel de la Rocha stood in the center of the arena with every single member of the Hellions arranged behind him like a proper team. All of them were dressed in their official uniforms, striking magenta and black bodysuits. The color scheme was probably a symbol of Emma's femininity and her dark nature. Sharon Smith, Cat's Eye, was the only one ignoring the uniform code. Angelica Jones was also present, despite not technically being an official member of the team. She wore a simplified version of the uniform without the black part. The nervous expression on her face was saying she wasn't entirely sure why she was here. The only person conspicuously absent was James Proudstar Thunderbird II. He had probably found a different path in this timeline, or someone else got to him before Emma. "That's the guy who got you?" asked the tallest member of the group, a muscular man with short, curly black hair and a serious look. Jetstream real name Harun al-Rashid had a mutant ability that allowed him to generate thermochemical energy through his skin and use it for rocket-propelled flight. He crossed his arms and looked Dante up and down dismissively. "Doesn't he look that special?" "Don't underestimate him," Roulette warned, stepping forward slightly. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a high ponytail. "He is a seriously skilled martial artist, and he is completely immune to Empath's psychic manipulation. My discs will still get him, though." As if to emphasize her point, she manifested 2 floating psionic discs. Dante remembered their effects. The black disc floating near her left hand created bad luck for her enemies, and the red disc floating near her right hand boosted the luck of her allies, all by creating a probability field around their targets. Roulette's powers could be stupidly powerful or completely useless. Probability manipulation was notoriously finicky like that. Angelica nodded in quiet support for Roulette. She had also been present when Dante sent Empath flying with one flick. "Dante is very powerful," Sharon said enthusiastically from the back of the group. Her form began to ripple. Her skeletal structure expanded with a series of cracks and pops. Within seconds, she had transformed into a purple-furred panther form, easily weighing over 500 pounds. Her face had become like a saber-toothed cat with a broad maw full of sharp fangs. The most intimidating part was still her razor-sharp talons. They looked sharp enough to cut through steel. Unlike a panther, her form was enhanced like a werewolf walking on all fours. She was built to brawl, not hunt. But Cat's Eye has very sharp claws, will cut warm Dante if needed. Cat's Eye is strong too. Despite inhabiting a body that could maul a grizzly bear, she still sounded adorable. It seemed like she didn't actually want to hurt him, but was trying to convince herself she could. Tarot stood slightly apart from the group, quietly shuffling her tarot deck. She seemed more interested in her cards than the team. Psylocke turned to him, and he understood her silent gaze. "What did you do to make all these children want to fight you?" Dante's lips curved into a smirk. "Here for revenge?" Empath stepped forward, consciously taking on the role of team leader. As confident as he wanted to appear, there was still a flicker of fear in his eyes when he looked directly at Dante. "No," he said, lifting his chin. "We're here to challenge you as a team." A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, betraying his true thoughts. "So what if you can defeat me alone in a hallway? I'll crush you with the power of numbers. How dare you humiliate me in front of my team? Now you'll pay for it." "That is such a cute thought," Dante said in a tone dripping with contempt. He swept his gaze over the rest of Hellions, meeting each of their eyes in turn. "All of you want to fight me?" Roulette tossed her ponytail over her shoulder and laughed. "The Queen has forbidden us from fighting the X-Men. Miss Psylocke refuses to go all out against us during training. You're literally our only chance to engage a powerful opponent in a real team fight scenario." Unlike Empath, she seemed to be excited about using her powers in a fight. Cat's Eye tilted her head with a conflicted look. Cat's Eye likes warm Dante. Cat's Eye also wants to make Emma proud. She scratched the ground with one claw. "Dante, train with us? Please?" It seemed everyone except Empath shared similar feelings. They weren't here to be Manuel's lackeys in a revenge scheme. They were here to improve their team coordination and test themselves against a strong opponent. A look of anticipation brightened Psylocke's normally stoic features. She seemed to be looking forward to his battle against a group of young mutants. Dante shook his head slowly. "You guys will improve your coordination and get valuable combat experience. But what will I get out of this?" "Nothing." The room fell silent for a moment. "Fishing for benefits, huh?" Manuel laughed scornfully. "All right, I'll bite. What do you want?" His manner suggested he didn't consider the possibility of his entire team losing to a single opponent. Dante raised one finger. "If I win, I get to command your team for one day, at a time of my choosing." They exchanged glances. These mutants were young and relatively inexperienced, but they had incredible potential for growth. Just Roulette, as probability manipulation, could turn the tide if she could make the effect stronger. Angelica had great potential for large-scale destruction. If anything, he could always use them for lesser tasks. He absolutely wouldn't fight them without benefits. "I want to put you against an unbeatable enemy," and I 1T let you die either. He looked at Empath. Deal? You'll have to convince the queen, Empath replied. She oversees where we use our powers. Shield is a major pain in the ass. Dante waved his hands dismissively. Your queen 1T mind. All right. Manuel agreed, though he didn't look entirely convinced. Dante walked toward the center of the arena, rolling his shoulders to loosen up. Solar radiation began to flow through his muscles, warming him from the inside out. Come on, then. Let us get this over with. He still had problems to worry about. Shield was partially solved with Laura's cooperation. As for Norman, he would go on a solo hunt to reclaim Venom's fragments as soon as Natasha relayed the facility locations. Norman already knew Skullfire was acting against him after the Oscorp Island incident. He may as well go all out in disrupting the billionaire's plans. Skullfire is such an easy name. I'll set up a public interview to change it. He hadn't decided on a replacement yet, but it sure as hell wouldn't be simple like Skullfire. Maybe something that actually fitted his power set. My powers come from Nexus and Null. So Void Nexus? Sound a bit edgy. Mr. Nexus for more friendly vibes, Death Nexus to quietly add his relationship, Silver Nexus for Sylveja, or Black Nexus for Felicia. The options were endless. He would need to give it a proper thought. Chapter 75. Destroyed Sharon rushed at Dante with her massive, muscular limbs closing the distance in ground-shaking strides. Here comes Cat's Eye. Dante found it hard to take Sharon seriously when she announced her attacks like that. Her massive curved talons swiped at his chest in a wide arc. Dante sidestepped smoothly, grabbed her extended foreleg, and used her considerable momentum to redirect her past him in a classic judo throw. Her 500-pound body flew through the air. She recovered mid-air with a graceful barrel roll and planted her feet on the ground. Right away, Dante came face-to-face with Jetstream, who had sneakily flown at him while Cat's Eye's massive figure covered his vision. They were coordinating attacks, taking him as a real threat, as they should. Jetstream added thrust to his feet mid-flight and threw a devastating uppercut aimed at Dante's chin. The speed was incredible, but it failed to catch him by surprise. He had only had to tilt his dodge. The quick uppercut passed within an inch of his jaw. Crap! Jetstream's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had overcommit. His trajectory carried him straight upward like a misfired rocket. He barely managed to halt himself a few centimeters from the ceiling. Roulette! Manuel yelled, taking command from the sidelines since his emotion manipulation abilities were completely useless against Dante. Bad luck to him right now. Good luck enhancement for everyone else. Roulette's eyes gleamed with competitive excitement. She hurled a black psionic disc at Dante like it was a frisbee. The disc disappeared before he could destroy it. Roulette generated 4 red discs and sent them spiraling toward her teammates. Each one merged with its target in a flash of crimson light. Dante was curious if this would be enough to make the impossible possible. Great. Taro, your turn. Manuel approached the quiet teenager, still busy with her cards. Do some magic. Taro's dark eyes began to glow with a radiance as she spread her arms. The entire tarot deck flew out of her hands and began rotating around her body in a perfect circle, each card glowing with golden energy. 2 cards suddenly flared brighter than the rest and shot forward. I summoned Devil and Knight of Swords. 2 giant creatures materialized from pure psionic energy. The first was a towering humanoid figure standing nearly 12 feet tall, with thick fur covering its muscular body, the horned head of a goat with burning yellow eyes, and enormous bat-like wings stretching from its back. The second was an imposing armored knight mounted on a massive black warhorse. It was holding a long sword high in one hand. Nice, they have the best combat capabilities. Empath looked satisfied with Taro's powers. His earlier fear was being replaced by confidence as he coordinated his teammates. Cat's Eye and Jetstream, don't let him recover. Angelica, go charge up your big boom. The knight's horse galloped, and the devil creature flew at him with its bat-like wings. Sharon had already recovered from her throw and launched herself back at him. Cat's Eye will beat up the warm human. Try dodging this one. Pow! Jetstream dove from the ceiling like a human missile. Dante was pinched from every direction, yet there wasn't a flicker of panic on his face. He filled his legs with solar radiation and launched himself toward Jetstream. In a situation where most fighters would panic and make a defensive mistake, the young mutant clearly hadn't expected Dante to take the initiative and close distance with the aerial attacker. Still, Jetstream wasn't a complete rookie. His combat instincts kicked in. He angled his body and fired thermochemical blasts from his feet. The explosive thrust rocketed him downward at Dante like a human missile. His fists led the charge, positioned to crash Dante. The sky belonged to him and him alone. Dante had no intention of tanking that hit. He swung his leg upward, a classic crescent kick without a single wasted motion. His boot made a perfect semicircle through the air before catching Jetstream right under his chin. Jetstream's body jolted backward and crashed to the mat. Eyes closed, lights out. Dante hadn't put much strength in the kick. Jetstream's own momentum had done this much damage. First one down. Sharon charged past the spot where Dante had been a split second earlier. Her claws gouged the mat, leaving long gashes. Dante, cat's eye will catch you. She sounded more thrilled than disappointed to have been duped, riding that surge of primal excitement a cat experiences when chasing their prey. Her wildly swinging tail was a telltale sign. Dante bounced off after the kick, riding the momentum to land perfectly on the black horse's armored head, using it as a stepping stone. The warhorse reared back with a high-pitched neigh, trying to dislodge him. Dante's balance wasn't disrupted in the slightest. "Taro, attack!" Empath yelled, anxiety creeping back into his voice as their coordinated assault fell apart. "Shut up," Taro snapped at the so-called team leader. "I know what to do." The Knight of Swords swung its massive greatsword in a horizontal slash aiming at Dante's legs, trying to cut him down while he was mid-landing. At the same time, the devil construct dove from his right side, claws extended to impale him. He gently tapped his foot against the horse's skull the same way one kicked the ground to gain momentum. The gentle tap released a quiet, explosive force. The horse exploded in a shower of golden particles. The knight crashed to the ground. Dante slipped past the devil and landed on the ground. The knight got to his feet with his sword and charged at Dante. The devil maneuvered, joining its fellow card in the assault. He brushed the devil's claw with the back of his hand, redirecting the attack's entire momentum casually. The sharp claws passed millimeters from his face. At the same time, he slapped the long sword stabbing at his chest. Clenching both fists, he punched both psionic constructs at the same time. The devil construct exploded in a burst of brilliant golden light, dissolving back into its original card form. The knight's armor only stopped his fist for a moment before he drove it right to the other side. It also returned to its card form. The coordinated assault still wasn't over as a shadow appeared behind him. He didn't need to turn around to identify Cat's Eye pouncing at him. He could read the flow of battle with his eyes closed if necessary. Such was the battle sense born from combining Taskmaster's decades of experience with Shang-Chi's pure martial skills. He turned just enough to see her mid-pounce. The excitement in her eyes was unparalleled, as though she was already imagining Dante pinned under her giant body. His body reacted right away. Hips coiled tight and weight shifted to his front leg. Then his rear leg shot straight back at Sharon's open maw. There was no wind-up or dramatic movement. A dull, meaty crack echoed through the training room as his leg connected with Sharon's face. Her massive body ragdolled through the air before crashing down nearly 10 meters away, sliding another few centimeters from residual momentum. By the time his foot returned to the floor, he had already pivoted to face her landing spot. He could easily destroyed her jaw if he added more solar radiation. Of course, he had held back significantly on the adorable cat who had been sharing breakfast with him like an hour ago. Death wouldn't be happy with the death of her favorite cat either. He wasn't a monster. Sharon groaned and pushed herself upright, shaking her enormous head. Instead of charging recklessly again, she began circling sideways. Amber eyes locked on him. She was learning in real time, waiting for an opening like a true predator would. Take more luck. Sharon. Roulette hurled another red disc, which merged with Sharon's large body. I don't know if it stacks, though, but take as much as you want. Good luck is good. Dante will be defeated, Sharon growled. Hellions will win. Stop fooling yourself, Sharon. Dante shook his head. Are you banking on Angelica's big boom? Big boom. Yes. Both of them glanced at Angelica, immediately giving away their strategy of buying time for Angelica. Angelica Jones was standing quiet, her eyes closed in deep concentration. The microwaves under her control had reached such intensity that they created a visible red aura around her entire body. The temperature around had spiked to the point everyone else had retreated. She slowly rose into the air. When she opened her eyes and met Dante's gaze, she gave him an apologetic smile, as if she felt guilty of attacking him. Miss Emma said you'll survive anything, she said softly, yet it reached everyone in the silent training room. It's still gonna hurt like hell. I'm sorry. She pointed both hands in his direction, took a deep breath, and mentally pushed the accumulated microwaves. An intense wave of superheated microwaves wrapped around Dante. He burst into flames. The heat was extraordinary. It could be easily turned to human ash in seconds. His clothes burned right away. This was Emma's revenge for making her stand guard. She and T just ordered everyone to engage in a team fight against Dante. She had specifically instructed Angelica to use her most devastating attack. Everyone was allowed to go all out. But Emma didn't know about the helio reactor burning deep in his chest. It sucked in the microwave radiation. As unique as Angelica's power to manipulate and generate microwaves was, these microwaves were fundamentally still a component of solar radiation, and his cells breathed that. The flames slowly faded away, revealing his form to the Hellions, waiting in anticipation and fear. Empath was grinning to see his charred black clothes, but that joy turned into disappointment when he noticed the unmarked skin under. Roulette and Taro showed the same reaction. The burnt clothes suddenly glowed with soft silver light and returned to pristine condition. It was Death, quietly using her reality-warping power from the shadows to make his life just a tiny bit easier. He brushed a speck of ash from his shoulder. Any other surprises? That was my strongest attack, Angelica said as she descended slowly back to the floor. Despite the disappointing results, there was a refreshing smile on her face. I'm glad nobody got seriously hurt. Taro collected her cards and glared at Roulette. I told you about the inevitable collapse when I got Tower in my reading. Nobody listened to me. Probability manipulation can't fix impossible odds. Roulette chuckled, raising both hands in dramatic surrender. She lightly kicked Empath's butt. Manny, make the call. Empath stood frozen in complete shock, staring at Dante like he had just witnessed something that fundamentally broke his understanding. Finally, he seemed to snap out of it. His shoulders sagged in total defeat. It's our loss. Sharon immediately shrank back to her house cat size. She darted across the training room and leaped onto Dante's shoulder, immediately rubbing her face against his cheek and purring loudly. So warm. Dante reached up and stroked the soft spot under her chin, earning an even louder rumble of satisfaction. You gave a good fight, Sharon. That last pounce almost got me. He would struggled to win yesterday, without venom or biokinesis augmentation. The coordination the Hellions displayed was rough, but still quite effective. It wouldn't have been a clean victory. Today, though, he was unstoppable. Psylocke walked to the center of the arena. She stopped about 10 feet away and met his gaze with those intense violet eyes. He didn't need any experience to understand her current thoughts. Finally, a worthy opponent. Before he headed to Psylocke, he took out his phone and took a selfie with Sharon being affectionate with him. He was going to send it to Felicia alone, but decided to create a group with both Sylvia and Felicia. He chose an appropriate name for it, family with a heart emoji. He sent the selfie and pocketed his phone. Both of them were probably sleeping after staying up late yesterday. Sharon. He gently lifted the cat from his shoulder and set her down on the floor. I have another match now. You should watch from a safe distance. A match with Psylocke? Sharon's ears perked up, her tail swishing behind her excitedly. Cat's Eye will watch with Angel. She bounded toward Angelica and leaped onto the redhead's head in one graceful jump, settling there like a hat. Angelica smiled and reached up to steady her. Sharon, you naughty little kitten. Keep Cat's Eye warm. Angelica laughed. Your greed sickens me. Cat's Eye is greedy because it's cold. Cat's Eye not sick. Dante was glad these two weren't affected by the defeat. Roulette and Taro, who had both been heading toward the exit, stopped mid-step and turned around. After a brief glance at each other, they silently moved to the sidelines to watch. Manuel, who was about to drag the still groggy Jetstream, propped him up against the wall before joining his teammates. Nobody wanted to miss this. Chapter 76, The Real Match, Part 1. Dante joined Psylocke in the center of the arena. Facing her like this, knowing he could actually defeat her, filled him with a sense of excitement. He kept telling himself he only wanted to grow stronger to protect his people and prevent others from bullying him. To never be weak. But with the truth staring him in the face, he had to acknowledge it. He enjoyed the thrill of fighting regardless of stakes. The rush of adrenaline, the chess match of predicting movements, and the physical satisfaction were unbeatable. Sylvia and Ava were to be blamed for his change. They had given him the most thrilling battles of his life. This battle was actually a bit reminiscent of his first match with Sylvia when she wanted to test him. Their entire relationship would have gone completely differently if he hadn't won using tricks. Sylvia would have never opened her heart to a weaker man. She needed someone who wouldn't break under the weight of her responsibilities. It wouldn't happen with Psylocke, though, right? He was simultaneously hoping it would and hoping it wouldn't. Such were the conflicted feelings of a man who desired beauty, but also feared pushing away his current lovers with this greed. How do you want to do this? Psylocke asked. What are the rules? He took a deep breath to push down the distracting thoughts. This was about the fight. Just the fight. He had plenty of stuff to chase beauties after he was free from trouble. Whoever loses the ability to continue fighting is out. A simple but effective rule that left no room for ambiguity. Anything was allowed like it would be in a real fight. Psylocke's gaze dropped to the katana at her hip, then back to his face. Should not use my katana? His skin and muscles became more durable, but he still couldn't take a katana attack without defense focus enhancement from biokinesis. It was better since he would get a feel of how far he could push the blend of solar radiation and pure martial arts. You can use whatever you want, he replied with complete confidence. I promise I won't die, and I won't let you die either. With Death's link, he could survive nearly anything. With biokinesis, he could save a dying man. Combining the two, he could theoretically resurrect the dead. Don't worry about exhaustion either. Go all out. Show me how strong you are. Psylocke's katana sang as it left the sheath. A small smile appeared on her face that even she might not have noticed. They say a man can die, but never break a promise. I'll hold you to yours. I don't take my promises lightly. He smiled. Before we start, I should mention I'm immune to psychic attacks. Psylocke shifted her grip slightly, holding the katana out to her right side in a classic kendo stance. The blade was angled right toward his throat. It would be far more satisfying to make this a test of skills. Dante nodded in respect. I'll only use my solar power to boost my physical strength. Nothing else. It was Psylocke's turn to show a hint of approval. Your honesty is refreshing. It's the complete opposite of Emma's approach. Somehow you two still manage to get along. It's like that old saying about the opposites attracting each other, he replied, taking steps to circle slowly to the left while she mirrored him to the right. People clash more with those who are similar to them because you already know what the other person is like. With opposites, there's always something new to discover. She considered his take for a moment and nodded. An interesting philosophy. Emma is an interesting person. We can discuss Emma's many fascinating qualities later, Psylocke replied, conveying the rest of her thoughts. For now, I suggest you focus entirely on my blade. Kulme. Psylocke exploded forward, closing the 7-meter gap in a blur of purple. Her katana came screaming down in a diagonal slash from his left shoulder toward his right hip. The katana's arc was too wide for him to simply sidestep. He had to intercept the blade. His body reacted before the conscious thought. His left hand shot up and caught the blade mid-swing between his palm and fingers, a technique called Chin-na, seizing and controlling. The katana's momentum stopped dead barely 3 inches from his chest. Any slower and he would have a large gash on his chest. Any faster and his fingers would been severed clean off. Psylocke's face showed surprise at the impossible catch. It didn't stop her from firming her grip and applying more force to the katana. As firm as his grip was, her blade was too slippery to be held like that. He was a bit careless in assuming the blade didn't have enough travel distance to generate the momentum for a deep cut. Yet, a clean cut opened across the area between his thumb and index finger, and blood welled instantly. Sharp. Psylocke's slash had barely any strength behind the slip. It was just the sword edge, which was special. He switched his grip to hold the dull side and shoved the weapon away using 2 pushing hands principles. She flowed with the redirection and took 3 steps backward to stabilize. She reset her stance in a Shiten no Kami, middle guard position, her blade angled right toward his throat. This katana is an ancient relic. You'll lose your head if you're careless with it. Dante glanced at the blood dripping from his hand, then back at her blade. No wonder. This world had too many metals, which were sharper and more durable than the sharpest steel. Her katana could have been forged with any higher-tier metal back when exotic metals were hoarded by the ruling class. The fight had just gotten considerably more challenging. He had to be extremely careful about how he deflected her blade now. It was just so damn sharp. Psylocke tightened her grip and dashed forward again, this time with a horizontal slash aimed at his midsection, the simple yet effective Kesajiri, priest robe cut. Dante shifted his weight and applied Huajin, neutralizing force, to redirect her blade's momentum rather than opposing it directly. The katana whistled past his ribs, missing by centimeters. Psylocke stepped back and pressed the assault, transitioning her style into Dan no Kami, high guard, and bringing the katana down in an overhead Chopkabuto wari, helmet splitter. His head would split in half if he hadn't sidestepped in time. The overhead strike left Psylocke wide open for a split second. He drove his palm toward her ribs using Suinjin, inch force, a short-range explosive strike. An invisible force intercepted his hand before it touched her and shoved it away. He saw eyes glowing with brilliant violet light, and the ethereal wings of a butterfly spreading past her face like a butterfly mask. Telekinesis. Psylocke settled into Giden no Kami, the lower guard. Her katana pointed its tip at his knees, hands held low near her right hip. The stance looked passive, almost defensive, like she was giving a chance to strike. It was a trap to create false security. The butterfly's silhouette covered her face again as she borrowed power from her telekinesis to close the distance in a blink like teleportation. And she slashed, aiming to bisect him from hip to opposite shoulder. He evaded right, feeling the wind rush past his face. Psylocke had already transitioned into the next attack. The rising cut reached its peak near her left shoulder. Without pause, she dropped her full weight behind a vertical chop meant to split his Skullkiri Orochi, downward slash. Gravity and muscle worked in perfect harmony. Dante had to step back from the attack. The blade's momentum carried it to its lowest point. Her stance shifted naturally with the flow. Her arms moved in a blur as she performed a thrust. The katana's tip shot toward his solar plexus like a bullet released from a gun. He had to use every bit of control over his muscles to move away. The thrust still grazed his side, cutting through his jacket and making a shallow wound. 3 strikes in less than 2 seconds, each strike borrowing strength from the last. Psylocke didn't give him a chance to breathe. She instantly unleashed another flow of attacks, just as fast and devastating. She had great mastery over the sword, and her footwork was immaculate as well. She maintained perfect distance, never getting so close his fist would knock her out and never letting him get out of the lethal range of her katana. He wove through the storm of her offense, his hand flowing with the fluidity of water bending, flowing, but never stopping as he deflected each cut with minimal contact. Right now, he was just focused. He had entered what Shang-Chi called with W, no self, a flow state where conscious thought dissolved and pure reaction took over. He was only focusing on defense either. Every opening he found, he launched a counterattack. But every time he thought he would land an attack, an invisible force would slow down his offense or shove him back. Psylocke's eyes were sharp and focused. Her signature butterfly had become permanent with how often she had to use it. She was giving her all to read his movements, having a hard time just to keep up with his counterattacks. It was like her reaction time was much slower than him. His attacks were just that polished, every movement perfected to exert the most force without any wasted motion. Her strategy had become simple: commit everything to offense, using her blade and physical power to pressure him relentlessly, while her telekinesis handled the defense. Meanwhile, Dante had to evade every single slash. One mistake meant losing his head, an arm, or straight-up disembowelment. Psylocke possessed 3 overwhelming advantages: reaction time and awareness to pull off a defense so disgusting that it put the top martial artist in the world at a disadvantage, physical strength that surpassed his solar radiation amplified form, and a weapon so sharp it could probably cut through adamantium given enough force. Fighting her felt like fighting 2 opponents at once. Clever, Dante muttered, narrowly avoiding a thrust. Was this meant to be a pure skill contest? Psylocke answered without stopping her offense. This is part of my skills. However, her eyes conveyed a different emotion. Without this, I'd have suffered a humiliating defeat. I can't argue with that. This time, he dashed at her. It was the right move. He couldn't allow her to go all out of offense again and again. The butterfly silhouette reappeared. It wasn't for defense this time, as he felt invisible pressure wrap around his ankle. The push was just enough to make him stumble. I know I said no rules, but that still feels like cheating. Psylocke had already reserved her blade to perform a horizontal slash at his neck. He dropped into a crouch. The blade passed close enough to trim a few hairs. Coiling his legs, he went for a rising elbow strike. Genjiju, upward elbow. Her katana's flat side intercepted the elbow with a metallic clang. The impact sent a vibration up his arms, and she experienced the same. They separated for a few moments, then crashed together again. The fight became a whirlwind, blade against fist. They moved so fast the Hellions watching from the sidelines could barely track individual exchanges. On the side, Roulette's jaw hung open. Are we actually seeing this? Taro shuffled her cards nervously. The tower keeps appearing. Collapse is inevitable for one of them. Miss Psylocke, 1T lose. Angelica said, clenching her fists. Psylocke was one of them. So naturally, Angelica naturally took her side. Jetstream put a hand on Manuel's shoulder. He hasn't landed a single attack. The winner is obvious, right? Manuel, however, revealed a grim expression. Unlike everyone else, he could feel Psylocke's emotions. The respect and awe Psylocke had for Dante. The sense of inferiority against his pure skill. The shame for relying on telekinesis when the contest only started as a test of skill. And accompanying it all, thrill and joy for finally fighting someone who pushed her past her limits. Warm human, you got this. Only Sharon seemed to be cheering for the outsider. She had spent more time with Dante and death than she had talking to Psylocke. The ninja lady always gave her a sense of danger, so she instinctively avoided her. Nobody tried to change Sharon's mind. They had all grown accustomed to her being the weirdest one in the group. Chapter 77, The Real Match, Part 2. Dante slipped inside Psylocke's guard and unleashed Lianhuan Chuan, chain punching. Rapid-fire straight punches at her center line, the imaginary vertical line running down the middle of the body. These were points with the highest concentration of vital organs and weaknesses. 13 punches in just 3 seconds. Dante's expression soured into a frown as he disengaged and created space between them. Her telekinesis had deflected 10, and her katana as pummel blocked 3. Not a single clean hit had landed. Her counter came immediately. She twisted and drove the sword as pummel into his temple like a hammer. He covered the impact area with solar radiation to boost his defense. His body became as light as feather as he let the momentum carry into a spinning back kick Xuanfeng Ti, whirlwind kick. She ducked under it, watching him backflip and pick a free stance. There wasn't a chance to breathe as she rushed at him with a telekinesis-assisted dash and brought the katana down in a guillotine chop. His torso swayed as the blade passed within a hair's width of his face and cut through a layer of mat. He stepped on the flat of her blade, pinning it down. A droplet of sweat dripped from her chin. "You look beat up." Psylocke's bodysuit was nearly soaked. Sweat was pouring down her face. Their bodies were way past the human limits. A fight of this caliber shouldn't make her sweat this hard in such a short time. The mental load of maintaining constant telekinetic defense while executing perfect sword work was enormous. She had to read his offense and do her own counterattacks while managing telekinesis, sword work, and footwork simultaneously. "You are just impressive," Psylocke whispered, yanking her katana away. "How long have you been training? Decades?" The question was accompanied by a swift, one-handed stab at Hizashi, sting, aimed at his ribs. He dodged and tried to catch her off guard with a low kick. The trick didn't work. 100 years. I want to feel bad for losing then. The compliment came with a left-handed punch. Easiest dodge of his life. A human can't compete with a god. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Who said I'm a god? I'm as human as you are." His statement confused her enough that her guard dropped slightly. He was about to capitalize when an unwelcome voice intruded his mind. A great warrior, this one. Venin, who had woken up after a long rest to do his routine of complimenting warriors. "Let us become one and subdue this warrior to be your mate. She would make a strong offspring." "Absolutely not." Dante hissed back through their bond, narrowly avoiding a slash. "Go back to sleep. Your reluctance is curious. The strong should claim the strong. Is that not your species' way?" "Not a chance, Venom. We don't do that." "I see. I will remember this." The symbiote's presence faded back into dormancy, though Dante felt its lingering interest. "Do not die, Dante. It'll be hard to find a partner like you." The distraction almost cost him his shoulder. Psylocke's blade grazed his shoulder, parting fabric and skin in a thin red line. He refocused immediately and went on offense. Then he noticed something weird. Sometimes her blade movements made winds howl, the air screaming as it was displaced. Other times, the seemingly identical slashes made barely a sound, even though she was clearly putting in the same effort. "Wait," Dante said, blocking a pommel strike. "Are you using telekinesis to enhance your attacks too?" Her glowing eyes held a spark of admiration, even as she twisted away from his strike. "You saw through it. That's insane. Even he would struggle to do that in real-time combat. If it was easy, every telekinetic would be unstoppable in close combat. But they weren't. It was just thinking and doing incorporating telekinesis into attacks required instantaneous calculations and force adjustments. Not to mention a perfect synchronization between mind and muscle. As a result, she was drenched in sweat despite her superhuman physique. It would also explain how she had broken the sound barrier against Ghost Rider Natasha. "Why doesn't your butterfly only show up all the time then?" She pointed at her face. "It only manifests when I consciously use my psychic powers." Her eyes spoke the rest. Using telekinesis for strength and speed enhancement is a muscle memory. She had created her own style of sword fighting and mastered it to a near-perfect level. The style would grow stronger with her mental and physical strength. Realizing how much this was draining her, Dante made a decision. He had to end this fast. If it dragged on, she would collapse from mental exhaustion, and that wouldn't feel like a win. He wanted a decisive victory. "Let us end this," Dante said, leaping backward to create distance. "One final attack. Give it everything you've got." Psylocke's eyes burned with a desire. You don't want an ambiguous win. Nope. What about you? She took a few steps back and gripped the katana in both hands and dropped into Hasno Kami side stance, blade held vertically beside her head. I want to win. Starting with slow steps to build momentum, she broke into a sprint. The katana swept forward in a horizontal slash-sand, mowing the mountain, meant to cleave him in half at the waist. The butterfly silhouette was almost material with how much mental strength she was using in this one attack. Endure. The blade carried every ounce of strength in her muscles, perfectly calculated telekinetic vectors amplifying its momentum, and something intangible. Her resolve, her desire to defeat the strongest martial arts she had ever met. The air screamed. A visible shockwave formed along the blade's edge as it broke the sound barrier. Boom! The sonic boom shook the entire training facility. Cracks formed across the floor beneath them. Butterfly dance. The Hellions gasped and made more distance from the center. Sharon buried her face in Angelica's shoulder. Dante clenched his right fist until his knuckles popped. Solar radiation surged through his arm and concentrated into a single point. His fist took on a faint golden glow, becoming hard as steel. No harder than steel. He didn't know exactly how powerful this attack would be. He didn't have to either. Overthinking would ruin the technique he was about to perform. Clearing his mind completely, Dante stepped forward and punched. GZH Supreme Strike. A technique combining the intent of F-Gene, explosive force release, with the technique of Guan Xuan, flowing fist. A single punch perfected to the absolute peak of martial arts. His fist met the sharp edge of her blade. Clang. The sound was deafening as metal struck the immovable object. A shockwave radiated outward in a perfect sphere. Every light in the training facility shattered. The mats were obliterated, and the ground cracked further like broken glass. Concrete dust rained from the ceiling in a shower. The ancient relic that had cut through Dante's enhanced skin like tissue paper was launched from Psylocke's hands. It spun through the air and embedded itself in the far wall with a resonating thunk. Buried halfway in the reinforced wall, the wind generated by his punch hit Psylocke with full force. She was lifted off her feet and hurled backward, tumbling across the mat like a rag doll. She finally came to rest face first on the ground. The entire facility fell silent except for the faint patter of falling debris. Dante held the pose for a moment, his fist trembling violently. He wasn't doing it to strike a cool pose. No, he literally couldn't control his right arm. And the pain hit all at once. Overwhelming pain that made him grit his teeth, forcing him to bite his tongue. He would have screamed if it wasn't for his iron willpower, which had been tempered again and again in the consciousness of many heroes. Visible fissures spread from his knuckles up his hand and across his wrist. Skin was split along his forearm and bicep all the way to his shoulder. Blood oozed from every tiny fracture across his arm. Shit. His legs gave out. He dropped onto his ass, hugging his ruined right arm. It hung limp and completely numb. His nervous system simply refuses to process the signals anymore as a mercy. He switched to Elixir's resonance link to assess the damage. It's even worse than I thought. The bone structure in his hand resembled a shattered porcelain held together by duct tape due to microfractures. Muscle fibers had been torn. Blood vessels were ruptured. His rotator cuff had partially torn. The damage was insane, but nothing permanently crippling. Healing it naturally would take months. Good thing he didn't have to heal naturally. Miss Psylocke. Angelica's worried voice cut through the silence. Warm human. Sharon's distress cry followed. The Hellions rushed towards Psylocke's motionless form, all except one lavender-furred cat who rushed toward Dante instead. She skidded to a stop beside him and stared at his bloodied arm with wide amber eyes. Go to infirmary? She asked urgently, her tail whipping around anxiously. Nurse will fix your hand. He shook his head. I can fix myself. Licking like cat's eye does. Chill. Let me focus. He fixed the muscle fibers and realigned fracture bones, then repaired the blood vessels. Time was needed for a complete fix. He only did enough to stabilize and stop the damage from getting worse. His attention shifted to Psylocke, who remained face down on the mat. She was still conscious but utterly spent, lying there out of pure physical and mental exhaustion. She had pushed herself to the absolute limit in the final strike. The Hellions surrounded her uncertainly, exchanging nervous glances and whispering among themselves about what to do. When Dante approached, they all stepped aside, creating a path like he was a royalty or something. All of them looked, even Empath, simultaneously awed and intimidated, realizing they had seriously considered challenging him as a team. None of them seemed disheartened at the result. If anything, their eyes burned brighter. Somehow, without meaning to, Dante had become a role model. Emma could never fill that role for them. Her telepathic powers could hardly be showcased in a way that inspired admiration in the young. "Will you be okay?" Taro asked in a concerned voice. "Should we get you to the infirmary?" "No need." Psylocke pressed her palms against the ground and pushed herself with trembling arms. Somehow she managed to settle in a sitting position, only to clutch her chest and cough up blood. She had suffered internal injuries in that final exchange. Sweat dripped from her chin as she breathed heavily through her mouth. Her gaze found his bloody right arm. Was that a forbidden technique? She asked in a hoarse voice, unable to suppress her curiosity even in this state. "Something like that." He smiled and extended his left hand. "Come on, you should rest on an actual bed." She accepted his hand with a weak grip. Her hand felt even more callous than Sylvia's. Decades of katana practice had left permanent marks. He supported her elbow, helping her find balance. She pushed his hand away as soon as she got to her feet. "I can handle it." Her legs shook, barely supporting her weight, but she refused to lean on him. Taro rushed forward to support Psylocke. Angelica hesitated for a second before helping Psylocke from the left. Psylocke was taller than both. She was actually taller than Felicia at 5'11". She looked up to meet his gaze. There was admiration in her eyes, but also a hint of frustration and disappointment. "You won." The words came out melancholy, but accepting. Despite pouring everything she had into that final strike, she had still lost. Tired. Very tired. The reminder, combined with the look in her eyes, conveyed a message. "You promised I don't have to worry about exhaustion and injuries." She wouldn't have unleashed her best strike so recklessly if he hadn't explicitly guaranteed he could handle the aftermath. Now it was time to make good on that promise. Chapter 78. Ass Man. After wrapping things up at the training facility, Dante found himself sitting on an utterly comfortable bed in one of the Massachusetts Academy's guest rooms. The room itself had light blue walls that gave off a surprisingly calming vibe. This was the room Emma had given to Psylocke, and honestly, it showed in how clean, almost zen-like the place was. A modest bookshelf stood against one wall, filled with books on mythology, meditation, Eastern philosophy, and various spiritual practices. There was also a dense academic text on other traditions. Scattered throughout the room were small souvenirs from Japan. A Daruma doll, painted in traditional red and gold, sat on the table. A delicate paper crane hanging near the window, a miniature torii gate on the shelf, and the cutest one by far was the fluffy kitsune plushie sitting under the monitor on her PC desk. As for day-to-day use, the room had a cupboard for storing clothes and a shoe rack lined with various boots, mostly combat style, but he spotted some unconventional sandals tucked in the back. Of course, there was an ornate Japanese-imported katana stand for her ancient katana, which was still completely fine after facing that nuke-like attack. That was everything in her room. He laid back on the bed, hands behind his head, trying to block out the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. He was trying very hard not to let his imagination run wild and be respectful. His senses were too sharp. There was nothing to distract him either. He had already fixed his arm. Death had restored his clothes. The only remaining task was to get Psylocke's body back to peak condition. Why did she do that? Psylocke had firmly decided that she needed to shower before allowing him to perform his healing treatment. Despite him explaining that her being covered in sweat didn't matter, she had turned a blind eye to his logic, grabbed a towel, and made a beeline for the bathroom. He was still puzzled. Perhaps she didn't feel great about letting him touch while she was soaked in sweat. He really couldn't think of another reason. I'll just wait. With nothing better to do, he pulled out his phone and checked the newly created group chat. As expected, neither woman had read the message yet. No. Show me my core attributes. It had been a while since he checked his status. Core attributes: non-resonant state, intelligence, 35, 1 point to reach genius level, class, gifted effects, near genius level creativity and adaptability across multiple disciplines, intuitively comprehends multiple energies, martial arts, and fighting styles, accelerated pattern recognition, accelerated learning, near genius integration of physics, biology, genealogy, combat tactics, and mystical theory, can maintain focus on multiple complex mental tasks simultaneously. Vitality, 27, 23 points to reach superhuman level, class, enhanced human effects. Muscles produce less fatigue waste and clear out faster by 50. Can function at 70 to 80 effectiveness for 8 to 12 hours without sustenance. Full stamina recovery in 4 hours under normal conditions. Recovery is enhanced under solar exposure. Body ages slower due to improved cell regeneration and optimization all across the system. Passively replenishes cellular energy, extending endurance thresholds under solar exposure. Strength, 22, 14 points to reach class 2 superhuman, class 1 superhuman effects. Normal lifting capacity of 870 pounds under optimal conditions. Speed, 23 points to reach mid-superhuman, class, low superhuman effects. Sustained 42 miles per hour. Burst acceleration of 50 miles per hour in short dashes. Reaction time rivals peak combat athletes. Coordination equivalent to Olympic gymnasts. Complex parkour sequences can be performed easily. Photographic reflexes enable instant adaptation to opponent movement patterns. Can be enhanced by solar radiation. Durability, 27 class. Regenerative, 9 points to reach bulletproof effects. Skin and bone density, 55 above human baseline. Cellular integrity is optimized to become more resistant against physical trauma. Thermal extremes up to 85 C without impairment and down to -40 C, toxins and poisons. In radiation exposure, solar radiation heals surface cuts within minutes and deep lacerations within hours. Willpower, 36 class. Unbreakable resolve, 24 points to reach superhuman will effects. As a byproduct of glimpsing what mortals should never see and integrating fragment from heroes who faced impossible odds, your willpower has transcended normal human limits. Advanced resistance to psychic attacks, fear, and mind corruption. Great injury tolerance. Calm decision-making under extreme stress. Immunity to terror. Clear distinction between self and absorb memory skills despite having experienced multiple consciousness. Energy capacity cannot be measured. Class unknown effects. Peak output of helio reactor still remains undetermined. All physical attributes can be further amplified through solar radiation. The maximum enhancement currently recorded is 11 times. Core abilities: solar radiation absorption, helio reactor, mystic awareness, photographic reflexes. Dante read through the breakdown with genuine surprise. That's sick. The greatest surprises were the near genius level intelligence jump and the substantial growth in willpower. He was just 1 point away from reaching genius level, which was just below Tony Stark. Willpower, unbreakable resolve also explained why he had been making life-altering decisions left and right without second-guessing. Recruiting Laura away from S.H.I.E.L.D. and challenging Psylocke to a duel, to name a few. The sound of running water abruptly stopped. His posture straightened, unconsciously pure muscle memory from a very similar moment he had experienced with Sylvija. Calm down. She isn't Sylvija. I'm here, too. The bathroom door opened. Psylocke stepped out, wringing excess water from her long dark violet hair with a white towel. Droplets trailed down her neck and shoulders, catching the soft light from the bedside lamp. Her skin had the fresh from the shower glow, slightly flushed from the heat. Rather than putting on her purple bodysuit or borrowing something more modest like a robe or oversized shirt, she had apparently decided to wear just a simple black sports bra and a thong. Then again, a thong made perfect sense given how little of her ass the bodysuit actually covered anyway. This wasn't really that different from her normal daily wear. She walked toward the cupboard, completely ignoring the man sitting on her bed, openly staring. There was no self-consciousness in her movements. Truly the behavior of a woman who had worn a leotard-style bodysuit everywhere for so long that being in underwear barely registered as different. But it definitely registered differently for him. The powerful curves of her thighs sucked his attention, and the part those thighs led to truly mesmerized him. Her ass. He thought he had a good appreciation for an ass before this moment. But he was underappreciating. Her glutes were sculpted works of art. Decades of martial arts training and acrobatic combat had built something extraordinary. It was almost the same size as Felicia S, with a perfect round fullness defying physics, but with Sylvija-level firmness. A balance between the soft, grabbable quality of Felicia and the well-sculpted beauty of Sylvija. The gentle ripples he had seen with every step stole his heart. I might be an ass man. Felicia had opened his eyes to the new wonders of a beautiful ass, and Psylocke took that appreciation to a new level. He forced himself to take a breath and look literally anywhere else before his staring crossed the creepy territory. The blue kitsune plush sitting under a monitor took his mind away for 3 seconds before his eyes drifted back to her. A single water droplet trailed down her spine, followed the valley between shoulder blades, slid along the curve of her lower back, and disappeared beneath the thong-s waistband. He closed his eyes, enlightened. E.M. Dante. Death-s boyfriend, Sylvija-s dominant partner, Felicia-s emotional support, and now, I'm an ass man. Most aspirational administrator. Null-s pun caught him off guard. It also saved him from being sucked in by the deep ravine. Psylocke pulled the towel off her hair and put it around her neck before opening the cupboard. The contents inside left him at a loss for words. Hanging in a neat row were 5 identical bodysuits that she had just taken off, down to the same cut. Wait, do you really need that many? Psylocke didn't even turn around, pulling one of the bodysuits off its hanger. I have 7. One-s currently off being laundered. He was completely baffled. I respect the consistency, but don't you get tired? It's my own design. She finally turned to face him, holding the bodysuit against her torso. Is it not cool? Is it inspired from superhero comics? Her lips curved into a faint smile. I wanted something practical. Those eyes said something else, however. I needed it to be cool and eye-catching like the female superheroes. Whatever you say. He shook his head. Just put it on quickly so we can get it done. I'll lose your respect if I keep sitting here. She glanced down at herself and then looked back up at him with a raised eyebrow. I take it you have a preference for muscular women. Well, he did a quick Google search on his phone and tossed the phone at Psylocke. This is my girlfriend. It should answer your question. She caught the phone and studied the image for a moment. It was Sylvija in her signature bodysuit, posing on Silver Sable International official site. She tossed the phone back at him and whispered, beautiful hair. Is she strong? For an average person, yeah. Not for you. You won't let it stay like that for too long, though. Making Felicia and Sylvija stronger would be his priority after getting rid of immediate troubles. She looked at him. Can you perform the treatment while I'm dressed like this? I'd like to sleep after we're finished. Sleeping in a skin-tight bodysuit wasn't exactly comfortable. If she was planning to crash immediately after the healing session, there was no point in putting it on just to take it right back off. He gave her a completely blank stare. You know you didn't actually need a shower for this either. I only needed a few seconds of physical contact to do my job, but I was covered in sweat, she said, as if it was a reasonable explanation. Noticing him frown, she added, it doesn't feel right to let other people touch me when I'm in that condition. He knew immediately there was absolutely no point in arguing this further without getting into an extensive debate. Can we start now? She hung the bodysuit back in the cupboard. You weren't in a hurry when I was standing here. Were you enjoying the view that much? He didn't even try to deny it. In my defense, it's an exceptional ass. She reached back to touch her own, but with one hand, as if checking to see what all the fuss was about. That only made her confused. It doesn't T feel anything special. For men, it is, he said, gesturing to the bed. Please. Chapter 79. Peak embarrassment holding her tablet in one hand. Emma Frost stood in the hallway and watched her students train with a new fire in their respective rooms. Her brilliant Angela was in the specialized thermal chamber. The redhead's face was flushed and dripping with sweat as she maintained control over multiple rings of microwave radiation. She was voluntarily practicing the advanced control exercise she had been avoiding before. Taro sat cross-legged in her meditation room, her entire deck rotating around her in complex patterns. She was training her mind so she could make her psionic constructs stronger and more durable. Roulette stood in the probability testing chamber, throwing discs at moving targets with her eyes closed. The monitor beside her showed her success rate. Her hit percentage had already improved by 3% compared to yesterday. Even the sweet, easily distracted Sharon was in her full panther form, practicing her pouncing technique on holographic targets. Everyone except Manuel. He had felt a brief burst of motivation after witnessing Dante's victory, spent maybe 20 minutes in the gym, then retreated back to his room to play video games. Then again, he wasn't the most gifted athlete, and his powers required mental growth rather than physical. Emma had mixed feelings about this entire situation. On one hand, she loved seeing her students train seriously. Watching them push past their comfort zones and actively seek improvement was everything she had hoped for when she took them in. They were making real progress. On the other hand, she hated how this sudden burst of motivation was caused by Dante. He had walked into her facility, defeated her entire team without breaking a sweat, then bested Psylocke in single combat using an absurd technique. She had repeated the footage 4 times, and still couldn't understand anything. His sources of power were death and symbiote, but he hadn't used either of them. Hell, he seemed even stronger than when he was fully covered in symbiote, which made absolutely no sense, but the evidence was undeniable. In less than 2 hours, he had gone from being the arrogant outsider who had humiliated Empath to being revered by her students. They looked at him like he was some kind of aspirational figure now. Her students might even resent her for trying to create a divide between him and them. The result was, not only had she failed to cause him any trouble, she had also lost an important position in her students' hearts. I can't bring him here again. If he became a regular presence, her influence would be gone. She needed to remain the most important person in her students' hearts for them to stay loyal to her. That loyalty was the foundation of everything she was building. Her gaze drifted to the closed door behind her, where Logan and Laura were having their first meeting. How long are they going to sit in silence? It had been nearly 30 minutes since Dante let Logan into that room. 30 minutes of complete silence. She had expected Laura to outright try to kill Logan or yell, but they had yet to say a single word like they were strangers on a bus. It was starting to get on her nerves. Rather than being a normal person and asking how things were going like a considerate host, she just casually slipped into Logan's mind. A telepath of her caliber didn't need to open doors to read minds. What she found there made her chuckle. Logan's thoughts were an absolute mess. Laura looked so much like her mother that Logan's mind kept dragging him back 20 years to a relationship. As brief as their relationship had been, Logan loved Sarah Kinney. He also hated her, yet he also felt like he had failed her completely when she randomly disappeared, and he didn't look for her. He had convinced himself she was better off without him. Logan was so overwhelmed that he hadn't managed to say a single goddamn word. Emma withdrew from his mind and opened the door without knocking. Logan glanced over his shoulder, awkward. Laura, who had been more interested in her adamantium blades than acknowledging her father's presence, also looked up. Her fingers flexed unconsciously, and her claws retraced before coming out again. Do you have something to say? I believe that question is better asked of your father, Emma said, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe. Logan, didn't you say you wanted to see your daughter? What happened now? And I saw her, Logan said in a gruff voice. Laura, You're not going back to S.H.I.E.L.D. That's final. Oh, Laura said, indifferent. Why not? Emma didn't need telepathy to see her rebellious behavior was caused by her anger and dissatisfaction towards her father. Logan, you should perhaps try being gentler with your approach. It's unnecessary, Logan said with a snarl. There's no point working your ass for those bastards. S.H.I.E.L.D. kills our kind, kid. They hunt us down and lock us up or put us in the ground. I want to go back then, Laura said with a simple nod. How was she? Sarah, what was she like? Logan stared at her in surprise. You don't know? They wiped her memories. Emma interjected quickly before Logan developed any misunderstandings about the situation. I couldn't find anything. Work of a telepath. Fury, Logan growled through a clenched jaw, the single name dripping with palpable blood thrust. I'll kill that one-eyed son of a bitch one day. Laura stabbed her claws in the table. Stop talking about him and answer my question. What was my mother like? Emma smiled, amused. The young woman had a temper even more fierce and direct than her father. She also was fond of being ignored or dismissed. The woman I knew was... He paused as if collecting words. She was a good person, kind, patient, also smart as hell. His expression twisted, showing more pain and bitterness than Emma had ever seen on his face. I didn't know why she suddenly disappeared until right goddamn now. Why did she leave you? Logan pointed directly at her. She approached me to get pregnant with my child. Sarah was part of a new Weapon X project. The whole thing was planned. Laura showed a slight frown. So what if she was? Kid, I didn't know I had a daughter because of her schemes. Logan's voice rose slightly. My kid was stolen and turned into a weapon. You don't blame her for that? At all? No. Logan's face twisted. He wasn't angry at Laura, but at the situation, at Sarah. Can't you understand what she did to you? I don't want to. Laura's voice trembled as her control slipped under emotions. I know I love her. How the hell? Logan asked in disbelief. She raised you in hell, kid. She is the reason you never had a normal childhood. She was my everything. Laura roared, smashing her fists on the table. It cracked. She put a hand on her chest, whispering softly. She was the only person who ever I need to know what happened to her. I need to know if she couldn't finish the sentence. Emma watched the family drama with a complicated look. Her own family was that great, but at least she had a family growing up. Laura's situation was something she couldn't comprehend even after seeing her memories. Logan got up and paced around the room, angry and frustrated. In the end, he punched the wall before returning to his chair. Emma could sense his desire to get answers from Sarah, but he also didn't want to face her again. I'll get you to that heartless woman, but I'm never forgiving her. She is... Laura lunged across the table and tackled Logan to the floor. She pinned him down with her knees on his chest and drove both claws straight into his shoulders with a barbaric scream. Her claws punched through flesh and scraped against Logan's own adamantium-coated skeleton with ear-grating sounds. Logan didn't fight back or even try to throw her off. He just lay there and let his daughter stab him, perhaps as a way to make up for all the lost years. Emma could see this was different from Laura's Berserk episode from last night. She was trying to kill Logan. She was punishing a man who had insulted someone precious to her. She was punishing a father who had let her be weaponized for 19 years. This was, in its own deeply dysfunctional way, communication. Laura trembled, her breathing ragged, as she sat there with her claws buried in Logan's shoulders. Then she pulled them out, blood dripping from the adamantium blades. She climbed off Logan and returned to her seat. Her hands were shaking. Logan sat up slowly. The wounds were already starting to close. He didn't look angry. If anything, he looked more relaxed than before. Feel better? Laura clenched her right fist, but didn't reply to him. Come to Xavier's Institute, kid, Logan said, sitting on the chair and facing her. Charles runs a school for mutant kids. A safe place with good people. You'd fit in there. I'm not a mutant, Laura would say, crossing her arms. I'll go with Dante. Emma froze. That single statement sent a jolt of alarm through her. Dante had charmed Laura. In just the brief time they spent together, He had somehow earned enough of her trust to make her choose him over Shield and her own biological father. And right now, at this very moment, he was alone with Psylocke in her room. As strong and deadly Psylocke was, she had a dark, traumatic past. It made her susceptible to men who showed her kindness and understanding. Men like Dante. Just the thought of Dante being with Psylocke made Emma want to physically lash out at someone. It can't be allowed. She had intervened before her most valuable bodyguard and trusted ally was stolen away. Logan S.'s face contorted with frustration and confusion. Why that guy? You barely know him. He asked me. Laura didn't speak any more of this, was her whole explanation to ditch her father and Shield. Emma saw deeper, how he had made promises to give her a family and bring the truth about Sarah to light. I'm also asking you, kid. No, I'm begging you to come to the school. No. Laura S.'s expression was still calm. He asked me first. Logan was left speechless. Emma couldn't help but chuckled despite her inner turmoil. The father and daughter exchange was absurd and childish, but somehow perfectly suited to these two emotionally stunted individuals. This has been absolutely fascinating to witness, but I'm afraid I have other matters requiring my attention. She gave them both a small, mocking wave and left the room, closing the door firmly behind her. With hurried steps, she made her way to Psylocke's room, while keeping an eye on Logan and Laura's minds. She arrived outside Psylocke's door and stopped dead in her tracks. It feels good, Psylocke moaned in a sultry voice, a voice Emma didn't even know existed in Psylocke. The ninja lady let out another lip-biting moan. That's the spot. You're amazing. I didn't know I could move like this, Her hands shook as she struggled to breathe. Her eyes had gone red. She didn't consider any possibility beyond the absolute worst-case scenario her mind had immediately jumped to. She jammed the master key into the lock, nearly breaking with how furiously she twisted it. The door became an object to vent her anger as she kicked the door. How dare you? The words stopped in her throat as her brain finally processed what she was actually seeing. The scene before her was absolutely nothing like what her paranoid imagination had conjured. There was no entangled couple on the bed or a man and woman in any intimate positioning. Psylocke stood in the middle of the room in just her white sports bra and thong, performing an impossible standing stretch. Her right leg was extended straight up beside her head, held in place by both hands gripping her ankle. Her spine was bent backward in a graceful arc. Her left leg supported her entire weight. It was a flexibility demonstration that shouldn't be physically possible for a human body to achieve. Psylocke was completely unbothered in this position. Dante, who was sitting on the bed, turned his head. Psylocke brought her leg down and turned. Both of them stared at Emma in the doorway. For the first time in her entire adult life since becoming the White Queen, her face turned beet red with embarrassment. She had never blushed so hard. Psylocke furrowed her brows. Is something wrong? Dante's lips were visibly twitching as he fought not to laugh. He took his phone and quickly captured the rare expression on Emma's face. Were you concerned about something? Emma dear, Dante teased, grinning. Were you under the impression that Psylocke and I were engaged in some rigorous exercises? The red on Emma's face somehow deepened to an even darker crimson. Dante finally lost his battle against laughter. A snort escaped, then a full chuckle that he tried and failed to suppress. This is so perfect. He laughed even harder when Emma glared at him, only stopping after a minute. Getting up from the bed, he approached her and booped her red nose. Keep an eye on my guests, my dear. I'll see you in a few hours. With that request, or perhaps order, he walked past her. Emma glared at Psylocke, the woman responsible for giving her the most embarrassing moment of her adult life. Why were you complaining so loudly? I was having a good stretch, Psylocke replied, tilting her head in confusion. Her eyes suddenly gleamed. You won't believe what Dante just did with my body. He surprised you? Psylocke seemed like she wanted to slap Emma's face. He was respectful, even when he stared at my butt. Anyway, touch this. Psylocke approached and excitedly brought Emma's hand to her face. Do you feel this softness? Emma touched her own and felt lacking in comparison. How? He did it. I feel so much better. Like I'm a different person, Psylocke proceeded to list the benefits Dante provided. Every single one made her yearn for it, and at the same time, she grew more wary of him. He had found just the way to attract Psylocke, enhancing her strength. Psylocke, in her quest for revenge, was obsessed to become strong. He wants to get her as long as I'm here. She couldn't help but smile at the irony of a boss trying to protect her bodyguard as hard. But it had to be done. It'd be hard to replace someone as capable and loyal as Psylocke. Besides, Psylocke was one of the few people whose beauty and charm didn't ruin her image for the outsiders. That is why I must protect Psylocke. There was absolutely no other reason behind her actions. Emma stayed for a few minutes, but her bodyguard only talked about their spar, how great Dante's fighting skills were, and how their final attack enlightened her to try out other martial arts to incorporate them. It somewhat annoyed her to hear him be praised. I admit that he is capable. He had convinced Laura, earned the admiration of the Hellions, and made her taciturn bodyguard speak more in 3 minutes than she had in a week, all in a few hours. If only his personality was more serious. She shook off the thought and remembered Dante still owed her. Maybe she could use the favor to make him perform the magical enhancement on her. She wouldn't mind becoming a tiny more beautiful than she already was. Even Psylocke didn't hate that feeling. Chapter 80. Blinked Dante arrived back at his dorm room in a great mood. He might have gone a bit overboard with the healing treatment earlier. What started as fixing Psylocke's exhaustion and injuries spiraled into a session of fixing her internal injuries accumulated from decades of stressful physical treating, optimizing her body and functions. This wasn't as deep and extensive as Felicia, and honestly, a pretty small price to pay for the unintentional ass show she had put on for him while running around in a thong and doing the stretches. He sat down on the bed in a meditation pose. With Emma in charge, he didn't have to worry about Logan and Laura going anywhere. The White Queen might be manipulative, calculating, cold-hearted, and sometimes insufferable, but she wasn't unreliable. The only reason he was back in his dorm room, instead of returning to Silver Sable International, was the travel time. Driving back from Massachusetts would probably eat up 3 hours, minimum, and that was assuming he encountered little to no traffic. The time sitting behind the wheel would be better put to use in learning Doctor Strange's teleportation. Most sorcerers in this world needed a sling ring for portal creation, but that tool didn't even exist in the comics. And even in MCU, the rings were only a focusing tool rather than a requirement. Opening portals without the ring was possible, just more mentally straining. Thankfully, he wasn't limited by rings because he wasn't planning on creating a portal. What he planned to do was much more fundamental. The first step was learning the constructs of energy to comprehend the flow and ebb of mystical energy. He raised both hands and began tracing the precise gestures he had absorbed from Doctor Strange's memories. His fingers left glowing trails in the air. Golden light bloomed and expanded into rotating rings of complex spheres. He added layers of mystical energy to the sphere constructs, each one adding interlocking mandala patterns, rotating in various directions like gears. It finally took his desired shape, a 2-meter-wide shimmering barrier made of complex geometric shapes, pulsing with deep orange glow. It wasn't quite as strong as the legendary shield of the Seraphim, but it could save his ass in a pinch. More importantly, it proved he had the capability to maintain stable constructs without the energy collapsing or fragmenting. That wasn't hard. Frankly, he would be embarrassed if he had failed in basic constructs after having near mastery in astral projection and many mystical wards, which were higher on the difficulty curve. He closed his fist, and the barrier shattered into 1,000 firefly sparks before dissolving into nothing. Then he drew his hands together before his chest and pulled them apart slowly. A thin thread of orange glowing energy formed between his palms, which then thickened into a burning rope. It grew longer as he spread his hands wider. With a final yank, he found himself gripping a 2-meter eldritch whip. Sick! He brandished the whip and struck the ground. The whip moved like it was responding to his thoughts as much as his physical movements. Felicia is getting this if she ever tries something stupid again. Dematerializing the whip, he brought his hands together again. The mystical energy flowed with his intent. When he pulled his hands apart, a bow staff came to life. He spun it a few times and slammed it down to destroy it. Its energy returned to the universe. He spent half an hour practicing weapon construction to have an intuition-level understanding of mystical energy. With the right imagination, he could create any weapon. Of course, they wouldn't function exactly as their real-world counterparts, still more than enough to fulfill the need for a weapon. With photographic reflexes, he had fighting styles for nearly every weapon known to man and could copy a new fighting style he desired. With biokinesis, he could optimize his muscle composition and skeletal structure to bring out the maximum potential of any fighting style. Even Bruce Wayne can't have a contingency plan against my flexibility. Then he moved on to the real, challenging task teleportation. Unlike the MCU's sorcerers who drew circles in the air, he only had to channel mystical energy through his body, visualize his destination, and direct his intent to teleport there. He was essentially surrendering himself to the currents of ever-present mystical energy. Teleportation required him to have spatial awareness of his destination. Doctor Strange of 616 could completely ignore that limitation by using the Orb of Agamotto, an artifact that let him scry any location across space and time. Dante had to abide by the standard rules until he found a suitable substitute. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes and visualized Sylvia's bedroom with perfect clarity. He had been there only 2 or 3 times, but he had quite a few memorable moments there. He channeled mystical energy through every cell of his body until he felt saturated, then released his intent with a mental push. Go! The sensation was like being grabbed by an invisible cosmic hand and launched through a kaleidoscope of dimensions. Colorful nebulas of pure, mystical energy exploded around him. Galaxies of color that existed outside normal space. He flowed with the currents rather than fought them. This flowing speed matched the velocity of his astral body during projection fast enough to cross the entire planet in mere seconds. The space morphed into gray and black, and then he found himself standing in Sylvia's room. Before he got to appreciate his achievement, his physical form violently slammed back into his astral body. A wave of nausea rolled through his gut, and he was hit with an urge to throw up. He quickly tapped into Elixir's resonance link, using biokinesis to settle his stomach. That was unpleasant. Only after stabilizing himself did he realize his entire body was bathed in an orange-gold, glow-the-signature visual of high mystical energy concentration. Every inch of his skin was utterly saturated with ambient mystical energy. The amount flooding his system was enough to cast a high-level spell without drawing from external sources. Fuck, this isn't good. Having that much mystical energy available was objectively useful. The problem was his spirit wasn't ready for this level of oversaturation. He couldn't safely contain this much mystical energy without consequences. It was like trying to pour a river into a teacup. He quickly dropped into a meditative sitting position and directed the excess energy outside of his system. The process took 5 minutes of full concentration, then the glow finally faded. This never happened to Strange. Like astral projection, his astral form temporarily moved faster than his physical form, creating brief dissonance until both synchronized. That was expected, but the mystical energy saturation wasn't mentioned anywhere. Maybe I overlooked something. Vessel. Shit. Doctor Strange of 616 was always so stacked with artifacts and relics that he never had to worry about being in mystical currents. Those artifacts absorbed excess energy for him. Dante had nothing. Should I steal some from New York's Sanctum? The thought made him smile. Felicia had taught him that sometimes the easiest way to acquire something you needed was simply taking it. And Felicia would be proud of his idea to steal from the mystical defenders of reality. Unfortunately, antagonizing Ancient won over any object wasn't worth it. She was one of the few beings on Earth who could legitimately threaten him. Stealing from a sanctum would put him on her radar in the worst possible way, which left him with the alternative create his own artifact tie-ins once he decided to tap into invocation magic. After all, his knowledge came from Sorcerer Supreme of Marvel, 616, one of the greatest sorcerers in his universe. Doctor Strange knew hundreds of powerful mystical artifacts, their construction methods, the right entities and energies required, and the exact rituals to bind those powers into physical objects. Time. With how much he wanted to accomplish, maybe building a base with time compression wouldn't be such a terrible idea. For now, I can't teleport long distances until I get a vessel. Otherwise, he would risk blowing up from carrying too much mystical energy. On the bright side, he could use this oversaturation effect to cast a high-level spell and rain down destruction like no other normal sorcerer. Useful in a pinch. Covered in a thick blanket, his lover slept peacefully on the bed. She was so exhausted from work that she hadn't even changed out of her silver tactical suit. Touching her shoulder, he purged her fatigue and cleared stress hormones from her system. A good 8 hours of proper rest would fix the rest. After making sure she was comfortable, he teleported to Felicia's room. The short distance jump barely exposed him to mystical energy. He still felt the whiplash as his astral and physical forms briefly desynchronized. It wasn't as severe as before. The teleportation would feel off until his spirit adapted and built resistance to the fast travel. Only a dozen or so tries at most. Felicia was curled up under the blankets. The faint silver light from the window caught the tear marks glistening on her cheeks, telling the story of her ongoing struggle. She had accepted reality and boldly chosen not to rescue her father, but that choice was haunting her dreams. He sat on the edge of the bed, making sure the mattress didn't dip too fast, and alerted her. With a thumb softer than he felt, he brushed the wet from her skin, then took her hand. Her fingers were cold, despite the warm temperature here. She winced with a frown before waking up. Those vivid green eyes seemed wide and disoriented as they locked onto his face. Dante? Her voice was a sleepy whisper. She squeezed his hand tightly, as if testing whether he was real or just a product of her imagination. Then she scrambled up and crawled into his lap, pressing her whole body against his chest. A shuddering sigh escaped her. "You're real. Bad dream?" He murmured into her hair. "It's all right now." "Uh-huh." She burrowed deeper, hiding her face. He could feel her conflict about which mask to put on at this very moment. "It was Dad and you. Both of you were saying mean things." She spoke hesitatingly, choosing to be vulnerable and honest. "You call me a burden. You call me a failure." She had almost kept it to herself. The old Felicia would change the topic with a sexy or mean joke, but she was really making an effort to be honest now. He rubbed her back comfortingly. "I'd never be so cruel to my kitten." "Is that so?" She pulled back just enough to look at him, a trace of her usual playful smirk touching her lips. "Honestly, I want to punch you for what Dream Dante said to me. It wasn't me. He had your face, your voice, your scent." She took an exaggerated sniff, then suddenly frowned with suspicion. "Wait up. Why do I smell blood on your sleeve?" Even though he had washed his arm with water after healing the damage, the faint iron scent of blood apparently hadn't completely vanished. There was also no denying how sharp her senses had become through the unsealing of her hidden genetic traits. "I had a sparring match with Psylocke." "You don't bleed an arm in a spar," she said, exasperated. "When will you stop doing stupid shit? Huh? Don't you know how worried I become?" "Sorry? Okay, I forgive you for this." She flicked his forehead and smirked. "Did you record it?" "Well, Emma should have the footage." Surveillance cameras were everywhere in the training facility. Emma would watch them live and then save the footage for later analysis. Even her ally wasn't safe for being studied thoroughly. "Good. I'm getting that footage from Emma." She nodded, pleased. "Gonna watch with Silver later." Suddenly, his phone started ringing. The screen flashed unknown number, but he knew for sure it was Natasha calling. "I have to take this. It's important." "Of course." Felicia patted his shoulders and moved back to lean against the headboard. I'll be a good girl. Promise. Her eyes, however, told an entirely different story. That familiar mischievous glint had returned the look of a cat who had spotted something interesting. She was already planning something ridiculous to reassert control and drive the nightmare out of her mind. Chapter 81. Attention seeker Dante gave Felicia a warning glare and swiped up on the screen. Pressing it to his ear. Natasha? I've got the files, darling. Felicia pounced at him. She pressed her lips to the side of his neck and let out a dramatic moan right into the receiver. Yes, right there. Don't stop. Keep going. Yes. Just like that. Keep it up. Dante's eye twitched. Felicia's mischievous trick could be seen as either a chaotic attempt to distract her mind or a way to ruin his chance with another woman. Either way, this was only a minor inconvenience. He had no relationship whatsoever with Natasha. Still, he couldn't let it go, or she would escalate it next time. Since she was playing with fire, she needed to be burned once as a reminder. Natasha, call me back in 5 minutes. He ended the call and calmly placed his phone on the nightstand. Putting on a serious expression, he seized her shoulders and pushed her just enough to see that triumphant, smug smirk, like she had scored a big win. Darling, who was that girl? She purred and batted her eyelashes, playing innocent. She sounded tense. He didn't answer with words, but action. His hand held her jaw and forced her face up. All her playful bravado evaporated. Her eyes went wide. The cat just realized the mouse in her sight was actually a wolf. I'm sorry, she whispered meekly. Dante, I want to do it again. He closed the distance and kissed her lips briefly. The first was brief, giving her a false promise of mercy. The next one, however, wasn't tea. He forced her mouth open, his tongue sweeping past her lips to claim hers. This was pure domination, demanding pure submission in return. Just when he thought she would close her eyes to surrender, she began sucking on his tongue. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she kissed him back with a desperate hunger. Finally, she was surrendering, letting herself melt in the moment. Putting his left arm around her shoulders, he held her close, letting his right hand rest gently at her waist. He waited a moment to let her understand his intentions. Even though it was her punishment, she had all the power to reject it. Her movement technique could also let her escape any time. However, her tongue continued mingling with his, and her half-lidded eyes showed a wet, pleading look, almost begging him to continue. Weren't you going to do something, darling? She whispered, breaking the kiss. Why do you stop? She had realized he wanted to comfort her and gave her approval. He held her close, his hand resting gently against her lower back. Her skin was almost feverishly hot, and he pulled her nearer, already flushed and trembling from their kiss. He gently cradled her closer. A soft breath escaped her. Make me forget everything. Just for today. He nodded and kissed her deeply as he pulled her into his arms. She melted into him. He held her close, his breath warm against her ear as he spoke in a low, teasing voice. Do you like this? He murmured. Do you like getting reminded what happens when you're a little menace? She let out a soft gasp, her whole body tensing as he leaned in closer, the room quiet around them, curling his fingers to a sensitive spot. Yes, punish me. I was so naughty. The sight of the always seductive and sly Felicia reduced to a writhing, begging figure under his touch was a surprise. A welcome one, of course, even though he knew she was acting. This also put his own desire on a strain. He really wanted to pull her close and hold her until she forgot her own name. But not today. She had made a promise about keeping things on hold until her father returned home. This frantic, she found the reckless little distraction was her twisted way of coping with the cold guilt of a bad decision with warmth and physical closeness. She would definitely blame him if he made a bad situation worse while she was in this fragile state. Dante! Oh no, stop. It feels too much. He could feel the tension building as he held her close. That compelled him to put in more effort. He kissed her, brushed his lips against her neck, and nipped her shoulder over the hoodie while deepening his embrace. Of course, he didn't forget to take care of her. Yes. Right there, oh my darling dash. Her excitement hit her like a tremor. Her toes curled violently. He didn't give her a second to breathe and kept her going. Darling, she called out a pitch higher. Wait, I'm gonna go crazy. No one is asking you to be sane, he replied in a soft voice. Go insane. A few minutes later, she let out an intense, breathless cry. She buried her face in his neck and bit down hard on his shoulder. Her teeth easily tore into his enhanced skin. The battle raged on as she continued to fight with renewed fury. She struggled against him with dangerous intensity, her grip on the sheets beneath her tightening as the conflict grew even more fierce. After the rush of exertion, she collapsed back onto the bed and breathed roughly, a flushed, dazed expression on her face. Darling. He slowly pulled his hands free and wiped them with a satisfied smirk. The training had become so much easier and natural with the progression of his stats. Better muscle control from Shang-Chi also helped a lot. Next time you decide to push your luck, he whispered, gently touching her face. Remember, there are always consequences to face. Felicia could only manage a weak smile, still feeling a bit shaken. If every outcome is like this, I might be naughty every day. The next time, it'll stop, right? Before the very end. How cruel. She took his hand, brought a finger to her mouth, and licked it, trying to change his mind with her coy act. Well, I didn't know I tasted bitter like a regret. Could be the taste of my fingers. Why don't I check the source? I'm not in the right headspace. She shook her head at the offer, then turned to face him. Don't you have a call with your mysterious woman? Rest up. He asked Null for Elixir S-Link. Biokinesis would calm his built arousal. A sudden gasp from Felicia left him puzzled. Oh, she had accidentally bumped her knee against his leg. Darling, are you okay? It's fine. This doesn't look fine. She reached down and placed her hand gently on his knee. My fault. Let me make it up to you. You don't have to. I can manage. As she had said, escalating it further when she was feeling awful about herself wouldn't be the right step for their relationship. She held him close instead, offering comfort. How about I use my words? I've heard men love a kind voice. Only an idiot would say no to that. He shifted back to lean against the headboard to make himself comfortable. Just don't force it. How can I not reward my good boyfriend? She climbed over, settled beside him, and pecked his lips. Slowly, she leaned back with a playful smile. Stay still. Let me have some fun with you. He could only nod, waiting nervously. She tugged his jeans down. Wow, Felicia murmured with wide eyes, taking a moment to look closely. Darling looks excited for the trip. Before he could say anything, the phone rang on the nightstand. Natasha called back at the worst time. Darling, should I delay my visit? He reached down to smooth her platinum blonde hair. Keep to our plans. Felicia hummed in agreement and stood up. As she gathered her things, he answered the call. Natasha, hey, sorry about that. He could hear her scoff on the other side. Satellite had you in Massachusetts 30 minutes ago. How are you back at Silver Sable International? SHIELD actively monitored his location and everyone close to him, as they should. He had one of their agents hostage. They might have seen him leaving the academy building through the satellite or in-person observation. What surprised him was how easily she had recognized Felicia's voice through the phone. I used magic to teleport here. Completely believable. He was completely honest with Natasha, but she dismissed it as a joke. I got the files. Some of this is... She paused as though looking for the right word to describe her discovery. Questionable. That was fast, Dante whispered, impressed. Black Widow wasn't one of the best for nothing. Is Sarah alive? No, Natasha said. She is dead. That s fuck ng tragic. The stutter wasn't for Sarah. She had too many flags to be alive. Laura S. Payne was the biggest one. She wouldn't have that reaction if she hadn't killed Sarah with her own hands during one of her berserk moments. Most likely artificially triggered by someone else. He had stuttered because Felicia had taken him by surprise, pulling him close to her. She pulled back and composed herself while looking at him intently. You'll find the rest in the file. Where's the meet? He took a shuddering breath. Pick any crowded mall in Massachusetts. In public? Natasha was skeptical of the idea. Rightfully so. Her career was on the line. She wouldn't want me spotted with the man who had taken one of her colleagues hostage. Your folks will investigate anyone trying to meet me, he said, suppressing a grunt. Felicia leaned in closer, her expression intense. Since he was on the call, he patted Felicia's head to compliment and approve of her effort. Felicia's gaze flicked up to him, showing a hint of surprise. When he patted her again, she went back to her task with even more enthusiasm. I'm on a clock, Natasha said. Got a briefing with Carlson in 2 hours. Then we'll move out to negotiate with you. I've about 45 minutes for you. More than enough. You're still in Manhattan. How will you make it back to Massachusetts in 60 minutes? Send me the address. I'll be there in 30. His confident look faded in the next moment. He covered the receiver as a groan escaped his throat. Felicia had been teasing him relentlessly, kissing and nibbling all to make him break character on the call. It finally worked. Her eyes curved in delight. She gently grazed his skin with her teeth before increasing her pace. Her hand adjusted what her mouth couldn't quite manage. He patted her head again and took his hand off the receiver. And don't forget the disguise. A reminder to prevent her from showing up in her usual S.H.I.E.L.D. getup, which would be far too eye-catching. In the age of social media, any post about her might go viral and get S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. A simple disguise to cover her features would save them from so much trouble. Natasha, who had been considering her choices on the other side, finally spoke. Pittsfield Crossing Mall at 1:15. I'll send photos of my spot when I'm there. He checked his wristwatch. 12:45 p.m. Half an hour to teleport and bring Laura there. He could manage it even with breaks for teleportation. I'll be there. Don't be late. Natasha hummed. Stay cautious. This case will stir up trouble. He had expected her to hang up with a joke about the moans she had undoubtedly heard. Instead, she gave a warning. She must be seen or heard something, or just the danger intuition of the best Red Room operator, or both. His hunch about S.H.I.E.L.D. having more severe problems than Hydra's deep infiltration might just be right. Another organization might be targeting S.H.I.E.L.D., perhaps more than one. A nearby noise pulled him back to the moment. Felicia had been diligently working through the call, putting all her energy into impressing him. Her efforts showed in the excitement building up inside him. He really wanted to control himself and take it slow, but the clock was ticking. He leaned back fully against the headboard and let the moment unfold. Felicia might be a complete beginner, but she had trained herself to pick even the best locks to be as good as the legendary thief. That dexterity showed in every movement. After a minute and a half, his control snapped. Felicia, he groaned as his body arched off the bed. She showed a moment of hesitation, wanting to draw back. MHNGHH. Her eyes widened in pleasant surprise. She leaned in and pressed her lips gently to finish, savoring the moment. She finally finished and looked up with a satisfied smile. Why that tastes so good? It's like buttery chocolate with a tiny bit of sugar. He wasn't surprised. His vessel was made by Death with her cosmic powers and then made even better by his nitpick optimizations. It'd be strange if his vessel tasted awful. With a satisfied sigh, he gave her hair a gentle, appreciative pat. We'll solve that mystery later. She reached over to the nightstand and fetched a tissue from the drawer. With a look of concentration, she set about wiping him clean with a tenderness. The act caught him off guard. Her care didn't end there. She tugged his jeans back up and quickly worked the button and the zipper. He had seen this side before, but never to this extent. Once she had finished putting him back together, she planted her palms on the mattress and crawled closer. She straddled his lap, settling her weight against him as her arms came to rest on his shoulders. Darling, she purred with a grin. I worked really hard lately. Won't you acknowledge that a little? He should have suspected she had some hidden reason when she went above and beyond in her care. Felicia Hardy never did anything without layers. He reached out and pulled her into a firm hug through the thin fabric of her shirt. The simple contact filled his chest with a blissful feeling. You want to know who called? I'm curious about that, but no. She showed a melting gaze, clearly a seductive act to make him obey. I want to confirm if you were joking about that teleport thing. What do you think? He chuckled, already having a hunch on where this was headed. You picked up Gwen S. identity with tiny clues. Show me what else that thief brain is capable of. She took the challenge with a smirk. You were serious. A conclusion needs evidence. Otherwise, it's just a 50-50 gamble dressed up as confidence. He raised an eyebrow, quite curious about how she would work out a convincing argument. Then let me state my case, Your Honor. She straightened her back and pointed at him like a prosecutor about to deliver a case-closing statement. First piece of evidence. How you entered my room. The door was locked, and the window shut tight. Old habit to stop others from robbing me. What if I had a key? He countered. I could VE taken a master key from Sylvija. Yes, you could have, but I didn't find any in your pockets. She reached into the blanket and took out a wallet. His wallet. This is all you had. He had to applaud her skills. He had been a little too distracted by the phone call with Natasha and their intimate moment in the back seat, and she had picked his pocket. Even with those distractions, she had to find the right moment to sneak something out of his pocket without him noticing, which leaves only one possibility. She set the wallet aside and placed both hands flat against his chest, leaning in until her lips were brushing his ear. She whispered in a voice dripping with satisfaction, "You used magic. What if the key is in the door?" "There is nothing there," she replied without missing a beat of confidence. "What is the verdict, Your Honor?" He patted her back in concession, unable to keep the admiration out of his voice. "You should become a detective. Felicia Hardy can't settle for the ordinary. It's boring." Anyways, she nudged his nose with hers, the gesture playful and intimate. "I'll take your lack of denial as a yes. You did use magic to teleport." "I did," he said with a defeated sigh. "What do you want from it? Travel to some great location?" She chewed her lower lip between her teeth. All her seductive energy and playfulness disappeared with one question. The mask had cracked, revealing the scared girl who was terrified to ask for what she really wanted. "To your father?" he asked, giving her a way out. "Do you want to save him?" She flinched as her fingers curled the fabric of his shirt. "Can we?" Even after everything between them, she still didn't expect him to fulfill every one of her requests, just like how she wouldn't do everything he wanted of her. That belief was shown clearly in her nightmare. The burden who took more than she offered, that was how she saw herself in their relationship. He shut down that poisonous voice in her head by wrapping both arms around her and crushing her against his chest. His embrace was almost painfully tight, as if he could squeeze the self-doubt out of her through this. "Is tonight good?" She trembled in his arms and bobbed her head in agreement. "Yes." Her breathing hitched once, twice, and then the tension started bleeding out of her in quiet sobs. She pressed her face in his shoulder and let herself fall apart in his arms. He held her through it, one hand rubbing slow circles on her back, the other cradling the back of her head. His eyes drifted to the clock on the nightstand as the numbers ticked over to 12:54 p.m. Time was running short, but he didn't rush her. She needed this. When she finally pulled back, there was a noticeable wet patch on his shirt, but the smile on her face was sincere. A smile after a good cry was always without any shadow or pretense. This one lit up her whole face despite the redness around her eyes. "You saw me cry twice," she whispered, showing a mischievous grin. "If it happens again, I'm stealing your last name." He paused at that. Currently, he had no last name, not even on his driving license. Death hadn't bothered giving him his last name from his previous life. "We'll talk about that later." He cupped her cheek and brushed away the last glitter of tears with his thumb. "I have to go." She tugged the hoodie zipper down and folded her arms under her chest, squeezing her breasts together to give a good glimpse of her cleavage. "Stay for a little while?" He would have definitely stayed to punish her some more if he didn't have the urgent business with Black Widow. Felicia knew it, too, and still tempted him with his sight. He gently flicked her forehead. "Get back to sleep." She crossed her arms with a pout. Always running off to see another lady darling is really redefining the word loyalty. The fault is on you for loving an unfaithful man. He slid off the bed and checked himself in the vanity mirror. Taking another tissue from the drawer, he carefully wiped away the subtle lipstick marks she had left on his face and lips. Felicia stood up on the bed behind him, using the extra height to look down upon him arrogantly. When he didn't give her any attention, she sighed and fixed his hair, taming the parts that stuck up at odd angles. I'd have dolled you up properly if we had more time, she said, then paused and shook her head with a wry laugh. Or not. I don't need more whores chasing after you. One attention whore, like me, is plenty in your life. He turned and pinched her cheek between his thumb and forefinger, giving a light squeeze that made her scrunch up her nose. I'll be back by 6. Tell Sylvija to order my favorite. Casey drew out the word with exaggerated cheerfulness. Have a safe journey. Chapter 82. Claws out for me, Dante materialized in the dorm room with a soft pop of displaced air. A barely noticeable sound in the grand scheme of things. The teleport left him prickly as his skin was bursting with mystical energy. He inhaled deep and expelled everything in one go. Golden orange light burst from him, casting over the walls before fading to nothing. Warm human, a streak of lavender launched at him. A wild Sharon was resting in his bed. She landed on the ground, transformed, and then spun to face him. Just the bigger version of her cat form, an appearance similar to that of a panther. It wasn't the menacing form used in the training battle. She tackled his chest like a battering ram. He took a quick glance behind and then let himself be pinned onto the bed. Sharon put her paws on his chest and licked his jawline with her rough tongue. Where were you? Cat's Eye thought you left. He could feel the care in her eyes. Only Angelica treated Sharon like a friend in this bunch, but she was only present briefly. Sharon had nobody else to make friends with. Death and him had unknowingly fulfilled her need for companions. Not now, Sharon. Running low on time. Low on time? She tilted her head, one ear flopping. Where? Cat's Eye can take you on her back. Where's Death? Cat's Eye will carry both. The offer was so earnest it almost made him smile. He reached up and scratched behind her velvet ears, right in the spot that made her purr. I can manage. Death, can you spend some time with Sharon? Of course, companion. Death rose from a shadow and scooped up Sharon in her arms, a soft smile on her face. Let him work. I'll play with you. Okay, Black Lady. Death ISNT Black. Dante didn't know what to feel about this mutant, who casually said things that would gotten her canceled in his previous world. Anyway, I'm off. He sprinted to the window. Glass exploded outward as he vaulted through, without a care in the world. Shards rained down like brittle diamonds, glittering in the pale winter sunlight. A few kissed his skin but couldn't even scratch it. Venom, bonding time. YESSS. The symbiote's voice was full of joy. Become one. Companion. Take my blessing as well. Death's calm voice still showed a hint of her affection. Be invincible. The symbiote erupted from beneath his skin. Black tendrils writhed up limbs and sealed him in a skin-tight suit. His muscles thickened and stretched as the symbiote matter lost its gleam, becoming a thick plated armor. Death's blessing hollowed out his face, replacing it with a skull. Golden blue flames flared to life in the hollow sockets. The burst of raw power made Venom want to throw its head back and roar to announce their presence to the world, to make everything in a mile radius know that they had arrived. He nearly gave into the impulse like last time. Not now, Venom. We'll scream our hearts out later. We understand. It sounded a bit sad. We'll roar next time. A line of symbiote matter out of his palm and latched onto the academy building opposite to the dorm building. It was just like Ghost Spider-S web fluid, except he could control the length and strength of symbiote matter. It was part of his body, after all. He crashed through the third-floor window in yet another explosion of Glassmore property destruction. More bills to pay for Emma. He spun on his heel and sprinted across the entire hallway in seconds. He could have teleported directly to Laura's room, but that would have startled her badly enough to trigger an attack reflex. Calming her down and explaining would take more time than this little warm-up with Venom. Laura's room came right into the view. He could hear the conversation happening inside. Eat up, kid. Those skinny hands do shit against stronger mutants. I said I'm full. Laura snarled, then spoke in a softer voice. Emma, bring me pancakes. Warm, freshly baked. Laura asking for comfort food was some progress. It still felt like she had no trust in Logan. Dear, you should be said so earlier. Emma said in a maternal voice before sighing. Which flavor do you prefer? I'll ask the chef to drop everything and bake some. Dante ripped the door out rather than wait for Emma to open it. He couldn't wait for Laura to eat her pancakes either. Crossing 20 kilometers in under 15 minutes might or might not be doable. He didn't know his maximum speed. Dante, Emma shrieked, blue eyes filled with alarm. What happened? For a split second, Real worry bled through her expression. She feared something terrible must have happened for him to crash through her academy like this. It wasn't the reaction he expected after he had left her embarrassed in Psylocke's room. Emma Frost showing real care was a rare sight. Oi, bub. What the hell? Nothing to do with you, Logan. Dante said and locked eyes with Laura. Widow called. We gotta go. The mention of Widow and unspoken mention of Sarah flipped her switch instantly. She kicked back her chair, put a boot on the table, and leaped toward him. She did a front flip and landed beside him. Where do we meet her? Wait, Logan said in a low, menacing voice, unsheathing his adamantium claws. Where are you taking her? Dante frowned. Laura. Laura also took out her claws. Let me go, old man. It's important. What is important is you stay with us, kid, Logan said in a softer voice, folding after just one warning from his daughter. Shield will be watching you. Shield can't do shit, Dante snorted. Why do you think the Haven T tried anything to take Laura back? Logan, let him go. Emma chimed in to support him. Nobody can hurt Laura if she yes with him. Laura grunted and slashed the chair in half. Stop wasting time. I'm going with him. Logan glared at Dante like a wolf. You haven't told me where you're taking her, bub. To see your friend. Dante took Laura's wrist and led her out of the room. They'll hunt you down if I see a single scratch on her. In the end, Logan didn't push his luck, knowing it might anger Laura. And irritating Laura wasn't something he wanted. Dante killed off the solar radiation, fueling the flames surrounding his skull, leaving only the ghostly blue flames. Get on my back. She scaled his back and hooked an arm around his thick neck. He loved how decisive she acted when it came to the matters of her mother. There was no hesitation about being burned by his flames. Well, she had survived worse than flames, so she wouldn't even be frightened by the idea of jumping into a fiery pit. He looked back and nodded at Emma before leaving the room. It was refreshing to see Emma be supportive and kind for once. Maybe Laura's past was so tragic that it evoked sympathy in Emma since she had seen all of Laura's memories. Hold tight. This LL be fast. Laura clung to his neck with both arms. With a symbiote swing, he burst through yet another window. At that exact moment, he saw Sharon sitting on a shattered window watching him. Every Hellion student had gathered behind her except Angelica, attracted by the noise in his dorm room. They all stared in awe and surprise. They had never realized the man they had fought was the infamous Skullfire. Another tendril burst out his left palm and attached itself to the dorm building's roof. He flew forward with wind howling in his ears. He pulled up the directions on his phone and handed it back to Laura to act as the navigator. Buzz me if I go in the wrong direction. Got it. Just then a voice yelled at him from below, Skullfire. He glanced down and saw a blue sedan slow to a halt in the snow-packed academy driveway. Tires were still spinning when the passenger door flew open. A woman with fiery red hair burst out and sprinted toward him, boots crunching the snow and breath fogging in panicked bursts. Come down, she shouted. I have something to tell you. He didn't recognize her. There were too many redheads. But if he had to guess based on the current timeline, Jean, wait. That was exactly the name on his mind. The owner of the voice slammed open the driver's door. A tall woman with striking white hair and dark skin stepped out. Her long coat whipped behind her as she caught up with the redhead. She grabbed the redhead's arm and pulled her back. Her silver eyes stayed locked on Dante, a look of wariness on her sharp features. Her response made perfect sense. She had picked the wrongness of his symbiote suit immediately and kept Jean away with an excuse. From their perspective, he probably looked like a villain. Miss Aurora, it's him. The redhead struggled against Aurora's grip, but she wasn't strong enough for it. I have to tell him. He's on urgent business. Aurora replied in a calm voice befitting her former status as a revered deity in East Africa. Let him be. He didn't need the names to recognize the white-haired woman. She was far too iconic for that. Jean Grey. Storm. Their presence got his mind racing. X-Men had made a move despite S.H.I.E.L.D. being in such an oppressive position. Nothing unusual. But what was Jean's urgent business with Skullfire? The symbiote armor parted on his wrist and exposed his watch. 1:03 p.m. 12 minutes to reach Natasha. "I'm busy right now," he said in a theatrically deep voice. Jean's face twisted, showing frustration or perhaps despair. "Speak your business with Emma." Some light returned to her face. "We will." He turned away and fired a thick symbiote tendril toward a distant tall pine. Getting involved with Jean and Aurora meant stepping straight into Xavier's business, and that trail led directly to one of the planet's most terrifying mutants, Magneto. Dante preferred to be much stronger than those two Omega-level behemoths before he made their acquaintance. Until then, he was fine with relaxing in Emma's circle. A few more swings carried them through the trees, and then he landed hard on a snow-dusted forest road. Activating Elixir's link with a thought, he changed his muscle structure for maximum mobility, and he accelerated into a dash. Trees shuddered violently as he passed leaves, and branches rained down like confetti from the sheer force of displaced air. Just venom and solar radiation had already massively boosted his speed to superhuman levels. With the muscle optimization on top, his figure became a blur to even the sharpest human eyes. About 250 miles per hour, he estimated the speed after running some calculations in his mind. The wind whipped past like blades. His solar-charged body shrugged it off completely, but Laura didn't have that luxury. She had weathered this cold in just a tank top. At this speed, she had to tighten her arms around his neck and press herself closer to feel the warmth coming from him. He poured more solar radiation to fuel a flicker of flame inside his skull. "Bear with it for a little longer." "I'm fine," she stated calmly, even though her shivering body told a different story. Wouldn't it draw attention? They were still in a dense forest, but the road ahead led to a populated town. She was warning him about the spectacle that might possibly attract S.H.I.E.L.D's attention. He tapped Sue Storm's resonance and enveloped them both in an invisible force field that bent light around their forms and covered the sound as well. He was saving it for when he reached close to the town to save some mental strength. "This is what?" Laura's voice carried a bit of wonder. "Why are we shimmering like glass?" "Invisibility." There was a pause as she scanned herself and him. "Is this a mutant power?" She couldn't conceal the hostility in her voice. Her conditioning had been erased, yet the years of S.H.I.E.L.D. propaganda about mutants wouldn't magically disappear. The lies about mutants being ticking time bombs had sunk deep in her like poison. "You're a mutant?" He slowed his sprint gradually, then stopped completely at the edge of a forest. "What will you do if I'm a mutant?" There was no response. Her hesitation only lasted a few seconds before the claws of her right hand extended in a fury. She pressed those blades against his neck, grazing the underside of his chin with a sharp tip. Both father and daughter had a bad habit of pointing their claws at anyone. Chapter 83. Warming up, Laura didn't push the claws further. Her arms were shaking, not because of winter, but because of the war raging in her head, her own judgment against the lies fed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante knew this was the most important moment. If she stabbed him, she would never recover to live a normal life. However, if she could look past his mutant status, he deemed the little experiment a success. Snicked. The metallic sound made him smile. She didn't disappoint him at all. In the first place, she didn't spare him because of the trust between them. They had fought each other and then spent like 20 minutes together. That wasn't enough to become an acquaintance, much less trust someone. She made a selfish, clever decision for the sake of finding the truth. Laura had finally broken free from her cage of conditioning and programmed responses. It couldn't have happened without the dear Sarah in heaven. "You aren't like the rest," she said in a threatening voice. "You smell like Natasha." Maybe she did trust him a little. He decided to take her words as a compliment. If he smelled like Natasha, the only person looking after Laura in S.H.I.E.L.D., it meant Laura was starting to warm up to him. With the little trust game out of the way, he continued his sprint. While maintaining the pace, he laid out the rules for the meeting. Laura had to stay completely silent and show no reactions regardless of what she heard. For that reason, he couldn't let her know about Sarah's death. If she learned the truth now, she would fly into a berserker rage and tear the meeting apart. The best time for that truth would come soon. He wouldn't have brought her at all if he didn't need her to absorb details about Logan's capture incident. Specifically how the person who defeated Logan might be the culprit behind erasing Sarah's memories from her mind. She needed to understand how thoroughly S.H.I.E.L.D. had fucked her life before the negotiations. The forest gave way to the edge of town. Buildings began to flash past them, reduced to streaks of color. Not a single soul noticed them. The force field swallowed the sound and the wind generated by his speed. "You're fast," Laura said from his back in an amazed voice. "How do you train?" Laura seemed impressed by the display. The real feat in his eyes wasn't the peak speed, but its sustainability. He could maintain it for 3 or 4 hours if the sun stayed bright. Solar radiation was essentially infinite fuel as long as he had line of sight to the sky. "We burn. We chase the horizon," Venom laughed. The symbiote was quite giddy to let loose and show off its powers. Whatever was left of it after Norman's torture. This exercise was pushing both the symbiote and its host to their absolute limits. "I train my body and mind," he replied to Laura. "You should try it." Her most glaring weakness was mental resilience. S.H.I.E.L.D. had attempted to compensate for it by implanting psychic blocks. Even a veteran telepath like Emma Frost needed minutes to remove them. The protection was gone now, and she was once again an easy target for telepaths. "How?" she asked with the same straightforwardness. "Should I tie weights to my head with a rope? No, that'll target my neck muscles. Should I slam my head in the wall to make my mind stronger?" The young mutant was puzzled, and he was baffled by her lack of knowledge. Then again, the mind was entirely new territory for her. It was easy to forget she had yet to attend school. All her knowledge came from Sarah and her own observations. He slowed to a stop in an empty alley and put a firm hand on her wrist. "You have nothing to worry about. Logan, Emma, and I will make sure nobody controls your mind." This was clearly manipulation on his part to bring her closer, make her just a tiny bit dependent on his protection and guidance. And it also served her long-term well-being. In her current situation, she needed someone who understood the right incentives to push her forward toward a normal life. Someone gentle, yet capable of cruelty. He had to be that person for her, and in return, she and Logan would be loyal to him and Sylvija. Her wild pack needed some serious upgrades for Symkaria's growth and his peace of mind. Several moments passed, yet Laura gave no response. And then her grip on his neck tightened ever so slightly. That was her response. "Which way?" he asked with a soft smile, which was hidden by the mask. "The mall should be nearby." "There." Laura pointed a finger in the mall's direction. "Only 400 meters. Time? 1:12. They had arrived 3 minutes early. He was pretty sure he would still be a few minutes late since he had to find Natasha. His phone buzzed before the notification sounds rang in a series. Laura tapped a couple of times and tried to show him. Natasha sent some photos. He fired a symbiote tendril at a nearby building and swung upward. Momentum carried them in a smooth arc, almost like a slow motion. He couldn't help but let himself go with the flow. He even had time to perform a few backflips in the air. He landed with a heavy thud right at the mall's entrance. It was quite crowded, the freezing temperature having no effect on sales whatsoever. Laura handed him the phone without a word. He pulled up the photos Natasha had sent. The first two showed the restaurant's name and the reserved room. The third was the selfie of a freckled woman wearing oversized sunglasses, a knit beanie, and a black face mask. Natasha had done a thorough job. He couldn't find a single hint of Natasha in that image. Absolute cinema of a disguise. Laura's POV. Laura shivered the moment the mall doors closed behind him. Warm air washed over her skin. There was a sense of liveliness as families, parents with children, and couples walked around the place. They laughed. They argued over nonsense. This warmth should have been comforting, but it wasn't. Her bones still felt like they were covered in ice. Dante's speed had turned winter wind into ice daggers. The cold had seeped deep, despite Dante's best attempts. It's not going to kill me. She'd survived worse. Her body could heal almost anything. She only had to endure an hour or two, and her body would adjust. Give me your hands. On the escalator, Dante dropped back a step down to be on the same step as her. Just standing on the same step as him reduced the oppressive cold. Come on. Laura shook her head, keeping both hands buried deep in her jacket pockets. I'm not cold. She forced herself to hold his gaze, because it was the way to tell a believable lie. Natasha had taught her that. Dante looked at her for a long second, eyes narrowing like he was deciding whether to argue or whether to do something worse. As much as she hoped, it was impossible for Dante to be doing everything out of kindness. A favor from Logan. She didn't think he was after that either. Not after the way she saw him dismiss Logan like an inconvenient obstacle, which meant his motive was to use her strength, to secure a killer for himself, just like S.H.I.E.L.D. had. She just couldn't show weakness until she found out what happened to Sarah. Otherwise, he'd stop helping her. Dante stepped past the escalator and made a small sound under his breath, frustrated. I'll do it my way. He raised his hands. The symbiote matter around his wrists rippled and peeled back to reveal his normal human hands underneath. He cupped her face with hands that were far too big in comparison to hers. Her instinct was to shove him away. She almost did, but she froze the moment warmth bloomed across her cheeks. Her numbness faded away in a few seconds. He moved his hands carefully to her throat, her shoulders, her forearms, and finally touched her wrists. Each touch left behind the warmth of summer sun, melting the cold she had been trying to ignore. He held her wrist and coaxed her hands out of her pockets, then wrapped his fingers around hers with a soft smile. Let us get you winter clothes. Laura felt a strange tightness in her chest, an emotion she couldn't name. She had never been treated kindly like this. Maybe Sarah did once, but those memories were long gone. Natasha cared on some level. Laura was certain of that. But Natasha was afraid to show it. Natasha never revealed anything about her life before S.H.I.E.L.D. either. This was different, like Dante was bothered by her discomfort, that her suffering was unacceptable to him. Maybe he was just showing concern to act like a family. It didn't matter. Laura let him pull her along. They entered one of the fancier clothing stores. He moved through the racks, fingers brushing over fabrics until he found what he wanted. He grabbed a black heavy coat and draped it around her shoulders like it belonged to him. She cooperated and slipped her arms inside the sleeves. It was heavier than anything she had worn before. In a sense, the weight restricted her, slowed her down. Yet, she closed the buttons one by one, fingers fumbling slightly. I'll take it off later, because it felt good. But wasn't this stealing? She wasn't too much familiar with the world outside S.H.I.E.L.D. She at least knew that shops existed for people to buy stuff with money. They had taken things without paying anything. Stealing is okay if nobody catches you. She frowned, trying to work through the logic. Maybe stealing was allowed if nobody could catch you like a challenge to test their security. Or it could be the other way around. If the store couldn't protect its merchandise, they deserved to lose it. While she was creating new logic, he had returned with a thick dark gray muffler and a strange winter cap covered in fur. She had never seen anything like it. The cap was warm to the touch, having flaps on the sides to cover her ears. It looked cozy. He looped the muffler around her neck and tugged it up to cover her mouth. Then he adjusted the cap on her head and pulled the ear flaps down. She was sealed tight in fur, feeling cozy and relaxed. He leaned and showed a satisfied smile. This should be enough. She glanced at the mirror nearby and was stunned into silence. She didn't look any different from the laughing and chatting carefree teens shopping around here. And her expression in the reflection, it was soft without a hint of her usual fierceness. Receiving new clothes, being treated this way, she felt like she had become a completely different person. Not a killer, not a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent either, just a normal girl. The thought brought a fierce light in her eyes. I don't need it, she grumbled, gripping the muffler. She couldn't find the heart to take it off and throw it away. Weren't we low on time? It can wait. He shook his head firmly, like he was disappointed at her for asking such a question. His eyes traveled over her bundled form, and he whispered to himself, Shield's deadly killer can't be this cute. Her jaw clenched in fury. She curled her fist. But before she could punch him in the face for reducing her to something cute like a pet, he grabbed her wrist and started running. Let us find Widow. Laura dropped the grudge. For now. He dragged her into a food court, and her sharp nose immediately picked up hordes of aromatic smells. Her stomach began to rumble audibly. She hadn't eaten much earlier because of Logan and Emma's constant pestering, where every bite felt like an interrogation. What little she had eaten had been consumed entirely by her healing factor working overtime to repair the damage from a cold. Now, she was hungry. I'm not telling him. Admitting hunger felt would make her look weak and feeble. She could wait until they returned to the academy and then ask Emma for some delicious pancakes. They entered a crowded restaurant on the far side of the second floor. He walked down the hallway, through the private dining area, and found room number 12. Laura picked up a familiar scent, even from outside. Inside, the room was small but well kept. The room looked cozy with warm lighting and a few framed botanical prints on cream-colored walls. A polished wooden table sat in the center with seating for 6, though only one chair was occupied. Sitting in the far corner was the same woman she had seen in the photo earlier. Natasha. Usually, seeing Natasha's face would trigger an immediate impulse to stand at attention and ask for orders, a habit drilled into her through dozens of missions together. But today she felt something warm bloom in her chest, as if Natasha wasn't just her superior. Her mind went back to the moment she was angry at Logan. That level of fury should triggered her berserk state, yet nothing happened today. She looked at the man, still holding her hand, still providing warmth through his palm. She had a sneaking suspicion that he was the reason for these changes. When I blanked out during our conversation, she was almost certain he had done something to her brain during that time. Her free hand unconsciously moved to her chest, pressing against her sternum like she could feel the difference beneath her skin. What does he want from me? Chapter 84. Sad Dante took the empty seat across from Natasha, who had been busy browsing the menu. Any surveillance? Natasha didn't bother looking around when she heard his voice. She lazily flipped the menu page, giving a small shake of her head. Already swept it with a scrubber. We're clean. Dante dropped the force field. There was no point in burning energy on invisibility when Natasha had already secured the room. Natasha studied him closely, as if analyzing why his form almost resembled her Ghost Rider form. Where did you get your powers? On my own. Natasha's mouth pressed into a flat line, clearly unsatisfied with his unwillingness to divulge more. That wasn't an answer. It was just not a satisfying one for you. Dante smiled wryly. Our powers don't have any connection besides appearance. She gave a nod, and her gaze shifted to Laura. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Even Natasha Romanoff couldn't think of this bundled-up teenage girl in a fur cap as one of the deadliest weapons in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arsenal. Laura looked unamused. Files? Natasha set the menu down and removed her sunglasses, folding them neatly on the table. Her gaze became sharp. Are you sure about this? Laura unconsciously glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She took a deep breath and gave a firm nod. I don't want to go back to killing people. I'm not returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Dante had expected the answer, but hearing her say it out loud, with that much certainty, still caught him off guard. Not a single hesitation in her decision. Natasha's jaw tightened. For a moment, it looked like she wanted to argue and list reasons to not leave. Instead, she just nodded. She gestured to the black bag on the seat beside her. The data is in the bag. On a tablet. Dante leaned forward, elbows on the table. So who defeated Logan? Natasha caught his meaning immediately. A small, humorless smile tugged at her lips. Some agents with guns. Bullshit. Expected. He glanced at Laura with a flicker of approval. The girl had zero scruples in calling out lies and hypocrisy. Whoever did it doesn't want it known, Natasha said, dropping her voice like she was afraid someone would overhear her accusations. The credentials, I accessed this file from they arrested her in 2 minutes. Natasha's caution in using someone else as credentials might have saved her life. I'm guessing a powerful telepath is pulling strings from the shadows. His first guess was Cassandra Novacharles, Xavier's psychotic twin, a telepath above Xavier's level. She had the power. She had the grudge. Except he didn't think she would draw this out. With Nimrods at her command, Cassandra would started a full-scale mutant massacre. This person wants control. Oppression. They don't want mutant extinction. Natasha slowly nodded her head. Director Fury is compromised. I'm 90% sure. Fury? Dante frowned. That's a hell of an accusation. All his decisions have been questionable. He is like a different person when judging mutants. What about Sarah? Laura interjected into their serious conversation. What's her status? The temperature in the room seemed to drop at her question. Natasha's expression went blank. She glanced at Dante instead of answering. Laura's right hand clenched. Even with her limited experience reading people, she could recognize when people hid something from her. Who was it? Laura's voice was calm, yet it felt like an executioner asking for the name of the person who had to be executed. Who killed Sarah? He mouthed one word, hide. Natasha hesitated, clearly torn between protecting Laura from the brutal truth and respecting her right to know. The silent fury radiating from Laura made the decision for her. The file doesn't list a cause of death. It's redacted. Snicked. Laura's claws slid out, gleaming silver, ready to be bathed in red. Then I'll ask Fury myself. The director should have clearance. Natasha opened her mouth. Let's not be rash, Dante interrupted and placed a hand on Laura's shoulder. You charge an alone, you 1T get answers. You'll only get a body bag. Laura trembled with barely restrained rage. He squeezed her shoulder. We'll figure this out. Together. For a long, tense moment, Laura looked like she was going to ignore him entirely and act on her instincts, seconds away from bolting out the door. Then she exhaled deeply, like she was forcing the rage down through sheer willpower. The claws retracted, disappearing back beneath skin that healed instantly. This habit was exactly why he hadn't given her gloves. I want let this go, she whispered in an emotional voice. Sarah needs justice. Natasha was in pure disbelief. She and expected Laura to back down. If this conversation had happened yesterday, Laura would gone full berserker. Only blood and chaos followed when Laura lost control of her emotions. Right now, she was as unstable as a teenager could get, but she was choosing to hold back. He patted Laura's shoulder one final time, then drew his back. Will Fury make it hard? Laura leaving, The director doesn't usually force people, Natasha said, leaning back and crossing her arms. Whatever she was about to say clearly made her uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, that is. S.H.I.E.L.D. exists to stop superhuman disasters before they happen. We're not an evil organization. Dante raised an eyebrow. She was either trying to sell him on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s benevolence or trying to convince herself. But Fury 1T let Laura walk away easily. She is too powerful and dangerous. A faint, mysterious smile touched Natasha's lips. He might just show some favoritism to you. Why? No fun spoiling the exciting news. Dante frowned. Why would Nick Fury go out of his way to do him a favor? There was only one logical reason. Fury wanted to recruit him. Is he throwing my name on the Avengers list? He couldn't think of any other explanation. Forget about that. Did you get the locations I asked for? Natasha slid the black bag across the table toward him. All his properties are listed here. Far more than he had expected. She pulled back the bag with a sharp look. 14 are research sites all across the country. I'm guessing this is where Norman is creating those alien creatures, whatever they're called. It wasn't hard for her to connect the dots. Dante had clashed with symbiotes, and he was asking about Norman the day after they had discovered him at Oscorp, wearing a symbiote suit. He was creating them. Dante said in a cold voice, not anymore. I took his golden goose. This will help me clear out the golden eggs he has stashed away. Thanks for doing our job for us. A flicker of hesitation crossed Natasha's face. She reached into the bag and pulled out a small case from one of the compartments. Setting it on the table carefully, like it would easily break. Laura's eyes flared with recognition. Why did you bring that? Dante could only speculate about the contents. Thankfully, Natasha didn't make him wait too long. She opened the case with a soft click. 6 thick syringes sat nestled in foam compartments, each one carrying an amber fluid. Sensory amplification drug. SAD for short, Natasha said with a bright smile like she had said something absurdly funny. Laura was programmed to kill people marked with a certain scent fury. Didn't he want that? He neutralized it by blocking some of her nasal nerves. Interesting. That explained why he and T found active trigger scent pathways when he had scanned her mind. The condition nerves had been numbed, left dormant for so long they had practically died. When injected, it temporarily reactivates those pathways, Natasha said, gently pushing it toward him. She can track a target for miles. Rain, crowd it doesn't matter. Fury used it sparingly for high-priority hunting missions. She looked deeply uncomfortable, staring at the syringes like they were loaded guns pointed at her chest. More like he's afraid someone else will use the trigger scent to get him killed. Dante closed the case, shaking his head. Why give this to me? She's your responsibility now. This LL make handling her easy. Natasha's smile became cruel. 6 shots to get anyone killed. Dante took the case, which made Laura clench her fists tightly. She didn't act instead. Waited for his decision in tense silence. I don't need it. He held the case in his palm and made it float. An invisible force field wrapped around it, then compressed. The plastic case began to creak like someone applied tremendous pressure. The syringes burst with the sound of breaking glass and amber liquid sprayed out. The case became a compressed ball, completely unrecognizable. He sent it to the trash bin with a flick of his finger. Then he looked Natasha dead in the eye. Are you any different from Dreykov? Fury might be mind-controlled, but Natasha was immune to telepathy. Having lived through a similar childhood, she should be destroying this serum. She should be the last person to advertise the serum's benefits like it was a bonus feature in Laura's product package. He knew it was most likely an act to test him. It still pissed him off. Laura stared at the trash bin, then at him confused. Who is Dreykov? Asked Romanov. She knows him better than both of us, Dante said, keeping his eyes locked on Natasha's expressionless face. The name Dreykov didn't seem to register, or if it did, she refused to show it. You said you wanted to give Laura a way out.